Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Chuck rested his hands on the sink. The guy looked at his reflection and asked who that person was. The guy made a serious face. Chuck frowned and asked the guy what he said. The guy looked at his reflection. Chuck touched his face. The guy said their names. The guy opened his mouth. Chuck's character said that he was the heir to a great clan. The tea bag touched the side of the container. The guy poured the contents from the container into a cup. The guy enjoyed drinking tea. The guy looked down. The boy was drawing at his desk. The protagonist assumed that he had become the character he had invented in his school years. The boy's eyes sparkled. The guy laughed as he drew the character in the sketchbook. The boy raised his palms and was glad that he had finally finished his work. The boy opened his mouth loudly. Chuck remembered that he had invented that character under the 8th grader syndrome. The man looked up and realized that all of this was because of one game. Dragons Fly Over the Earth. The name of the game appeared. The protagonist said that it was one of the best virtual reality games about another world. Flags with symbols hung between the houses. Chuck said that the game did not lose its popularity until it was closed, which made it a legendary game. A sign with the inscription "Legendary Game" appeared. The red sky broke into pieces. The news reported that the creator of the most popular game in history was missing. The ground under people's feet cracked. Debris fell to the ground. There were boulders around the building. The protagonist said that with the disappearance of the creator of the game, the arcana became part of reality. Monsters were holding onto the car with their paws. Chuck said that the monsters crawled out of the holes, and humanity was on the brink of survival. People pounced on the monster in the crowd. The guy said that along with the monsters, those who could fight them appeared. There was a smile on the faces of the people. The young man said that such people were called players and they used their skills to defeat monsters. The soldier raised his sword to the sky. The protagonist said that soon such people became heroes. The guy sat in front of the TV and thought that he once wanted to be one of the heroes. The boy held his knees. The protagonist remembered that then he realized that with the awakening of the force, he would not be very popular. The guy glanced at the things. The moonlight illuminated the room. The protagonist said that the price of one virtual reality machine was more than a month's rent. Someone's pleas for forgiveness were heard. The girl leaned over the man. The man said that he was a bad father, since he did not let the child play everything he wanted. The protagonist remembered that then his father's business went bankrupt. The mother took off the glove from her hand. The girl asked her dad not to cry. The mother said that it was all her fault. The guy's hair covered his forehead. The young man recalled that at that time he did not yet understand the severity of this world. But he had no choice and he had to quit this game. The protagonist grabbed his hair and realized that if he had been aware of the future, he would never have quit this game. The guy held a saucer in his hand. The protagonist was disappointed that he had not played the game for even a year, which led to poor character development, and added that he was able to reincarnate only into the 4th character, which was made by a crazy schoolboy. The young man put the cup down and said that it was delicious. The character Chuck's cloak was fluttering in the wind. A sign with the guy's name appeared. The young man holds a book in his hand. The protagonist was indignant that he once played this character in all seriousness. The man stood on the balcony. The young man recalled that Chuck's character was the heir to a great family, but all his relatives became victims of a demon and he was left alone. A mountain of corpses lies on the ground. Blood drips down the sword. The guy said that revenge inspired his character to become a demon hunter. Purple particles fly in the air. The protagonist noted that his character was creepy. The boy covered his face with his hand. Chuck said that it was his dark past. The boy bites his finger and thought that the times of the 2nd grade were quite funny, but now he is ashamed of himself. Chuck's character grabbed his chin and said that he really missed these feelings. Chuck was irritated by his character's words. The guy's eyes bulged out of their sockets, and he wondered how he would show up to work in such an outfit, and whether he would be able to fit into society with such a manner of communication. The guys held glasses in their hands. The boss asked the guy who he thought he was, dyeing his hair white, and added that in general the boy's appearance was strange. Chuck splashed liquid from the glass at the boss. The boy's pupils narrowed and he realized that he couldn't do that and would be sued. The young man put his hand on the table and said that nobles don't bow their heads to everyone. The protagonist noticed that his thoughts were different from his character. The boy smiled broadly. The protagonist remembered that other people had undergone transformation with minimal changes, and wondered why things had turned out differently for him. Chuck put his index finger to his chin and realized that he needed to become a player, because he wouldn't go to work like that, and he realized that he hadn't played Arcana for a long time and a lot could have changed. The young man moves the mouse along the mouse pad. The boy looks at the screen and thinks that he will first look for information, because he lacks even basic knowledge. Players fight monsters. The protagonist reflects that rankers who close rifts earn millions, but earnings are directly related to risks. The young man closed his eyes. The protagonist realized that money can't buy life. Chuck's character frowned and said that he had already tasted the fruit of abundance, and would not need material goods. The guy was holding a mouse in his hands. The young man realized that now it was better to figure out what demon hunters usually do. The numbers 1 and 2 glowed brighter than the entire page. The protagonist was surprised that there was very little information about demon hunters. Chuck held on to the back of the chair and thought that demon hunters were doing nothing. The young men opened their eyes wide. The inscription Action Tower Fall stood out against the background of other news. Blood was flowing on the floor. The protagonist was surprised that the Action base was destroyed. Mountains of corpses lay on the ground. Weapons broke into pieces. The bodies of warriors were pierced by swords and spears. The protagonist could not believe his eyes. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's face. He realized that the small amount of information was due to the fact that the class was completely killed. 3 sticks smoke. The man said that the demon hunters should rest in peace. The guy realized that 10 years ago this class was very specific and few people chose them. The head and arm flew off the body of the monster. The protagonist remembered that demon hunters had very strange skills, low stats and strange pumping. Inscriptions with the names of skills appeared. The man holds a bag in his hands. The protagonist understands that it was difficult for this class to level up by hunting monsters, so they had to complete quests. The grandfather thanks the guy for the work done. A sign with the quest conditions appeared. A red stream of mana cut through the monsters. The guy said that hunters had only one advantage over other classes: they could fight demons well. The guy held his finger up. A sign with quests appeared. The young man remembered that killing demons appeared in quests, but it was an ordinary grind. A couple of people looked at the demon hunter strangely. The man was surprised that someone else was playing this class. The protagonist realized that the role of the demon hunter was unclear. The man pulled the hood over his head. The guy summed up that the class was useless. The guy covered his mouth with his hand and thought about how he could earn money. Because who would give him quests, and he had no one to learn from, because all the hunters were killed. The young man held his chin and thought that there might be other information. Different chats were visible. The screen was reflected in the boy's eyes. The inscription Demon Hunter stood out in white light. The words glowed with white light. The guy stood behind the chair and was surprised by what he read. Purple spherical mana was flying above the girl. Signs with the game version appeared and the inscription that now demons appeared among the monsters and the players had problems. Chuck's character crossed his arms. The young man wondered why the hunters did not deal with the demons. The guy's hand was on the keyboard. Chuck looked back at his character and realized that he was the last demon hunter left alive. The guys were standing shoulder to shoulder. The protagonist thought that he should intervene. The protagonist looked into the distance and thought that there was no guarantee that the demons he knew would appear, and everything could have changed a lot over the years. The guy doubted his strength. A boy was sitting behind the chair and saying that the protagonist was weak. The boy crossed his legs and said that Chuck's character never ran away from pathetic demons. The protagonist looked down and realized that the boy was speaking with the voice of his pride. The eraser was covering the lines in the notebook. The guy raised his hand and said that his character's pride would never be hurt by any demonic temptations, trials, and deceptions. The guy's hair covered his face. The young man realized that he needed to act. Chuck's character closed his eyes and said that these thoughts were useless. The guy stood in front of the blinds and said that there was no reason to worry. There was a news monitor hanging on the building. Piles of corpses lay near the entrance to the subway. A hand held another hand. The light illuminated the room. The guy said that the monsters should consider it an honor that he would personally send to hell. The building was washed by streams of red. Several years had passed since the Great Cataclysm. The guy holds a cup in his hands. Many things were lost, but people were able to get back on their feet. People are smiling, the streets are alive again, and everyone has adapted to the new world. The guy is hanging in the air, but there is always darkness next to the light. The demon holds the boy on strings. The negative emotions of the people who have gathered together again became excellent food for the demons. Veins bulged on the guy's face. The warrior pointed his finger up. The man thought that this time he would choose these guys. The guy fell to the ground. The guy is holding a phone in his hand. Someone said that the last participant was late. Steven pressed the phone and asked everyone to wait another minute. A sign with the player's name appeared. The guy raised his eyebrows. The young man was walking towards the guys. The guy opened his mouth and noticed that everyone had gathered. Steven extended his hand forward and introduced the group members to Chuck. Chuck looked away. The guys got acquainted. The world was divided into 2 parts. The protagonist thought that this was a rift, and learned that this is how the players see him. The guys are holding phones in their hands. The young man realized that ordinary people cannot interact with the barrier. Hair covered the forehead of Chuck's character. The guy realized that he would be the same if he had not awakened. The barrier cracked into pieces. A sign with the characteristics of this rift appeared. The protagonist realized that this rift was suitable for levels of 40. The guy was illuminated by a light from above. He thought that this place was well suited for his level. Players were standing at the top of the stairs. The protagonist recalled that the average level of those attacking the rifts was 200. The light was directed at the backs of the players. The protagonist realized that it was too early for him to dream of a high level and he needed to work hard to reach the level of such players. The guy looked behind him and noticed that he was lucky to find a suitable group. Adolf was standing behind his comrades. Signs with the characteristics of the players appeared. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said that there was already another group inside and the guys could come in a couple of minutes. A table with information about the guy appeared. The young man's gaze was directed into the distance. A table with the degree of destruction appeared. The sky was cracking into fragments. The protagonist recalled that when the degree of destruction reaches 100%, monsters enter the world, and players can freely enter and clear them. The guy attacked the monster. The young man summed up that only players can stop this process. The guy clapped his hands and called everyone forward. Chuck hid behind his character and thought that everyone was so friendly, and he wanted to say something. The girls were fighting with the protagonist. He remembered that he was able to survive thanks to daily sisterly battles, and it was not a problem for him to cheer someone up. The guy extended his hand and said that the guys had nothing to fear as long as he was with them. Chuck wondered what he was saying. People were standing with their backs to Chuck and discussing Knowles. Blood flowed from the guy's mouth, and he decided that he would not say anything more. The sign on the pole broke. A notification appeared that said that people entered the food warehouse. There were pieces of walls and ceiling everywhere. A group of people were standing at the top of the steps. The girl opened her mouth and said that she did not see a single monster. Stephen lowered the group and said that there was another group in front of them. The guy smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about and they would have their share. The crowd was inspired by the words of the young man. Chuck was standing behind the people. The guy made a serious look and realized that something was wrong. The monster bared his teeth. The leader asked his comrades to prepare for battle. The fighters rushed into battle. The guy's hair covered his eyes. The guy frowned and counted the forces of his allies. The group attacked the monsters. The guy thought that the tank did not protect the group, but only attracted more monsters. Adolf flew away after the blow. The protagonist thought that the attacking tank had to go on the defensive, and the magician deals the main damage, and was surprised by the current hunting methods. The guy crossed his arms and realized his uselessness. The girl said that the enhancement would end soon. The guy looked out the window with the inventory and realized that he had big problems with weapons. There were several weapons in the inventory. The guy concluded that it was better for him not to get involved in the fight. The arrow was aimed at the guy. The guy made a tense face. The young man saw many monsters in the darkness. The monsters rushed into battle. The guys repelled the enemy attack. An arrow flew at Adolf. The young man said that there were too many enemies. A wound appeared on the guy's face. The guy asked the leader for help. The crowd ran to attack. The guy glanced at his comrades. Blood was pouring from the young man's wound. He asked Stefan to go back. There was a cry that Alistair was in danger. A monster with a sword rushed at the guy. The blade of the sword almost touched the guy's face. A beam of mana pierced the enemy. The monster lay on the ground with an arrow in his chest. The guy held a bow in his hand and made a speech about training these dogs. Stefan thanked Chuck and was surprised by the guy's speech. Chuck's character's face was shining. Chuck thought that he himself would not want to say that. Adolf fought a crowd of enemies. Monsters shot from bows. Monsters with swords ran to attack. The girl hugged the staff and asked what she should do. Chuck told her to calm down and pulled the bowstring, adding that the girl should use a strong spell, and he would deal with the enemies that appeared himself. The arrow flew straight into the monster's body. The guys wondered how much longer they had to wait. The girl replied that everything would be ready soon. Blood gushed out of the monster from the guy's sword attack. A magic circle appeared in front of the girl. She cast a spell and asked everyone to disperse. The monsters were attacked by fire. The monsters exploded. The guy took cover behind the wall. The girl leaned over the ground and asked if Chuck was okay, to which he replied that she had better take care of the others. The monsters' bodies were burning in the fire. The guy's face went cloudy. The young man was surprised that he could take the arrows back. A sign with an arrow appeared. The girl gave Adolf a healing potion. The guy thanked her. The leader's glasses reflected the flames of fire. The guy hit Stefan in the chest and asked him what he was doing. The guy opened his mouth wide and asked why the leader didn't help them, but just went and led them into a trap. The guy made a serious face. A smile appeared on Stefan's face. A broken lamp was hanging from the ceiling. Laughter was heard. The lamp was swinging on the ceiling. The guy grabbed his stomach and laughed loudly. The guy frowned and asked the leader what he found funny, and noted that the guy's name was worth nothing without his brother. The lamps were hiding in the ceiling socket. Chuck grabbed the guy by the shoulder. The young man was surprised by the disappearance of the fire. Chuck's hair covered his forehead. The leader repeated the guy's words. Stefan's face grinned. He said that the guys were funny, and added, "How can you not laugh with a bunch of fools?" The girl opened her eyes wide. Signs appeared that reported that a natural enemy was detected. Chuck lowered his head and claimed that the leader was a demon. There was a demon standing behind the guy. The hero exhaled heavily and asked if his interlocutor was a demon. The guy in glasses smiled evilly and exclaimed that he finally figured it out. A notification appeared that the natural enemy skill was activated. The blonde hero looks at the demon. Adolf extended his hand to Chuck and said that this could not be. He clarifies what he is talking about. The brunette blinks nervously and asks how Stefan can be a demon. The brunette steps back in fear. Adolf opened his mouth. He does not understand where everyone disappeared to. The brunette turned his head. The girl tries to free herself from the plant on her neck and asks for help. Angela extends her bloody hand to the hero and screams for him to help her. The girl grabs Adolf. Stefan confidently walks towards the heroes. A notification appeared that the demon's gaze fell on Stefan. Too low mental resistance. The brunette screams for him not to approach them. Notifications popped up that say that the demon's gaze fell on Adolf, and his mental resistance is too low, as a result of which he has a negative status fear. Adolf screams for help. Stefan, adjusting his glasses, says that they are trembling with fear in the illusion that they created for themselves. The blonde runs and says that people are like that. Chuck grabs Stefan by the throat. Stefan exclaimed that the hero needs to understand that he will kill not only him, to which the man in the business suit, putting his weapon away, mentally declared that such armor cannot be pierced in the forehead and a weak spot must be found. The guy in glasses swung his sword and asked if he would attack him. The blonde swung his knife. A notification appeared that the active skill is a natural enemy. Chuck thrust a knife into the opponent's back. A notification appeared that combat power increases in the fight with the demon. Stefan, smiling, turned his gaze to the opponent. The guy in glasses, having repelled the enemy's attack, shouted that he was stupid. Chuck dodged the attack. Stefan exclaimed that all people are hypocrites. Stefan smiled evilly and said that a minute ago he was so friendly, and now he is a blade. The blonde slowly walks away from the opponent. Stefan cries black tears. Chuck stopped. The fair-haired guy cries and mentally says that his opponent cut him, wonders if he is an ordinary person and understands that it is silver. Chuck approached the opponent and tells him to stop chatting. The blonde turned his head towards the opponent and said that he does not talk to his prey. Stefan brought his hand to his face. A sign appears with a question mark asking where everything went wrong. Jack extends his hand to Stefan and shouts his name. The guy with glasses looks up. The long-haired guy asks his interlocutor why he is flying in the clouds, and clarifies whether the wounds hurt a lot. Jack sighed. Stefan said that he was just distracted. The long-haired guy exclaimed that he told him to avoid dangerous rifts and adds that he should forget. The guy with glasses scratched the back of his head. Jack told him to quit this business. He added that he should join his guild of analysts. Stefan mentally declared that he just did not want to be a loser. The muscular man waves his hand and asks what his name is, if he is Jack's older brother. The man in the brown shirt put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he heard that his brother dealt with another boss. He added that the guy should convey his congratulations to his brother. The man in glasses smiled. The guy in the brown shirt said that he always has to try harder so as not to disgrace his brother. He clarified whether he was definitely the older brother and whether they were brothers at all. What did he even forget in the rifts? And added that he must listen to his brother, otherwise he would die. He just wanted to be someone his brother could be proud of. The demon extended his hand forward and said that he would help. Stefan raised his eyebrows in fear. Stefan smiled and said that he could just watch. A notification appeared that the demon's gaze fell on Stefan. The guy in glasses looks forward in fear. A notification materialized that mental resistance is too low. Stefan tries to get out of the demon's shackles and asks what is happening here. A notification materialized that a negative possession status is occurring. The blonde guy runs and says that we need to go forward. Alistair smiled widely. Stefan shouts to wait for him. The brunette runs towards the enemy. The guy in glasses tells him not to go there. Stefan leaves the battlefield and mentally declares that it is a demon. The guy in glasses fearfully resists the demon's shackles and mentally declares that everything is in danger because of him. If it were not for him, nothing would have happened. A notification appeared that mental resistance is too low, you cannot resist. The hero with a knife stands behind Stefan, who is bleeding. The blonde guy grabbed his neck and screamed in pain. The blonde looked at his opponent. The guy in glasses screamed that he was in pain. He added that his opponent was a crazy idiot who would finish him off. Stefan stood up and asked his opponent that he didn't care about the owner of the body at all. He clarified whether he wanted to be a killer. The blonde guy proudly raised his chin. Chuck narrowed his eyes and said that everything was clear to him. He clarified whether this was his pride. The blonde guy stepped towards his opponent and asked him again what he said. The blonde hit Stefan. The blonde guy opened his mouth. The blonde turned his head and said that she got through to him. Stefan fell. The blonde guy crawled back and shouted that there was a demon. Stefan touches his face and does not understand what is happening. He mentally declares that he was possessed. The brunette approached the hero and asked if he was okay. The blonde guy looked at his palms and mentally asked himself how he survived, because he had so many wounds. Stefan looks at the floor in fear. The main character says that he told you so. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and said that there was nothing to worry about anymore. Chuck turned his head and said that there was nothing to worry about anymore, as long as he was in them. Stefan looks at Chuck in fear. The blonde said that negative human emotions become the power of demons. Chuck extended his hand and said that they should not forget about pride and stop being afraid of it, since the demon hunter's attacks are effective only against demons. The blonde guy lowered his head down and mentally said the word pride. The blonde shook his head. The fair-haired guy mentally declared that the items did not fall out. He mentally added that it was a useless demon. He did not forget this logic, although much time had passed. The sun's rays brightly illuminate the modern building. Stefan handed the phone with the results of today's raid to Jack. Jack picked up the mug from the table and asked if he could believe it. Stefan answered in the affirmative. The long-haired guy drank from the cup and said that although he was the leader of the guild, he was not going to take a person because of one post on the forum. The guy with glasses answered that it was he who was possessed by the demon. The long-haired guy spilled his cup of coffee and asked again in surprise. Jack's profile image appeared. The city center is illuminated by the bright sun. 2 bodyguards stand at the entrance, behind which a surprised exclamation is heard. Jack held a napkin in his hand and asked Steven about the decision to become an analyst in the guild, because before he was against it. The guy with glasses runs his fingers over his coffee cup and says ironically that he doesn't trust his own brother, to which he receives advice to communicate without sarcasm. Steven, raising his mug, said that he was just joking. The red-haired guy asked him again about his desire to join the guild. Jack's brother abruptly put the cup on the table and confirmed his goal of becoming an analyst. Steven stood up at the table and said that he simply realized his limit and a more suitable role. He, holding his hand enthusiastically, recalled how he did nothing but tried to catch up with his brother, and added that from now on he will go his own way. Jack, crossing his arms, said that he even wondered who could change his brother so much. The guy with red eyes, rubbing his cheek, noted that even if we do not take into account the hunt for the demon, the protagonist's mental resistance is very high, since he did not succumb to attacks. The guy in the business suit easily defeats his enemies. Jack added that his brother said that the main character used a dagger, not magic, and then added that there are thousands of classes in the arcana. But nothing comes to mind, and then concludes that it is strange that Chuck went to a low-level rift with such features. The red-haired guy stands at the table and claims that he understands how difficult it is to believe this story, and then asks his brother to believe at least once. Jack, rubbing his hand, asked who said that he does not believe, then added that his brother personally saw it. The guy with the tail sits at the table in front of Stefan and says that he clearly saw the patterns of boss attacks, guild management methods and recruitment of new players. He hands him a contract and says that his brother helped him become who he is, and then adds that that is why he immediately took the contract. Jack leaned his hands on the table and said that his interlocutor is also his brother and a proud analyst of the Jayan. The embarrassed guy wipes away his tears and thanks his brother and asks not to embarrass him. Stefan's brother crossed his arms over his chest and asked Stefan to look at the contract and express his thoughts on the papers. The guy adjusts his glasses. He holds the papers in his hand and anxiously asks about the conditions for an unfamiliar player. Sunlight penetrates through the windows into the house. Chuck's character washes his teeth, while Chuck himself is surprised by the level increase. The black-haired guy, standing in the shower next to the white-haired guy, adds that the level has increased by 12 points, and concludes that they will never give for nulls, and this is about hunting for heaven. The white-haired guy, wiping his head with a towel, notes that such trifles do not bother him, to which the main character states that on the contrary, he is worried, and then asks how best to distribute the points. The guy with gray eyes wipes his head, and Chuck decides to think in the bedroom, because he is tired. Chuck's character, standing in front of the bed, noted the mess in the apartment. He, wiping the dust with a papister, says that a clean environment is a clean mind, to which Chuck asks him to rest a little. The evening sun glided serenely down the sky. A pot of soup boils on the stove. A guy in an apron, carefully trying the dish from a ladle, notes its taste of healthy food. Chuck rides with hunger behind his character and remembers that the avatar should be an aristocrat with a measured and restrained life. The character washes the dishes while Chuck reasons that thanks to this he understood one thing. The black-haired guy holds his elbow with his other hand and notes that not only levels and characteristics are applied to the character, but also the settings that were once assigned to him. The aristocrat drinks tea. The protagonist thinks that he would usually eat custom food and go to bed, and then notes that because of his game character, he leads a healthy lifestyle. The guy in the white t-shirt put down the cup, and Chuck remembered his other features. The guy standing behind the character noted his predisposition to magic, which manifested itself in the ability to easily repeat any spell, his mental abilities and good physical fitness. The character, tidying up his bangs, sarcastically called his talents trifles, and Chuck complained that he wrote down only positive qualities. The gray-haired guy turned on the phone. The guy with black hair decided that if the settings really affect life, then it is worth checking them. The character picked up the phone. The only message hung lonely on the screen. The guy, having expanded the message completely, did not understand why Stefan wrote such a long message. Chuck held the phone in his hands and did not understand what the writer wanted, and then mentally concluded that since he did not have time, he would refuse. Chuck's character, pulling the notebook towards himself, decides to test his abilities. Fingers quickly enter a request in the search bar. The avatar decides to start with magic. The gray-haired guy began to take notes on the video lesson. The two brothers looked at the phone in amazement. The correspondent showed a cold response to the message. Chuck's message continued to be shown on the phone. The guy with glasses, picking up the phone, assumed that another guild made an offer to his interlocutor, to which the red-haired guy asked which guild could make an offer to the player. Stefan's brother furiously clenched his fist and listed the privileges offered to the aristocrat, in the form of a house, a car, financial support, and a share of 9.5 to 0.5, and added that he did not know who could beat such conditions. Stefan was talking about how foreign guilds were opening offices around Seoul because of the recently built magic tower, to which Jack slammed his hands on the table and rudely asked what kind of guilds they were that dared to encroach on his territory. The guy with glasses, rubbing his chin, said that even despite the other guilds, the best of them were already gathered in Seoul. The guy with red hair, jumping up sharply in bewilderment, replied that there was no guild with better conditions than his and that he would not offer such a contract even to high-level players in his guild. He quickly threw on his jacket and decided to set out to look for the mysterious player, because he could not lose the chance, and along the way ordered his brother to describe the character, to which he asked why this was necessary. Jack, adjusting his jacket, said that he would find that player himself and bring him to them, and then asked his brother to tell him everything he knew. Stefan, bending his fingers near his face, couldn't describe him right away, only mumbled about his wise appearance, to which his brother sarcastically replied that he could even describe magical animals better. The guy in glasses, sticking out his finger, remembered the player and called him a quirky aristocrat from fantasy. Jack held on to the lapels of his jacket and listened. The phone was playing a video lesson on magic. Chuck stood behind the character. On the phone, magicians demonstrated the basics of their craft, while the black-haired guy noted that he understood the principles of magic and could use any spell if he had enough mana. Chuck ruffled the gray-haired guy's hair and said that he didn't expect anything else from his avatar, and then added that he didn't care about the dark past of his previous character, because this was the symbol of high school, and then declared that his character was the best genius in history, to which the latter noted how rude it was. Chuck opened the character's profile and began distributing points. He raised his finger, choosing what to increase, because all the possibilities were open to him. His fingers slid across the screen, spending points on the skills of strength, dexterity, and mana. Chuck stopped and remembered the story of his character, which he himself had come up with. The black-haired guy continued to stand at the scoreboard. He instantly poked at the screen and increased the skill of luck by 1 point. The character, lying in bed, looked at the updated characteristics. Chuck thought that this was for the well-being of his character, who would have to try hard, and then concluded that it might seem that he had raised luck only from 1 to 2, but in fact he had doubled it. The avatar closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chuck thought about how he would find a coin on the road because of his increased luck. The guy woke up in the bathroom. He and Chuck were looking at the new message. Chuck, his mouth open in surprise, rejoiced at the luck that had brought him something more. The board showed a new class quest offer. The system suddenly flashed, announcing that it was a class quest, a prelude to counterattacks, and the hero asked if this was really the class quest he was thinking about. Chuck looked at his desktop in surprise, thinking that after the appearance of Arcana in reality, quests became very rare, and the reason was simple, because they did not have many NPCs who could give them out. The hero looked thoughtfully at the screen and thought that even a regular quest was a rarity, and here was a class 1 right away. Chuck looked at the search bar on his laptop and thought that simple Demon Hunter class quests were pretty weird. The guy looked at the screen in confusion. Chuck, intently reading the headlines of the article about the first-rank paladin named Guyver, thought that he knew about it. An image of a man holding a magic ball appeared. The protagonist thought that a class quest was a quest that was only given to one person from the entire class. The laptop screen showed many articles about a new first-rank paladin named Guyver, and the protagonist said to himself that this alone was enough to make all the news, because these quests were so amazing that they could allow any player to become one of the best. The curtains for the windows blocked the sunlight, and the protagonist added that if you look at it sensibly, there was no chance that a class quest would be given to a player with level 67. Chuck clicked his computer mouse and declared that this meant something. The protagonist looked tiredly at the monitor and said that as he thought, there were no demon hunters left except him. Chuck, calmly looking away from the screen, thought that this made sense. An image of ancient towers appeared, and the protagonist thought that action was the base of all demon hunters. The protagonist, looking up at the huge towers, thought that it sounded cool, of course, but the reality could be shocking. The branches of the bushes rose up the cliff, and the instructor cordially welcomed the soldiers to action. The instructor, pointing up, suggested climbing. The acceptance ceremony would take place at the top, while the system notified that it was necessary to climb the cliff. The hero with blonde hair, his eyes widened in shock, wondered if he had really gone crazy. The instructor, looking sternly down, asked if he could go faster, while the blonde guy, sighing tiredly, thought that their quests were a simple repetition of useless work. The one-eyed instructor, sternly pointing to the corner of the small room, told the heroes to stay here for now, and the hero added that the conditions left much to be desired. The players turned around cheerfully and shouted that the cafeteria was where they came from, because it was time for them to eat, while the system notified the hero that he had to go to the cafeteria to eat. The instructor angrily shouted at the newbies to move faster, because if they couldn't handle even that, he would kick them out, and the protagonist said that the NPCs were constantly yelling at you. Chuck, hanging his head wearily, thought that anyone would give up in such terrible conditions, and added that demons penetrate the human mind, so training was needed that would make him stronger, because the 8th grader syndrome was getting worse. The guy, decisively pressing his finger on the screen, thought that now it was in the past, and added that first he needed to see what the point of the quest was. The protagonist, thoughtfully looking at his character. The hero was actively searching for information on his laptop. Anti-Arcana United Headquarters, Korean branch. The tall glass building of the company's headquarters was illuminated by the evening sunset. The office workers were sitting in their small work areas, and the protagonist thought that to cope with the chaos and damage that had occurred after Arcana appeared in reality, an association of former game developers had been formed. The office workers were chatting animatedly, and Chuck thought that they were reacting to every update that was reflected in the real world, collecting and analyzing information for the players. Chuck thought ironically that in other words, this was a company with overtime, and the guy at the office desk stretched and exclaimed that this damn Arcana was already boring him. The employee, leaning back in his chair, asked his colleague named Sunbae if he thought the update would come out this week, since it was already late enough that it was unlikely to come out, while his colleague, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, replied that they could only hope. The employee, looking at his interlocutor intently, declared that this Raymond was so creepy and asked if he was updating the website and the game content by himself, adding that he was terribly curious as to how that was possible, while his colleague sternly ordered him to stop chatting and press the refresh button on the page. The dark-haired office worker, narrowing his eyes analytically, said to himself that as soon as an update appeared on the website, reality also changed. The employee, leaning back in his chair in shock, exclaimed that an update had appeared, while his colleague, astonished, asked what that meant. The employee, frozen in confusion in front of the screen, wondered if this was true and added that it simply couldn't be. The employee stood up in delight on his chair and exclaimed that there was an update, while his colleagues responded animatedly that it was serious, and one of them, resolutely heading for the exit, said that he was heading to write a resignation letter, while the boss strictly ordered to turn off the phones, because journalists would start calling now. The boss, insistently pointing, asked what he was doing and ordered to turn off the phone, while the employee, surprised, thought what this was. The system, suddenly flaring up, announced the appearance of a new demon, a new rift, as well as the fortress of the Count's family, the territory of the Count's family, and the vicinity of the territories of the Count's family. An image of a huge grey werewolf appeared, and the system reported new monsters and bloody bandits. The player, with his eyes widened in shock, exclaimed that he was level 430, the strongest player was at 403, and asked what kind of broken update this was. The player, looking at his laptop screen in confusion, said that an ordinary group of rankers couldn't handle this, to which his comrade replied that it was even worse, because even a guild or an entire association couldn't handle this level. What about the magic tower, if we asked the NPC for help? The player, desperately looking at the screen with the image of a vampire, exclaimed that about the magic tower, because if we asked the NPC for help, the situation could stabilize, to which his comrade replied that they wouldn't do anything until the tower itself was under threat, explaining that this was precisely why they wouldn't help now. The office worker hopelessly put his hand to his forehead and said that this was truly an impossible task, because they were simply suggesting that humanity die. The protagonist, looking at his screen, hopelessly declared that it was all over, adding that this rift would be broken. The office worker, looking insistently at his comrade, shouted that there was no need to rush to conclusions, adding that if we failed to cope with the raid, then these things would crawl out. The player, looking angrily at the monitor of his laptop, exclaimed that for the bastard Raymond, human life was just a joke, adding that the previous updates were feasible, but this was destroying the balance, declaring that he simply could not believe it, adding that only a real miracle would save them. The system, having displayed in detail, announced that the class quest prelude to counterattack was beginning, explaining that the time had come for the dear last demon hunter to counterattack the enemy, explaining that the starting condition defeating the demon had already been fulfilled. Chuck thoughtfully sipped tea from his thermos, and wondered why everything was happening like this in his life. The hero sipped more tea, and the system reported that in the process of training his weakened body, today's goal to run 20 kilometers was completed, and the hero asked himself if the quests were really as strange as an action. The protagonist, looking tiredly at the seller in the store, thought that his entire mortal body was shaking, and asked himself if it was possible to immediately give such heavy loads, while the seller politely asked if the hero would take a bag, and Chuck refused. A hearty sandwich lay on the protagonist's snow-white plate. The protagonist, looking disappointedly at the food, thought that he couldn't even cook a sandwich properly, adding to himself that sometimes you need to try to change your appearance, ordering himself to stop scattering crumbs from the sandwich. Chuck, looking at the screen with satisfaction, clicked on one of the notifications. The hero looked at the screen with the tasks and thought that he liked this feeling of completion, while the system notified him that today's training was over, and the hero added that if it were not for his pride, he would have given up long ago. Chuck, disappointedly putting his body to bed, thought that the stupid quest was finally over, and added that now he would definitely get a good night's sleep. An old woman with her grandson were drying red peppers on her balcony, and the protagonist thought that he could not wait for the next quest. The blonde protagonist confidently pulled himself up on the horizontal bar. His body suddenly trembled from powerlessness, and Chuck cursed in displeasure. Chuck's face was absolutely calm, while his hero's face was twisted in horror. Chuck thought it reminded him of action, and the system notified that in the process of training the weakened body, today's goal was to run 20 kilometers, do 1,000 push-ups, do 500 pull-ups, and also do 300 burpees. An image of all the protagonist's previous challenges appeared, and he tiredly thought that this was just a repeating quest, wondering if they were completely crazy, since a whole week had already passed. The system notified the protagonist that in the process of training the weakened body, today's goal was completed, announcing that he had reached the goal for the week, and the hero added that he was finishing one quest, and immediately a new one appeared, wondering if this was some kind of joke. Chuck, exhausted, lowered his head, thought that he did it again. The protagonist, excitedly looking away, noted that this was only possible due to Chuck's character, wondering how many more times he would need to repeat this to get a reward. The protagonist, looking skeptically at the information window, thought that it wouldn't be something like, "You have a slim and fit body, congratulations," while the system, notifying, said that he had reached the goal for the week. The system window announced that the hero had fulfilled all the conditions, giving him 2 points of strength and dexterity as a reward. The protagonist, looking at the screen in amazement, wondered if these were really stat points, asking himself if they would be wasted. Chuck, looking enthusiastically at the system window, thought that stat-enhancing items were usually insanely expensive, adding that it would take millions to even get 1 point, and he got 4 points without even leveling up, saying that such news could even drive one crazy. The protagonist looked at the screen of his device with interest and thought that if this repeating quest appeared constantly, the reward would fully justify these terrible conditions, and Chuck Gordon said that he could do it even 10 times a day. The protagonist looked at the broadcaster in surprise, and the host announced that the Arcana update that appeared this Thursday was the hottest topic of discussion. The protagonist looked at the events with concern, and the host reported that most of the guilds announced that they refused to participate in the raid on the rift. The host, looking at the viewers directly through their monitors, said that a new rift called the Count's Family Territory had appeared, as well as a monster named the monster Count Asura. The protagonist carefully brushed his teeth with a toothbrush, and the host analytically noted that the only thing known about this quest is that it is a demon and a vampire. Its level is 430, adding that this is the highest level of the monster at the moment. The hero paused the video, and the host authoritatively stated that the Korean branch of AU refused to comment on anything for now. The main character pressed the button to turn off the lights and asked himself if level 430 was really possible. The protagonist looked at the screen of his device in surprise and asked himself how to kill something like that. The players, thinking pessimistically, said that it looks like our planet is finished. Such an update is real, the balance is finished. It seems to me that not only the balance is finished, but also us, we will all die. The host of the City podcast show announced in a sad voice that a level 430 boss appeared in this update, and added that it will be the hardest raid in history. The hosts of the Central TV channel said that AU reported that Count Asura is a demon and a vampire. The female host of one of the TV channels said that large guilds expressed a desire not to take part in the future raid. This is due to huge risks. The main character stared dejectedly at his laptop monitor. The tired protagonist explained that demons were the hardest for players to deal with, because no matter how strong you became, you would still have to deal with the negative effects that constantly appeared during the fight, and added that many people were already saying that you needed to have at least a 10-fold level advantage to defeat a demon. The vampire looked at the hero darkly, and Chuck thought that Count Asura was a monster that he could not even think of fighting. A pop-up notification said that it was time to counterattack the enemy, and the hero tiredly stated that if it were not for the new class quest, he would have given up long ago. The protagonist, angrily staring at his desk, thought that damn action, and asked himself if this was the only vampire so far, wondering in bewilderment if they were really asking him to defeat him. Chuck, fearfully lowering his head, thought that he was too scared, adding to himself that it was natural to be afraid of an enemy that could not be defeated. The hero looked ahead dejectedly and declared that these were just his thoughts, although it seemed that his heartbeat was as steady as ever, adding that if this body was not his, then what did Chuck feel in that case? The hero abruptly stood up from his chair and declared that these pathetic creatures were wasting his precious time. The protagonist looked away menacingly and thought that they would have to be severely punished for such an offense. Chuck slapped himself on the forehead and declared that he knew it, because his hero actually wanted to kill them. The sunlight illuminated the light brick building. The hero sat quietly on the floor and thought that, judging by the search results, Count Asura was in Russia. The hero began to actively type a search query in his phone, thought that first he would go to the magic tower. An image of dark figures appeared against the backdrop of a tall magical tower, and the protagonist thought to himself that he would go there precisely because there was a portal inside the tower, which was full-blown magic that allowed the user to travel anywhere, and added that this was one of the reasons why foreign guilds opened branches here. Chuck calmly turned his gaze to his device. He brought the screen of his phone closer and asked himself if he should call a taxi. The hero looked at his character in surprise, who said that it was time for him to go. Chuck threw on a black cardigan and said that he had already wasted too much time, to which the hero asked him where he was going to go looking like that, because in Russia the temperature was as much as -2 degrees Celsius. The protagonist was dumbfounded, and the hero approved of his actions, saying that he should at least throw on a down jacket. Chuck grabbed a pack of tea bags with his hand. The hero stuffed the tea bags right into the pocket of his black cardigan and declared that he absolutely must not neglect his tea party, to which Chuck ordered him to quickly put on his down jacket, calling him crazy. The journalist was reporting right under the magic tower. The employee, insistently pointing at his comrade, menacingly told him that they did not have time. The journalist, looking animatedly at the crowd, thought about how many reporters had gathered there, and asked his comrade if he really thought that Jayan would really come, to which he replied that new faults had probably appeared in Russia, and the magic tower was right under their noses, asking his comrade then what was the point of flying anywhere by plane. The reporter looked at the departing employee with hope and said that they were rankers, asking if they could use portal magic, to which he replied that there were only a few rankers in the world who could do that, adding that it required a lot of mana. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened at what he saw. The red-haired guy threw his huge weapon right over his shoulder. The man in blue suddenly rushed towards the guild members and said that they had arrived. The guild members made their way through the crowd of reporters, and the journalists vied with each other in asking questions, asking if they were really going to raid the new rift, adding if they were planning to share information with other guilds and why they decided to start before everyone else. One of the journalists, pushing his hand with a microphone through the crowd of journalists, asked the guild master if Jayan had already found a way to defeat Count Asura. The guy in the suit asked the reporters with a disgruntled voice to ask these questions a little later. The red-haired warrior named Jack quickly raised his weapon and confidently declared that he did not know how to defeat this count. The guy in the suit awkwardly raised his hand up, declared that there had never been a time when they entered the rift fully prepared. The reporters filmed what was happening with their large television cameras in surprise, and Jack admitted that they were going into the rift first only to get ahead of their competitors. Jack, looking sternly at the reporters, said that they were not going to share information, and added that everyone said that this was for the sake of saving the world. The reporter looked at the guild member with frozen eyes, and the red-haired warrior said that if they were serious about saving him, then they should challenge the rift and see everything with their own eyes, and not watch from afar. The reporter looked away excitedly and exclaimed that the Shining Guild had appeared and ordered his fellow reporter to grab their equipment. The reporter, persistently running closer to the new guild, asked Ms. Camilla to look here, and kindly asked Rox, the Shining Guild master, to look here for a second, while the system displayed and notified that it was Rox, the Shining Guild master. The man in the black suit looked at Rox excitedly and shouted at him that they would have to walk from here because of the crowd, and the reporters insistently asked him to look at their lenses. The man in the white jacket condescendingly smirked, thinking that it was Jayan, rude as always, and Rox mockingly said that they were just worried. The guild members moved on and the leader thought that all the big guilds were rushing to Korea because of the magic tower and their place was getting lower and lower. Jack looked at the situation with displeasure and thought that they were probably betting a lot on this raid. He leaned over to his comrade and kindly asked him not to worry. The guy in the black jacket put his hand on Jack's shoulder in a friendly way and said that they didn't need to rush and suggested to try to do it slowly and carefully, to which the red-haired guy said that he could always be relied on. He threw his sword over his shoulder and asked what about that guy since he said he would contact him, to which the guy in the suit replied that he was planning to change the terms and call, but suddenly there was an update. Jack looked at his friend with hope and said that that guy was strong, and asked his comrade whether he thought he would go into the rift, or not. The bus was shaking along the road, and the hero wondered if they were meeting in a magic tower. The protagonist was calmly watching a video on his phone. The protagonist, looking at the video intently, wondered how a level 300 player would cope with this, and added that this was already the 100th video about magic. Chuck nodded with satisfaction, thinking that he now fully understood the process. An image of magic spells bursting out of the protagonist's hand appeared, and he thought that magic was activated in 3 stages. First, you need to examine the mana, then interfere with it, and then manifest it. Suddenly, the protagonist's palm caught fire. The guy sitting next to him was amazed, thinking that it was fire. The public bus driver, looking sternly at Chuck in the rearview mirror, shouted that you can't use any spells on the bus, because it's dangerous. The protagonist, confused, put out the fire, said that he didn't think it would work, because he had full control over the flames, and added that he would stop if the passengers were consumed by terror, and thought that he had enough of pretending to be tough. Chuck, calmly looking at the stats, thought that he had learned new skills thanks to the video, saying that he was a little nervous about what they would be, adding that it was useful anyway. Chuck raised his black eyebrows in surprise. The pop-up notification displayed many stats. Chuck, puzzled, squinted, thought that he had no magic skills, although they usually appear in the stats window immediately after you learn them. The bus arrived at the stop, and the protagonist thought that maybe this was some kind of bug. The gray sky was covered with clouds. Rain clouds were gathering over the city. The protagonist looked up. An image of a huge hall with a magic crystal in the middle appeared, and the hero thought that this was the magic tower, or rather, its main hall. The protagonist, squinting thoughtfully, thought that the external appearance was very different from the internal structure. Chuck looked up cautiously. The main character, looking in amazement at the blue magic window, thought that this seemed to be the very portal. The hero stared at the portal, fascinated. Chuck, looking at the portal in amazement, thought it was a strange feeling, as if he could understand portal magic. Chuck reached out his hand to the blue portal and thought, no, it seemed even simpler than the fire magic he used. The employee, accidentally pushing the protagonist right into the portal, shouted for the Jayan Guild to come here, because the analysts would soon hold their meeting here. The guy, confused, turned around, asked if he had pushed someone into the portal and apologized, while Jack angrily shouted at him that he needed to watch where he was going. The red-haired guy, looking at the employee with irritation, said that he was ruining their reputation and suggested firing him, while his assistant named Steven fearfully apologized and explained that the guy looked like Chuck. Jack, looking at his comrade with authority, ordered to begin the briefing, while the assistant readily answered that he definitely had. Steven, pressing the button on the remote control to turn on the presentations, officially explained to the audience that, as they already know, the new faults are in Russia. An image of the diagram appeared, and the hero said that everything looks something like this, adding that this is the outer circle of the fault, the outskirts of the territories, has hundreds of different entrances. The guy in glasses, raising his hand with the remote control up, said that the inner circle of the Count's family's territory has about 30 entrances, and the last, central circle, the fortress of the Count's family, is the abode of Count Asura. The audience looked at the speaker in bewilderment, and Steven seriously said that judging by the analysis of the current and past faults, in the event of a breakthrough, with a high probability, the fortress of Count Asura will appear in their world. Huge magical cracks appeared in the sky above the mountain range. The reporter, professionally addressing the camera, said that he was in Russia near the new fault. This place is already flooded with reporters and players. Kidri, enthusiastically greeting the viewers, exclaimed that he was on the line directly from Russia, adding that he was now near a new rift. Kidri, gesturing animatedly to the camera, said that, as the viewers can see, there are a lot of cracks here, how cold it is. In any case, he, Kidri, will please them with funny content. Kidri persistently suggested that the viewers look at the rift, which is right next to him, while a stranger approached him. Kidri swung at the white-haired stranger and told him to mind his manners. Kidri, looking at his opponent in confusion, said that he found this rift first, while the stranger coldly ordered him to step aside. Chuck, threateningly leaning towards Kidri, warned that while he still had patience, he could still step aside. Kidri, frightened and dumbfounded on the spot, said that he was just cold, and asked to forgive him for his ignorance. Chuck calmly looked at the rift. The protagonist, looking thoughtfully at the rift in the air, said that he had finally come to the rift of the outskirts of the territories, and a pop-up notification informed the hero that these were the outskirts of the territories. The monster's head flew off from its body, and the hero said to himself that he hoped that it would be warmer further on. The girl ran away from the falling body of the monster. Ani, turning around, heard someone desperately screaming, asking her to wait. The girl in the white hat, tiredly catching up, said that she understood that their level was higher than 300, but asked not to run away so quickly, while her comrade indifferently answered that she should forget about it, because it seemed to him that she was simply looking for death, how cold it was. The girl turned around abruptly, and the other character sternly objected that it was not right to speak like that and that he should address her formally, and the first one, agreeing, said okay, while the system, notifying, displayed that it was Ani, level 348, player rank top 100, berserker and part-time leader of the Berserker Guild. Leonie Bellucci, grinning angrily, asked what he said and added that he should stop annoying her. The narrator, commenting, noted that words were pouring out of her mouth that were better censored. The system, solemnly notifying, announced that the hero had entered the territory outskirts rift, adding that the appropriate levels for this were 240 or even 270, and the degree of destruction was 97%. Chuck, looking around, thought that this place was called the territory outskirts. The protagonist shivered and thought it was even colder, adding that it was a good time to hunt, as his rage was boiling up. The blood wolves growled aggressively behind the protagonist and prepared to attack. The system notified that the blood wolves were level 230, and a crowd of wolves pounced on the protagonist, and he worriedly thought that he was only level 67. The system displayed the characteristics and showed that the natural enemy skill was activated, while Chuck sneered and thought that he could win, as he was being met by the Count's dogs. The protagonist looked coldly at the wolves and said that they had chosen the wrong master. The protagonist materialized a sword in his hand. The protagonist sneered and said that he was very kind, so he would help ignorant creatures. Chuck, looking menacingly ahead, promised to give the wolves a taste of the fear of becoming prey. The system suddenly announced that a vampire hunt had begun. The player sat down tiredly over the dead wolf. The red-haired girl cut the monster in half and screamed about how much shit was in them. The bloodied guild members looked at Ani in surprise and suggested that she calm down a bit, and one of the players said that everything was as usual with the girl. The red-haired lady, out of breath, looked at the dead wolf. The animal's bloody muzzle was lying on the ground. The player, tiredly wiping his sweat, said that so many had been killed and they still weren't ending, while his comrade calmly replied, "Come on, not that many." The guy with glasses, frowning in confusion, thought that was strange. The girl, standing thoughtfully in front of the crowd of her comrades, said that these bastards seemed not to feel fear, or rather, did not even know about it. The comrade asked in confusion what she was talking about, while another player sternly warned her not to be rude to her. Ani, hesitantly continuing, said that everything seemed unnatural. The girl, pointing her finger at the rest of the guild, asked if they had ever noticed the wolves whining or howling in pain. The guild member in the white hat honestly admitted that, to tell the truth, she had not noticed such a thing. Ani turned around worriedly at the sounds behind her. A white light appeared behind the rocks, and the girl wondered what kind of howl it was. The player, looking analytically into the distance, said that it was not an ordinary howl, adding that it sounded scared. An image of a snowy forest edge appeared, and a member of the Berserker Guild noted that the wolves had not howled since their attack, and asked what had happened there. Leonie, resolutely running in the direction of the sounds, offered to look and find out, and ordered to follow her, while her comrades confusedly exclaimed that wait, and agreed to move forward. The protagonist pulled the bowstring of his bow. Chuck, concentrating on the arrow, thought that he felt something mana in the tip. The protagonist, critically looking at the magical aura surrounding him, thought that the arrow was not the best, but it was possible to study the mana, interfere with it. The protagonist lit his arrow right in front of his eyes and thought that then he just needed to manifest. Chuck, having successfully used magic, released his fire arrow from his weapon. The wolves carefully moved forward. Chuck confidently released another burning arrow at the enemies. Ani, leaning tiredly against the tree trunk, looked at what was happening. The player, stopping in amazement, asked what it was. The girl looked at the protagonist sitting on the stone and asked what the hell was going on here. Chuck, elegantly sipping tea amidst the flames, was calmly resting. The guy behind, shocked by the scene, exclaimed that it was a fire arrow, a magic skill, and Ani, in turn, menacingly asked who this idiot was. The girl, looking at Chuck with disbelief, asked if the suit and shoes were really in the Rift Raid, clarifying that he was drinking tea amidst the flames. The player, pointing his finger at the protagonist, suggested that maybe he was a streamer. The girl glared at the protagonist, and the player explained that streamers were those who broadcast from rifts, adding that he must have been following some guild and got left behind, while his friend agreed that it sounded plausible, and the girl furiously called the protagonist a dumb bastard. The player, running up to Chuck in concern, shouted that it was dangerous here, adding that civilians had no business here. The hero looked displeased at those who were bothering him. The protagonist continued to calmly sip his tea. The red-haired girl, frowning in offense, asked if the protagonist had ignored her. Ani, angrily jumping up to the protagonist, shouted that if they were talking to him, he should listen. The player, pointing fearfully, warned that something was going on there, calling the guild leader. The girl turned around worriedly, and her comrades shouted at her to run away. A crowd of monsters was approaching the scene, and the hero shouted that there were enemies coming. The players activated their defenses and shouted that there were too many of them, wondering where they even came from. The bloody bandits raised their huge swords. Ani parried the blows of the enemies and ordered her guild to take positions. The heroes activated their protective shields. The player turned to his comrades and shouted a warning to be careful. Most of them were armed. The girl fiercely parried the blows of the monsters and thought that it had gotten better. Ani made many blows with her sword and shouted to her guild to worry about themselves. The player, desperately shouting, said that the enemies were above. The girl calmly looked at the situation. The players, shocked, assessed the situation, exclaimed what the hell was going on here. The bloody bandit pulled the bowstring straight at the heroes. The player, looking anxiously at the opponents, said that there was a whole crowd of them, adding that they were surrounded, and asked the guild leader what they would do. The girl turned around at the protagonist, puzzled, and asked why he was still here. The protagonist looked at the mug of tea and thought that now was not the time for tea, and told himself to run away. A huge monster with a piercing scream was approaching the heroes. The girl looked at the approaching enemy in fear. A cloud of arrows materialized in front of the guild. The protagonist looked at his mug. Chuck, looking tensely at the magical signs, thought that he needed to examine the mana inside the thermos, and then interfere with it and manifest. The protagonist concentratedly thought that in order to use the skill, mana coverage was required, which he would not be able to handle at his level, and in case of a mistake, he would simply turn off when trying to manifest. The boy looked at his mug and thought that if his spell was not a skill, the events would develop differently. The hero was blown by a magical wind. The mug flew up from his hand. A magical aura appeared in the air. The girl raised her hand in front of her in fear. Ani, looking ahead, realized that the danger had passed. The player, looking ahead with alarm, thought why nothing was happening. A huge rock towered in front of the heroes. Ani, looking at the wall in amazement, asked what kind of skill could create a wall of such a size. What was this? Alchemy. She had never heard of such a thing. Chuck, calmly turning around, said that it was not a skill. The girl turned around in surprise, and the boy confidently said that he had not used the skill. The hero, solemnly looking at the girl, said that he had used real magic. The players were chatting animatedly, discussing how to create such a large wall with alchemy. Who is this? Is it really an alchemist? because before they thought that alchemists were ordinary artisans, and wondered where he was from. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that it turns out that you can change the shape of objects if you interfere with mana, adding that this really looks more like alchemy. The players looked back with alarm. The man assessed the situation in surprise. The player, shouting anxiously, warned that enemies were attacking from the other side. The protagonist, grinning ironically, thought that it seemed that tea drinking would have to be postponed. Ani looked resolutely at the protagonist. The player, shouting militantly, ordered to attack and attack them. The girl, sternly addressing Chuck, told him to stay behind them. The protagonist confidently raised his hand to attack. The hero materialized a bow in his hand, and the girl asked if it was really a bow. The player, desperately shouting, said that a healer was needed here. Another player, looking back in fear, realized that he would not have time to dodge. An explosion thundered. The player, shocked at the situation, asked if he really did it with one shot, asking if they had such strong archers in their guild. The protagonist pulled the bowstring again. The girl, looking at him in bewilderment, asked if he was really an archer. The player, puzzled, continued, asking what kind of wall was that, so he was an archer. The protagonist released a burning arrow from his bow. The monster, shocked by the fiery arrow, made a piercing sound. The players looked at what was happening in confusion, and Ani asked herself, wait, a mage? No, with a bow, and alchemy too. The protagonist looked forward desperately, and the girl asked him who he was. The players were animatedly discussing what had happened. The player turned to the leader and said that they had inspected everything, adding that they had found no more enemies. Ani nodded with satisfaction and said that it was a great job. The girl, looking at Chuck with irritation, thought that this bastard was annoying her, because he went into a dangerous rift in such an outfit, and he also couldn't answer questions normally. Chuck was calmly drinking tea, and Ani thought that he didn't look tired at all, that he was keeping it all in. The girl, looking at the protagonist with displeasure, honestly thought that she was embarrassed to admit it, but without him they could have died. Chuck brewed his tea, and the girl thought with embarrassment that he looked good, but she should thank him for his help, because he looked like a rancor, but she didn't remember anyone like him. Chuck continued making tea, and Ani was upset that he would ignore her anyway. The girl shuddered in fear. Leonie, embarrassed by his gaze, wondered why he was staring, asking herself if she had been staring for too long, adding that it was not because she liked him. Leonie, nervously biting her finger, wondered why he was not looking away, probably wanted to invite her for tea, and added that if he shared, she could drink a little. The girl meekly squatted down, and the protagonist called out to her. Ani turned around sweetly and asked what he wanted. Chuck, looking coldly at the girl, said that she could stare as much as she wanted, because his tea was not for her. Ani looked at the hero in shock. Drones cut through the air above the forest. They flew high above the trees. The reporter, turning to the camera in a professional manner, said that this was Arcana today, in Russia, right in front of a new rift. The man looked at the screen in confusion, and the reporter said that he was in Russia, right in front of a new rift, and that the whole world was glued to their screens, because they had never seen a boss of this level before. The girl turned to the reporter and asked if the rift was really called the outskirts of the territories, to which he agreed and added that it was one of 3 that had appeared in this update. An image of a mountain from above appeared, and the guy added that there were hundreds of such rifts, and they needed to be cleared to get to the next level. An image of Dek and his friend appeared, and the reporter said that Jayan and the Shining Ones were clearing them right now, and asked who would be the first. An image of the Shining Ones guild appeared, and the reporter said that the guild that cleared the rifts faster than the others would definitely gain worldwide fame. The man tensed up in front of the screen. A guy with a coffee in his hands looked in and offered the director a cup of coffee. The director told him to come in faster, and the guy asked why it was so dark in there. The man turned to the guy with displeasure and asked what was going on with the rifts. Were there any new videos? And the guy replied that only the Shining Ones were doing it faster than the others. The director drank his coffee and said that they needed to get ready near the rift, because they would take an interview right after they came out, to which the guy replied that it would take them forever. Suddenly, the guy in the hat was taken aback. The reporter said that they would continue, and the guy ran past him. The reporter, embarrassed, turned away and said that the director's assistant ran in front of the camera, probably because he needed to go to the toilet. The director climbed out of his tent and enthusiastically shouted that they had cleared it. The first rift had been cleared, ordering them to run after it. The reporter asked uncertainly who did it, to which the director replied that he did not know. There were many trees, it was not visible from the drone. An image of snow falling in the forest appeared, and the reporter shouted for everyone to run faster. The guy ran quickly through the forest. He suddenly turned around uncertainly. The director asked what he saw, and asked if he filmed it, and asked which guild it was, Jayan or the Shining Ones. The guild members came out of the rift, and the director received the answer that it was Berserker. The reporter asked incredulously, could it really be Berserker, who only had 32nd place in the ranking? The heroes began to move through the forest, and the reporter, confirming the information, said that yes, it was them. Ani was here, and added that he sent the video, because Berserker cleared out the first. The reporter, looking at the screen in amazement, asked if they really passed the territory outskirts, because the shining ones were only in the middle. Chuck adjusted his tie, and the reporter said that these guys seemed to be almost unharmed. The reporter, puzzled, pointed at the protagonist, asked if he was Korean. What? Berserk is a European guild, and where did he come from? The reporters, running animatedly to the scene, shouted that here, this is the Blue Rift, the first cleanup. The director pressed the headphones to his ear, and the reporter said that other reporters were running here, and said that he would try to get an interview, to which the director said that he did not understand what happened. Chuck languidly turned his head, and the reporter politely apologized. The reporter, persistently addressing the protagonist, asked if he could interview him, since he looked like a Korean, and asked what his connection was with the Berserker Guild, specifying what happened inside the rift. He came out of the one that was cleared, while Chuck coldly ordered him to step back. The reporter looked ahead in confusion and apologized. The protagonist, with a menacing glare, added that he should step back before his patience ran out. The hero began to move forward, while the reporter exclaimed in fear that he was frozen. The reporters enthusiastically surrounded the main characters, calling Ani for a few words, since she is the leader of Berserk. The reporters congratulated the guild on their first cleanup, adding that no one expected it to be them, and asked how they felt, specifying whether there were any differences from other rifts. The guy, tiredly turning to the annoying reporters, told them to calm down a little, and the girl said that she was not giving comments. The player, perplexed, turned to Ani, asked her if he could answer questions, to which the girl resolutely replied that they should ask that bastard questions. The reporters held out their microphones, and the guild member excitedly objected, since they were the first to clean up, and they should at least answer questions. The girl, angrily looking ahead, said that she had nothing to say, since that idiot pisses her off, since he was the one who went through the rift and cleaned everything. Ani looked around and asked where he went, to which the guy with glasses replied that the protagonist had already left. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and the player explained that Chuck said they needed to go home for a while, to which the girl was loudly surprised. The crowd stood and someone was perplexed that he just up and left. The red-haired girl raised her hands and shouted that she gave up and wanted to give him the interview, and he just up and left, and added that it was a big part of clearing the rift first. The crowd asked Ani to calm down, because the protagonist probably had an important reason. The man looked at the blue glow, and in the background, a girl shouted that there could be no important reason to refuse an interview that would change the value and status of the guild. The guy turned the camera and shouted that a blue rift had appeared. The group looked in one direction and they realized that this was the second clearing. The squad exited the rift and everyone realized that this was the Jayan Guild. Jack is standing with a sword and someone asks him for a comment. The man is standing in front of the red-haired man and congratulating him on second place. Ani is standing in front of his squad and Jack realizes that they weren't the ones who cleared the rift first. The girl leaned over and said something. The crowd looks at Ani and is shocked, trying to figure out what she said and if it was recorded. The Jayan Guild camp. Two guys are eating noodles. The girl leaned over and said that Jayan isn't the only strong guild in Korea. Steven looks at the screen and can't believe that she could say such a thing, and Jack adds that she glanced at him and said that crap. The bespectacled guy is stirring his noodles and is surprised to think that those were their first words after clearing the rift, and how they were able to overtake them at all, and remembers the girl's words that Jayan isn't the only strong guild in Korea. The man hands the noodles to the man in front of him and shouts what could be so good about this berserker, and who else can compare to Jayan, and adds that he has lost his appetite because of all this. Steven is sitting on the couch and says that Uni met someone strong in the rift, from Korea. Jack thinks it might be the Mythology Guild. The man leans over in rage because of Steven's words that mythology is still in the rift, and tries to understand who she was talking about then. The guy with glasses looks ahead and tries to figure out who can be stronger than the Jayan Guild, and he remembers only one person. The sun shines on the building. Water falls on the guy. The protagonist stretches out his arms and says that a hot shower is the best, and adds that moments like these are what make life worth living. The protagonist wipes his face with a towel and thinks that it would be nice to lie down. Chuck is standing behind his character and asked if this is what he thought. The guy holds a pipidaster in his hands and says that a lot of dust settled in the house while they were gone, to which the protagonist asks him to at least rest a little. Water drips from the tap. Chuck drinks tea, and the protagonist says with surprise that this crazy guy also cooked food. Chuck opened the system window. The hero, touching his chin with his hand, assessed the loot and summarized that nothing useful fell out. The guy raised his finger and noted that the level went up by 19 units. The protagonist sat down on the floor and said with disappointment that it was not that much for clearing a high-level rift. The guy looks ahead and understands that it was dangerous. Chuck took a stance. The hero realized that magic requires less mana than skills and adds that only thanks to this he could use it many more times. Chuck stands with tea and notes that his mana regeneration is too slow. The guy raised his hand, and the protagonist realizes that they did not have the right equipment, and remembers that the Demon Hunter is a class with advantages that do not concern skills. The protagonist touched his chin and thinks that if it were not for that group, it would have been difficult, and adds that he would have thanked them if he knew who they were. Chuck sits on the floor and says that he is weak. The protagonist looked away in horror and remembered that his character could not just accept it. If someone underestimates him, he proves it wrong. If he is overestimated, he becomes better and makes the overestimation a reality. Chuck looks gloomily, and the hero does not understand why he remembered that passage. The protagonist raised his head and said that the next goal would be the Count's territory. The protagonist got up from the floor and said that there was no time to relax and added that he cannot rely on magic alone and that combat skills are necessary. The protagonist looks at Chuck in surprise, who says that he has found an object suitable for research. Ani runs with a sword, and the protagonist remembers that other players were fighting nearby, and the most noticeable was a girl with short hair and 2 blades and wants to try to repeat her movements. The guy stretched out his hand forward and asked Chuck to stop right now. Chuck looks at the system window with the task and says that there is no escape from the base. The guy stands with a plate in his hands and says that he will start training only after washing the dishes. The moon illuminates the city. The blonde guy runs along the bridge. Chuck runs, and in his headphones, the radio host says that despite the late hour, there are a lot of listeners. The guy stops, and the host interrupts for urgent news. A man in glasses is sitting at the table and says that at the moment 95% of the outskirts of the territories have been cleared and that the territories of the Count's family will soon become available. The second man raised his hand and added that according to the information received, the progress of the destruction of this rift suddenly jumped to 60%, although it is not even open yet. The guy is holding a selfie stick, and the host continues to broadcast that at this rate the rift may soon be broken through and experts are very worried about it. Jack is holding the monitor with one hand. The man is clutching a toothbrush in his hands and does not understand where these 60% came from and how this is even possible. Steven adjusted his glasses and explains that the time for clearing is reduced if there are strong monsters in the rift. The guy looks at the monitor, and Jack says that the monsters have really become so strong, to which Steven adds that more information is needed. People are standing next to a snow-covered tent. Arcana today's camp. The man slams his hands on the table and shouts that there must be a reason and that monsters cannot become stronger so suddenly. The guy in the hat is sitting at the table and says that they will not even know the reasons if even the guilds have not figured it out, and the man adds that they need to find out about them. The black-haired man presses his hand to his head and notes that this is no longer a question of the company's success. The monsters are standing on human corpses. The man says that if the rift opens, the monsters will get out and then all the players and civilians will die. The hand holds a phone with the news. Chuck stands and understands that this has never happened before, so it is logical that they do not understand anything. The guy looks ahead and adds that this information was only an action and they should hurry. The man and the wolf stand between 2 outstretched hands. Chuck says that vampires are creatures that share power with the help of blood. Count Asura divided his power between the monsters of the outskirts of the territories, and after the death of the monsters, it began to return to him. The protagonist opened the door and continued that Asura began to pour the returned power into the monsters of the Count's family's territory, and that is why they became stronger, and the progress of destruction accelerated. The hero touched his chin with his hand. The protagonist looked ahead and began to think about the raid on the Count's territory. Chuck stood up and said that there was a chance that the rift called the Count's family fortress would immediately collapse after the raid began. The protagonist raised his hand and said that Count Asura was not worthy of the title, so just Asura. Chuck stretched his hand to the guy, and he added that an aristocrat never takes away what he gave to others. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he would become a judge of Asura, who tarnished the honor of the nobles. The protagonist stretches his hands to the guy and says that this is all cool and asks when they will go to bed. Chuck looks straight and adds that they will get enough sleep only after death. The territory of the Count's family, suitable levels 350 to 400. The purple crack is widening. Meanwhile, in front of the rift in the territory of the Count's family, the young man cleared his throat. Michael raised his hand and greeted the viewers and added that he was now in Russia. A squad of warriors is in the ice. The guy continues to say that the degree of destruction of the rift has reached 70%, and there are less than 5 hours left until the breakthrough, and continues that the clock is 3:48, and even at such an early hour, many guilds have gathered in front of the rifts. Michael shows a notebook. The viewers of the stream are bored. The guy shows a diagram and claims that an interesting fact is that, unlike the outskirts of the territories, where there were more than 200 rifts, in the territory of the Count's family there are only 30 entrances, which is much less. He turns the notebook to the next page and states that since there are fewer passages, several guilds will be competing for one rift. Michael explains that experience and loot are distributed depending on each person's contribution, so it is important which guilds enter one rift. Stefan passes by the guy. The young man continues to say that they can see a competition between 2 guilds. The hooded boy begins to look for Stefan. The brown-haired guy greets his guildmates. A squad of warriors stands. The archer says that he has finally arrived. Jack asks if he learned anything new. Stefan extends his hand and says that he tried, but competition cannot be avoided because there are too few rifts, to which the red-haired guy replies that he thinks everything will be fine if they are not shining ones. The young man adjusts his glasses and tells the other man not to worry because they went north, and that they might encounter the United Skies, adding that there is a chance that they will fight for first place. Stefan stands and says that the Berserker is going with the second son and the Bohemian. Jack asks what really three, and the young man with brown hair answers that they were noticed after the fastest clearing. Michael asks the viewers not to leave the stream. A man approaches the squad. The red-haired man turns his head and tells them to look at these scoundrels. Sean and his guild approach the squad. They are asked what they are doing here. A notification appears that this is the Inazuma Guild, rank 4. The guy smirks and claims that it was a coincidence that Jayan is right in front of their rift. A notification appears that says that this is a magic spearman, the head of the Inazuma Guild. Michael looks from behind a rock and asks if it's Sean from the Inazuma Guild. Jack turns and says that they insisted on not setting up a branch in Korea and asks how the flight went, to which Sean replies that it's better to fly for half a day than to try to set up a branch there. The red-haired man smiles and asks if they're going to enter. The blue-haired guy grins and clarifies that they want to try to stop that. The rivals raise their weapons. Michael beams with happiness and thinks that this is no longer a joke, and what if he's the only streamer? A crowd of people with cameras rushes past, shouting that Inazuma and Jayan are going into the same rift, adding that it will be a competition. Someone asks if that's true. They run up to the squad and shout that the Shining and United by the Heavens are working in one place, and here are Jayan and Inazuma, adding that the purges will be insane. Stefan holds out his hand and states that he understands Jack's feelings. But the main problem is the destruction of the rifts, adding that if they compete with them, they will all lose. He opens his eyes and hears that Inazuma is in 4th place, and Jayan is the losers, who are in 5th. The youth looks ahead and hears that this is also a battle between guild leaders, and that Sean is in 6th place, and Jack is far behind in 11th, and that it will be interesting to see the confrontation between Korea and Japan. Jack stands and says Stefan's name. The hero says that since they came here, it would be stupid to leave. He makes an obscene gesture and states that they will tear them to pieces. Jack holds his hand forward and says that it is time to begin. A notification appears that Jayan and Inazuma have entered the Eastern Rift. A reporter holds a microphone and states that an unexpected development has occurred. Drones fly in the air. The reporter continues to say that Jayan and Inazuma entered the same rift, and clarifies that these are two guilds that are known for their long-standing feud. A radar appears. The 5th guild, Jayan, is from Korea, and the 4th, Inazuma, is from Japan. Jack pushes Joe. From the ranks and nationality component attracts a lot of attention to the competition. The radar displays information. The reporter reports that the northern rifts were left with 1st and 2nd place, Shining and United Skies, in the southern rift, number 30, Berserker, number 7, the second son, and number 3, Bohemian are observed, and concludes that in the meantime, the destruction rate has reached 80%, causing fear and anxiety in people around the world. Chuck sits in the destroyed building and drinks tea. A notification appears stating that he is in the territory of the Count's family. The man holds a cup and muses that in the last rift he realized that he could be left without mana, and that it was dangerous. He lowers the cup and says that he is looking for a way to use it more effectively. Chuck begins the magical transformation of the cup and says that the result is that magic based on the skills of alchemists allows you to give objects any shape. The cup breaks into pieces. The man continues to reason that he used the stone from which he made the cup and the table. Blue light illuminates the table. The man thought that the more parts he creates, the more mana consumption becomes. He looked at his hand and continued to think that therefore it is not very useful in battle, as if he was trying to bite off a piece that he cannot swallow. An armed squad approaches the hero from behind. Chuck continues to think that there is one more thing that he realized. Orcs are approaching. A notification appears stating that these are Count Asura's soldiers. The guy stretched out his hand towards them and asked if this was all the power the Count had given them. He cast a spell and said that they were worthless. Stones flew over the orcs. Chuck bowed his head and said that they should return to dust. He clenched his fist. A pile of stones covered the entire squad, and the hero thought that when he used the return to the original state, the mana consumption was minimal. The guy stood with an outstretched fist and said that he would call the spell reverse magic, after which the protagonist asked why add so much pathos. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the Count's territory, the orcs were standing against the backdrop of tall columns. The soldier turned around. Jack struck. The soldiers prepared to attack. One of them rushed at the hero. Jack smiled. He pulled the sword out of the ground. The guy struck with a backhand. Jack and his squad stood in the middle of the corpses. Jack looked ahead and thought that there were only a few of them. On the way to the place they killed no more than 10, and that was too few. A hooded figure appears and reports to Jack that Inazuma is in the same situation. Emma removes her hood and states that it doesn't look like they had that many more monsters. Jack asks if that's the case with them too. A group of warriors approaches. The figure states that they started out in different directions and still didn't meet anyone, asking how that's possible. Sean turns to Jack, who turns his head. The Inazuma Guild Master looks away slightly and says that it's very peaceful there, asking if they think the same. The mage turns away and asks if they're on his tail, and Jack asks why Sean is talking to him like they're old friends. The spearman approaches the barbarian and states that he has no idea why he hates him so much, adding that he's upset to the point of wanting to kill him, to which the boy offers to try. Jack hears Stefan calling out to him through an earpiece. The guy with red hair raises his hand. The programmer says that he has almost finished analyzing the rift and asks to clarify the location, to which the leader replies that they are in the ruins of the square. The group of heroes stands. The guy clarifies whether he means the city square, and Jack answers in the affirmative, and then asks what is wrong. The guy looks at the laptop and shouts for them to get out of there immediately. The leader looks around. His face distorts, and he groans. A squad of Count Asura's level 350 knights is approaching. He turns to them and is surprised that these are not just soldiers, but knights and curses. The red-haired guy holds a weapon in his right hand and shouts that there are enemies all around. The dark-haired man holds a spear behind his back and thinks that this means cavalry. Jack says that everyone should prepare for battle. The young man with red eyes gritted his teeth and said to himself that the riders on the plain are becoming much stronger, and added that even with tanks on the front line, they will be defeated and he does not know what to do. Sean stands behind Jack and tells him that the long-haired guy will have to cover him. The riders fly into the attack and the guy in red armor screams that there are also enemies behind. Two guys and their partners stand surrounded by riders and the young man with red eyes said that they are approaching from all sides. Jack frowned and analyzed to himself that these riders caused huge damage even to the guilds united by heaven, and it is impossible to fight them on the plain. It is necessary to lure them into a narrow alley. Sean asks if they should retreat. The rider swings his sword. The red-haired warrior does not know where to retreat. The long-haired guy holds the sword with both hands in front of him. A fighter in red armor struck the riders. Jack and his fighters are surprised by what they saw and the red-haired guy does not understand what it is. A bright beam shines among the rocks. The head of the Jain Guild does not understand what it is, a rock or a pillar. Stefan's younger brother clenched his teeth and wonders who this is. A man in a black cloak walks towards the fighters. Stephen, holding his hand on his laptop, finds out about this man and is surprised. The red-haired guy glances to the side. The man in the suit adjusts his hair. The fair-haired guy glances to the left, and one of the fighters asks himself that this is Chuck. Michael smiles and greets his audience. The young man in the green jacket holds a magnifying glass in his left hand and tells his viewers that he was a little late while he went to the toilet, and offered to continue following the Jain Guild. Through the magnifying glass, the stream host looks out for traces of movement and suspects that these were left by Jain. Michael holds a magnifying glass in his left hand and is surprised. A young man in brown gloves holds a phone in front of him on a selfie stick and is pleased that his viewers still know more than he does. Hearing some sounds, he turns around. The streamer rushed forward and said that he is right now. Jack and Sean look up in surprise. Guildmaster Jain stands in front of the fighters and says that there are stone pillars all over the battlefield. The dark-haired guy glances at Chuck and thinks what kind of monster this is. The man in the suit put his right hand in front of him and reasons that without a single movement, with one spell, the entire field was covered in stones. Sean frowned and thought about how much magic the fair-haired guy has, especially in pants and shoes, without any military equipment. Chuck looked straight ahead. The dark-haired guy added to himself, "Who is he anyway?" One of the fighters holds a sword and calls the master. The horsemen charge forward and the man in iron armor says that the enemy is breaking through the stone pillars. Jack looks straight ahead in surprise. A crowd of warriors passes among the stone pillars. The red-haired guy notices that the stone pillars immobilize the horsemen. Stefan's younger brother grabbed his face with his hand. The head of the Jain Guild removes his hand from his face and says that they will save words of gratitude for later. A notification pops up that the barbarian's unique skill, Berserk, increases attack power and reduces damage. The rider holds the horse by the belt. Jack swings his sword and says that with this skill he can resist them. The attack of the long-haired guy flies right between the rider's eyes. The blow of the head of the Jain Guild flies in different directions. Sean takes his weapon aside and says that this is their chance to sweep away everyone in their path. The fighters attack the horsemen. Sweat runs down Michael's face. The fair-haired guy's hand is covered in a blue aura. The young man in the green jacket thinks that that some awesome support or mage appeared. Chuck extends his right hand forward. The streamer thinks that it is something more. The protagonist squeezes the fingers of his right hand. The broadcaster says that it is reverse magic. The stone pillars are enveloped in a blue aura. The young man in the hood is shocked that the fair-haired guy single-handedly confronts the entire cavalry. Michael holds the phone on a tripod and asks the viewers if everyone saw this and adds that he does not understand whether this is happening in reality or not. The guy in the suit, standing over the defeated enemy, puts his hand to his cloak. Chuck takes out a dagger enveloped in a blue aura. The protagonist, holding the dagger, looks down. The blonde guy's cloak flutters in the wind and the guy in the suit says that he feels sorry for the durability points. The guy in the cloak glances down. The blonde man holds a dagger that is covered in a blue aura and thinks about what would happen if he changed the dagger's mana and gave it a different shape, and then returned it to its original state. Then maybe the durability would be restored. An image of a stone turning into a cup and vice versa appears, and Chuck continues to reason that when he turned the stone into a cup, an ordinary stone turned into a very durable cup, and then he gave it its original form, and the cup turned back into an ordinary stone with no durability. The protagonist glances at the dagger and says that if the transformation can actually restore the original state, a sign appeared that said that the silver stiletto has low durability, but is capable of delivering a fatal blow to an opponent. Blood splashes. The guy in the suit thinks that it is quite possible that the window that said the level up flew out. Chuck restored the dagger to its original appearance, and was glad that the durability was really at the same level and now he doesn't have to pay for repairs. Jack, holding the sword in his hand, glanced to the side. The fair-haired guy is drinking tea against the background of happy fighters. One of the warriors tells the red-haired guy about this man, to which the head of the guild, Jayan, puts his hand to his face and declares that he knows and heard. Sean, with a grin on his face, turned his head to the side. Stefan's younger brother says that when he saw him in person, greed woke up in him, and adds that he can't let him go, especially now that the guys from Inazuma saw him. The protagonist holds a cup in his hand and thinks that 10 against 0 is great, and then concludes that he needs to think about it, and there is nothing more to add. The guy in the suit looked away after hearing someone's voice from behind. Michael walked up to the protagonist and greeted him, then added that he was running the channel. The blonde guy looked down. The streamer asked him if he could do an interview. The dark-haired guy smiled and asked the blonde guy to listen. A group of people walked up to Chuck and complimented him, asking if he was Korean or Japanese, if he was in a guild, and if not, what about their guild. People were asking the blonde guy his name, if he fought alone, when Jack pushed them away to approach the guy. The red-haired guy extended his hand to the person in front of him, said hello, and said that he had heard a lot about this guy, and added that he was Jack, who was in the Jayan guild. Jack said that he had recently sent the hero a message about working with Jayan, to which the hero, raising his hand to his head, said that he did not observe the basic rules of etiquette. The guy who extended his hand was dumbfounded. A group of people looked at him with surprised looks. Jack and Chuck look at each other. The blonde guy holds his bangs. The mysterious player does not answer questions due to lack of etiquette. Someone saw the news, which says that Rox has reached level 400. Isabella played a very important role. The mysterious player does not answer questions. The Shining Guild base. People are sitting at the table. Rox is looking at the screen. He turned his head and asked his comrades what they thought it was. Sylvia smiled slightly and replied that she did not know, because she was an archer, so she did not understand anything about it. Fred replied that no matter how many times he asked, he still did not know. Rox looks at the screen. The red-haired woman tells him that a handsome guy like him can't understand that she barely got a date, and they've been stuck here for hours, and asks that she has to sacrifice her personal life for some freak. The blonde guy on the screen summoned a dagger. Sylvia looked at the screen and said that this guy is not bad and he should be invited to the guild. Fred cried and shouted that Rox was just jealous, that he hoped to be the first to clear the county, and now everyone is only talking about this guy. Fred said that they are already shown on the news too much, that the boss wants too much. Sylvia added that this happens all the time when newcomers appear. The guy in armor put his head on his hand. The girl said that they are deliberately pretending to be a star to increase ratings and views, while Rox smiled because of his interest in the guy. After that, Fred and Sylvia said goodbye and left. They walked through the snowy forest. Rox looked at the screen carefully. Someone entered the guild base and asked what was going on. Isabella approached the head of the Shining Guild and said that there was something unusual on the screen. She lifted her hat and said that it was similar to magic but different. Rox turned and said that it turns out that she can be surprised. The girls stared at the screen. She smiled and said that Chuck is a funny guy. Berserk Guild base. The Berserk Guild members look at her with surprised looks. The girl threw a rag at the dark-haired man and said that she told him that this guy is not just a player. Chuck was looking at the camera on the TV. The unknown girl asked what they answered her, to which the man replied that she should calm down and cover herself with a blanket so as not to catch a cold, to which he heard the answer that she was going to beat everyone up now. Inazuma Guild base. Sean put the phone to his ear and was told, "Why?" He smiled and someone continued to say that since this happened, it was necessary to get Chuck, to which Sean replied that he would definitely complete the task. The guy with dark hair adjusted his headphones and said that they had listeners again today. Rox smiles and waves. The guy with short hair says that after the rift, the county where the Shining and United by Heaven guilds met was cleared, that the Shining were the first to clear the dungeon without any incidents. One of the teams is sitting by the fire. The guy with glasses continues to say that the Count's Citadel remains next, that the rift is currently 72%, that players from all over the world have gathered here and are preparing to begin the action. One of the team members leaned his sword on his shoulder. The dark-haired guy continues to report that this time the rift is quite dangerous, that the players are feeling nervous, which has not been observed before. Tall buildings are burning in the city center. The guy continues to say that the rift of the Citadel can lead to the complete destruction of Russia. A mysterious force rises to the moon. The dark-haired guy said that they can only wish good luck to the players. Chuck holds the phone in his hand. The guy talks about today's news about the players. The guy with silver hair adjusts his tie. The dark-haired guy asks people to look at the shot of Chuck standing in a long coat with a business suit underneath, indicating a complete lack of weapons. The other news anchors looked at him in surprise and said that indeed, there was no equipment visible on his arms, neck or behind his ears, that this guy probably needed magic items to fight like that on the battlefield. Chuck looks at him with a serious look, and the anchors say that maybe he has some hidden techniques. That's why he didn't use equipment. The young guy looked at his phone and said to himself that he doesn't have any. That's why he didn't put anything on. The young anchor raised his hand and said that it was impossible to believe that Chuck installed stone pillars with just a movement of his fingers, and asked everyone to listen to the opinion of the expert Jacob. The rift specialist put the microphone to his mouth and started saying that he assumed that Chuck had immobilized the opponents and immediately changed the landscape, thus saving the Jain Guild in Inazuma, and the guy said to himself that he simply had nothing else to do. Chuck, pressed against the wall, stands calmly. Jacob continued saying that he calmly watched the guilds, thus saying that now it was the guild's turn to show what they were capable of. The rift specialist added that it was amazing to worry about the lives of other players in such a dangerous situation, and Chuck said to himself that he simply ran out of magic powers, so he let the other guilds attack. The silver-haired guy turned around. His second personality said to himself that it was good that they didn't say anything about his bad character and lack of manners, that then he remembered the trophies that he managed to get. A strange aura emanates from the necklace. The guy continued that these are rare items that he is holding in his hands for the first time. Chuck looks at the necklace and says to himself that such items are called demonic, that if you remove the curse, there is a chance that the effect will appear, that in other words, it is a lottery, and thought that there is too much difference between the probability of good options appearing and spending money to remove the curse, so most players throw away such items. The guy pressed the system panel and thought that there is another way to use cursed items. The guy looked thoughtfully and remembered the exorcism skill, that it is one of the demon hunter skills, making a sacrifice during an exorcism session. Chuck, cutting the enemy with a dagger, added that usually such a skill was used to attack demons without harming the one he possessed. The mysterious necklace releases a red glow, and the guy added that if there is a victim, everything happens differently, that an invitation to the demon is carried out into your mind. Chuck smirked and thought that it was similar to the method that demons themselves use on people, that there is, of course, a chance that the demon will enter the body if the psychological strength indicators are low, but it can help him in the battle. The phone vibrates. The guy looked at the phone in confusion and thought why Steven was calling him. He took the phone and wondered if it was because he was rude to them in the past. Chuck wrote a message, thinking that if he picked up the phone, they would grumble at him, especially since he had urgent matters. The guys look at the screen in surprise. The phone is lying down. Chuck sent a message. One of the guys said that this had already happened, and then added that this was some kind of déjà vu. Jack turned his gaze back. His assistant said that the rift was not cleared yet. The red-haired guy looks at the screen and said that he wanted to apologize for his behavior and offer normal conditions. Jack looked away from the screen. Chuck stands surrounded by people. The red-haired guy says that etiquette was not observed. They answered that he is right. It was more like a bazaar. The fair-haired guy frowned, tired because of the use of magic, but the guys thought that he was shaking with anger. Jack took the phone in his hand and said that nothing can be done, since he does not answer the phone, that now the Count of Asura is more important. He began to scroll through the news and asked what the percentage of destruction was, whether this percentage reached 83. He was told that they have 10 minutes, and then they can begin preparing to penetrate inside. The room began to shake. Jack quickly turned and asked where this earthquake was coming from. The assistant looked anxiously. Sounds about breaking news were coming from the TV. A mysterious force is blazing around the castle. The news said that there was a sudden rift in the Count's citadel, that at the stage of 80% of destruction, for unknown reasons, a sudden rift occurred, that Russia urgently recommends that ordinary citizens leave the surrounding areas. Wounded people are sitting on the ground. The news says that this is an emergency, that after the rift, the Count's citadel appeared on Russian territory, that the number of dead is more than 200 people. People are fearfully looking at the sky. The news continues to say that the United States and the European Union advise Russia to close the borders. An incomprehensible creature was guarding the entrance to the castle. Jack said that this is the Count's citadel. The players stood in fear. Chuck looked towards the castle and said that it did happen after all. The people turned their gaze towards the guy and said that this is not the same one shown on television. Chuck went to meet the enemy. The mysterious creature sat in an expectant pose. The guy looked at the enemy with disgust and said that this is some kind of lousy statue. Chuck entered the territory of the Count's citadel. Chuck stood right in front of the stone gargoyle, while the others said that he entered the territory of the Count's citadel. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the boy noted that this is some kind of lousy statue. Being right in front of the entrance to the demon aristocrat's estate, the protagonist asked that this is really called a citadel. With displeasure looking straight ahead, Chuck stated that although this is luxury for a lousy vampire, while his inner voice thought that after all, the fortress of the Cloudy clan from his dark past was 10 times larger, and even if this is not his personal home. Hearing all this, the stone monster was very angry. The boy looked straight at him menacingly, while inside he was scared and realized that he heard these words. Immediately after that, the gargoyle rushed towards him. The wounded knight and watched this and were very scared. not understanding why the statue moved. While they watched the demonic monster swinging its blade, they said that this man was in danger, because it was a huge statue more than 10 meters, and they needed to help him. While the warriors thought that they should run, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead. A moment later, the gargoyle was about to strike him directly with its sword. Noticing this, Chuck made a gesture with his fingers. Then the stone monster was instantly destroyed, which greatly stunned the others. The members of the Shining Guild watched everything that was happening from the side, stunned. Looking ahead, Sylvia asked what the sounds were, while Fred noted that they were coming from the citadel. The red-haired woman folded her arms across her chest, noting that it sounded very similar to the sounds in the video. They were then very scared when Jessie flew up with magic, asking where she was going, because they were going inside, so there was no need to make unnecessary movements. At this time, the sorceress created magical platforms and bounced off them, while her allies continued to call out to her. At this time, the wounded knights were very dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. Looking straight at Chuck, who had the remains of a stone statue in front of him, the warriors could not believe that he had just smashed this monster with one blow. The boy was adjusting his tie, saying that the materials, quantity, and depth of even its shape were some kind of lousy statue, and wondered why they even put such trash in the center of the garden, and his inner voice noted that it was good that it was just a stone, because he had already broken so many of them that this one was quite light, and he did not understand whether he was responding too harshly. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, hearing an unknown cry there. At the same time, the knights ran past him, saying that the guard was destroyed, so this was their chance to go inside. At this time, Chuck was looking straight at the system notification window, while his inner voice thought that the murder of the guard was some kind of signal, and their fighting spirit suddenly rose. In this very notification from the system, there was information about the discovery of a class quest, where it was necessary to feel the fear of the victim, and the boy who saw this was very surprised. After stating that there was no time to think, the protagonist walked forward, and his inner voice wondered if this was the condition for entering the citadel, and did not understand what the victim's fear meant. Then Chuck walked straight into the Count's palace, and his inner voice suggested that he think first, because he would not be caught so easily, asking how he was going to feel fear, because Count Arthur was level 430, and he was only 100, to which he replied that he was a demon hunter. Hearing such an answer, the boy's essence did not understand what would happen next, while he confidently looked straight ahead. Finding himself in the middle of an unknown room, the protagonist assumed that this was a banquet hall. Suddenly, Chuck noticed something in front. Right on the wall, he saw paintings depicting a vampire. While his inner essence trembled with fear, the boy said that something was wrong with these portraits. At this time, in another place, someone slammed his sword directly onto the floor. It was Jack, who was looking ahead with displeasure, and the system was notifying that the Count's stronghold was currently being infiltrated by the Jain Guild. Standing right in the middle of the incomprehensible room, the red-haired man was very displeased, and his older brother was asking if he was okay. While healing magic was being used on him, the guild leader replied that everything was fine, and it was just a little difficult to breathe. Looking straight at the paintings hanging on the walls, Jack noticed that after they entered this corridor with portraits, he felt like someone was watching him. When the red-haired man added that he felt like one of those fucking demons was watching him, Steven, who heard this, was very surprised. A moment later, the commander of the operation said that the problem was in the portraits of demons, which greatly stunned the members of his guild. Hearing him, the barbarian ordered all the paintings to be burned, when suddenly the sorcerers used their magic circles of fire. In a moment, everything around was illuminated in a green glow, and Guildmaster Jayan noticed that it became much easier. Looking at the screen of his laptop, his older brother noted that he was thinking why most of the players had gone back before, and realized that this castle was full of traps. Then he added that the statues, portraits and furniture, absolutely all of this gave a strange feeling, and now he understood why the Shining Guild did not enter through the main entrance, while Jack, who was listening to him, grinned maliciously, thinking that the level of the dungeon was not a joke. Staring menacingly ahead, the red-haired man thought that no matter how barbarians they were, vulnerable to the features of his class, but even at the entrance there was already such pressure from some paintings. Looking at the dark corridor directly in front of him, Guildmaster Jayan wondered what awaited them ahead. At this time, Chuck seriously looked straight ahead, talking about the portraits. A moment later, he walked forward with an angry expression, saying that they were simply awful, and asking how one could still have dinner surrounded by such ugliness, noting that one must have a good appetite for this, and his inner voice thought that he was being too harsh. Looking to the side, the boy concluded that the statues were also pathetic in appearance, and he felt sorry for the stone that had become such ugliness, wondering why there were so many useless portraits there, because it was already some kind of disease. Clutching his head, the protagonist added that the structure of the castle was also just a nightmare, and too many all sorts of passages and branches, and even a dead end at the end of the corridor, and if at least a little brain activity was used before building the castle, then this man's head was given to him for the sake of balance and decoration, and his original personality. Listening to all this, asked if he really came to a real estate office. Suddenly, Chuck noticed something right in front of him. The boy stood right in front of the stairs that led up. Then the protagonist grinned maliciously, suggesting that it seemed to be there. Looking straight at the huge door, Chuck stated that a foul smell was coming from there. Immediately after that, the boy climbed the stairs, while his true self thought that according to the diagram, this was the center of the citadel, and his grand fell intuition was telling him something. The protagonist continued to slowly climb up, realizing that this was where Count Arthur was. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, Chuck thought that, judging by the silence around, the other players had not yet managed to get inside. At that moment, Jessie appeared right above his head, saying that she had found him. Smiling widely, the girl with green eyes noted that she had seen his amazing magic. The protagonist at that moment looked straight at her with displeasure. Holding her hat, the witch asked that it was him. Watching everything that was happening, Chuck's inner voice could not believe that she was hanging in the air. The boy thought that he simply had no words, and someone was nagging him to save magic, and someone was using it like pouring water, and Jessie was smiling widely, saying that she was very curious, and she could not stand it anymore, asking what kind of skill it was, because she had watched that video with him so many times in a row, but she could not understand. Then the girl with green eyes declared that there were no such magical skills that she did not know, and asked to tell about this wonderful magic, while the protagonist simply silently lowered his head lower. Suddenly looking straight at the witch, Chuck said about etiquette. Immediately after that, the boy put his hand right on Jessie's shoulder, which she was very surprised by. Lowering her to the ground, the protagonist asked her to behave decently. With his menacing gaze directed forward, Chuck explained that this was the foundation that everyone who wanted to learn something had to adhere to. Looking straight at him, the green-haired girl was surprised. In an instant, her expression changed to one of fear. At the same time, the boy felt the approach of dark red energy. In an instant, the door up the stairs opened, and an unknown person appeared there. Chuck quickly turned around to see a notification from the system that the natural enemy skill had been activated. At the same time, the demon count was furiously staring straight ahead, asking who dared to disturb his sleep, and whether they were some kind of humans. Calling them stupid, vile creatures, the vampire releases his internal energy. Noticing the enemy, Jessie immediately took out her magic staff and did not understand why Arthur appeared there and was emitting such a powerful pressure, asking Mr. Magician if he was okay, while Chuck was addressing the count. Then the boy remarked that it was very funny, and the demon count, who heard this, looked at him in surprise. At that moment, the system notified that the necklace of cursed blood had been chosen as a sacrifice, and the protagonist, taking it out of the inventory, noted that he was just a vile vampire. Pointing this pendant straight at Arthur, Chuck was going to teach him a lesson. Staring forward with a menacing gaze, the boy said that he was not worthy of calling himself an aristocrat, while the system notified that the new skill exorcism had been activated and the class quest field the victim's fear had been launched. Chuck's inner essence, having seen everything that was happening, was very dumbfounded, thinking that it was necessary to use the rite of exorcism using the victim, and thus it was possible to summon Arthur into his consciousness and fight him. At the same time, the boy remembered asking his new soul how he would make him afraid, and the latter answered that he was a demon hunter, and he understood that this was the meaning of his words. Looking straight at the self-confident demon count, the protagonist wondered if he could handle it, because after all, he was level 430, and if something went wrong, he could possess him, and the latter asked what kind of lousy necklace this was. Immediately after that, Arthur called him an insignificant person and directed his inner energy towards the guys. Releasing his power outward, the vampire declared that he liked his insolence, but he was still nothing more than a pathetic bug. Holding her hat, Jessie said that the demon count was once again gathering the power he had given to his servants, and Chuck's original spirit, frightened by all this, thought that he knew this, and that was the problem. Watching the bloody necklace crack, the boy reasoned that the level difference was already over 300, and if he absorbed the power he had given out again, it would become even greater. A moment later, Arthur was greatly shocked to find himself in an unknown place. He stood right in the middle of a wasteland, while the protagonist watched him from above. Chuck held the bloody necklace in his hands, while the vampire asked what kind of place this was. Turning around abruptly, noticing someone's presence, the demon count suddenly laughed. Concentrating the power in his hand, Arthur noted that this person had very unusual abilities. Immediately after that, the vampire released his inner power, declaring that he would crush such tricks along with him, and that would be the end of it. A moment later, fireballs began to fall from the sky. The demon count stood in the middle of a destroyed wasteland, engulfed in flames. Looking directly at the ruins that he himself had created, Arthur noted that he had hoped to be able to amuse him a little, but he had gone and died. Then the vampire added that, as he had said, he was just a pathetic little bug, and the boy suddenly grinned maliciously, asking if he really thought so. At that moment, the demon count was very dumbfounded, seeing his opponent from the front. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Arthur called him a bastard and asked how he had survived. Then the boy, with a smile on his face, told him to look more closely. A moment later, the protagonist asked who exactly had died, and the vampire, who heard this, was very scared. He looked ahead with fear in his eyes. Suddenly, the demon count noticed that Chuck was sitting right on his bloody corpse. Realizing everything he had seen, Arthur was very scared. Immediately after this, the story's narrative shifts back to reality, where the vampire would grab his head and continue to release his inner energy. The demon count would then state that this couldn't be happening and that it was impossible for everything to happen, so these were his tricks, while all of his attacks would miss the protagonist. Then Arthur would state that this was true, this was a deception, because this could easily be done, and Jessie, who was watching in surprise, didn't understand what was happening. She would then wonder if Chuck was really standing still and the count was just running away, while Chuck would put his hand forward and tell Arthur that he seemed scared. At this point, the vampire would grab his head and scream in pain. Suddenly, the demon count would release all of his inner power, telling the worm to shut up. A moment later, his entire castle was destroyed, and the boys remained unharmed. The original spirit of the boy looked up, saying that the roof of the castle just flew away. Suddenly very scared, the protagonist realized that he almost died just now, because he couldn't even react, while the girl with green hair asked that he really foresaw that he would miss, and called him very calm, and she, out of habit, opened her shield, and it was all just amazing. A moment later, the plot explained that the skill of the exorcism rite is a skill that allows you to attack a demon without harming the one whose body it inhabits, while Arthur continued to writhe in pain, asking what the hell is this. Then the plot explained that when used by the victim during the rite, another effect can occur, and this is an invitation of the demon into the mind of its prey, while Chuck imagined in his head how the demon hunter stretches his hand straight towards the vampire, and the vampire asks him to leave him and take this one away right now. Immediately after this, the plot added that mind control relied on mental strength, so the demon was unable to shake Granfell, when suddenly the demon count sent an attack of bats forward. At this time, Chuck looked straight ahead in shock, thinking that he did not expect such an effect, and the witch standing next to him asked what was happening. Jessie, looking ahead in surprise, said that she could not believe her eyes and asked what he did to Count Arthur. Then she added that he only screamed loudly into the void or attacked the space where there was no one and ran away in fear, while the vampire continued to attack in different directions, saying that this could not be, and did not understand how some pathetic person managed to do this. A moment later, the hand caught Arthur, and the system announced that the Count was in a state of terror, while Chuck stated that this was very similar to the terror that demons instill in people. Grinning maliciously, watching what was happening, the boy received notifications from the system that the quest field the victim's fear was completed. Immediately after this, the protagonist took his dagger out of his inventory, realizing that it was time to finish, and the witch next to him noted what kind of fear and horror it really was, and asked whether he really instilled fear in Count Arthur, but how he did it, and whether it was new magic. A moment later, Chuck swung his dagger, while Jessie asked him to teach her this very magic. They say that, of course, not for free. At the same moment, the boy swung his weapon. Having accomplished what he had planned, the protagonist looked menacingly straight ahead. After the blow he dealt, the boy saw that Count Arthur's level 430 health bar had decreased by a very small amount, and he understood that no damage was being done at all. The protagonist turned sharply to the side and told Jessie to deal with him, and she was very surprised. Pointing at herself in confusion, the green-haired girl asked what she should deal with, since he had already done everything. A moment later, the witch flew right up to Chuck and noted that he could have destroyed him himself. At that time, the boy silently looked away, while his inner voice thought that he would gladly do it, but his level was not enough. Then he thought that she was also strong, since she had reached this point, so she should think faster and just kill him, when suddenly an idea came to Jessie's head. Immediately after that, the green-eyed girl activated her magic circles, asking for forgiveness, since she herself had asked to teach her. At that time, the witch clarified that he meant that if she killed Count Arthur, she would become stronger and would be able to comprehend new magic, while the dumbfounded protagonist, looking straight at her, thought that the heavens were helping him. A moment later, Jessie would deliver her strongest blow directly to the demon Count. At this time, Chuck watched everything happening with his arms crossed over his chest, while his inner being was scared. Then the boy was very surprised and did not understand what it was, as suddenly a huge number of system notification windows appeared, notifying about the destruction of a vampire and the recognition of the contribution for the kill, for which he received trophies and increased a huge number of levels. Jessie was sitting right next to a pile of ash left after killing Arthur. Looking straight at her, the protagonist thought that she was in a weakened state, and did not understand how she was able to destroy a level 430 demon Count with one blow. Watching the girl with green hair, who looked at the ash and asked why there was so much of it, Chuck thought that this is the power of a high-level player. At the same time, the sorceress took the dust left after the destruction of the demon with her finger. A moment later, the boy was very dumbfounded when he saw that she was going to try it. The original essence of the protagonist was asking if she had gone crazy and why she was putting it in her mouth, while he was looking straight at the system notification window that had appeared in front of him. This very notification from the system contained information about the completed class quest and the receipt of a new quest, the the essence of which was to illuminate this world mired in evil. Suddenly, Chuck turned around, hearing an unknown voice calling out to Jesse. These were the members of the Shining Guild, who were running towards them and saying that all the settings had suddenly turned off, asking if it was really her magic and she had destroyed Count Arthur. The girl with green hair scratched her head in confusion, not knowing how to explain everything. At that moment, Rox looked straight ahead in surprise, thinking about this guy. He watched as Chuck looked straight at the sorceress standing next to him. Then Jessie said that she was not very familiar with etiquette, but she would try her best, and the boy looked straight at her. Putting her hand on her chest, the green-haired girl said her name and asked that if he did not mind, could she ask his name. The members of her guild, watching everything that was happening, were very dumbfounded. At this time, the protagonist stood right in front of her and just kept silent. A bright moon was shining in the sky, and Chuck thought that she lacked good manners, but she was ready for changes, so as a reward, well, let's teach her. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy said his name. The narrative of the story is transferred directly to the city, where there were a huge number of tall buildings. Right on the stove there was a pot of soup, while an unknown voice said that some man was quickly approaching the main gate, and the statues began to move and attack him. Then someone said that the players freeze, but quickly pull themselves together and smash the statue, while the woman was talking on the phone, saying that they are fine and she and Jean live normally, and they have a lot to do without it. At the same moment, an unknown voice said that after some time, a group of reporters arrived, but Count Arthur had already turned into a pile of ash, when suddenly a girl ran up to her mother, while she was asking what the news was. Then the voice said that the boss of this dungeon was destroyed by the player Jesse Hines, and Jean tugged her mother by the dress, saying that there was something being said on TV. Then the girl said that Uncle Chuck was there, and Monica, who heard this, sharply looked away, saying that Uncle can't do anything on TV. A moment later, the protagonist's sister saw her brother right on the TV screen. Monica looked at Chuck with a serious look, while the host said his name. The woman was very surprised when she saw him, while her daughter, on the contrary, was delighted. Then the story moved straight to the house where the protagonist lived. Chuck picked up a dust brush and was about to start cleaning. At that very moment, he saw that his second sister was calling him, and he understood that now his time had come. At that time, an interview was shown directly on his laptop, in which he was asked who he really was, and the boy himself was thinking that after the destruction of the Count, they only talk about him on TV, and his relatives would have found out anyway, because it was a matter of time. Looking at the screen of his smartphone, the protagonist saw a huge number of missed calls from his sisters. A moment later, the phone rang again, and there was a caption that it was the third sister. At that time, Chuck imagined all his sisters in his head as penguins and reasoned that he had 3 older sisters, and they had been very close since childhood. Visualizing these penguin girls yelling right at him, the boy thought that, or rather, they were among themselves, and he didn't want to pick up the phone, because of course, they would start grumbling. A moment later, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded when he heard someone's voice calling him. Chuck was looking straight at the front door, on which someone was knocking, and said that he knew he was home, so he should open it. Then his sister asked him why he wasn't answering the phone and told him to open it quickly while she was kind, and the protagonist, who heard this, was very scared. Opening the front door, Chuck saw his 3 sisters standing there. Straightening his tie, the boy explained that they were disturbing the neighbors. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist asked them to calm down first. Seeing the new image of their brother, the girls were very surprised. At that very moment, the voice of the anchorman, who was broadcasting the news, was heard right along the city street. The man with the microphone in his hand was telling about the new information about the star player who appeared like a comet, and recently, together with the famous player Jesse Hines, he defeated Count Arthur. Stephen was holding the remote control in his hands and listening to the host as he said that when he was asked to give an interview, he gave his name and disappeared, so he became a real sensation, which was watched not only by Korea, but also by the whole world. At the same time, Jack was holding out a mug of cocoa and asking his brother to drink it, while on TV they were saying that a member of the Berserker Guild was also working with him. Lying right on the robe, the guy with glasses was saying that everyone was talking about him, and asked if he thought he would join their guild, because it was a real failure, and now they were finished, and the man with red hair did not understand why he was so upset. Pouring cocoa into his mouth, the guild leader explained that he was most likely to choose them, because they had his number, as well as a reason for calling. Hearing this, Stephen stood up a little, asking what other reason, and his brother explained that he was against the atrophy that they collected in the square in the county, and they got them thanks to Chuck. Then Jack added that therefore it was worth sharing with him, and this corresponded to the norms of etiquette, and the guy with glasses, looking straight at him, dumbfounded, noted that this was true, and asked how much he wanted to give. Tightly squeezing the mug in his hand, the man with red hair said that this was all serious, and even if they did not manage to hire him into the guild, they should do everything to be remembered by him. While breaking the glass with his hand, the guild leader noted that it was necessary to make 10 out of 0 for this. A moment later, Jack said that they needed to call him right away, which greatly shocked his brother. After what happened, Steven swept up the glass shards right from the floor and told him not to break anything there. At the same time, the boy's phone began to ring. Jonna was braiding her uncle's hair, when suddenly he turned to the sisters. Monica, who occupied third place in the family ranking and was the first sister, with a wide smile on her face declared that his hair color was cool. Jessica, who occupied fourth place in the family ranking and was the second sister, laughed at him, saying that he looked like an idol. While the protagonist was trying to ask how they had been doing all this time, Annabelle, who was ranked fifth in the family ranking and was the third sister, was very taken aback and asked why he was talking like that. At that time, Chuck, who was ranked 7th, was being bullied by Jean, who was ranked 6th, saying that her uncle looked like a princess because he was so handsome, asking what kind of tea they should make because the wind had become cold, and the sisters continued to feel the same emotions. Pointing her finger at him with disdain, Annabelle asked what happened. He was now a player, and there was some kind of fusion with the character. That's why he looked like that, to which she received a positive answer from her brother, while the girl asked her uncle to show her Pororo. In response, Chuck told her to wait a little, and she asked to be faster, while Monica, who was watching all this, laughed, saying that looking at the boy reminded her of how it was before, with which Jessica agreed. After a moment, they noticed that it was about 10 years ago, while the protagonist's true nature was very dumbfounded. At that time, the middle sister said that he called himself Granfell and said that he wanted to dye his hair ash-colored, and Chuck cried from shame and asked them to shut up, asking that they really came to make fun of him. Then the girls wondered what else was there, and remembered that he said that he would greet his parents like the nobles did, which the boy really didn't like, while Annabelle just silently watched everything that was happening. Suddenly, she called out to him, and he immediately turned around. Folding her hands over her chest, the youngest sister asked if it was dangerous. Looking at the protagonist with bows in his hair, the girl asked if he even knew how scared they all were when they saw the news, because they say that players often get injured during raids, and he did not answer calls, so they were afraid that something happened to him. After which the sisters added that in general, they will talk to their parents and calm them down, and they left early in the morning, so they do not know about him yet, but as soon as they hear, they imagine how scared they will be, while Chuck continued to listen to all this. Then the boy smiled and apologized for causing trouble, while the girls said that if it was hard for him, he could quit at any time and should know that they were on his side. Thinking that he was okay, the protagonist smiled widely, saying that for him, Granfell Cloudy Arfi Romeo was his calling. After which Chuck added that there was no need to worry about him, and they immediately began to experience the same emotions as in the beginning, while he thought that perhaps he should shoot himself. The narration of the story continued to take place in the boy's house, but already closer to the evening. Empty mugs of tea stood right on the tray. His sisters were standing right next to the exit, and Monica thanked them for the tea, while Jessica said that they had to go, and the protagonist told his sisters to be careful, and his niece that he would wait for their next meeting. Then the girls said that in general, he should call them at least sometimes, and if something happens, he can contact them, but he should not tell anyone that he knows them, which Chuck agreed with, when suddenly Annabelle turned around abruptly. Suddenly she said that they need to put aside savings and do not dare to write a receipt to anyone, and the boy who heard this was very surprised, not understanding where he would get money for some savings. A moment later, the inner essence of the protagonist realized the whole point. Imagining himself surrounded by mountains of gold, Chuck thought that he should receive a reward for clearing the gap, and this is the source of income for players, which is represented by arcana depending on the level of the gap. Picking up his smartphone, the boy reasoned that, to be honest, the developer company fell apart, and they say that the director gives out money from his own pocket, and he always wondered how much it is. Opening his deposit account, the protagonist was interested in how much, 10 million, 20 million or more than 100 million. Immediately after this, the story moves to a huge building in the middle of the city, to the branch of the Shining Guild in South Korea. Sylvia hugged her friend and asked if she really didn't know anything. Waving her hand, the woman with red hair explained that they say that she and this Chuck destroyed Arthur, and asked if she really didn't know who he was, to which she received a negative answer. Then Sylvia asked her to tell if there was anything, and to stop watching all sorts of strange videos on this site, and Jessie, who heard this, was very angry. A moment later, the girl with green hair released her inner energy and turned to her friend. Looking straight at her menacingly, the sorceress asked her not to disturb her, because she needed silence to concentrate. After everything that happened, Sylvia waved her hands, saying that she would not disturb her and would not ask anything more, so there was no need to look at her like that. As she walked away, the red-haired woman noted that she was somehow boring and did not understand why she was looking at her like that, thinking that this was how they greeted her in Korea. At this time, Jessie noticed something on her laptop screen. Watching the video, the green-haired girl saw a notification that she had received a reward for clearing the rift. Suddenly, the narrative of the story was transferred directly to Chuck, who was looking at the screen of his smartphone, and his inner being was very dumbfounded. The boy looked at his deposit account and could not believe that there were 110 billion won there. Then the protagonist thought with a puzzled expression that the trophies left by Count Arthur alone were enough, and this developer must be a real rich man, while his new appearance said that it was simply unworthy to be happy about some money. Remembering how he studied the vampire orb in his system notification window, Chuck thought that after the destruction, he received a trophy, which was a unique item with a curse. Imagining in his mind how he held this very artifact in his hand and said that this is a cursed item, and no matter what the rank, if the probability of cleansing the curse is low, then it is thrown away, the boy thought that he would have done this in the past. Suddenly visualizing himself happily hugging the orb and saying that while a demon hunter could use him as a sacrifice during an exorcism, and that was a shitty profession, using only shitty artifacts, which was very economical, the protagonist realized that he had reacted like that right now. Remembering how he had pointed the bloody necklace straight at Arthur, Chuck reasoned that he had chosen this cursed artifact during the fight with the Count. Thinking that he thought the item would disappear, the boy remembered looking at his inventory in surprise. Thinking that it was still there and the curse had been completely lifted from it, the protagonist studied the notifications from the system describing the high vow necklace. Realizing that most likely the exorcism ritual had a cleansing effect, the protagonist looked at his deposit account and thought that he now had the orb, the necklace, and another 110 billion. Lying in his bed, Chuck couldn't close his eyes. Knowing that he couldn't sleep at all, the boy's inner being wondered what he could buy with this money, and maybe open a savings account, but first he needed to buy items. But which ones? And suddenly he would be deceived, and then he would only have to tell his family, while his new appearance asked him to think more quietly. Turning away, the protagonist thought that, of course, it would be right to buy equipment to clear the rifts. But it was a shame to spend money on something that suited his level. Browsing the marketplace with various artifacts, Chuck thought that after the destruction of Arthur, he rose sharply, and now he is level 134, and just a few days ago he was 55, and said that considering the speed of increase, the prices for equipment for his level are too high. Looking straight at the screen of his smartphone, the original essence of the boy reasoned that there are no items with the necessary indicators of magical power and regeneration now, and initially he was a millionaire, so nothing bothers him, and his current appearance explained that he needs to stop staring at the phone and sleep, because this only spoils your eyesight, and noted that he was not a millionaire, but a billionaire. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to a tall building standing in the middle of the city, which was the Korean branch of AU. Right inside it there was a huge number of people in business suits who were listening to someone. A man in glasses showed a demonstration on the screen, saying that you need to look closely at the screen, and if you look closely at how the rubble turns into stones, then the use of spells will become undoubted. The man sitting at the table was asking what kind of spell it was, when suddenly another man jumped up from his seat, asking what kind of nonsense it was, because it was impossible to make such huge stone pillars with spells, because there was a limit to magical power. Then the people started arguing with each other, saying that the spell was definitely visible there, but it was impossible according to the laws of magic, and poking each other with the fact that they worked in different departments, so they had their own opinions, while someone silently watched them. Haim held his head, thinking that he was very tired, because wherever he went, they talked about Chuck, and his friend asked if he knew anything. Adjusting his glasses, the company employee asked if he was really there too, and explained that if he didn't know, then he certainly didn't, and Sam noted that it had been very difficult lately, because friends and relatives asked him to tell them secrets. The man with black hair was tiredly explaining that there was no person with that name in the Arcana database, and it was unclear whether it was a real name or a nickname, so everything was annoying, and his colleague was saying that it was Thursday after all. Looking straight at his laptop, Haim noted that as soon as the update appeared, everything should calm down. A moment later, the two were very stunned, noticing something in front. Immediately after that, the guys saw notifications about the game update and the appearance of a new location. Suddenly, the plot took us to a forest inhabited by mythical animals, and told us that this is the island of Asura, and in the times when Arcana was a game, this area was referred to as a treasure island. Showing us a huge number of different plants and crystals located there, the plot explained that no one had yet managed to find, but on this island grew precious stones that no one in the world could compare with, and now this island has appeared in reality. At this time, the reporter, holding a tablet in his hands, said that this was news about the latest update of Arcana, and said that along with the appearance of the island of Asura, regular conferences of magicians would be held from this week. Then the host said that experienced mages would gather, discuss important issues that would help in developing magical skills, and this was the first conference since the appearance of Arcana in the real world, which aroused considerable interest in the society. While Chuck listened to all this, watching the news on his phone, the boy continued to look at the screen of his smartphone, as reporters asked Miss Jessie that she really came there because of the island and whether she planned to protect the tower together with the protagonist, and she answered that she came to take part in the conference of mages, and does not give interviews. While 500 stretches were doing well, talking about the conference of mages, while his real self asked that so, she was in 4th place, and he tried to be polite to her, and she was 1st. After finishing his training, the boy jumped down, saying that it was natural. Putting his smartphone right in his shirt pocket, The protagonist stated that they say that it is not skills that are important for the tower, but magic. Watching his new manifestation, Chuck thought that this phrase appeared when she was still a game, while he said that he did not know what regular conferences meant, but it seems it is in his favor. At the same moment, the boy put on latex gloves on his hands. Having started to wash the dishes, the protagonist declared that they would move out as soon as he finished his dishes, and his original essence did not wonder that usually they did not do this right away. Then the narrative of the story moves directly to the Tower of Magicians, around which a huge number of people gathered. Inside there were also a huge number of sorcerers. At this time, a girl was sitting right on the floor. It was Claire, an experienced mage of the Tower of Magicians, who was happy that the conferences had finally resumed. At this time, the guy was saying to go faster and was going to be the first, when suddenly he was told to look back, and behind him was an experienced sorceress, who was interested in what the result of the research was, and what kind of report this time would be Mr. John's. A moment later, this same guy was very scared, seeing that Claire was behind him. The experienced sorceress continued to sit boredly. At that moment, the guy asked what it was, and said that he was in pain, and his friends laughed at him, noting that it seemed like he was in too much of a hurry to Asura. Then the guys asked if he really decided to enter the wall, and he said that he had disgraced himself, and asked to help him up, while the girl watching this from the other side of the wall called him an idiot. Suddenly, someone told Claire that you can't call her names like that, and she was very surprised. At that moment, a sorceress passed through the wall, who said that this was the magic of the illusion created by the owner of the tower. It was Jessie, who was looking straight at her friend, explaining that it was difficult to pass through without an invitation. Noticing the girl with green hair, Claire was very dumbfounded. At the same moment, the guys in the Tower of Magicians watched in surprise, while the experienced sorceress said that in fact even experienced magicians had a hard time bypassing this magic, and she was wrong, so she asked for forgiveness, to which she received the answer that there was no need to apologize to her. Climbing straight up the magic stairs, Jessie asked if she was really going to show the way today, and showed her invitation, and Claire explained that she was trusted to accompany the hunters to the Crystal Hall. Checking the invitation of the girl with green eyes, the experienced sorceress said that she was the last hunter who was invited to participate, and all the guests from the list had already arrived, so she was going to go in with her. Looking ahead, the sorceress asked if this was true. Then Jessie suddenly asked if she could wait there for a bit, which surprised Claire greatly. The green-haired girl looked straight ahead with a serious expression, stating that she thought there was one more person coming to this conference that needed to be met. At that moment, the story's narration shifted straight to Chuck, who was looking straight ahead with a displeased expression. Standing right in front of a huge magic crystal, the boy was thinking that this was the mage's tower. The protagonist stared menacingly ahead, thinking that for some reason every time he came there, he didn't like everything. Trying to get through the huge number of people there, Chuck thought that it was too crowded. The boy continued to make his way through the crowd of people, thinking that there were a lot of them on normal days, and that they probably all wanted to get to Asura Island today. Suddenly, a man pointed his finger straight at the protagonist, saying that this was that very man. Hearing this, the other adventurers began to confirm that it was that same Chuck, while he, looking at them with displeasure, remembered that he was shown on the news. Immediately after this, a huge number of people lined up around him and asked if he was really going to the island and asked for an autograph, which he was very unhappy about. Grabbing Chuck right by the bag, the guy with green hair said that he was his fan. Pointing his finger at him, the man asked for only one photo, and then he would not bother him anymore, and the guy thought that there was no need to pull him by the bag. Menacingly looking straight at him, the protagonist asked him to leave, arguing that there were tea bags in there for 501 apiece, which he bought in honor of his salary. Hearing this, the guy with green hair was very surprised, while Chuck, looking at him, did not understand how one could speak so rudely to a person he saw for the first time. Suddenly the man started shaking, saying it was cool, and the original essence of the boy reasoned that there were people who would be disappointed in him because of Granfel's terrible character. He would be given even more attention. A moment later the guy with green hair declared that it was cool, and he heard Chuck cursing alive, and the others also asked to say the same to them, while the boy listening to all this was extremely dumbfounded, realizing that nothing worked on them. The protagonist was surrounded by a huge number of people, realizing that he needed to quickly hide from them somewhere. Suddenly Chuck noticed a wall right in front of him, thinking that it was somehow different. Thinking that it seemed different, the boy rushed towards it with great speed. At this time the protagonist reasoned that he had some kind of strange feeling, when suddenly he disappeared, and the rest of the people looking straight at the wall said that he just walked through it. At that moment, Claire was very confused. Chuck was standing right above her, breathing heavily. The boy grinned maliciously, noting that this was amazing illusion magic, worthy of praise. Chuck followed right behind Claire on the magic stairs. The experienced mage of the magic tower looked straight at the boy in surprise, wondering who he was. Flipping through her notebook, the pink-haired girl thought that all the hunters who received an invitation had already arrived, and no matter how much she checked, there were no new people on the invitation list. Menacingly looking straight at her, the protagonist asked if there was really a problem. At that moment, Claire remembered how he approached her, and explained that there was no problem at all, and asked what he said that he wanted to participate in the conference. The boys continued to climb the magic ladder, when Chuck gave a positive answer, and the experienced mage of the Tower of Magicians asked if he had an invitation, to which she received an affirmative answer. Embarrassedly looking straight at the boy, the girl with pink hair thought that this could not be, and such illusion magic is used only by the owner of the tower, and without an invitation card even magicians cannot just pass, let alone a person. Puzzledly looking at him, Chuck's true essence did not understand what was wrong with her, and maybe she had a fever, and his new appearance asked that without an invitation participation is impossible. Waving her hands, Claire explained that this is not the case at all, and in the rules there is a clause that a person without an invitation can take part in the conference if he passes the illusion magic. The experienced mage of the magic tower, very embarrassed, said that he was the only one who managed to do this, and did not understand whether to admire or be surprised, thinking about it from a scientific point of view, while Chuck repeated that this was indeed a very good illusion magic, worthy of praise. The boy continued to move up the magic ladder, and while his inner voice said that he could really personally touch this magic, and wondered when his level would be at the 1000 mark, would he be able to do something like this, and roughly understood what the principle was there, so all that remained was to add magical power. At that moment, Claire said that here they were, and the doors opened right in front of the protagonist. A moment later, the guys found themselves right in the conference hall. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard an unknown voice that greeted them in the crystal zompidal. He then stated that this was a place of lofty knowledge, and the pink-haired girl who heard his words smiled widely. Imagining in his head the people who looked around in shock, the boy thought that when Arcana became reality, its inhabitants, who were neutral characters inside the game, also moved to this new reality. Imagining in his head the image of John using magic against the background of the magic tower, the protagonist reasoned that among them there was one person who had great influence, and this was the youngest magician, who was called the future successor of the magic tower. At this time, the hat on Jesse's head said that he absolutely lived up to the nickname of a genius and understood the situation the world was in, so in order to take action, he used all his knowledge, becoming the organizer of scientific conferences, when new achievements in the field of magic were expressed, and the girl noted that she was very bored. At the same moment, the hat, dissatisfied with the behavior of its mistress, noted that John had just explained to her how great he was. She called his report boring, to which the sorceress replied that she could do nothing if she was bored and wanted to sleep, and even if she listened, she still would not understand. Then Jessie explained that her only skill was magic, and she did not understand anything about research and interventions in it, while John spoke, standing right behind the podium. Then the girl with green eyes said that, nevertheless, being in such a majestic place of knowledge was the highest honor for a magician, and if not for the quest, she would have skipped, while the great magician looked away, suddenly noticing something. A moment later, John asked what was really boring, and the sorceress, hearing this, shuddered in surprise. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, the great wizard explained that the magic tower was summoned to the world of hunters for a certain reason, and to be honest, it was not only the tower that was summoned, but also the worldview, that is, you can still encounter a phenomenon called renewal. John also added that their magic was not entirely familiar to them, as well as the difficulties they were experiencing in understanding their science, but it was necessary to combine efforts to reveal this reason and return their world without unnecessary conflicts. Then the words of the great wizard echoed throughout the conference room, who stated that therefore the topic of the report at this conference would be related to science, and in it he observed the possibility of developing magic, which surprised everyone else. A moment later, John created fire magic in his hand. Looking at the cloud of flame in his hand, the great wizard used fusion and explained that this was the name he gave to a new type of magic, and this was a new flash resulting from the harmonious fusion of science and magic. The great wizard also noted that one should be wary of such a merger, because it is unknown what consequences the combination of two completely different spheres can entail, and the hat sitting on Jesse's head could not believe that he had guessed to combine magic and science, and yet he really is a promising young magician, while the girl noted that this was already interesting. Directing his serious gaze forward, John explained that for this he needed the help of hunters. At that moment, people right in the conference hall thought that this was a new quest, and this was very good, because lately they were worth their weight in gold, but they did not understand why the system notification window did not appear. Then John said that if they had any questions, when he suddenly stopped abruptly. Then the great wizard saw that Chuck, sitting right in the middle of the conference hall, raised his hand. Confidently looking straight ahead, the boy addressed the magician and explained that there was an error in his just shown research. Then he asked him what he thought about it, and John, who heard this, was very dumbfounded. At this time, all the people there looked straight at the protagonist and could not believe that he decided to point out the Mogu's mistake, and did he really understand the essence of his research, while the sorceress looked at him with admiration, glad that this master had come. The rest of the adventurers in the conference hall were very disappointed, saying that this was a scandal, because John himself had been asked a tricky question by the Mogu, and with his character he would not just remain silent. While people did not understand who he was, the species had never seen him before. The great wizard silently looked straight ahead. Looking straight at Chuck, who folded his arms across his chest, John asked what was superfluous in his words. Looking ahead with displeasure, the great wizard asked if he could hear the reason why he thought so. Hearing this, the rest of the people wondered if this person had really understood the question, and the boy, looking straight ahead, was explaining that everything was very simple and he felt the difference. Pointing his hand directly at John, the protagonist was saying that magic and science were two completely different spheres, and that this difference had manifested itself during their fusion, which had led to a waste of time. Creating a sphere of fire in his hand, Chuck noted that he had once experienced the difference between skill and magic. Seeing this, the great wizard was very dumbfounded. John was standing right behind the podium and thinking that this couldn't be true, that it had taken him so many months to activate it, and he did it so easily and felt the same thing, being an ordinary hunter, while the people in the conference room couldn't believe that this was exactly the same flash that the sorcerer had shown, when suddenly someone noted that he had seen this person somewhere. In a moment, people realized that it was that same Chuck, while he, looking straight ahead, asked what was really him, using centrifugal force during the interaction, and noted that the process itself looked clumsy, but the result was not bad. At this time, the real essence of the boy, happily looking at the created sphere of flame, noted that initially he spent too much magical power on the flash, but now that he used centrifugal force, the effect is much better, while the rest watched him in surprise. Making an expression of unprecedented joy, the protagonist realized that he did not come to the conference in vain, while the rest present there said to look at his smile and asked that he really found all this so funny. At this time, John lowered his head down and, after a short pause, addressed Chuck directly. Hearing his name called, the boy looked forward in surprise. Immediately after this, the great wizard, putting his hand on his chest, asked if he could take part in his research, when suddenly a system notification window appeared with a new quest. Pointing his finger straight to the consent button, the protagonist could not believe that he had received a new flash, and a quest at that. Once again making an expression of unprecedented joy, Chuck understood that he really had come there for a reason, and the others thought that he had such a face as if he had won. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred directly to an island surrounded by water. The waves slowly rolled right onto the shore. The girl smiled widely, asking if this was really the island of Asura, and declared that it was very cool there. The warrior walked straight to Ani, asking if this reminded her of Arcana, because then they were full of dreams and anticipating new connections, saying that if she had known, she would have taken a bikini with her. Hearing this, the head of the Berserker Guild, like an enraged dog, asked if she really came there to relax and why she even needed a bikini. Looking at the huge number of people on the beach, the girl with red hair noted that there were too many of them. At that moment, Margot approached her right and asked what kind of mood she was in again, calling her a cutie, and Ani was very angry, thinking that she had gone crazy. Watching everything from the side, the guy with glasses noted that she was brave, and his ally standing next to him said that there really were a lot of people, and he assumed that there would be bloggers and reporters, but he did not think that the residents of Arcana would come too. Looking ahead in surprise, the man in the yellow shirt asked where he saw those very neutral characters, and the guy with a mustache said that they were there. Looking straight at the knights dressed in armor, the Berserker Guild member noted that they were the Lionheart Order, which the system also notified. Looking at the man standing near the tree, the black-haired guy noted that, judging by their figure and muscles, they were shadow mercenaries, which the system notification window confirmed. Looking straight at the people wearing cowboy hats, he added that there was a hunters' union ahead, and the system was just notifying about this. At the same time, Margot hugged her friend, saying that everything was correct, and Asura Island was known as a treasure island even in Arcania, and Ani noted that this was true, and they all probably came there specifically for treasure, and probably didn't even know about the rift. At the same moment, the girl with red hair, like an angry dog, said that her head was simply splitting, because now she would have to compete with some neutral characters, while her watch suddenly rang, and her friend said that the guys from the tower had not arrived, so she needed to think positively. At the same moment, Margot asked who it was, and the head of the Berserk Guild looked straight at her watch, saying that there was one person, and asked if the conference had really ended already. At the same moment, the girl said right from the watch that it was incredibly cool, and said Chuck's name, and Ani, who heard this, asked what was wrong with him. A moment later, her assistant explained that he said at the conference that there was a flaw in the mage's speech, and there was a whole scandal, and the red-haired girl who heard this laughed, asking that he really dared to point out the Mogu from the tower himself, and called him a psycho. Continuing to laugh, the head of the Berserk Guild noted that she immediately understood when she saw him eating, and asked what happened next and whether they pounced on him, and Margot watched her with admiration, thinking that after all, she was amazing and just a cutie, while everyone thought she was a pervert. A moment later, Ani was very surprised when her friend the sorceress said that the mage acknowledged his comments, and he bowed his head and even gave him a quest, so everyone was just on their ears, because Chuck left with a new task. At this time, the boy was reading information directly on an unknown scroll. John put his hand on his chest and said that if there were any substances needed for research, he should write them down there, and he was going to do everything possible to get them. Chuck's true self, hearing this, could not believe that he would really do everything possible, while his new form took a pen in his hand, going to write something down. Then the boy thought that since he himself suggested it, then he would ask him to get what was needed right now, and made an expression of unprecedented joy on his face. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred directly to the Tower of Magicians standing in the middle of the city. We are transferred to the very top floor, where John was standing right in front of the elders of the tower. The great wizard bowed, asking the 5 stars and the noblest magician if they called him. The old man sitting right on the chair called John the young morning star of the tower. Looking straight at him, the head of the magic tower declared that he offered one hunter to do research together. Looking straight at the great magician, who lowered his head down, the old man declared that the Tower of Magicians does not interfere in the affairs of hunters, and he broke the rules of the tower, asking why he made such a mistake. Then John, confidently raising his head, explained that the hunter Chuck understands the basics of magic, and it was also noticeable that he distinguishes them. Then the great wizard said that his abilities in magic can be of great help in the current world situation, so they will no longer have to just watch the violation of the rules, and the head of the magic tower said that he is the magician of the tower. Immediately after this, the old man, sitting straight in his chair, explained that magicians make their own decisions and are responsible for them, and he knows this better than anyone else. At that moment, the head of the magic tower declared that he respected his decision, but asked him to remember that he will personally have to answer for it, and John, who heard this, was suddenly surprised. Finally, he added that if he had nothing more to say, they would talk later, and he could leave, when suddenly the doors leading to the exit opened. Coming out of this room, the great wizard looked straight ahead with displeasure, saying that they were just old idiots. Holding his head, John thought that they were talking about some kind of responsibility, and did not understand how they dared to talk about it when they themselves were in an illusory world and ignored reality, not understanding how much longer the owner of the tower intended to remain silent. At that very moment, a joyful Claire ran up to him, calling out to Mr. John. Noticing her, the great wizard asked what she was doing on this floor, and the girl with pink hair, sparkling with joy, explained that she was looking for the things Mr. Chuck asked about and was just about to take them to him. Then John told her to give them to him so that he could take them himself, and Claire, hearing this, was very upset, saying that this was not necessary, and he was busy, so she would take them herself. Looking straight ahead, the great wizard noted that there was nothing wrong with this, because he was going to him anyway, and he needed to check something. Surprised after hearing this, the girl with pink hair thought that if she checked, then okay, and gave them to him. A moment later, the narrative of the story moves to the doors made of gold. Chuck was reading a book, being right in the magic library. John, sitting right in front of him, showed the artifacts, saying that these were the items he asked for. Then the great wizard noted that these were magical tools related to the restoration of magical power, as well as books about magic, while the boy looking at them saw a video of the system notification windows showing the characteristics of these artifacts. Suddenly, John looked straight ahead with a menacing expression and called out to the hunter Chuck. He then asked if he liked it, and the boy looked at him seriously. Looking straight at the magnificent items in front of him, the protagonist did not believe that he was actually asking if he liked it. Immediately after that, Chuck looked at John, who had folded his hands, and called out to him. With a smug expression on his face, the boy asked that he really thought that all these items were suitable for his level, while the system showed that he was only level 134. Hearing this, John was very dumbfounded. Sighing heavily, the great wizard stated that he knew it, and apologized, saying that he overestimated him. Hearing this, Chuck's true self asked if he really overestimated him and asked to give him an item that he could use right now, while John stated that when he asked to bring him tools related to magic restoration, he immediately thought that he knew about the existence of this thing. A moment later, the great wizard put a hexagonal brooch, one of the 6 unique ranks, right on the table. Looking straight at it, the boy was extremely surprised. Taking this artifact in his hand, the protagonist thought that the level limitation suited him, and if he could restore magic by 1% without restrictions on options, it was also not bad, so he should have given him this item right away, and said that he would take it. Closing his eyes, John said that when he understood the basis of his magic, he immediately thought that he was an unusual person, but did not think that he knew about this item, and once again thanked him for agreeing to work together. At this time, the original image of the boy looked at the hexagonal brooch in surprise, noting that it was a simple object in appearance, and did not understand what was so great about it, when suddenly the great wizard noticed something. Looking away, John said that he would not be able to work normally now, because, as he said, there was a lot of unnecessary stuff in his research. A moment later, a system notification window appeared, notifying about John's research quest, and Chuck, hanging the artifact on his jacket, realized that it meant he had to wait for the next task, and said that he would wait until he corrected his shortcomings. Hearing this, the great wizard smiled and thanked him for understanding. Looking straight at the smiling boy, John suggested that perhaps with his help he would be able to change this tower. An inner voice thought that a free brooch was cool. Suddenly, the narrative of the story transferred directly to Mike, who was sitting under a tree on the island and looking at the screen of his smartphone. Smiling broadly, the vlogger turned on the live broadcast, saying that he was following in the footsteps of Mr. Chuck, and greeted everyone, noting that he was sitting in front of the portal to Yusra Island and waiting for the master. Looking straight at the huge number of people passing through the portal, Mike noted that there were many other players there, and he believed that Mr. Chuck was about to arrive. Looking straight at his smartphone in surprise, the vlogger asked that didn't they know that the main character always appears last, and was going to wait for his idol until the end. Suddenly, an unknown man in a mask appeared right behind Mike. At that moment, his face was shown directly on the live broadcast of Mike's channel, and people wrote different comments. Looking furiously straight ahead, Dexter said that this Chuck was everywhere lately, and called him a rising star. Recalling the news headlines with the image of this killer, Mike mused that after the Arcana became a reality, new faces appeared and they did everything for their goals and were constantly at the center of incidents, especially the one who was said to be the most brutal of them, visualizing how the news wrote about the disappearance of players. The video blogger reasoned that the players entered the rift with this gang and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Dexter hugged the boy, who was very scared, and wondered why he suddenly began to show interest in Mr. Chuck. Suddenly, the killer called out to him, and Mike, very scared, asked what was going on. Dexter looked straight at him furiously, asking to tell the protagonist that if he spoke too much, he would quickly bore everyone. Waving his hand, the killer walked away and said goodbye, saying that he would be watching his broadcasts. At that moment, Mike looked straight at the screen of his smartphone, where the plant manager asked what would happen if Chuck really could clear the island alone. Then the commentators began to suggest that many different people appeared, and now they can get together and go against the protagonist, and that is why he does not appear on Yusra. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after reading the comments, the video blogger was very unhappy. Looking straight at the screen of his smartphone in surprise, Mike asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Pressing the exit button, the video blogger asked that he really said that their Chuck chickened out, so he can't come there, and called it complete nonsense. A moment later, Mike started shouting, saying that their master wasn't interested in some kind of reward, and asking if it wasn't clear that he wasn't participating in a reality show, and declaring that he would definitely show up when the time came, while everyone else looked at him in surprise. At the same time, Chuck was drinking hot tea and asking if there was a reason to go there. Lying right on the floor in the same room with him, the boy's true essence gave a negative answer. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist thought that, as he heard, Yusra is a treasure island, and a player with level 134 cannot enter the gap of level 350. But that's not all. Imagining a huge number of different high-level monsters in his head, Chuck noticed that there were no demons there at all, namely those he could resist. At that very moment, the boy saw notifications from the system right in front of him, arguing that at this rate he would be killed immediately, and if there was at least one demon there, he would still try. In this very system notification, there was information about a new class quest stirring, where it was necessary to find out what kind of great evil was lurking on the island. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the boy asked what kind of great evil it was. At the same time, the protagonist imagined in his head the demons of pride, envy, anger, gluttony and lust, thinking that there were only 7 deadly sins. Visualizing himself as laziness and greed, the protagonist thought that action said that the 107 deadly sins that denote this are called the great evil. Continuing to study the information in the system notification window, Chuck wondered if there really was a great evil on Yusra Island. Suddenly lost in thought, the boy thought that now he would have to investigate the great evil that was one of the 7 deadly sins, and he had barely defeated Arthur, and that was by pure chance, so even if it was a class quest, he had to think carefully first. At that moment, the protagonist's new appearance stated that he said there was no reason to go there. Staring ahead with a menacing gaze, Chuck stated that there was no reason to rack his brains now. Then the boy declared that if there was evil there, it had to be destroyed, and his true self looked straight at Granfell in surprise. Putting tea bags into his inside pocket, the protagonist declared that they were heading out right now, and his past self noted that Yusra was a tropical island, and he was currently in a winter suit. Immediately after that, the story's narrative shifted straight to an island surrounded by water. Mike happily looked straight ahead, saying that he knew it. At that very moment, Chuck was right in front of him, walking out onto the island, and his inner voice was telling him that he was too hot, while the blogger who saw him believed that he would appear. Suddenly, the boy noticed something amazing in front. At that very moment, dark energy was sent straight towards him, and the system was notifying that the presence of evil was felt throughout the island. Then a warning system appeared that the Predator Link skill was activated, and the protagonist, surprised by everything that had happened, reasoned that this influence was too strong, which was different from ordinary demons. Looking straight at the darkness in front, Chuck thought that this was a huge evil that was felt under his feet, and perhaps this entire island was solid evil. Grinning maliciously, the boy reasoned that the connection with the Predator was excellent, and his mouth was already watering when he himself said that it looked good when evil was spreading under his feet. In the live broadcast, Mike showed the protagonist walking through the forest and asked if his friends could see it. Spying on Chuck from behind the bushes, the blogger said that their Mr. Chuck was currently in the forest of Asura. Then Mike noticed that he was moving very carefully and suggested that perhaps there were hidden dungeons or some special method of clearing there, and the boy quickly looked away. Imagining various monsters in his head, the protagonist's true self reasoned that he had bravely entered, but suddenly became afraid. So he was looking for easier monsters, and he was attracted by a place similar to a resort, but he completely forgot about the incredibly high level of monsters, while Romeo stated that he was simply looking for a suitable opponent for himself to fight. Hugging his eyeglasses, Mike immediately said that he would try not to disturb Mr. Chuck with his broadcast, and if they were not satisfied with this, then they could leave. At the same time, the video blogger was saying that there was no need to worry, because he was a master at pretending that he didn't exist, and there were times when he was trapped in a dungeon and didn't even get caught, when suddenly the protagonist looked back sharply. At that moment, loud sounds of battle were heard from all sides. Mike was looking out from behind the bushes, not understanding what that sound was, while a swordsman was fighting someone right in front of him. The warrior was retreating back, saying that this leader had hung too much on him, and the sorcerer in front was asking the archer why he was standing there and not grabbing him. Looking straight at the monster made of ice, another explained that it was so shiny that it was impossible to aim because of the glare, so something had to be done. Immediately after that, the level 420 emerald tiger opened its mouth wide and began to roar loudly. It was releasing a huge amount of energy outward, and Mike, who was in ambush, covered himself with his hand. The swordsman looked straight ahead, dumbfounded, saying that this is why he asked not to split up, when suddenly Chuck appeared behind him. Turning around abruptly, the warrior was surprised to see a boy there. Looking straight at him, the man asked what was going on and if this was the same protagonist, which greatly surprised his ally. Turning back, the magician asked if this was the same Chuck. Then the guys asked where he even came from, while the dumbfounded boy, looking straight ahead, noted that he was saying the same thing himself. Looking straight at the ice tiger, the protagonist thought that he just wanted to look at the scorpion, and there was the emerald tiger with the highest level on the entire island. Chuck was very worried, reasoning that the difference with Count Arthur was only 10 levels, and it would be impossible to escape, in which case it was necessary to fight, while his current appearance stated that the situation was not the best, because due to the bright sunlight and the shine of his shining body, nothing could be seen. Directing his menacing gaze forward, the boy noted that, however, there was a way out. At that moment, the protagonist created a huge stone wall that hit the monster. Using his new magic, Chuck stated that if the beast was immobilized, then its skills would be useless. The warriors fighting this very ice tiger were very dumbfounded to see what happened. Watching the boy, who was about to use the spell learned from John, the players asked what kind of magic it was, while he thought that perhaps it would work. A moment later, the protagonist slightly opened his mouth and cast an ignition spell. Immediately after, a huge fiery explosion occurred right in front of him. Mike, who was in ambush, covered his face with his hands from the huge flow of power. At the same moment, right in front of Chuck was the corpse of a level 420 monster, engulfed in flames, while everyone else did not understand what was happening. Having completed his plan, the boy put his hand on his chest and received notifications from the system that his contribution to the destruction of the Emerald Tiger was recognized, so his level was increasing, and the true essence could not believe that this was the same ignition that John taught him. Restoring 10% of magic with a brooch also felt cool. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, the swordsman noted that it was impossible for him to destroy a level 420 Emerald Tiger with one blow. The narration of the story continued to take place right in the jungle in the middle of the island. Edward, who occupied third place in the player rating and was the master of the Second Sun Guild, hit his hand right on the tree. He looked with displeasure at the members of the Second Sun Guild, who occupied 7th place in the guild rating, and noted that so many hours had passed since arriving on the island, and they were still circling around the outskirts. The gray-haired man held his hand out in front of him and told the master that he thought they should unite with the troops that were moving separately. He then noted that they said that the Shining Guild had cleared out almost the entire center of the island, and it seemed that their troops were unable to cope with the monsters, which were stronger than they thought, and Edward, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction after the increase, said that he knew about it. Looking at the impenetrable jungle in front of him, the blonde man reasoned that perhaps they had split up in vain and were planning to beat the previous achievement of the Berserker Guild, which is why they split up to get as many trophies as possible. The guild leader, looking ahead in confusion, thought that he had underestimated Yuzra Island and stated that he did not want to admit it, but he had definitely shown greed, so they should unite. Suddenly Edward turned around, looking at the guy standing behind him with a phone in his hands, calling out to the master. He showed him the guy Chuck had recently saved, and explained that they had been contacted by a squad heading west, so he thought he should pick up the phone. Holding his head, the blonde man noted that he was just about to call, and announced that they should unite, so he was heading to them, and the person on the phone said that this could not be allowed, and that they would better come to them. Then the swordsman announced that this route was completed, and Edward, who was dumbfoundedly looking straight at the screen of his smartphone, asked what he was talking about, and asked him to explain it in plain language. At the same moment, the guy was dumbfoundedly looking at his phone, talking about Chuck. Looking at the forest, which was engulfed in flames, the member of the Second Sun Guild said that this person had already passed there. Clutching his head after hearing this, the blonde man asked where he was from, when suddenly another subordinate appeared behind him, distracting the master. The guy in the hood pointed his finger directly at the clock, announcing that this was a report from the guild that attended the conference in the tower. A moment later, he announced that the protagonist had received a quest from John's mages and had become the first player to receive a personal laboratory on the top floor of the tower, which greatly shocked the others. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the head of the Second Sun Guild could not believe that a neutral character had become friends with a player, and thought that this was just an exaggeration by the media, telling him to pass on to the analytical department to check everything regarding Chuck, and then report to him. While he was thinking that perhaps he was much more dangerous than they said, the boy was about to eat a pure emerald of a unique rank, which the system notified about. The protagonist's true self rejoiced, saying that it was a unique rank material, and he couldn't even dream of such a thing, while Romeo called it vile. Looking happily straight at the gem in his hand, Chuck thought that there were too few craftsmen who could handle it, and it was probably just gone. But if the tower requested the production of research items, it would be good, when suddenly his true self noticed something in front of him. Seeing a dark purple energy right in front of him, the boy noticed that the air had changed. Looking straight at the system notification window that appeared out of nowhere, the protagonist wondered if this was Granfel's intuition, and suddenly an ominous tremor appeared all over his body. The system notification was information about the class quest movement, and the protagonist, seeing it, did not understand why it suddenly appeared again. A moment later, everything around him suddenly shook, which alerted Chuck. Immediately after that, the birds flew into the air, while the entire forest was shaking. At the same moment, the system notification window announced that Yusra Island was beginning to absorb greed, and the destruction process had begun, which greatly frightened the boy. The members of the Second Sun Guild were also very surprised by the shaking, saying that the destruction process was growing, and did not understand what was happening and whether Yusra Island was really a rift. The words of the players were heard right through the forest, saying that this was just a new territory and the mechanisms were initially different from the rift system, but did not understand what the first stage of the destruction process meant then. At the same moment, the protagonist looked in surprise straight at the warning from the system that appeared in front. Chuck pressed the system notification window with his finger and asked about greed. Sharply looking away, the boy asked that she was really awakened by the petty desires of people, and his true essence hoped that it was not him who did it. Out of nowhere, a warning from the system appeared that the island was starting to be consumed by greed and the destruction process was one space full. Chuck happily watched the shaking around him, thinking about the great evil of Yusra Island, while his true self hoped that it was not he who woke it up. Imagining in his head how dark energy surrounded all the neighboring islands, the boy thought that, judging by the pop-up window, it was the demon of greed. Then the protagonist thought that the demon hunters might know something, while Mike looked at his smartphone in shock, saying that he was currently trying to figure out what was going on. Suddenly, he noticed a comment that Yusra consisted of 10 islands, and the Shining Ones had only cleared one of them, and probably one cell of the destruction process indicated this. While Chuck thought that if the destruction process was completely filled, the great evil would awaken. At that moment, the boy saw a system notification window appear right next to him. Thinking that he knew it, the protagonist looked at the system notification window with the class quest stir. Hearing an unknown sound, Chuck turned around sharply, thinking that it was good that he did not need to destroy it, but to prevent it. At this time, the members of the Berserker Guild were fussing and declaring that they said that the Shining Ones cleared one island and found treasures. So they really did, and there were only 9 left, and if they did not hurry, they would get nothing. Then the guys shouted that they also had to get at least 1 treasure before everything was destroyed, and the guy, looking menacingly to the side, reasoned that this was a normal reaction. Watching the players who were under the influence of dark energy, the protagonist thought that at this moment all the players on the island were thinking the same thing as they were. Visualizing the man stretching his hand forward, Chuck realized that in order to stop greed from reaching the treasure, he had to let go of his own desire. As he reasoned that it was impossible to convince all the players of this, the boy heard the voices of others echoing right through the forest, about the guild arguing among the ones who had originally come there. The protagonist's true self was very scared and did not know what to do. At that moment, Romeo declared that there was only one way, which greatly surprised Chuck. The boy directed his menacing gaze forward, declaring that he would take all the treasures for himself. The protagonist's true self was very dumbfounded, looking straight at him. The story then shifted to the second island of Yusra, where a rift was appearing in the sky above. The Shining Guild squad was looking straight into the system notification windows. Looking straight ahead, Fred asked Sylvia what she thought about the process of destruction, and she explained that it was obvious, and Yusra consists of 10 islands, and in the process of destruction there are 10 cells, one of which is painted over. When the woman with red hair explained that it filled up immediately after they found the treasure, so it was a countdown, and asked Rox if that was true, and he, grinning maliciously, confirmed her words and asked if they had heard the report from Jesse. Looking in his direction in surprise, the man with brown hair asked that he was really talking about the report that Chuck received a quest in the tower and went to the very top floor, and Sylvia noted that Jessie was very nice, and her eyes sparkled when she mentioned the protagonist, suggesting that there was something between them. At that moment, Fred asked the red-haired woman to be more serious in this situation, and she noted that someone like him, who rented an entire hotel and then got rejected, could not understand what made him so angry, while the head of the Shining Guild, who was watching all this with a smile, noted that this Chuck was rising quite quickly, which could be dangerous. A moment later, the knight asked what they thought and whether they would be able to defeat him if they went against him, which greatly stunned his subordinates. Puzzled, looking away, the brown-haired man said that he would like to do without switching if possible, and Sylvia asked that he was really joking, because now the Rock Guild alone was already making his head spin. Then the girl with red hair added that especially Jessie will not stand aside, and perhaps she will rise up against them, to which Fred agreed, noting that she did nothing bad to them, and Rox, who turned for his head, noted that this was true. With a malicious grin, the guy said that he said this simply out of envy, because there is no point in them going against them. At the same moment, the members of the Shining Guild looked at the warning from the system in surprise, saying that another cell was filled. The guild leader, holding a blade in his hands, asked where exactly, and the man with brown hair said that the United by Heaven had just found treasure, while Sylvia noted that it seemed like everyone had activated their powers. Hearing this, the knight kneaded his shoulder, saying that at this rate they will be left with nothing, so they need to move. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves to another island. Yuzu. Chuck's true self stared straight ahead, dumbfounded. She tried to hold on to her current body, telling him to stop, and asked what he meant by that he would take all the treasures for himself, and did he still not understand that if all the cells were filled, greed would awaken, and she answered that he would literally take everything for himself. A moment later, the protagonist asked him if he really wanted to get the treasures, since greed would not stop him anyway, when suddenly his true self suddenly stopped. Chuck saw a Knight of the Lion Order right in front of him. Looking straight at the man in beautiful armor and the flag fluttering behind him, the boy noticed that they belonged to the Lion Heart Order. At the same time, Chuck's true self said that she did not think that she would meet the best order of the Arcana era there, while Romeo smiled and looked straight ahead, saying that this was the commander of the Lion Heart Order. When the boy said his name, Oliver looked forward happily. The knight standing right behind him noted that this was impudence, and asked to show respect to the commander, and the latter stopped him with a hand gesture, asking the adventurer if he could ask his name. Then the protagonist put his hand right on his chest, saying his name, and noted that he did not expect to meet the Order of the Lionheart there, until his true essence understood what kind of speech it was, like in a historical film. Looking straight ahead, Oliver noted that he felt that he was very different from the other adventurers. Suddenly, the commander of the knights noticed something. He was looking straight at the brooch hanging on the protagonist's collar. When Oliver said it, Chuck was very dumbfounded. A moment later, the boy abruptly jumped to the side from the unknown with a blow of magic. After what happened, the Lionheart Knights looked ahead in surprise, asking if it was a meteor, while the assistant commander asked if he was okay. A moment later, Kevin was greatly surprised when he noticed something in front of him. Looking straight at the huge turtle monster, he declared that it was the owner of the island. The monster opened its mouth wide, while the system announced that it was a huge turtle with golden fangs of level 450. Seeing it, Oliver made a hand gesture, telling them to prepare for battle, while his subordinates asked why such a monster with the highest level was the owner of Yuzra. Noticing how the monster's eyes glowed brightly, the commander of the night squad said that he was going to launch a meteor. A moment later, the huge turtle roared loudly, while Oliver ordered everyone to take their positions. Kevin gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, noticing that their opponent had incredible power. At that moment, the knights told the commander that nothing was visible because of the meteorites, and they could not approach the enemy while the monster was raising its paw. Noticing this, the commander of the knights was very surprised. He shouted the name of his assistant, watching as a huge turtle was about to crush him with its paw. Rushing forward with great speed, he told him to jump to the side. A moment later, the huge monster stepped on that place with its paw. After what happened, the knights were thrown back by the shock wave. Oliver looked straight ahead in surprise. Chuck stood in front, who was using his magic to stop the monster's paw. The warriors of the noble order watched in surprise and did not understand who he was, that he was able to create a wall without anything in an instant. Holding the assistant commander in her arms, and the knights asked who he was, and the boy replied that now is not the best time for introductions. At that moment, Oliver noticed something amazing in front. A huge turtle destroyed the fortifications created by the protagonist. Then the soldiers shouted that a meteorite was coming again and they needed to take a defensive position and shoot upwards, while Chuck's true nature was very scared and stated that he had increased the wall's strength to the maximum and spent too much magic power, and if it weren't for the brooch, he would have already fallen without strength. Looking away in confusion, The boy understood that he needed to save his magic and let the Lionheart Order fight. At that moment, Oliver drew his blade and addressed the adventurer with the magic tower brooch. Turning back, the protagonist heard the commander of the Night Order thanking him for helping him and his subordinates. Putting his hand on his chest, Oliver swore that if he helped them in this battle, they would never forget his kindness. Hearing his words, Chuck's true self imagined the Knight Commander asking him to get on the bus and was going to give him money for the ride. The kid thought it was cool, and Romeo, with his hand right on his chest, noted that monsters must be fought accordingly, and if he needed help, he would be happy to provide it. Mike, who was watching everything from behind cover, was very impressed. The vlogger was filming Chuck communicating with the Lionheart Order on his phone and thought it was just incredible. Smiling widely, Mike asked his viewers if they could see it, and stated that he swore an oath on his heart, and it was definitely not an illusion. While the huge turtle was destroying everything around, the vlogger said that it was dangerous to come closer because of the owner of the island, but it would not affect the view of the battle, so he asked for their understanding. At that moment, Oliver, putting his hand forward, addressed the Lionheart Knights. Then he gave the order to attack in the name of honor, and the warriors pointed their blades straight at the majestic monster. The soldiers ran right past the boy standing in place, while their captain explained that his weak points were his head and team, and first you need to knock it over, then the top will become visible, so first you need to hit the legs. The Knights of the Order shouted loudly the order of their head, while Kevin looked in surprise at the adventurer standing in front. Continuing to watch him, Oliver's assistant thanked him for saving them from the attack of the owner of the island, but the commander swore an oath to him on his heart. Looking at him with contempt, Kevin reasoned that this is the most reliable oath that is brought only to the Emperor, and apparently, for him it is an empty sound. The Knight of the Order did not understand why the commander did this, while the protagonist menacingly looked straight ahead and simply remained silent. At this time, the warriors of the Order of the Lionheart attacked directly at the huge turtle. The knights were attacking the monster's legs, saying that they were doing it in the name of the lion. Then the order was given to take it down, aiming for its legs, while Chuck, who was watching everything, was amazed at this order. The boy was dumbfounded, looking straight ahead, not believing his eyes. Watching how the turtle did not feel any attacks from the knights, the protagonist realized that they were much worse than he thought. Clutching his head, Chuck reasoned that the Lionheart Order was far from weak, but this was not good at all. Watching how the owner of the island trampled them with his huge paw, the boy thought that they were used to fighting at close range, and the reserve troops were just standing behind and waiting for their turn to attack, wondering how long it would take them to completely defeat the enemy. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist. Looking at the information contained in this system notification, Chuck could not believe that the destruction process was already half full. Gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, his true self understood that the others were finding treasures too quickly, and at this rate, they would soon reach this island. Thinking that if he could create space for them to attack, the boy noticed how the eye of the huge turtle suddenly flashed. A moment later, the majestic monster roared loudly, stunning its opponents. Covering his face with his hands, Oliver declared that an earthquake was approaching. A moment later, the Knights of the Lionheart Order saw lava rising from the ground right under their feet. The protagonist was also in the middle of the battlefield, while the commander of the Knights explained that if they fell, they would definitely die. The guys around him shouted that there was no room to attack, while Chuck watched in fear. At the same time, the boy remembered the magic staircase in the magic tower and thought about space. A moment later, the protagonist looked forward with a serious gaze. Immediately after that, Chuck called out to Oliver, who was very surprised to hear his name. Then the boy asked if they were ready to attack, and the Knights of the Order who heard his words were very surprised. Then the protagonist declared that he would open the way for them, and released his blue energy. A moment later, a huge number of stone platforms appeared right around the owner of the island. Kevin watched what was happening in shock and asked what it was. At this time, Michael, who was watching everything from behind cover, was extremely surprised. The commander of the Knights looked straight ahead in confusion. Chuck put his hand straight ahead and created a huge number of stone platforms, while the commander of the order realized that this was the stairs of the owner of the magic tower. Surprised, Kate looked to the side, noting that she saw her in the tower, and her ally said that this could not be, because an ordinary hunter is not capable of such magic. Then the boys wondered who he really was, while the boy held his hand out straight in front of him, and his true self thought that his mana was running out. At that moment, the warrior pushed off the ground with his foot. It was Oliver, who declared that the way was open, and ran forward at great speed. Looking straight at the displeased expression on the owner of the island, the commander of the order ordered not to miss this chance. Then he said that we need to quickly put an end to this battle, when suddenly all the warriors rushed straight towards the giant turtle. Oliver swung his blade to strike. A moment later, the commander of the knights completed his attack, destroying the enemy. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared right next to Chuck. Seeing the information in it, the boy was very surprised. The protagonist could not believe that Commander Oliver was refusing to contribute to the destruction of the giant turtle with golden fangs. A moment later, another system notification appeared, which contained information that Kevin followed his commander's example. Chuck was looking at the huge number of system notification windows, which were notifying that the players had conceded the contribution to the destruction, and therefore he was gaining many levels. At the same time, Oliver came up to him from behind and told him about his brooch. Holding a blade in his hands, the man in armor explained that it was one of the gifts that the Emperor had given the tower in the distant past. Then the commander of the knights announced that they owed him the lives of many warriors, and the boy just looked away. A moment later, the protagonist was very surprised when all the members of the Lionheart Order knelt before him. Oliver, closing his eyes, said that the Lionheart Order remains with him, the owner of the brooch, Chuck. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared right next to the boy, notifying that the giant turtle with golden fangs had been destroyed with the highest contribution. Then, out of nowhere, a cloud of blue energy appeared. Noticing this, everyone present there was very surprised. The protagonist's true essence looked in surprise straight at the cluster of blue energy, saying that it was the island's treasure. Watching the magic ball, Chuck wondered what he should do and whether he could take it for himself. But if he took it, the great evil would awaken, and if he didn't, another person would, and then the great evil would awaken anyway. A moment later, the boy was very dumbfounded, noticing that the system notification window showed information that 6 cells were already filled. Then the protagonist called out to Granfell, saying that he should think about the island's treasure while he was taking it into his own hands. Noticing this, Chuck's true essence was very dumbfounded. The boy was scared, calling himself a crazy idiot, and asked if he even knew about the consequences, because now the great evil would awaken and it would be the end for everyone, while Romeo was absorbing this blue energy. The protagonist, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, declared that for Granfell, Cloudy, Arfie, Romeo, wealth is fleeting. The Knights of the Lionheart Order watched in amazement as Chuck pondered what it was like for him, who was born the heir to a great family and had experienced all the delights of wealth. At this time, Mike looked straight at his phone with admiration. Thinking that the feeling of greed was unfamiliar to him, the boy held a tiara of blue energy in his hand. Joyfully looking straight at it, the protagonist said that the way to prevent greed from swallowing the treasure was very simple, and it was necessary to take it without any hint of greed, while the system notified that he was receiving the treasure of the island. Chuck's true essence realized the reality that he had succeeded, and recalled the events of the past. Immediately after this narration, the story is transferred to another jungle of the island. An unknown man was looking straight through binoculars. He watched the protagonist, saying that he had finally found Chuck. With a huge number of corpses behind him, Dexter told him to collect all the remaining treasure. At the same time, the exhausted knight said his name, calling him a pathetic killer. When he said that he would not leave this just like that, Dexter cut off his head. The shadow of the killer towered right above the corpses of his victims. Holding a bloody dagger in his hands, Dexter saw the system notification windows notifying that he had killed the player, and his karma points were increasing. Looking directly at the crystal in his hand, the killer stated that it would be more convenient for him to take them from him in one go, while the system announced that he had collected 32 trophies in addition to the emerald. Chuck looked straight ahead and thought that for his character, wealth is fleeting. The Knights of the Order were also watching him, and they were very surprised while the boy was arguing that for him, who was born the heir of a great family, and had experienced all the delights of wealth. Being in ambush, Mike was delighted, seeing everything that was happening. While the protagonist understood that the feeling of greed was unfamiliar to him, a tiara of blue energy appeared right on his hand. Joyfully looking straight at it, Chuck declared that the way to prevent greed from absorbing the treasure is very simple, and it is necessary to take it without any hint of greed, while the system notified that he was receiving the treasure of the island. All this was watched from the side by a video blogger, who was about to burst into tears of happiness. Continuing his live broadcast, showing the protagonist and the Knights of the Order there, Mike asked his dear viewers if they saw this, and the master received the treasure of the island, and the speed of destruction did not increase at all. Zooming in on Chuck's image on his phone, the vlogger claimed that he remained so calm, without even moving, and there was really not an ounce of greed in him. At this time, the boy's true essence looked straight ahead with displeasure. Looking at the broken crown in his hand, the protagonist wondered if this old thing was really a treasure, and it didn't even have a description. Suddenly, Chuck saw a system notification window, while his essence was thinking that this was probably a joke, and soon all the greed would disappear. Hopefully not all treasures are the same. In this very notification from the system, there was information that the Lionheart Order had joined his team, and the characteristics of these warriors were shown. The boy's true essence wondered what this was and what kind of team this was, while Oliver, standing in front, asked what he hadn't told him. Putting his hand on his heart, the commander of the Knights declared that they were ready to go with Sir Dude. At that moment, the protagonist remembered how they had knelt before him and Oliver had said that their Order of the Lionheart would not forget the kindness of the brooch's owner, and he could not believe that he had really meant it. Chuck wondered what he thought he had meant, that he would not attack him when they met, and the commander of the Knights, looking straight ahead, declared that he had saved their lives and had shown a pure heart, in which there was no thirst for treasure. Putting his hand on his heart, the Great Knight said that he did not know his goal, but swears that at least there, on the island, they will become his sword and shield. Hearing this, Chuck's true essence was very dumbfounded and could not believe that this was reality. Looking at the list of team members, the boy could not believe that no matter how limited the island was, the best order in the Empire should not follow him, because they had too big a difference in levels. Grinning, the protagonist thought that the monsters there were just as strong. Imagining in his head that he would now be able to fight these monsters, Chuck declared that it was necessary to quickly move to the next island. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the jungle on a completely different island. Dexter was sitting right on a tree branch and silently looking through binoculars. Suddenly, the killer heard someone calling him directly on the radio. He continued to watch his prey while his ally told him that they said that Chuck had gotten the treasure, but the process of destruction had not changed, and asked if it was true, because Oliver had joined him, and if they could now cope with the Order of the Lionheart. Continuing to watch the boy through binoculars, Dexter asked if he really shit his pants from fear, and the other man asked who else did this, and explained that he was simply suggesting that they be more careful, because the second son was different from those idiots, to which he stated that this is what it is called, that he was scared, and if he was scared, he could leave. At that moment, the killer looked furiously straight ahead, declaring that he had already prepared something for them, and as soon as they got into the boat to sail to another island, he had to snap his finger, and a deadly poison would spread throughout the boat. Looking through the binoculars directly behind the protagonist, Dexter noted that when they inhaled him, they would all end. At the same moment, Chuck looked menacingly to the side, while the killer was saying that they would kill him first, and then check whether he had treasure or not. Dexter did not even have time to understand anything, as his head was cut off. A moment later, the killer grabbed his neck in fear and could not believe that he had cut his throat, but in fact he realized that he imagined it, and did not understand how he could notice him at such a distance. Looking straight at the boy, who was looking forward with displeasure, Dexter thought that his expression was very sinister. At the same moment, the killer turned right into a squirrel, sitting right on a tree branch. The true essence of the boy with a smile on his face, seeing him, noted that he looked like a squirrel, and it was a cute animal. Then Oliver, grinning maliciously, asked the gentleman if he had already guessed it too. The Knight Commander, looking forward with a furious gaze, noticed that the little rat was on the tree. Then the Great Knight asked what he thought of him, when suddenly Dexter grabbed his neck, and the system notified that Oliver was watching him, and his level of psychological strength was too low, so there was a violation of the state and strong fear was detected. Hearing the words of his subordinate, Chuck silently looked away. He was looking straight at the squirrel, which was holding a nut in its paws. Seeing the menacing look of the Knight Commander, the true essence of the boy did not understand what was going on, and did he really like squirrels? Because his facial expression was now too stern, and Romeo replied that he did not even know. At that very moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of the protagonist. Studying the information in the system notification, Chuck could not believe that the destruction process was already filled to 8 cells. He thought that if you take into account that crown, there was 1 treasure left, and he knew that he had to hurry with the squirrel, so he poked his finger at the system notification window, asking if he should worry about some rat. With his serious gaze directed forward, the protagonist declared that he had to hurry, and thought that he was still glad that he had managed to prevent the awakening of the Great from leading the destruction process, which could not be completely completed. Looking straight ahead, he obeyed the order of his master. At that very moment, the voice of a man calling out to Dexter echoed across the island. At this time, the killer was holding his throat in fear, while his ally asked if he could hear him. Dexter was shaking with fear, while the man asked why he had suddenly gone silent. The killer seemed to be plunging into a dark abyss, and did not understand why Chuck left him alive and why he felt sorry for him, or whether he was not worthy of paying attention to him. Still holding himself by the throat, Dexter thought that the reason simply did not matter. Taking off his mask and crying, the killer said that he was washing his hands and mentally thanked them for sparing him. At that moment, his ally was with his friends and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and Dexter explained that they, too, if they wanted to live, should not touch Chuck. The man looked dumbfoundedly straight at the screen of his smartphone and wondered what was going on. At the same moment, the guy with the mohawk standing next to him asked Harvey what happened, and he threw the phone on the ground, saying that this idiot abandoned him. The man screamed in frustration, saying it was like a curse and so much had been invested in this, and that freak Dexter said the only thing that could help was hydrovenom, so he took out a personal loan, while his ally tried to calm him down. Harvey glared at him, asking why he had to calm down. The man grabbed the guy with the mohawk by the shirt, noting that he was fine because it wasn't his money. The muscular man pushed Harvey away, telling him to stop, asking why he was so worked up, because it wasn't like him. Immediately after that, the man unleashed his dark energy, asking where he was getting worked up, noting that they were the calm little rats, wondering why that was. Harvey then said that they were in the same gang, asking how much Dexter had paid them, and his allies didn't understand what had happened to him, asking him to calm down so they could talk it out. At that moment, the man looked straight ahead furiously, asking how much of his money they had agreed to take for themselves. At that time, Chuck looked at the birds flying above in surprise. Oliver looked in the same direction, asking if something had happened. The boy turned around abruptly, explaining that it was nothing special, while he himself did not understand what was happening. Several system notification windows appeared right in front of him, notifying that the influence of a great evil had spread throughout the island and the natural enemy skill had been activated, and the protagonist, who saw this, reasoned that they were just ordinary notifications, no different from those that were when he first arrived on the island, and began to feel it even more. Suddenly stopping in place, Chuck thought that it looked like the intuition of a demon hunter was sending him a warning. Fixing his menacing gaze forward, the boy realized that the demon was somewhere nearby. At that moment, Harvey pierced his ally with a blade. Shaking with pain running through his body, the man with the scar on his face called his ally a traitor and said that he knew he was obsessed with money, but not to that extent. Looking straight ahead menacingly, the man asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, while the system announced that he had killed another player. Holding a bloody dagger in his hands, Harvey claimed that they were the ones who first conspired with Dexter to take his money for themselves, while the system announced that he was getting a gold raft and 62 other trophies. At this time, a frightened Mike watched everything happening from behind a tree, and the man claimed that they started it all. Then the video blogger looked back with fear in his eyes. At the same moment, Harvey seemed to turn into a demon, saying that he just got what was his. Someone is running. Michael runs in horror and realizes that it is a murder. He runs through tropical bushes and thinks that this means that the rumors that he killed people in the rift were true and hopes that he did not notice him while the commentators discuss what is happening. The redhead trips over a root and thinks about what will happen if he is noticed, specifically that he is finished and that first of all he should get away from there. He looks at the floor in horror. The blonde catches him while he realizes that he is falling, and the second asks if he is okay. Robert looks at him and asks if monsters are chasing him, to which he realizes that the Pathfinder League has caught up with him. The man in the hat smiles and notes that most likely the guy in front of him is scared and urges him to sit here and rest, and he thinks that even a psychopath who kills his comrades for money will not go against the Pathfinder League if he wants to remain a player. Michael nervously scratches his head, agrees and thanks them and understands that now everything will be fine with him, and that he is saved. Drones inspect the area. The man in the headphones smiles and notes that he is starting the Arcana program today and that right now viewers can see the last view of the island on the screens. Against the background of the clot, he continues that the local state is divided into 10 islands, and that on each of these islands a treasure was hidden and that the method of finding these treasures on each island is different. People are fighting, and the man says that this may well be a hunt for the owner of the island, namely a monster with a name, or a search for fragments that will ultimately need to be collected together, and the system notifies that a guild called the Shining Ones found the island's treasure, and that the League of Pathfinders did the same. And the voice continues that with the help of different methods guilds and leagues were able to get these very treasures. The drone flies and the voice says that they finally caught up with the last island with treasures and that players and guilds are gathering here now. The announcer shows the Shining Guild and states that they have just arrived at the scene, while the red-haired one notes that their guild master is too ambitious, and the blonde one replies that it is all for the good of their guild, and the announcer asks if they have found their 2 treasures in the western part yet, adding that this is the greatness of the number 1 guild. Jack frowns, and the voice continues that they are proud of them and that there is information about a guild called Jayan and that it found a treasure in the eastern part, and turns to their guild master and asks if he understands that he should not jump over his head and that he just needs to earn contribution points, to which he receives in response that he should not worry. The man stands with a halberd while he continues about the Inazuma Guild, which is located next to the ladder, and that they were on the same island as Jayan, but did not have time to find the treasure, to which he notes that they are acting important, and his comrade notes that they will still have a chance, to which the voice notes his displeased expression. In the background of Ani, the announcer says that their competitors are following them, namely guilds called Berserk and Second Son, and the girl screams at him to let her go before she kills him, and the second asks her to put down the sword and not be stubborn, and the blonde notes that she is still just as indomitable. The announcer smiles and asks which guild will find its last treasure here and asks to subscribe to their channel. The man does not finish what he wants because he is very surprised. Jack is taken aback and the dark-haired man recognizes the man in front of him. The members of the other guilds are no less taken aback by something. Someone is walking in plate armor. The soldiers stand while the announcer is taken aback that the Lionheart has arrived. The blonde looks ahead and hears that this can't be, that such an unexpected turn of events has occurred and that the strongest order in the world has appeared in the arena, and he says that he can't believe it. Jack sullenly hears that he knows that the head of the leader named Oliver is about level 600, and he asks if he's imagining it. Uni tears his hair and says that he's going crazy and that this is generally against the rules, while the announcer wants to name the head of this order. Chuck straightens his tie. He looks at him and shouts that his name is Chuck. The blonde looks confidently and the voice continues that all the rankers immediately paid attention to him, because his look speaks of his complete confidence that he will find the last treasure. The dark guy notes that he feels uneasy about all this. He hides behind the saint and notes that of course he knew in advance that they would look at him like that, but he didn't expect such a large-scale effect, and the announcer continues that the order called the Lionheart is headed by Chuck and that they can well make large guilds worry. The guy frowns and turns to the second one with the words that he saw this Korean in the county and asks who he is, to which he receives in response that they first need to be careful not to become enemies with this guy. The red-haired one looks pleased and says that she will say it right away, but no matter what happens, she refuses to fight Chuck, because she only has one life after all. Chuck looks at the dark one with displeasure, and he asks someone to stop looking at him like that because he is very uncomfortable. He looks around and thinks that if everyone around suddenly finds out that he is actually a simple weakling, they will say that he is a crook and bury him alive for this. Oliver shouts his name. The blonde looked at him in fear. Something flashes. Jack asks in horror what is happening and why lava suddenly started coming out of the ground. The crack is growing and people are shouting for everyone to run for cover, and someone else that they should change their equipment to anti-fire, and others that they need to increase their resistance to fire, and someone else notes that they should do everything faster if they want to stay alive. The blonde looks ahead in horror. He looks at the magma fish and notes that it is the owner of the island, while the system notifies that in front of them is a giant magma carp of level 420. Ani jumps back screaming that she is very hot. The brunette frowns and notes that there is solid lava around and that they will not be able to get to him so easily, and the second one answers that for starters they should just observe the whole situation. The carp is bathing in lava while someone gives the order to report all casualties to him, and someone else yells at those without firefighting gear to step back and that tanks and melee fighters should also change their gear, but to throw in ones. The fish gets shells and someone notes that his lava wall blocks any ranged attack and someone else wonders how they can even fight something like that if they can't even get close to him. Jack attacks with his sword while the announcer still asks him not to jump above his head. A drone flies by and a voice from it yells that it's a carp and that a giant lava carp suddenly appeared. Against the background of a lake of magma, he continues that even through the screen they can all feel the heat from this lava. Oliver tensed up while he continues that the rankers can't get close to the monster because of its lava lake, while he asks if he's okay and receives in response that he has no problems. The blonde guy looks at him with displeasure and continues that he is very happy to hear this, and that he simply has nothing to justify himself with, and that he said that he would become his sword, but he himself cannot even come close to the monster attacking him. Chuck smirks. He frowns and notes that he should not worry about it. The blonde guy holds out his hand and says that he would not have brought him here without a plan. The man in armor turns around. He looks at him in horror and wonders if the man smirked in such a situation. The man continues that he does not understand how. The blonde guy continues to hold his hands, and the man does not understand what kind of way Chuck came up with to deal with him. The blonde guy looks down and decides to use magic by dividing it into 3 stages. Against the background of magical seals, he gradually uses search, interference, and manifestation. The carp hisses at him, and he continues that the lava around this carp is not even a skill, just a part of nature. The guy in armor is still terrified. The system notes that in this case, for Chuck, this lava is a little different. Jack is taken aback and notes that this cannot be. The lava scatters and the voice continues that for him, this lava is nothing more than scattered stones, and someone wonders if he raised the lava into the air. The 2 announcers do not know what to say to them. Rock smiles and wonders where such a strange person came from. The light one is happy to clean up the lava, and the dark one notes that the mana is running out, and calls on his sword to hit rather than just stand there. The drone flies among the lava and shouts that it is incredible that the lava is just floating. Carp is indignant, and he continues that this is simply an incredible sight, and that the path to the owner of the island has been created. Oliver laughs. He runs contentedly shouting that in this case he will make his contribution. Rox is horrified thinking that he was just distracted for a second and orders his team to attack too. Everyone rushes forward. The announcer with glasses looks at Jack and tries to convince him that he has no chance of getting a share for participation, when Oliver is just standing there, and that he must get a bonus for the first hit on the fish, to which he receives in response that he already knows this. Jack is taken aback by the sight. The carp jumped into the sky and the red-haired one is indignant. The other players look at him and wonder if he jumped. The carp flies. The drone flies past. Ani shouts that he is acting really annoying for some simple fish, and the other asks everyone to be careful, because he jumped again. The fish is indignant and the announcer comments on this as the beginning of the carp for jumping up and down, and that therefore it is impossible to get to him again, and he assumes that the battle will continue for quite a long time. Rox is still horrified. The fish gets multiple cuts. He looks at her with satisfaction and asks what it is. The fish has turned into a bad kebab, and he wonders if these are spears made of stones. The blonde turns around and shouts about a change in state, to which the girl does not understand what he is talking about and asks again what this is at all. The blonde looks at Chuck and explains that he cooled the lava to turn it into stone, just like turning water into ice, but notes that making a spear out of all this is a completely different level. The blonde turns to Oliver, while he continues that such strong changes simply should not be possible if they take into account the mana restrictions that were set by the system. Oliver goes on the attack. Slaves receive a strong blow. The other players see a notification that they have defeated the Great Lava Carp, and the rest do not receive a reward for this, because their contribution is low. Rosk nervously scratches his head and realizes that for his guild to have a zero contribution here is simply embarrassing for him and orders everyone to go back. The announcer is completely delighted. Against the backdrop of fish kebabs, he notices that the owner of the island has been defeated. Chuck crosses his arms over his chest and he continues that those who contributed the most to the victory are him and his Order of the Lionheart. The blonde rolls his eyes and the announcer says that he just can't believe it, and what's happening, and asks everyone to look at how calm this guy is and that he did everything with such ease that it's simply unbelievable. And the system notices that his eyes are rolling behind his eye sockets due to a severe lack of mana. A ball appears in front of him, and the system gives him a reward for his high contribution to the victory. A drone flies above him and the announcer states that this is the island's treasure, and that according to his messages, he has already received the treasure on another island. The blonde looks down and thinks about the island's treasure. The guy takes the ball and thinks that this is the last one, apparently. The announcer is stunned by what is happening. Chuck frowns and someone asks why all the progress of destruction has not appeared, and someone else doubts that this is the treasure of the island. Dark energy is drawn to him. His system notifies him that the island is beginning to absorb greed and that the process of destruction has appeared. The blonde looks at him in bewilderment and asks if it happened too late, and someone else asks him to wait because the number of treasures does not match, and someone asks if there is another one. Dark Chuck looks in horror and notes that it simply cannot be that the light one felt greed when he took it, because this treasure also did not affect the progress of destruction just now. He looks away and continues that nevertheless there is this very strong demonic energy. Against the background of the mountains, he notices that another treasure was completely absorbed by someone's greed once again. Michael trembles with horror. Something is standing with an orb in its hand, and the system notices that it killed another player, and that it got the island's treasure and 14 other items. Robert is crying and notices that it killed Julie, and the other asks it not to act hastily, and just hold on. The man looks at the orb in horror. It bends down. It looks around and thinks that it doesn't understand what's happening and that it feels like its head is going to explode and that it just didn't want that. Someone's eyes are shining and asks it what it's saying, and the system notices that greed is looking at it, and explains that it's one of the deadly sins. Greed is choking it and remembers that it just told it that it wanted this and that's why it helped it, and the system continues that its mental resistance is too low. The League watches as greed insists that it doesn't even have the skill it wanted and that it still let it get what it wants. He absorbs the guy saying that it's his turn to take what's his. Someone is getting ready to run. The brunette delivers a slashing blow. Michael is taken aback. Kate turns to him and asks if he's okay, to which he is taken aback by the presence of a member of the order called the Lionheart. He trembles because he understands what this all means. Someone is coming and he understands who he really is. Chuck scratches his nose saying that it stinks of rotten demons here. Everyone in horror recognizes him as Mr. Chuck. Michael wipes away his tears. He gets up and calls out to the others asking if they've been waiting long because the cool stream is resumed by the blonde's fan. The blonde doesn't understand where he is. Kate screams that he's still alive and asks him to give them an order. The light one in horror receives a class quest, and the dark one asks to wait. The demon explodes, and the dark one realizes something, while the system notices that the evil of this island is boiling. Oliver is horrified, while the dark one is perplexed by the deadly evil and why it is now. He also does not understand. The sphere glows and someone shouts that this is the treasure of the island. It cracks over the person. Chuck frowns at this, and the system notifies him that the treasure of the island is defiled by greed. The dark one looks displeased and reads the conditions of the created class quest, where he needs to prevent the resurrection of greed and make sure that greed cannot touch the treasure of the island. The demon appeared and the system continues that the destruction has already begun. The guys looked in the same direction. Margot touched Ani's shoulder when she asked about what it was. The creature with appendages was in front of them when someone spoke about the hand. Dark limbs rushed forward. Black palms were opposite each other. The man in armor opened his mouth wide and asked what this shaking was. A black substance enveloped everything around when someone cursed and asked what was happening. The frightened guys were sitting in front of the monitor when one of them exclaimed that the islands were merging into one, and the other remembered that it said something about destruction. Something appeared from a crack in the ground. The building was shown from above when someone shouted that something was rising in the center of the united island. The protagonist and Oliver looked up when the latter said that it was incredible. A majestic palace appeared in front of him. The guys in armor looked in one direction when someone reported that a castle made of gold appeared right in the center of the island. Then they repeated his words, asking if this was all. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when everyone started talking about it being a palace made entirely of gold, and if this was also the treasure of the island, then he thought about it. The space around the castle turned crimson when Chuck realized that this was the Palace of Greed, in which unbridled greed sat on the throne. A system window lit up on the side of the protagonist when he thought about the ominous aura around him that he did not want to get closer. A system window was shown close up, telling about the class quest and that he needed to find out what kind of great evil was lurking on the Yuzra archipelago, and that he had to prevent the resurrection of greed and make sure that it did not touch the treasures of the island. Then the protagonist realized that the last task was paused, remembering that they had failed. Chuck was behind Oliver, who reported that something was approaching. A dead man's hand came out of the ground, when everyone was told to prepare for battle. A frightened Kate opened her mouth wide when she advised everyone to watch their step. The undead began to crawl out of the ground, then they shouted about it. Clark was sitting next to Brad, when he told about the sudden appearance of a golden castle, and now the dead, and then wondered what was happening, reminding them that Arcana was with them today. Sweat appeared on the dark-haired man's face. The commentator looked away when he asked about how now was not the time for jokes. Someone slammed their hand on the table. Sam was standing next to Hein when he exclaimed that they needed to stop them, then his colleague said his name, saying that he had just received confirmation of a new update. The brunette opened his mouth wide when he shouted that at this rate they would really die soon, and that they should not prevent their invasion and just cordon off the entire island, and then advised him to look at the enemy levels. In the man's hands was a phone, which said that a new rift had appeared on the Yuzra archipelago, and that the new boss was one of the 7 sins, the embodiment of greed, level 650. The protagonist looked at the undead indifferently. The armored warriors fought the undead, saying that these monsters had gone crazy and that their guild was retreating. Then system notifications appeared saying that the protagonist needed to make sure that greed did not touch the treasures of the island, and suppress the army of the undead, and also defeat one of the 7 sins, or rather the embodiment of greed. After that he decided that he was going crazy and wondered what he should do. Chuck walked along the battlefield, while people were shouting that they needed to evacuate civilians first, and called the members of the League of Rangers there, and also urged them to save their lives and retreat. Then he thought that they should not give them meaningless quests, and that there were mobs of level 500 and a boss of level 650. Oliver turned his head to the side when he ordered the knights to hold their formation and retreat slowly. Then he decided that he had to hold it at all costs. The blonde man turned around when he was addressed and asked the protagonist to be careful, because there were a lot of enemies. His pupils narrowed greatly. The protagonist looked away confidently when he asked if the oath to become his sword was still in force. The armored knight stood in front of him when he assumed that he planned to fight, judging by his look, to which he answered in the affirmative. Then Oliver warned that the enemy was formidable and that his life would be in danger. Chuck looked ahead with determination when he said that the demons must be destroyed and that there was no other way. The bearded man looked shocked. His mouth fell open when he said that he saw no fear in the protagonist's gaze. In fact, sweat was running down the protagonist's face when he spoke about what would have happened if he had been with him then. Then the brunette wondered about what he had said, and then asked for help. Kevin and Kate stood with their backs to each other when the leader addressed the Order of the Lionheart. An excited Oliver opened his mouth wide when he suggested that they keep the oath of their hearts, and make sure that Chuck gets to his formidable enemy. The knights in helmets synchronously opened their mouths and shouted that it was in the name of the lion. Michael was behind his comrades when he assumed that they were going to enter. Then the comments wrote that it was hopeless and that Oliver should be abandoned. A crowd of undead was shown when someone spoke about this castle. The protagonist put his hand in front of him when he called for everyone to move forward. Sam showed his phone to Hein when he asked him to look at the video, adding that it looked like someone was already trying to break in. Then he asked him again, and wondered if they were crazy and if they hadn't seen the update. Clark was sitting in front of his laptop when he reported that player Chuck and the Lionheart Order had gone on the attack against the undead army, suggesting that they were trying to take over the Golden Palace. People were sitting in front of the TV when the commentator offered to listen to their expert's opinion. Schoolchildren were at one table and were discussing whose streams were better, Arcana today or Michael. Passers-by crowded in front of the building with the broadcast. The blonde protagonist crossed his arms when Clark told about the rumors that the AU thinks that the island should be isolated and cordoned off. The battle between the knights and the undead continued as the protagonist thought that everything was fine, as the Lionheart Order was fighting better than expected, and as he thought, the contingent's top-notch warriors were peerless in foot combat as well. The boy opened his palm as he realized that the mana recovery was progressing smoothly. The blonde stood with his back turned as he thought that at this rate, they would be able to enter the battle soon. Edward held his phone in front of him as he was approached and asked if they should not move out now if they wanted to join the attack to get some contribution points, to which he replied that moving out now would be suicide. The blonde's face was shown up close as he added that, if you think about it, it was reckless, and that no guild would join this crazy mission. Chuck glanced at the undead behind him as the swordsman concluded that they would most likely be defeated and retreat quickly. A green aura enveloped the undead as the boy thought about resurrection. The protagonist drew his blade as he cursed in his mind, realizing that he still did not have enough mana. There was a bright flash in the distance. Something rushed past Edward and his companion. The blonde man looked away in concern. The protagonist looked ahead tensely. The warriors who had arrived were cutting down the undead, swinging their weapons. Jack looked away, thinking about Berserker. The red-haired girl's mouth fell open as she wondered why Jayan was there. A crowd of people ran along the ground as the announcer exclaimed that there was an unexpected development, and that the Jayan and Berserker guilds had followed the player Chuck and entered the Golden Palace. The guy in the suit was in front of Jack and Ani, who asked him what he was staring at, then Margot asked her to be more polite. The protagonist touched his shoulder when he thought about whether they would really help them, and when Clark said that it was an interesting coincidence that both guilds had a history of cooperation with this player in raids. The blonde guy looked down arrogantly when he said that they would help him, then the protagonist called him crazy and asked what he was talking about, because you need to ask with respect, after which he added that he would not ask nicely anymore. Then Chuck decided that he had gone crazy. The players were surrounded by the rest of the people present. Ani glared angrily when she answered that she came to help anyway, because they owed them a debt, and he was still a scoundrel. Then her friend politely asked her not to stare like that and to express herself more decently. Jack slung his weapon over his shoulder as his companion turned to him and said that this was their chance, and that he had to impress this guy, and he replied that he understood. The guild leader stood behind the protagonist, who thought that they looked angry. The cloaked knight turned to the dead. Kevin opened his mouth wide as he exclaimed that they were reviving. Jack turned his head to the side in worry as he called them the cursed undead, asking the priests to quickly cast a blessing and protection, reminding him that in order to completely destroy them, God's help was needed. The blonde placed his hand on Ani's shoulder as the protagonist thought about all the deposits being taken away and that it would be good if he could somehow strengthen the Lionheart Knights, and he told the girl that they also needed a blessing and protection. The blonde player extended his hand to the shocked Ani, saying that he had no tea to give her, and then asked her to give him a buff. Then Chuck apologized to her. A blinding light appeared above the knights. The winged creature was behind the guy with the staff, when someone exclaimed that the Jayan priests would support them, and that the protagonist could fight in peace. Then the system notifications appeared, saying that God's blessing was with them, and that their combat ability against the undead was increasing dramatically. The red-haired girl looked away worriedly, when she said that they had made it first, and that she was going to buff them too. Then a comrade standing behind Jack informed him that they had done it. The armored warriors rushed forward, shouting that this was great, and that fighting with a blessing was a different matter, calling on everyone to destroy the monsters. The long-haired Jayan leader cut the dead man down, exclaiming that it was not worth it, and that it was nothing. When the protagonist said that he would remember his virtue, he was then asked about what kind of buffs he wanted. Jack's bloody face was shown up close, when he suggested that it was a blessing from a god or protection, adding that whatever he wanted, the priests would provide. He then replied that he did not. The blonde boy looked away with a piercing gaze, when he replied that he believed in something as absurd as a god. The surprised red-haired man stood behind Chuck, who asked himself to shut up. Oliver looked towards the protagonist. Sweat was pouring down the blonde man's face, when someone said his name. The man in the white cloak clutched his head. His eye was shown close up. A blinding white silhouette appeared in front of him when he thought about not believing in God anymore. A light silhouette was reflected in his eye when he addressed His Majesty. A dark hand from the gate reached out to Oliver. Chuck and Jack looked in the same direction when they remembered the palace gates. Streams of dark energy approached the knight's eye when someone exclaimed that it was dangerous and that they needed to step back. A crimson aura pierced the man's eye, who remembered what he had promised His Majesty. The doors were illuminated by the rays of the sun. Oliver knelt down when he informed the ruler that they said that the leader of the demon army had appeared in the northwestern canyon. A young man in a red cloak sat in front of him when the commander of the knights added that he only had to give the order, and then he would immediately move out to meet him. The long-haired blonde silently rested his head on his hand. A man in armor bowed before him as he addressed him. The ruler passed Oliver by as he answered that thousands of warriors would once again die at the hands of demons. The man in the red cloak turned his back as he said that these abominations had appeared and the adventurers had disappeared. He imagined people standing in front of ruins as he added that even the wizard's tower that had been investigating the phenomenon had disappeared in an instant. A woman and child looked up in fear as he said that as if that wasn't enough, people had begun to disappear without a trace all over the empire. A flash of light appeared in the middle of the red aura. The blonde man looked ahead intently as his ruler told him that he had been asking God every night if this world had truly ended and if it was his will. His Majesty's face was covered by his hair as he said that God had never answered his prayers. A sun could be seen through the clouds as the ruler said that perhaps it had disappeared as well. The blonde youth stood with his back to the commander of the knights, whom he asked about his thoughts and whether God had truly abandoned them. Oliver was shown in profile as he addressed the sovereign, answering that the cause of everything was demons and that God had not abandoned them, concluding that the evil spirits simply blocked their path to him. The blonde in armor raised his fist to his chest as he said his name, announcing that he would go to them, defeat the leader of the demons, and thereby open the way to God. The blonde ruler opened his mouth and remained silent. The bearded man looked ahead in surprise when he answered that everything was fine and that he no longer believed in God. His Majesty looked forward with warmth as he added that he believed in him. Oliver looked pleased as he looked ahead. A horde of monsters in armor appeared in front of the knights. The commander opened his mouth wide as he ordered the warriors to go forward and attack. The demons were fighting the knights when their leader reminded them that His Majesty was waiting for them, ordering them not to surrender. The man crossed swords with the monster when he noticed their leader. The horned creature looked away haughtily. Oliver reached out to it, deciding that he should just deal with it, exclaiming that he would finish it. The blue-skinned creature held the reins in his hands. A smirk appeared on his face when he said that it was too late. The blond man frowned deeply. A blue glow enveloped him. This energy enveloped the knights, who wondered what it was. Oliver's pupils narrowed greatly in fear when he thought of what else. In front of him was a dark silhouette of a horseman. Shocked people held smartphones in front of them. Warriors in bloody armor were in the middle of the city. Passers-by took pictures of the surprised commander, who wondered where they were. The dark-haired youths looked at each other, saying that it seemed like another one had moved, assuming that they were the inhabitants of Arcana. Then Oliver realized that he had to return to His Majesty. The knight in the helmet opened his mouth wide. The warriors in armor rushed into battle, when their commander thought about His Majesty. A white silhouette appeared in front of him. The image of the long-haired ruler began to form. The bearded man opened his mouth, trembling. He squeezed the hilt of the blade when he said that he wandered from place to place to find a way back to him, and he was there all this time. The amazed players looked in one direction, when Oliver asked to forgive them for their slowness. An eerie silhouette appeared above the commander of the knights when he said his name. The protagonist looked very scared when he added that he would become a sword and destroy all enemies of His Majesty. The cloaked warrior was in front of the protagonist, who mentally addressed him, reminding him that he had said that he would be his blade. Oliver was enveloped in an ominous aura. Kate and Ani were shown in profile when they asked if the commander was alright and what was going on, and also why he was talking like that, assuming that he had gone crazy from old age. Then she was reminded of decent expressions. Chuck bit his finger, looking at his blonde self, when he cursed, realizing that out of all of them, it was the head of Lionheart who was possessed by demonic control. A golden castle was visible behind the knight, when the protagonist thought that this must be some kind of debuff, and that mental control can sometimes be more difficult than possession. Oliver suddenly disappeared from his place. He appeared behind the blonde. The blonde protagonist looked at Jack, who appeared. The red-haired guy smiled widely as he exclaimed that Chuck was safe. The protagonist looked back menacingly. The long-haired muscular guy looked confused. The brunette made a stupid face when his comrade told Jack that he overdid it. Then he explained that he was just worried about his safety. Then his friend retorted by saying that no matter what happened, he had no right to get in his comrade's way, then told him to look at him, adding that he was clearly disappointed, and wondering what they should do now. Then he realized that he was actually offended and wondered what he should do. In fact, Chuck was still restoring his mana. The dark-haired protagonist looked ahead in shock when he realized that his energy had almost recovered, and that if it weren't for the head of Jayan, he would have definitely died. Kevin and Oliver crossed swords when the guy wondered where he was. The blonde knight looked ahead with a scowl as he asked the commander to come to his senses, reminding him that it was them. The bearded man looked menacing when he was asked about how they shouldn't all return to His Majesty together. He gritted his teeth as he told him to be quiet. Dark, creepy entities were shown as Oliver wondered how the filthy demons dared to mention his ruler. Kevin and Kate looked scared when the guy asked him again, suggesting that they seemed evil to him. Then the brunette exclaimed that it was them and called their names. The commander walked towards his subordinates with a sword in his hands as he responded that now they dared to insult his order. Oliver waved the blade in front of him, saying that he did not want to listen anymore. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face as he recognized that glow. The possessed man rushed towards his subordinates, then they were asked to take care of themselves, warning that he was going to attack head-on. The powerful blows sent rocks flying in all directions. Worried, Jack opened his mouth, looking forward, as he asked them to be careful. The knight commander hovered in the air above the people, as he exclaimed that he was going to attack. He moved forward in lightning speed. The blow created a depression in the ground. The red-haired head of Jayan plunged his sword into the ground, as did Ani. The eyes of the scarred man flashed. Oliver rushed past the warriors present and his subordinates. He raised his sword up, leaning forward. The knight commander struck the ground. Streams of energy were sent in all directions. Drones flew over the rubble. Ani sat in front of Margot, who asked how she was, to which she replied that she simply tripped. Kate looked at the knights who had approached her, saying that everything was fine and that they should take care of Kevin, when someone called for help, shouting that they were stuck under the rubble and asking if there was a healer. Jack was holding on to the blade stuck in the ground when he thought about how he was just a monster and how he looked more like a disaster than a man. Then a comrade turned to him and asked if he was hurt anywhere, to which he replied that he was not. The head of Jayan opened one eye when he said that everything was fine. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Margot, Ani, and Kevin looked in one direction in surprise. Michael and the guys in hats looked confused. Someone's palm was open. The guy in the suit stood in front of the warrior with the blade. Then someone exclaimed that this was incredible. Kevin and Kate looked amazed when they thought about him stopping their furious commander with a single gesture, wondering what kind of power was that. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when comments were shown about him not even blinking an eye, and how he knew he was incredibly strong himself, as well as how his awesomeness had broken all boundaries. Romeo looked ahead with blank eyes when it was explained that this was a stance that asked not to be hit. Oliver looked ahead in horror, asking what was wrong with him. The protagonist and the blonde looked surprised. A white male silhouette was shown when the knight wondered why among this blurry horde of demons, he alone seemed clear. Romeo looked ahead seriously, thinking that he did not know. The armored man looked forward angrily and told him to identify himself, warning him that he would have to strike him down if he did not, as Chuck thought about how he had no way of knowing what he was seeing, and how it could be because he was a demon hunter, and how it could be one of the effects of the exorcism skill. The blonde guy was shown in profile as he cursed after the protagonist thought about how if he didn't speak, he would become a corpse, deciding that he needed to say something. Romeo looked shocked. In front of him was an armed Oliver, as the protagonist realized that this was the end, as he was unable to even squeak due to the shock. A terrified Chuck opened his mouth wide when he asked if he was silent or unable to answer. The enraged knight held his sword in front of him as he said that no matter what, it wouldn't matter once he was killed. The boy held his open palm forward as he asked him to wait. The blonde man stood in front of Oliver, holding out his hand. The possessed man's eye was shown close up as he wondered what it meant, assuming he was trying to trick him. A white silhouette stood on the bare ground. He placed his hand on his chest. The commander of the knights looked forward, fascinated. A brooch flashed on the boy's jacket as he recognized it. Behind the man were his loyal warriors as he remembered that this brooch was a gift from His Majesty to the tower, and that he saved their lives. The smiling man looked forward as he said that the Order of the Lionheart pledged allegiance to the owner of the brooch, Chuck. A shocked Oliver remembered himself as he said that he would become his sword, and then said the protagonist's name. The protagonist and Romeo looked forward as they thought that he had come to his senses. The blonde boy extended his hand forward and placed it on his chest, as if to say that he was unarmed and was his friend, so there was no need to be hostile. Sweat trickled down the brunette's face as he thought about how, as expected, sincerity worked. The system windows appeared next to the blonde boy, telling him that the exorcism skill had increased in level and that new effects had been added. He put his finger on the system window as he wondered if it had worked and what these new effects were. Oliver looked away worriedly, his mouth slightly open. Romeo glanced at the darkness behind him as he was addressed and asked to be careful. Streams of dark energy approached the blonde boy's eye. A stranger was sitting in front of him. The protagonist looked confused as he assumed that he had ended up in the mind of this guy, and that in that case, he must be the sin. The dark-haired stranger opened his mouth as he said that he only wanted to protect his kingdom. The space beneath the suited guys began to glow as he spoke of his precious kingdom of Usra. Smiling people were near the crystals as it was told that the lands and seas were bountiful, the soil was full of shining gems, and the inhabitants loved each other, thus peace reigned and everyone was happy. A man was lying on the coast as it was told that everything was like this until one day a stranger appeared on their shore. A blonde man was sitting at a table holding golden dishes as the guy told that the people of the kingdom, like him, welcomed the stranger with warmth. Children were playing with gems as he added that they sent him back with all the help they could. Buildings were engulfed in flames as it was told that in return they were invaded. The armored bandits were bullying the villagers when the king told them that his people did not know how to fight. The traitor held the brunette in front of him when he told them that they had trampled their kingdom. The handsome youth in the crown was shown in profile when he asked the reason for all this, saying that if he desired the stones, they could share them with them. The man opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly when he asked him again, wondering why he would do such a thing. The broken crown fell from the king's head when the traitor asked why he should share when he could have everything by simply plundering them. The boy grabbed his head. The demon stretched out his hands to the blonde. His face was shown close up when he said that all this was his and no one else's, only his. Romeo stared ahead when he exclaimed that he was talking about this island, the ocean, and the sky. The coastline was shown as the announcer announced that they were there, on the legendary treasure islands, the Usra archipelago. The warrior brandished his blade as he added that it was obvious that all sorts of treasures were hidden there. The boy in the hat held up a sphere as the demon shouted that it all belonged to him. The angry blonde opened his mouth wide as he told him to shut up, saying that he had started all this mess over some pennies and that he could not listen to him anymore. Then it was explained that he was extremely rich. The dark-haired boy looked ahead in confusion as he asked him again. Romeo put his hand on his heart as he said that all riches were futile and that he would show him that the only thing that could be taken from him was the pride in his own chest. The demon's eyes flashed as he asked the boy again. The boy's astonished face was shown up close. Oliver looked at the blonde in front of him as he addressed him, asking if he was okay. The boy pointed his hand towards the golden castle, thinking about the foundation of the palace. Romeo looked ahead tensely as he realized that he only needed to interfere a little. Cracks appeared on the towers of the structure. A broken column was shown up close. The guys in the hats looked scared. Clark grabbed his laptop with his hands as he exclaimed that something incredible was happening. The rubble of the palace was falling to the ground. Rox was holding his phone in his hand as he smirked, saying that he was a monster. The castle was left in ruins as the commentator called him an absolute monster, announcing that the palace was destroyed. The blonde boy opened his mouth, looking ahead as he told Greed to get out. Then the protagonist thought about his mana, and how good it was that he didn't pass out, and also that he should get some rest. The golden ruins glittered as Romeo advised his opponent to see how meaningless wealth was. The bodies of the dead lay on the ground as the boy advised his opponent to see how many soldiers had sacrificed themselves to protect him. A bright aura appeared above the rubble as he was asked how he could call himself their ruler. A dark entity emerged from the ground and screamed. The blonde looked up, crossing his arms as his opponent exclaimed that he dared to destroy his palace and his wealth, and that he dared to challenge him, one of the deadly sins, greed. Streams of dark energy rushed towards those present as he called him a pathetic human and told them that he would swallow them all, him and the warriors. Jack and Ani gritted their teeth, trying to break free as they screamed that this was another abnormal state and that they should endure it, calling for healers. The girl tilted her head forward as she realized she couldn't breathe and couldn't stand it for even a second. The monster's multiple eyes were shown as the system reported that the deadly sin of greed had turned its gaze on them. The monster then screamed that it would turn them all into undead and that they would guard his wealth for eternity. Jack looked down at his sword as he refused, deciding that he would rather kill himself. It was then explained that his judgment of the situation was impaired by a desire that he couldn't control. An angry Romeo opened his mouth and exclaimed that it was enough. The armored knights looked shocked. The guild leader stood behind the blonde. The monster bared its sharp teeth as it asked how he had broken free from its dominion over his mind, adding that it was one of the deadly original sins of greed. The fair-haired boy looked forward with determination as he answered that it was neither greed nor a mortal sin. Then he was asked again. Several system notifications appeared, stating that he had chosen the vampire orb as an offering, and that the exorcism skill had been activated, which protected nearby allies from abnormal conditions and lured the chosen demon into his mind. Romeo held the magic orb in front of him as he asked the last King Yuzra to wake up. The multi-eyed monster opened its mouth. The blonde's eyes were shown up close as he said that it was time to correct his mistakes. Cracks appeared on the orb. The enraged monster opened its mouth wide and laughed as he screamed that such an attack was easy to avoid. His fearful eyes were shown up close. The brunette extended his hand forward as he said that he understood and that was enough, summing up that his palace had already fallen. The monster's eyes were blinded by a bright light as he turned to Oliver, saying that he had betrayed him. The monster's body was torn apart in front of the guy in the suit. Michael's mouth dropped open in shock. Clark and Brad stared at the laptop monitor. Sweat was breaking out on Edward's face. The blonde guy was shown from above as the announcer exclaimed that he did it. The man with the headphones looked worried as he said that Chuck just didn't know when to stop. The dark-haired stranger knelt down as he wondered who it was. The last king of Israel was sitting in front of Romeo as Clark announced that a man had emerged from the remains of the original sin. The black-haired guy looked at his hand in confusion as he asked about the location and how it happened, since he had just killed himself along with the deadly sin, assuming that it was the one who stood up to greed. The blonde guy was presented with a bunch of system windows saying that he had leveled up. Then he thought about how he couldn't hear him at all and how it would probably take a year to check if there was loot. A system window was shown nearby, stating that there were 9 seconds left until the end of the hidden quest. Then the man who appeared said that he did not understand how he was still alive and thanked him for saving him. Romeo's pupils narrowed greatly when he noticed the time-limited quest, wondering what that was and thinking that it was certainly great. System windows were shown, stating that the king who was about to commit suicide with greed had not yet found a reason to continue living, and that the player needed to remind him that he was the king of Yuzra by placing the crown on his body in the remaining 8 seconds. Then the young man wondered about what crown, and where he should get the crown now. Then the protagonist asked to let him think. The blonde and the protagonist stared at the system window, which showed a broken crown, which was an epic rank quest item. A glowing sphere appeared between the people. Romeo and Chuck continued to stare at the system notification. People crowded behind the blonde guy and the stranger as Clark asked about the mysterious man who appeared in the same place where greed disappeared, assuming that it was her original form or another original sin. Edward and his subordinates looked shocked when the announcer announced that the player took something out of their inventory. Then the audience realized that it was a crown. Romeo handed the lost jewel to the king. The brunette looked down at his hands in surprise when he spoke about his body. Then the system notification appeared that the quest was complete. The protagonist placed his hand on his chest, breathing a sigh of relief when he thought about how he got it after defeating that turtle, and how he thought it was just a useless item that accidentally got a high rank, concluding that he now understood how it was supposed to be used. The blonde looked down carefully as the system messages appeared stating that he had fulfilled the conditions, and that the secrets of the Yuzra archipelago would be revealed. The system windows appeared in front of those present, stating that someone had revealed the secret of these islands. The guy in red armor turned his head to the side when he asked what that was supposed to mean, and that it meant that the rift had been cleared, and what kind of guild it was, and was told that it wasn't a guild, and he asked again and wondered what the guy was talking about. Fred was in front of Rox, who was called the guild master, and asked to look at the notification, and he laughed when he realized that it didn't say who exactly. A lot of comments appeared above Michael, asking what kind of notification had just come in, adding that he thought that some kind of disaster had happened or something. Clark grabbed his head in shock, exclaiming that this was a worldwide notification, and that the same message was being broadcast to players all over the world right now. A system window appeared in front of John. The girl adjusted her hat, looking ahead. The protagonist shielded his face from the bright light as he wondered what it meant, assuming that it was referring to him, saying that someone had revealed the secret. The armored knights stared at the system windows in front of them as it was revealed that the ancient kingdom of Usra was revealing itself. Rays of bright light broke through the dense forest. The man turned his head to the side, looking at them. Golden buildings appeared among the forest. Kevin and Oliver looked up as someone exclaimed that a historical site was rising from the ground. The commander said that it was incredible. In the distance, multi-story buildings were visible. When the man said that this was the ancient kingdom of Usra, then a system notification appeared that a new region had been discovered. Clark looked away in fascination, when Brad behind him wondered what it was. The man in the blue kimono was in front of the audience, when the commentator told them to point the camera at the man, saying that he would take pictures of the views later. But now they needed to zoom in closer, to which he replied that this was the maximum he could do. Then he was told to run there with his camera. The surprised protagonist and Romeo looked ahead. The brunette in the crown hovered in front of the blonde player, when Chuck wondered what had suddenly started. Henry knelt down as he said his name and introduced himself as the last king of the Usra kingdom. Then the system notifications appeared saying that the protagonist had become the savior of the state, and that his kinship with the ruler of Usra had reached its maximum, and that his influence there had also reached its maximum level, and that the authority feature in this kingdom had been activated. Romeo looked closely at the man in the crown in front of him, who said that he expressed his deep gratitude to the savior of the king and the state. Sweat appeared on the faces of everyone present when they realized that the ruler of Usra was in front of them. Then Margot said that he was handsome and asked if she should try to seduce him. Then Ani asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Michael sat on a tree branch in surprise when someone in the comments asked if Chuck had just made the king kneel. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. Henry was sitting in front of him when he called him a respected savior, asking if he could know his name. The protagonist was standing behind Romeo, worried, when he thought about not letting his guard down, and how even though he was the fallen king of an ancient kingdom, he was still a king, so he should be polite. The blonde boy's mouth dropped open when he said his name, and the people present looked shocked at how disrespectful it was. The brunette with the crown closed his eyes when he replied that he understood, and that his name would be remembered for generations and generations to come. The players present looked surprised when they realized it was a formal speech, with Ani saying that it should be the other way around, and that he was acting crazy with everyone, and Jack saying that he didn't say anything. Henry was shown in profile when he was reminded that when he was inside Greed, the savior told him that it was time to correct his mistakes. The protagonist was tugging at his hair near Romeo when he asked him not to repeat his words. The king of Usra turned his head to the side, admitting that when he heard this, he decided to destroy himself along with the deadly sin. Behind him was the silhouette of a man in a red robe when he added that he saved him and returned his crown to him. Oliver froze, looking forward. Henry's face was shown close up when he asked the guy about the reason for doing this, and what he expected from him, the king who destroyed his subjects with one mistake. The blonde looked straight ahead resolutely. Clouds were floating above the dense forest and ruins. Edward quickly ran forward. When asked about why they were doing this, he ordered them to stop whining and move faster. The blonde opened his mouth wide when he explained that this was the first national level update in the history of Arcana, and that a new area had appeared on Earth, and it was El Dorado Usra. He imagined treasure chests when he thought about how this country had an unimaginable value in the old days, and how there were numerous cities and villages waiting for them there, as well as rare monsters, hidden treasures, and the resources of the land itself. The subordinates ran after the blonde guild master, reminding him that when they wanted to go, he refused, to which Edward replied that he was scared then, and he thought about how it would definitely bring in a huge amount of money if only they could restore it, and how he should grab his chance while he could. The king stood with his back to those present. Romeo silently looked ahead. Henry looked away as he began to speak. The blonde looked forward seriously, his mouth slightly open as he said that he believed that it would be the right choice to restore the kingdom of Usra. Then someone asked him again, wondering if it was possible and what would happen if it was. The dark-haired king looked surprised. He looked away sadly as he asked about who would follow the ruler who had once already turned his back on his subjects. A serious Romeo was shown in profile as he answered that it depended on how he behaved in the future, and then turned to him, saying that in order for him to regain his pride by correcting his mistakes, he would help him. Henry parted his lips in shock. He smiled, closing his eyes as he said that it was as if he was reading his mind. The protagonist was standing behind the blonde man, thinking that it was all written in the quest window, when a notification appeared about a hidden trial called the Kingdom of Usra and how the awakened king wanted to correct his mistakes and revive his kingdom to regain his pride. The dark-haired boy put his hand on his chest when he said that he would do so if he wanted it, Then someone interrupted him, loudly shouting that it was so. The players present turned around, looking at the people who had arrived. The out-of-breath Edward smiled widely when he exclaimed that such a great kingdom as Yuzra must be restored, and that they, the Second Son Guild, would help in any way they could. The blonde man stopped between Jack and Ani and apologized when everyone recognized him, calling him impudent, and assuming that he was trying to make money. The guild leaders turned away from him. The blonde boy's eyes were closed as he exclaimed that this must be Chuck and that he had heard a lot about him, and he thought about how he was the one in charge of the situation and that he needed to get to know him. Edward grabbed his hand as he said that it was nice to meet him and that all of them in Second Son were his fans. A handshake was shown as the boy introduced himself by repeating his words. The guild masters looked ahead in surprise. The blonde boy stood in front of the player with a smile. Sweat appeared on his face as he realized that the atmosphere had changed. Romeo was shown half-turned as Edward cursed in his mind, thinking that he had done something wrong. The players present were watching them. Oliver stood behind the blonde guild master as he asked about his manners, while Jack thought about how he had just been rejected and Ani wondered about the impudence of this. The blonde pursed his lips in frustration, realizing he was about to fall asleep when he laughed, saying that it seemed like he was too rude, and asking why he grabbed his left hand. Edward extended his hand, asking to be allowed to reintroduce himself, then stated his name, telling him that he was the guild master of the Second Son, which was ranked 7th in the world. Then the protagonist thought about how he couldn't cross his eyes, guessing that he had used too much mana, and that he had destroyed an entire palace and performed an exorcism ritual. Concluding that fatigue was catching up with him, and that he might pass out. Romeo turned away from him, deciding that he needed to get home and sleep, and then turned to the king of Yuzra. Henry looked ahead carefully. The blonde player's mouth was slightly open, as he said that he had a proposition for him. Michael's face was sweating as the comments asked him what it meant. Edward looked very nervous. Clark and Brad were eating popcorn. Clouds were floating above the Berserker Guild HQ building. The headlines of articles about the restoration of Yuzra and the failure of the Second Son Guild Master were shown. The blonde boy reached out to the player. Margot opened her mouth wide. Ani did the same, throwing her head back and laughing loudly. The brunette was watching them from the side as he asked who wanted ice cream. The man was standing behind Aton as he asked what was wrong with them, assuming that they had finally gone completely crazy, so Aton replied that they must have posted an article about Edward screwing up in public. The red face of the guildmaster was shown as he was asked again. Then the chat under the video was shown, where they wrote about how he had no shame at all. The brunette stood near the girls, laughing loudly with them. The tall buildings near the Jayan Guild headquarters were shown. On the web page, there was a picture of Edward under the title about his disgrace continuing and his old posts were found. The guy with glasses hugged Jack when he praised him and exclaimed that they did it. The young man hung on the muscular player when he shouted that he was very proud of his brother for getting the quest to restore the Yuzra kingdom. Then the guy retorted by saying that he just did everything as he was told. Then the guy wondered how he should express all this joy. The two guys watched them when he decided to kiss him, to which Jack retorted. Then the brunette asked about what was wrong with those two and if the quest to restore Yuzra was really that cool. The brown-eyed blonde looked away as he explained that he wasn't just cool, and that it was the first kingdom to appear after Arcana began to renew itself in reality, summing up that once the reconstruction was complete, its value would skyrocket. They watched Jack as he tried to fight off his brother, as he added that he was sure there were a lot of people trying to get along with the kingdom, and that Edward was one of them. The crowd of players ran forward, shouting Chuck's name, when the announcer announced that his value was astronomical, since this was the first national update, and that the kingdom of Yuzra was also known for its natural resources, and had great potential, and that the nearby regions would be useful for leveling up, since monsters respawned in them, and that there might be an update for the store or auction site later. Concluding that if you became influential enough and became related to this country, you could get the title of aristocrat after the reconstruction. The dark-haired men were shown in profile when they asked to be added to the Yuzra restoration quest, saying that they were from the military guild and were excellent at digging, and then wondered where he was, and someone exclaimed that they were sure he had turned there before. A crack appeared in the wall. Romeo appeared in the passage. Behind him was the exhausted protagonist who realized he was exhausted. The blonde looked away carefully as the protagonist thought about how he wouldn't make it home in all this chaos at this rate, and that maybe he should go to the mage tower instead. The blonde boy noticed the curly hair. Next to him was a girl hanging upside down who called his name, and exclaimed that she had been waiting for him. Then the system reported that her name was Jessie, and that she was the 4th ranker in the Shining Guild. Chuck's mouth dropped wide behind Romeo as he cursed, realizing he thought he had seen a ghost. The blonde held her hat in her hands as she was told that she was going to teach everyone a polite Korean greeting and that they should first take off their hats in front of older people. The girl looked forward in amazement when it was explained that she was then to clasp her hands together in front of her. Jessie tilted her head forward when it was explained that she was then to bow slightly, keeping her back and neck straight, and say a greeting. The blonde was in front of the player when she asked how he was doing. Romeo looked angry. He looked forward from under his brows when he replied that it was very polite, thinking that he was tired. The blonde was sitting in front of the girl when he said that he didn't have any tea with him, and then asked her to sit down, adding that it turned out that the missile couldn't reach the mage tower. Smiling Jessie was in front of him when she exclaimed that it was good, and that it would be bad if a missile hit them, saying that she could stop it too. Then Romeo replied that she could say whatever she wanted, when the protagonist wondered what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The blonde's eyes were closed as the sorceress told him that she had some questions about magic and that she had watched a lot of videos about him, and it turned out that he was extremely skilled in research, interference, and manifestation, and was able to copy the spell of the Supreme Mage on the first try. Then he realized that he was tired, and Chuck thought about how today was a very long day, and that he had a lot to think about. Especially the deadly sin of greed, because he said that he was the original sin, but did not know that his skill was exorcism. After that, the girl added that her teacher also said that he was more than a genius. Then the protagonist concluded that a demon of such an order should have recognized the hunter, and that it could not be any other way. Jessie winked when she asked if it was true that the power he uses is magic. The blonde silently looked at the player in front of her. Romeo sat with his arms crossed over his chest when she called his name. His calm face was shown up close. The green-eyed blonde opened her mouth slightly. There were bruises under the boy's closed eyes when he made a noise. The sorceress lifted one finger. The girl climbed onto the table in front of the player. Her finger touched his eyelids. Romeo's eyes widened. There was a note on the table in front of him. An arched window was shown when he assumed it was a dream. The piece of paper was weighed down by an inkwell when the boy wondered how much of it was a dream. Romeo held the note in front of him when he thought about how he really looked tired and how he even fell asleep right in front of the person, and then said that it was a bit indecent of him. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him. The notification was shown in close-up as it became clear that it was about John's research quest, and that the tower's archmage wished to reach new heights in the study of magic with him, so he needed to prove himself and convince the senior mages. Romeo touched his eye as the protagonist thought about how he wondered what the calm before the storm was, and how it couldn't have happened that the mages in this tower would accept a researcher so easily. Besides, in fact, he just got this position thanks to John without deserving it, so he expected that there would be some kind of test. The protagonist inside him opened his mouth wide, yawning as he wondered why today of all days, since he was very sleepy. The blonde player was sitting in front of the doors when a knock was heard. Then he asked the visitor to come in. The brunette opened the door when he answered that it was him. John's eyes were shown in close-up as he said that he was in a hurry to meet him because he had something to tell him. A sleepy Romeo sat in front of him at the table when he answered that he knew why the high mage was there. The blonde boy's mouth dropped open, looking ahead when he said that he needed to prove himself. The dark-haired man looked ahead intently when he wondered what was wrong with his hair, and then apologized, explaining that it was because of his shortcomings that people did not trust him. The blonde man put on his jacket, standing in front of him, when he answered that it was not him who lacked something, but himself who was wondering about the lack of sleep. Then he asked him again. Romeo looked away resolutely when he told him to lead the way, saying that if they did not believe in him, then he would make them do it. System notifications appeared, telling him that he needed to convince the senior mages, and that they wished to greet him, so he should attend their conference. The wizards in blue cloaks were sitting in a row. Agnes looked ahead languidly as she was told that she was a senior mage of the healing school. The boy stopped in front of the door as she thought that it was a pity, but it would be impossible to prove that he was qualified. The sorceress brought her hand to her face, thinking about the third-tier ceiling magic cast by the 3 senior mages and how he would not be able to enter this room, let alone find it in the first place. Romeo turned to the side. He passed by the blue door. Suddenly, the blonde man put his hand forward, opening the door. The mages looked shocked. Sweat appeared on Agnes' face as she thought about how it was impossible, and how he could so easily destroy the third-tier ceiling magic, realizing that even John, the creator of the science of magic theory, could not do it, and then asked how he did it. The blonde man passed by the mages as he began to speak. The green-haired girl was shown in profile. Romeo looked forward menacingly as he said that it looked like someone had messed with the door. The surprised mages looked in one direction, wondering what kind of overwhelming power this was. The guy in the suit stopped in front of them as he said that he had come all the way there because he thought they all wanted to meet him, making everyone wonder how a mere player could do such a thing. The man in the black shoes took a step forward. He leaned forward, his mouth slightly open as he continued speaking. Romeo loomed over Agnes as he added that if they were going to waste his time playing such petty pranks, it must mean that they were willing to take responsibility for what was happening. The sorceress looked at the blonde man's sparkling eyes. The blonde player stared at her as it was explained that he had fallen asleep, making her scream. The exhausted protagonist gritted his teeth as he realized that he had just passed out standing up and that it was bad and he needed to get home and sleep or else it would turn into a self-inflicted travesty. Romeo turned away from the wizards as he said that he would forgive them this time, and that they should make sure that this time was the last. Agnes stared straight ahead. Sweat began to appear on her face as she thought about the little prank. The shocked wizards sat at their tables as the girl wondered if he had just called a spell that even she couldn't reverse a little prank. The hooded man's eyes widened as he exclaimed that he had just remembered. The boy and girl were shown from behind as he added that he was sure that this was the same researcher that Claire had mentioned earlier, and that he was the one who had attended the wizard conference without an invitation. Romeo looked questioningly at the girl with the notepad. Agnes turned her head to the side when someone asked if it was true, saying that she now understood why John recommended him for participation. The sorceress' worried face was shown close up when she realized that this man was the same researcher who saw through the Tower Master's illusionary magic. Something was glowing brightly above the tall building. The blond man rested his hands on the table when a notification appeared. The system notification window was shown close up when the protagonist wondered if the number of mages who recognized him had increased because of what he had just done. The protagonist brought his hand to his mouth, yawning when he thought about how 3 was less than he expected. Then it was explained that Romeo was barely holding back a yawn. The blond boy leaned back in his chair, undoing his tie as Chuck thought about how they were all senior mages, the best in their fields, so it was a pretty good result for simply opening doors, and how he was a demon hunter first and foremost, not a mage, so he had no reason to rush. The blond boy's eye was open as he decided he would go to sleep and then drop the loot off Yuzra for evaluation. Then someone called him. Romeo lowered his gaze, thinking about starting to learn magic from the basics. Then someone called his name again. In front of him was a scroll with eyes asking him to look at it. The protagonist and the player stared at the parchment as they wondered what the hell it was. Then he explained that it was John. The dark-haired wizard looked pleased when he explained that the object was called a magic scroll and that it was a communication tool of sorts for them, wizards. Romeo looked at the parchment in shock when the Tower Master added that if he wanted to answer him, he should just talk to the scroll. The parchment's eyes were closed. The blonde held it in front of him silently. The fair-haired boy leaned towards the scroll, asking what it wanted. Then he was interrupted, saying that he shouldn't get so close. Romeo threw the parchment in the trash, thinking that it was annoying him. The scroll flew to the blonde's head as he said that what he really wanted to apologize for was. The parchment's worried look was shown up close as he said that he heard about what happened in the Crystal Hall, and that they played a prank on the door, and then apologized for the elder mage's rudeness. Behind John was a tall tower as he explained that a supreme wizard was someone who had reached the peak of magic, regardless of the school, and that the elder mages required supremes to constantly prove themselves worthy of their position. The girls blocked the boy's path as the protagonist thought that it was similar to how bullies in school fought for their supremacy. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that this must be very tiring for him. Romeo looked away attentively, and replied that it was not something he should apologize for. When John explained that this was not a new case, and that he was tested because he could not prove that he was good enough and that he was very sorry, then Chuck thought that from the point of view of the senior mages, it all looked like the main bully of the school took an exchange student and made him his right hand. The mage scroll looked sad when the player explained that nobles also constantly have to prove that he or she is worthy of their title and that he is already accustomed to such tests. Then John told him that he is worried about being underestimated because of him. The protagonist looked away in fear. Sweat poured down his face when he thought about what not. Parchment lowered his eyelids. The blonde was sitting at the table, folding his hands in front of him. Romeo confidently looked away, smiling slightly. The mage's scroll stared ahead, mesmerized. Chuck covered his face with his hands when he remembered that if he were to speak in front of it about being underestimated, it would start to say incredibly shameless things. The blonde boy closed his eyes, smiling and saying that when others underestimated him, he should just prove himself, and when people overestimated him, he should just make their expectations come true. The scroll was in front of John when Romeo added that if someone doubted him, he would just continue to improve himself. The brunette opened his mouth when it addressed him, summing up that such is the role of a leader. The blonde sat in front of the parchment, crossing his arms over his chest, when the mage replied that he was also impolite, and that he should have spoken to him in person, and not conduct a conversation through this object. Then he said that it was okay, after which it was explained that Halakha appears when Romeo behaves especially shamelessly. The blond boy opened his palm and closed his eyes when the wizard objected, saying that he should have thought about it more. Then he repeated that, as he said, he should not worry about it. Then John said that he would come right away, and he was told that he should not, and that everything was fine. The blonde was sitting at his desk when the magician told him that he would be with him in about 10 minutes, and then said goodbye to him, hanging up the phone. Tears flowed from the eyes of the protagonist when he thought about what he had said, that everything was fine, and that he wanted to sleep. Romeo leaned forward, touching his hair when he thought about how at this rate he would only sleep in a coffin. The blonde player opened his palm in front of him. A glowing sphere appeared above his palm as he realized that it would be difficult for him to earn the respect of the senior mages as a novice mage, even though he wasn't one. The blonde looked at the glowing orbs in the air as the protagonist thought about how he was only level 266, and how all the senior mages were at least level 600, so to them he was nothing more than a noob. But he wouldn't let that stop him from his goal. A bubble appeared in front of the boy's face as he thought about research. Magic circles appeared above the spheres as Chuck thought about intervention and what it would be like to be able to prove those who underestimate him wrong and turn exaggeration into reality. The boy's eye was shown up close as he thought about manifestation. Many lanterns appeared above Romeo and the protagonist. Lights were burning inside them as the protagonist realized that his character's pride, and therefore his, was his. Chuck looked up with a smile. He was starting to feel sick. He was standing in front of the player, holding onto the cabinet, when he decided that he should send this credo, because he ran out of mana just from some light magic, which is considered the most basic of all. The door was shown when John turned to him, asking if he was inside. The Supreme Mage opened the door, saying that he was entering. The blonde folded his hands in front of him, looking forward when he asked him to enter after he had already done so. Then it was explained that the ability to keep a straight face was also his pride. The men in helmets were near the construction site. The smartphone display was shown, which had comments about how it was not the main character who killed the mortal sin, and how they just did not show it, and also how everything was done by the Knights of the Order of the Lionheart. Then someone asked if he was sure he saw everything correctly, to which his brother answered that it seemed like people had gone crazy. Jack and the guy with glasses looked down as the guild master wondered why Chuck was not trusted. "We see a door, a voice coming from it." The guy went inside. Chuck was sitting at the table, who allowed him to enter. It was John, who was surprised. He folded his arms and asked what was going on. His face was serious, and he was asked if he had used magic in the office. There was a ghost near him and the guy said that he had practiced basic magic a little. He was not going to burn the office down. His mouth hanging open, he said that he was not talking about that. There was an aura near him. When suddenly, Claire appeared near the guy. The guys ran and did not understand how he could leave so many traces on only basic magic. 3 people approached him. They thought it was his magic. The main character was sitting behind him, and he did not know where the crowd came from. The guys were standing near the door and they were asked if they could win, competing with him, the previous winner. Looking away, John says that it is not his job. Suddenly, there is no one at the table. Chuck, clasping his hands, left. His face was serious. He thought that this was nonsense and just nerds, because he would never rest if he stayed. 4 people appeared on the way. The girl raises her finger and says that he behaved confidently in the crystal hall. We see a cube with a modern puzzle on it. Snapping his fingers, Chuck uses the magic of conversion. The guys are crying, because he solved the problem in 1 second. Walking up the stairs, a window about senior magicians pops up for him. Looking at the notification, the main character thinks that it will take a lot of time. A crowd formed around him. Some are holding phones and asking him a question: did he really defeat the deadly sin himself? A ghost appears near him. Chuck calls all their questions rude. Standing near the crowd, the guy says that he has no obligation to answer those who have no manners. There were also people behind him who asked different questions. The ghost turns his head to the crowd. The guys kept coming towards him, calling them to follow him. Hands appear near him, tears flow from his eyes, because he was caught like a fish in a net. Suddenly, he looks in the other direction. We notice a strange aura. Seeing the drawing, Chuck feels the flow of mana, which has changed. A guy with a phone approaches him, asking him to stop avoiding them and answer. He puts his foot on the stairs. His eyes widen sharply. People look at the wall and realize that he has disappeared. The protagonist appears in the room with a girl. Agnes closes the book, surprised by his arrival. Standing near the table, she says that such an outcome was expected from the one who coped with the illusion magic of the tower owner. There was a silhouette near him, and he remembers that the girl was in the crystal hall today. Opening his mouth, the guy says that he felt an intervention in the mana in the wall. Her eyes widen. She is told that he carried out a study. She puts her hand to her mouth. There was no one at the table, and Chuck didn't understand why she was laughing. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. The girl wiped her eyes, asking, when people overestimate, then it is obligatory to turn their expectations into reality? He stands next to her when his name is called. Putting her hand on her chest, Agnes says that he is the only one who believes that the magic of the master's illusions is simple. Standing next to the table, she says her name, and is the supreme mage of the School of Healing. With her mouth open, Agnes says that she has decided to recognize his qualifications. A screen appears that the guy has already killed 8 mages. Looking seriously, Chuck was pleased. We see a red building. Looking at the phone, he reads to himself. Remembering himself near the crowd, he thought that everyone would talk about his behavior. His pupils dilated, because there was gossip on the news. Reading the comments, Chuck realizes that a lot of people created accounts just to leave a comment. He looks up and thinks. The protagonist was wearing a mask, cleaning the windows. He takes out the trash from the building. Then Chuck does some pull-ups to practice. Tears stream down his eyes, thinking he's dreaming. A screen appears with his stats, because as a result of constantly doing the class quest, he now has 33 stamina, 35 agility due to bonuses. Standing in the kitchen, he chops carrots, and also thinks that this is a big difference just for doing the quest again. A blush formed on his face, because for a demon hunter, stamina and agility stats. Putting his hand to his lips, Chuck realizes that they are useless. He kneels down, thinking that it would be nice to come up with something for close combat. We see Chuck and the aura sword that Gwen used. He is still chopping carrots. Closing our eyes, we see a man jumping and using magic. His eyes widen sharply. Chuck looks down and remains silent. Carrots were flying through the air. There was an aura near his hand, because he used a shredder with one blade. There were carrots on his hair. The protagonist is sweating. There is also water visible on the street, because he used an aura sword to chop carrots. The worker commands people. It was the Berserk Guild Archipelago Restoration Team. Ani holds the phone and stares. Two guys are talking, realizing that the girl is stuck on YouTube. The news showed two guys, because they can't say for sure that the Knight's Order did most of the work. Veins were visible on his face. He shouts that everyone stood up due to an abnormal condition, but Chuck saved everyone. The masked man says that the protagonist grabbed the chance to get up. Ani throws the phone on the ground and swears. Margot comes in asking why she is angry. She folds her arms and says that the losers continue to talk nonsense about what happened with the deadly sin. Opening her mouth, she is told that Chuck won. Her cheeks turned red when asked if she cares about how they treat him. The man holds a drink and says that his guild master has a crush on him. Holding a shovel, Margot says that it is just gossip and everything will calm down. It is better to talk about good things. Taking off her hat, she is asked if she remembers what was said about issuing titles if the influence level is raised. She is kneeling. It was a ceremony of resolution, because their points and kinship in the kingdom will raise points. Uni stands near the boys, because then even the Shining and the Second Son will have to treat her with respect in this kingdom. She thinks that the boys would be in the ground. A blush formed on her face. She smiled. Margot tugs her cheeks while she asks her to stop. Looking down, the girl thinks that the quest to restore the Uzrek kingdom really became an opportunity for them. We see different crosses, because treasure islands have appeared, where it is possible to extract arcana resources without entering the rifts. Even just the rights to develop one mine would be extremely valuable. The protagonist is standing next to the guy, and we do not know why he gave this opportunity. She scratches her head and understands that the guys owe him even more. Chuck is below. While Ani was at the fortress, she was wondering when he would invite her for a cup of tea. Holding the phone, we see that his contract was extended. He turns it off and sees the time. There was an aura near him, because everything turned out great, but the lack of control is very bad. The guy is lying on the floor and freezing, because his health decreased as a result of using the aura sword. He passed out for 6 days. His feet are on the grass, because he once started looking for something on the internet. Only web novels were found, and that's why he came here. The guard raises his hand and asks to stop, because from this point and further there is the territory of the kingdom of Uzra. Standing near the bridge, he says that the kingdom is currently being restored and you can only enter with permission. With his mouth open, Chuck says that he does not have a citizen's ID or a pass. His eyes shine and the guy asks him to leave. Squeezing his hand, Chuck says that he came to meet Gwen. His pupils sharply dilate. Sticking out his tongue, he says that this is an extremely important person and cannot allow him to enter, who does not have authority. Waving his hand, the guy says that under no circumstances will he let him in. Straightening his finger, he asks a question. Is he thinking of deceiving? Someone with golden shoes was walking towards them. It was Henry, a smile on his face. The guard turned and was surprised by his arrival. Chuck opens his mouth, calling his name. A window appears, revealing the name. 2 more screens appear, indicating that the authority feature is activated. Shaking hands, Henry asks what brings him here. His mouth hanging open, he says he has business with Gwen, but he needs permission to enter. His pupils dilated. The guy does not understand what permission is being discussed, because in the boundaries of the kingdom of Uzra, he has the same level of authority as himself. The guard stands near the car, because what kind of king asks permission when entering his own kingdom? Opening his mouth, Chuck understood everything. Putting his hand to his chest, Henry asks what his business is. The guards are standing near the sea. Kate opens her mouth, screaming that their stances are disgusting. They hold swords when they are ordered to scream louder. The man holds a cup and asks about mastering the sword of aura. Putting his hand on the table, the protagonist says that he wants to understand how to control the light that his sword emitted back then. Opening his mouth, he says that this is not something that can be simply felt if he does not have talent, even after training for decades. Closing his eyes, he says that there is nothing surprising about it. Exhaling, the man says that the aura sword is not something that can be learned by simply wanting it. Open-mouthed, Chuck says that he can manifest it. Sitting next to him, he says that he can. We see his teeth, because the protagonist wants to learn how to control the aura sword. His eyes widen sharply. He calls out to Kate, who is standing nearby. Open-mouthed, the man asks to get the sword and the oath of the lion. Opening her mouth, she asks to wait a minute. We see a wall with a lion depicted on it. The protagonist examines it. The guys are standing nearby and do not understand why the oath of the dragon is needed here. Open-mouthed, he says that the name of the wall is the oath of the lion. It is a relic passed down from generation to generation in the order of the Lionheart, made of a special type of metal. The protagonist is standing next to it, because one of the scars on the lion's face was left by the very first commander of the knights. He picks up the weapon. Gwen holds the sword, asking him if he can really manifest the sword of aura, then could he leave a third scar on the metal? The protagonist looks at the weapon. The man straightens his hand and shouts that he is not in their guild. A smile formed on his face. Their eyes widened, because they said that he cannot take the sword. Approaching the training ones, he takes one of them. Gwen looks at him in surprise and cannot understand. He is standing near the wall, but it was strange, because the blade on the sword was dull. A blue aura appears near them. The man dilates his pupils. The newcomers also look at this. The protagonist was able to make an attack. With his mouth open, he thinks that this cannot be. His hair flutters, the guy asks, "Is it enough?" With his mouth open, Gwen says that he is constantly surprised and he is curious to see how much his potential will be revealed. He looks at his hands, offering to start training now. Chuck squeezes his hand on his chest and is told to train himself better. Standing next to him, he asks to start with the basics and let him learn from the guys. Turning away, the protagonist agrees. People are standing on the beach. The guy looks at him, thinking that the magician is going to learn how to wield a sword, and also gain the favor of the commander. Closing his eyes, he thinks that he was not satisfied with treating him with respect. Kate opens her mouth and says that she is an instructor who will be responsible for training from now on. Looking the other way, she thinks that she will make him work like a horse. The protagonist changes into their uniform. The girl bites her lower lip from his muscles, and then decides to start training. She takes a sword in her hands and says that the basics of swordsmanship are formed from how to hold the sword. People are holding weapons. One of them is told that the left hand should be in front. The protagonist is also holding. Behind him he is told that the right hand should tense only at the moment of impact. We see a man holding a sword. He raises his weapon. His pupil has sharply dilated. Chuck makes an attack that causes the wind to rise. The boys are surprised by this sight. Their hair stands on end from this. Holding his head, he is told that he imitated Gwen's movements. Keith opens his mouth, remembering the lion. Because it was impossible, he just showed the technique of wielding the commander's sword, the final stage that the Knights of the Order strive for 10 years. Looking at the weapon, Chuck says that it is very useful. Gwen stands nearby and watches. Smiling, he thinks that this is a talent given by God, surpassing even him. It would be a shame if he buries it, being a mage. Henry comes up to him. The boy, gaping, heard that his savior came to him to learn the aura sword, so he decided to watch. Turning his head, he says that the sand can cause problems for the savior's respiratory tract. The guards behind him are surprised. They put on masks and ask if they want Chuck to get tuberculosis. Raising his hand, Henry says that the sun is mercilessly beating down and the savior can faint from sunstroke. The guards behind him are surprised by these words. They pull out trees to plant near the beach. Standing next to him, Gwen could not imagine that he was so concerned only about the first lesson. Putting his hand on his chest, he accepts this advice. Throwing away the rag, it seems to him that he has relaxed too much lately, and will also undergo training with the recruits. The guy is sweating and doesn't understand what the commander is doing. The man approaches him and asks to participate with them. Chuck opens his mouth and says that he is always glad. We see a palm tree and Romeo says that this is a great idea. Their eyes began to turn red. People are still training. She was awkward with the knight commander. Evening came, we see a building. Someone knocks on the door. Open-mouthed, he allows them to enter. A man entered their lab. Matthew sits and writes on paper. He was the man who raised black magic, which was considered non-standard, to its current position. Looking up, he asks what's going on. Coming to the table, the guy says that one of the items is related to black magic. There is a red ball on his table, as well as other items. Looking into the distance, Matthew asks to bring him the magic parchment, because he will personally evaluate the items. Night falls on the beach. The training was over, the people felt killed. They lay down on the bed. One of them called for their mother. There was no one on one of the beds. We see a hand that squeezes a metal pipe. The protagonist trained his body, although his muscles ached. Blood poured from his mouth. Romeo understands that he reached the limit during the day during training. We see Gwen, who is running 20 kilometers, but was happy to start exercising for the first time in a long time. 3 screens appear, because he has reached the necessary conditions and will be given a reward. A window appears with his characteristics. Because of it, fatigue was removed. Chuck looks at the screen and studies. A bird flew to him with a letter. The letter had a face. It says that this is a senior mage and is here to let you know about the results of the assessment. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asks to say. We see a red ball. This is a vampire sphere with a minimum level of 400. Opening his mouth, he says that the vampire sphere is a magical tool used by demons and must be rented for research. Looking seriously, he says that he will allow rent. We see an emerald. There was no minimum level. There was also a silk koi scale. When used to create an item, some effects will be transferred. Folding his hands, he realizes that he has never heard of aesthetics. With his mouth open, the protagonist says that he will not be able to rent silk scales and wants to ask to use the emerald to create jewelry and silk to create a scarf. The letter is still near him, asking to take into account that if he wants, the items will be put on a high price tag. The sheet of paper is picked up. Opening his mouth, he says that the price does not matter, wanting to see the best result. His eyes lit up from these words. Opening his mouth, he understood everything. The protagonist lies on the bed, saying goodbye to him. The letter flies near the nightstand, understanding that the man has already fallen asleep. The letter says to meet him. Further it says that he will wait in the hanging gardens. We see a golden building. Everything happens in the morning when everyone is asleep. There was no one on one of the beds. Someone was running in the desert. The protagonist exhaled. He was training his body. An owl flew over him with a piece of paper. Frowning, the paper said that if he had a message that he left and caused dissatisfaction, then he asked for forgiveness. There was no one on the bed. Chuck did not see anything. There was a note on the table. Matthew cast a spell with his hand and said that if he did not see anything, then everything was fine and he wanted to respectfully ask to meet. Opening his mouth, he said that it would be difficult. Standing near the bird, he said that everything would be difficult. We see his lips. His gaze was calm, because this is a test, the first outside scientist of the Tower of Magicians, and he wants to understand whether he has the etiquette and manners befitting a senior magician. Opening his mouth, Chuck said that it was difficult. Frowning, he asked when he would be free. Romeo stands behind him, and the protagonist says that he has a free morning in 2 days. After that, the bird flies away. Gwen folds her arms, watching this. The sun was shining during morning training. The guys are training, holding swords. With his mouth open, the man says that he has nothing more to teach him. With his mouth slightly open, he is told that the guy is at the stage where he needs to achieve enlightenment in real battles. Frowning, the protagonist asks if he is sure. He had yellow eyes. Gwen says that he underestimates his abilities. Holding the sword, the protagonist agrees. He looks down and thinks that the aura sword is different from skills. Like the magic he learned before, it is an ability that can be mastered regardless of class. His pupil dilated, because he feels the flow of something different from mana through his body. Kate and the guy notice the light. The guys also turn their heads. Gwen's face began to form a smile. There was an aura around his sword. Romeo opens his mouth and realizes that the aura sword is an ability similar to magic. After using research and intervention, the aura of the sword stabilized. Walking up to him, Gwen says that even after yesterday's training, he practiced this morning, there is no reason why he should be able to control the aura sword. A blush formed on his face, because he never imagined that he would be so clean. Air came out of his nose and Gwen asks if he will follow him on the path of the sword until the very end. Chuck turns around and apologizes, because he did not plan to dedicate himself exclusively to the sword. With his mouth open, he says that if a sword meets on the path he is on, then let it be his. The man beams with happiness. Waving his hand, he hopes that they will meet again. The boys turn around, thinking that the way to master the aura sword is with a diligent attitude. They begin to train harder. Kate looks down, because she has never heard of a person who can master the sword of aura in 1 day. Near the light there are 2 people. Her eyes lit up, because one day she will stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Her friend's eyes lit up too. They were all ablaze. Gwen smiles, thinking that they are bursting with enthusiasm. Geniuses tend to change those around them. The protagonist walks through the forest. Romeo looks out from behind him. He thinks that the low-level monsters are over. When suddenly, he looks in the other direction. A playful leopard appears near him. The ghost gets scared and grabs him by the hair. His eye lit up, because the monster dared to bare its fangs in front of him. Holding a sword in his hand, he decides to teach a lesson. The girl stands near the dead animals. Kira holds the swords, asking where they went. Turning her head, she does not understand where so many monsters came from. She stands behind a tree and watches. The protagonist is standing nearby. There was an aura around him, because adventurers who know how to use the aura sword are not lying on the road. The monster's eyes were glowing. Smiling, Kira thinks that they had to slow down to avoid running into the leopard, but thanks to the fact that he grabbed it, they can quickly reach the kingdom. We see her face. She asks for forgiveness in her mind. Raising the sword, she shouts that when they move to the ground, their pathetic lives in the Arcana ended. Walking along the road, she laughs, because if they achieve something worthwhile in Yusra, she can even become an aristocrat. Romeo grabs his head. He is standing near the beast, because he uses the aura sword, but there is a difference of 74 levels between him and the enemy and, unlike that time with the mortal sin, the natural enemy does not activate. We see what could have happened. The leopard could have simply killed him. They were serious, because it was better than before, but the sword of aura still absorbs a lot of power. The monster opens its mouth. Holding the sword, Chuck says that it is time to show everything he has learned. The monster jumped on him. Romeo cries from fear. He thinks that he will die. With his mouth open, he asks his parents for forgiveness. As suddenly his eyes became balls. The leopard was attacked. Holding a bloody sword in his hand, we understand that there is no natural enemy. With his mouth open, he thinks about the power of the Sword of Aura. He trembles, because this is not enough to warm up. We see the island. It was the day of the meeting in the Hanging Gardens. Matthew is sitting on a chair. He folds his arms, trying to figure out what kind of person this is. Suddenly, a foot stamps near him. It was the main character, walking down the road. His mouth hanging open, he asks, "Is the guy a magician?" Standing up from his chair, Matthew says that he is a researcher of black magic. Chuck, mouth hanging open, is glad to see them. We remember how he killed monsters. Approaching him, he is asked to sit down. Matthew's hand turns black. His eyes widened, because his rings darkened in an instant. His other hand was like that, because he had never seen such deep darkness before. His pupil decreases, because magic is deep. Seriously looking, he does not answer him. Someone dropped a box of things. Behind him are the guys who apologize with a grin. He squeezes his hand. They tell him that they could not imagine that he would be so fixated on crude witchcraft and curses. Holding the book, Matthew wanted to prove to thoughtless people the true value of magic. We are in the great hall of the scientific community of magicians. Near it there is a small monster, because with the right mana you can make the carcass of a dead animal move in this way. People open their mouths and scream for it to be thrown out of here. Raising his hands, Matthew asks to stop blindly denying it, and just look at the essence. The old man sits quietly and listens. With his mouth open, he asks a question: what does he want to call this direction of magic? Raising his head, Matthew thinks about the president. With his mouth open, he calls it black magic. The guy is sitting at the table, because after this, other magicians also began to accept black magic, but the glory did not last long. He grabs his head, because he believed that he could solve the problem of interference in the universe with the help of black magic. But several years have passed, and he has not advanced in research. There was a red aura near the tower, because after several years, the Tower of Magicians appeared on the earth as a result of interference in the universe. The man is standing on the balcony, because he could not do everything alone. Chuck was in black silhouettes, because he could not imagine that someone with such a strong sensitivity to black magic could exist outside the arcana. With his mouth slightly open, he thinks that together with this guy they will be able to overcome the limit of research into black magic. Sitting at the table, Chuck asks a question: does the light that his rings emit somehow relate to their conversation? Closing his eyes, he says that he can afford to allocate only 1 hour to him. Raising his hand, Matthew asks for forgiveness, because these rings determine sensitivity to black magic. With his mouth open, he is told that this is a different kind of magic that uses mana different from the usual. A golden bird appears near him. On the other side was a spider, because black magic uses inner darkness as a source and is a slightly different force. Near Chuck was a monster, because this black magic is created in the heart of the caster and especially depends on his past. The deeper and darker the past of the caster, the more powerful his black mana. Turning his head, he asks about his past life. His half-face turned black. Romeo grabs his head and turns off the sound, because they were talking about his past. Holding the cup, he thinks, what kind of magic of public humiliation is this? Closing his eyes, he thinks about Romeo's dark past. Letting go of the cup, he says that it is quite unpleasant. Putting his leg down, Chuck says that his etiquette includes intruding into the history of other people at the first meeting. Matthew puts his hand on his chest and says that due to his frivolity, he made a mistake. Closing his eyes, he says that he will report this to his superiors and elders, who will apply official disciplinary measures. With his mouth open, the protagonist accepts the apology. Sitting on a chair, he says that an inquisitive mind is a virtue of a scientist, and he cannot help but like a scientist devoted to his duty of researching black magic. The sun shines on Matthew. Approaching him, he is told that since black magic uses a type of mana different from the existing one, it must mean that even in a state of depleted mana, it is possible to use it. He wants to take him by the shoulder, asking if so, how about starting a path of studying magic with him? We remember Gwen, who also asked. Looking at the screen, he understands that the number of mages has increased. Leaving him, Chuck says that he will contact him later. We are in the Tower of Mages. The protagonist is sitting with a book. A piece of paper appears near him. It says that a new message has been received. Romeo squeezes his hand, because all the senior mages followed Matthew's example and recognized him. 4 windows appear, because he received a reward, and a new function in the Tower of Mages is activated. He raises his hands in happiness, because now everything is in his hands. Removing the note, the protagonist says that nothing has really changed. There was a screen near him. Romeo's eyes widened sharply. We see the palace, because the nation of Arcana appeared for the first time in reality. An incredible amount of capital is invested in the kingdom of Yusra. People are sitting at the table and telling this. With his mouth open, the man says that this is a wise decision made with an eye on the future. Jack stands next to the guy and listens to the fact that the Jain Guild has already risen from 5th to 3rd place in the guild ranks. Haim is sitting at the computer saying that he only thinks about how to repay the main character. The man looks into the distance, because this is the only reason why their guild rank has skyrocketed. We see a monster next to him, because if it were not for him, his brother might not exist. The news commented on everything they know. Squeezing his hand, Jack suggests that they should finish the Asura restoration quest properly. The computer says the rank of the Jain Guild. Sitting next to the guy, he says that this time even a member of the National Assembly has spoken out. People are standing near the coins, because the members of the National Assembly have a lot of free time. Haim was serious, thinking about mythology. There is a golden badge on the jacket. The man is half naked, there was a purple aura around him. Nearby is a girl, from whom the aura emanated. Bella holds a glass, calling on the phone. With her mouth open, she asks to cancel plans for tomorrow. On the other phone was the protagonist. Licking her lip, she thinks what to tell the member of the assembly tomorrow. Her hair turned white, an enemy appeared, she tells her to tell her that she went to the kingdom of Asura. We see the Tower of Magicians. The protagonist pokes the screen. Turning his head, he notices that he is being called. There were messages from his sister. Drinking a cup of drink, Chuck thinks why she is writing to him? A piece of paper appears near him. Taking it in his hands, he thinks that it is from the Tower of Magicians. The sheet had a smiling face. With her mouth open, she tells him that she sent the parchment because he did not answer. Then she is pushed and another piece of paper appears. Chuck was in a daze from the notes. The protagonist runs away from them. We see a golden building, this is the palace of the Asura archipelago. Henry opens his mouth and laughs. He drinks tea and is told that he came here because he needed peace and quiet. Sitting at the table, Henry says that this is what it means to become a partner in the scientific work of the Supreme Mage. Thus senior mages express sincerity. Exhaling, Chuck says that he does not take bribes, especially when they are presented as an expression of sincerity. Raising his head, he laughs and says that this is like him. There was a strange aura around him. They ask him if he saw the new video from the Jain Guild. There was a call from his sister on the phone. Taking the mobile device in his hands, he asks for forgiveness. Annabelle frowned and shouts that it is enough. A girl appears near her, and her sister asks her to wake up. Their angry faces were similar. Smiling, Chuck thanks them. He puts his phone aside and sits at the table. The protagonist lowers his head and asks for a place to rest. Chuck asks for a regular room with his mouth open. We see a house in the woods. He opens the door, his face was not visible. There is a jacket on the hanger. Chuck takes off his tie. There are things on the board. He sits down on the couch and picks up the phone. The screen offers to turn off autocorrect. His face was calm. Chuck thinks that he should sue them for filming without consent. The sun shines on the house. We see his face, he understands that something is wrong. With his mouth slightly open, the protagonist reflects that he has already felt this way. He puts on a mask, because it is dust. People were walking around the Asura archipelago. 2 guards are standing near the tent. Jack raises his finger. Pointing to the graph, he thinks, what is this? Haim exhales, explaining that this is all because the Mythology Guild has spread rumors again. Putting his hand to his face, he thinks that the boys are trying to tell him that they should share the quest to restore Asura before they get drowned even more. Someone approaches the guard. Raising his hand, the man asks what he wants. Bella is standing next to Jack. He says that she has a mole on her backside. She opens her mouth and asks where she heard of such a thing. Putting her hand to her hair, Bella says that she knows things about her that she herself did not know. Opening her mouth, he says that their guild members should stand guard outside. He grabs the curtain with his hand. The guards are lying on the ground. Looking back, Haim is sure that she understands what an attack will entail. Putting her hand to her face, the girl pretends to be a fool, because it has nothing to do with it. Her eye lit up, because they just fell asleep. Tentacles were crawling in Haim's head. He looks up, because he feels an unpleasant sensation. There was a mole near her eye, the #1 girl in the world of business in South Korea, the child of the Mythology Corporation and the guild master. Pointing at her, Jack asks a question, what is he trying to do now? Sweat is pouring down his face, because the girl recently enlisted the support of the National Assembly. It was curious how she did it, there was a purple aura around her, the magic itself was for the mind. His pupil has shrunk, because he must warn Jack, but his body refuses to move. With her mouth open, the girl says that there is no need to fight this. We see monsters with a big mouth. A smile formed on his face. There are claws near him. The protagonist approaches the tent. Chuck takes hold of his shirt. Jack's eyes widen sharply. Taking the mask in his hands, he says that he just finished cleaning, and there is no freshness at all. Haim is behind him. Bella's pupils dilated from his visit. Open-mouthed, Chuck calls her a demon. Holding the mask in his hands, Chuck said that he just finished cleaning, and he does not feel fresh at all, he cannot stand it. He began to walk towards Jack. The protagonist showed a video of himself on his phone. He said with a smile on his face that the guy enjoying humiliating others by posting videos of them is a demoness. Jack was shocked by what he heard. The girl watched them with a satisfied look. Looking at the protagonist, she thought that at first she wanted to get more information out of Jack, but Chuck himself came there. She smiled and noted that people called him the Light of Asura. But looking at him in real life, he was not much. This man really defeated the deadly sin himself, and then asked if his name was Chuck. The girl, with a satisfied look in her mind, asked if the deadly sin was nothing special, and then said that her name was Bella. Touching the guy's tie, she assumed that the protagonist had heard of her. Looking up, the girl emphasized the fact that she was interested in him. The protagonist slapped Bella's hand, who thought that she could get Yuzra in its entirety much easier than she thought. The dumbfounded girl looked at her swollen hand, while Chuck said that Guild Master Jack was completely incomprehensible. The puzzled guy said that recently, false rumors were spread about him. Articles came out saying that he gave special privileges only to those guilds that they were associated with. The protagonist frowned as he listened to Chuck explain that they couldn't just sit quietly and watch all these evil rumors spread, which is why they uploaded the video. He apologized because he did it to clear up a misunderstanding, but he didn't think it through far enough. The protagonist crossed his arms and started talking about the false articles released by the Mythology Guild and the National Assembly. Bella asked him with a crazy look how Chuck could treat her like that, noting that she thought it was pretty rude. The protagonist turned around and said that she understood perfectly well. He was talking to the JN Guild, and it was impolite to interrupt someone else's conversation. The girl fixed her hair and said that technically he was the one who interrupted her conversation with the guild. He noted with a crazy look that it was okay, people would just pray for her, a succubus. She extended her hand to the protagonist, saying that even he would not be able to resist her charms. The surprised guy looked into Bella's eyes and noted that this was a natural enemy, a demoness. Bella's eyes began to glow brightly. The guy suddenly began to shout for people to come there. A crowd of reporters ran into the room with cameras. They screamed with a frantic look that they were finally right in front of the JN Guild tent. Stephen, trying on his glasses, said with an angry look that they were finally there. He showed the middle finger and asked if Bella thought that only she could manipulate the media and if she didn't know that the real media that currently attracts all the attention is YouTube. The Madden bloggers were filming the girl. Chuck had a look of disgust on his face. The girl was holding her face. She stood behind the protagonist and noted that they would be able to communicate properly in such an environment. Bella touched the guy's shoulder and suggested that they talk somewhere else. Chuck refused her with a serious expression. She was shocked by what she heard. The irritated girl started to say something. Bella closed her mouth in fear. Sighing, the protagonist said that he did not have time for those who were unable to make an appointment in advance. If she wanted to talk to him, she should come back after she worked on her manners. Bella left the tent and listened to people discussing her rejection. We were shown Bella's Instagram profile and told that she is #1 in the business world of South Korea, a child of the Mythology Corporation and the Guild Master of the Mythology Guild. We were shown various accessories that were not available and told that she has 60 million followers on Instagram. She is the most popular celebrity of this era. Everything she wears, drinks, holds or applies to herself becomes a trend and spreads in minutes. Bella put on her glasses while the plot told us that she was the reason why the tagline of Mythology was "Mythology out of stock." And now she practically is Mythology. A purple light fell on the girl. There was a video on the internet where Bella was rejected by the protagonist. Looking at the phone screen, she wondered why her seduction did not work with Chuck. Looking around the room, she began to say that she did not ask him for making a fool of her. She heard a voice from the reflection that asked her to stop. Her eyes began to glow. The girl's body was possessed by a succubus, who ordered her to be quiet, after which she asked if Bella herself begged for help and now wanted to play the mistress of this body. She grew claws. The succubus imagined human corpses and emphasized the fact that she asked for help, begged for salvation. The demoness took the girl's face and clarified if it was true that she wanted to live. The succubus looked her in the eyes and said that the girl said that she wanted revenge on those who looked down on her, hated her, said that she would do anything for this. Bella began to cry. The stunned girl said that she never wanted this. She staggered and said that the succubus should die, not the main character. Holding her head, the monster clarified if she thought that she could have everything she had now without her. Even her father called her a mistake. The glass shard was bloody. The succubus was taken aback when she noticed the blood on her neck. Looking at the blood-stained floor, the demoness thought that her body did not obey her. She did not understand how Bella did it. Trying to hold back her hand with the glass shard, the demoness asked if the girl had gone crazy and was resisting her. The dumbfounded succubus stated that she should know when to stop, she could kill herself. The demoness was suddenly taken aback. Her legs were shaking. Stepping back, she said that she gave Bella wealth and fame, did everything as she wanted, and got everything she ever wanted. She arranged everything so that no one could interfere with her again, just like she wanted. The owner of the body tried to restrain the succubus, and stated that she achieved it. The monster was taken aback by what she heard and asked again. While restraining the monster's hands, Bella emphasized the fact that everything the succubus achieved was available because she was the daughter of the CEO of Mythology, which is why she was shaking in fear now, because whoever else she possessed would not matter, since she knew that without Bella, the demoness was nothing. The frightened succubus thought that it was dangerous and that she was losing her power, after which she screamed that the girl should stop. They would really die if she continued like this. The monster grabbed the blade. She remembered how she touched Chuck's face. Anger took hold of her. The monster imagined herself looking into the protagonist's eyes. Bella stood behind the succubus and came to the conclusion that the protagonist saw her, not the demoness. The guy was leaving her with the words that they would see each other again. The enraged succubus began to think about the protagonist. Holding her throat, she declared that she would not let herself disappear like this, and would definitely get her revenge. Opening the door, the monster thought that she could not heal because of a lack of strength. She ran into a guard at the exit. The dumbfounded guy asked her to hold on. The monster pounced on him. The night sky surrounded the building. Chuck made himself some tea with a puzzled look. He saw the notification of the activation of the skill, Natural Enemy. The protagonist shifted his gaze. Sitting on the chair, he noticed that Bella was sneaking around at such a late hour without any permission. She was still as shameless as before. Putting down his cup, he asked the demoness to come in, noting that she was not the guest he was expecting. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would be hospitable. He crossed his arms. He looked at the closed door. The protagonist in his true form sighed and thought that even demonesses did not want to come at such a late hour. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he was more sensitive than she expected. The protagonist shuddered in fear. Turning around, he asked if she had sneaked in through the window like a thief in the middle of the night, and if these were the manners she had learned. Spreading her arms, the demoness said that Chuck had asked her to work on her manners. Touching his face, she apologized, noting that she had forgotten, and the protagonist thought that he did not see Bella's silhouette as before. Frowning, he said that he did not see the girl. Smirking, the succubus clarified what he was talking about, because she was there. He was taken aback when the succubus asked if he meant the dead girl. The demoness remembered how Bella had injured herself, and told him that she was dead because she suddenly wanted to stab herself like some crazy person. Apparently she died of shock because she couldn't feel her anymore either. She asked with a crazy look, what else could you expect from such a stupid girl? Frightened, Chuck thought that it couldn't be that Bella was dead. Taking a step forward, the succubus asked if he wanted to know something interesting. Approaching the protagonist, she noted that the girl had died because of him. She said with a satisfied look that Bella continued to talk nonsense, something about how he was the only one who saw her. The protagonist remembered seeing the girl behind the demoness. The succubus presented an article from the internet, and emphasized the fact that she was illegitimate. The woman stroked the girl's head. Little Bella's face was happy as the monster said that the first article came out when she was 8, she didn't have to do anything to get the media to pay attention to her. The girl's photos were posted on the internet, taken on the sly. The boys watched her and laughed. Looking at the documents, the man said that although she was a mistake, he could not afford to leave a child without parents, so he would take her in. The demoness stood in front of him, and laughed loudly. She cried out with a satisfied look that then, after a couple of years had passed, she awakened the abilities of a hunter, and he made her plow like a horse in the rifts. The monster imagined corpses on the ground, and said that Bella did everything her father wanted because she wanted to be loved. The girl imagined an article in which the man said he was proud of his daughter, after which the succubus cried out that Bella wanted to convince all those people who underestimated and hated her. Each person pointed a finger at her in disgust. Standing in front of the protagonist, the demoness said that in the end, this girl turned out to be an empty space. Chuck listened with a serious expression to Bella saying that she believed him for a long time, because he believed in her. The furious protagonist ordered the succubus to shut up. The monster was taken aback by what she heard. The guy, enveloped in powerful energy, asked if the pathetic demoness wanted to talk to him, noting that her impudence knew no bounds. The succubus read that she was experiencing horror that she was unable to cope with, and wondered why he looked so dangerous. The girl began to tremble when the protagonist ordered her to run. Enraged Chuck noted that he did not talk to his prey. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking around, the protagonist thought that it was strange, because he did not sacrifice anything, but moved. Turning around, the guy noticed a running boy. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered if this was Romeo. His gaze fell on the boy's happy face. Clutching his chest, which was suddenly pierced by pain, Chuck came to the conclusion that this was the palace of Romeo's mind. Holding his chest, he mentally asked what this sudden pain in his heart was. He noticed an adult Romeo in front of him. The protagonist looked at him. There were many corpses lying on the ground among the pentagram. The surprised protagonist came to the conclusion that this was a memory. He noticed streams of dark energy, and thought that this is how Romeo felt in the past, as if he was experiencing the same thing because of their synchronization, the same rage that made him take an oath to end all the demons that would cross his path. The dumbfounded succubus trembled with fear. A powerful aura surrounded him. The demoness, terrified to horror, listened to the question of how she dared to insult the pride of a man. Having created a powerful cloud of mana in his hand, the guy noted that she dared to laugh at the one who risked her own life to pay her debt, at the one who did not lose her pride, despite the fact that the dishonest demoness used the dirtiest methods. The monster tried to step back. Chuck created magical blades. He pointed his hand at the demoness, who bowed her head. The protagonist directed an attack at her. The protagonist's face was serious. Having lowered himself to the girl, he asked if Bella could hear him. He calmly noted that he saw her pride. She lowered her head. Tears were streaming down her face. Pointing his finger to the side, Chuck said that it was too late, she should go home and cry there. The celebrity lost consciousness. The puzzled guy looked at her. Frowning, he thought that Bella stabbed herself. He did not see the wound, but it was still logical that she passed out after that. Kate burst into the room and called him. She screamed with a stunned look that they went on patrol because they felt the presence of a demon. Kate was shocked when she saw Bella. Turning around, Chuck listened to Kate apologize, because she did not know that he was with a lady and had no idea that he was going to rip the blanket off her. Obviously, it would be strange if someone like him was not in a relationship. Confused, Kate said that whatever it was, they would soon leave. Kevin ran out of there screaming that the protagonist was an idiot. Stretching out her hand, the girl screamed for him to wait for her. The door to the room opened. The protagonist sat down on the couch. He thought with an exhausted look that this day would end someday. A notification about a class quest popped up in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist mentally asked what it was, noting that he had a bad feeling about this. The night sky surrounded the building of the AAU branch in Korea. The guys were sitting in front of the monitor. They were reading the update notification that they would soon come to them with a new region. Northern City Permafrost. Sam, with a happy face, said that this was an incredible event. Permafrost was the largest metropolis of Arcana, and stores and forges would open there, to which Haim replied that this update would allow them to breathe a sigh of relief. An enthusiastic blogger was shouting that the update with the metropolis had finally been released. Holding the microphone in front of his mouth, the guy said that they had come to the viewers with news about the update coming to the northern city, Permafrost. Articles on the internet were full of discussions about the update. Chuck was surprised by this. Looking at the projection about the class quest, in which you need to attack the Demon King, the main character asked about Permafrost. The stunned protagonist sat behind Romeo and said that everyone else needed to know, they should leave a comment on the Arcana pages. The boy remembered how in the days when Arcana was a game, he was training as a non-demon hunter and a man stood in front of him and said that the Demon Kings were powerful. Looking at Romeo, he noted that they were not just powerful, but extremely powerful, and there were a lot of them. They had a ranking system. Few demon hunters survived a clash with even the lowest-ranking Demon King. The man handed him a thick book and noted that the boy should prepare. It contained the names and descriptions of the Demon Kings they knew about. He asked him to memorize them with a satisfied look. Closing his eyes, Romeo said that it was a significant time that allowed them to gain valuable knowledge. Looking at the phone screen, the protagonist thought that at least this was useful now. Life is so unpredictable. He wrote a message that he proclaimed to everyone to make every effort to prepare before entering Permafrost, where the threat of the Demon King awaits them. Chuck threw the phone away, thinking that he didn't take it seriously either, so he didn't care. He fell onto the bed next to Bella and thought that Permafrost was a huge metropolis. Nothing too bad would happen. Even the Demon King couldn't do everything he wanted. The update was going to be big. The protagonist happily emphasized the fact that he first needed to look at the items he ordered from the Mage Tower. She was asking a lot for custom-made items, but it didn't matter, because he was sure everything would be fine. The protagonist started rolling on the floor in shame and disgrace, screaming that he couldn't sleep because of this stupid post. The bird held a package and said that it was a delivery from the Mage Tower. Flying away from them, she said that people were ordering contactless delivery now, and Chuck was only making his job more difficult. Opening the order, the protagonist thought that whatever. This is his order, now he does not have to stomp all the way to the Tower of Magicians. He held the ring in his hands and read that it restores stamina when hit. The interested protagonist wondered if there were any other conditions, if he just needed to be attacked, and he would begin to restore health, adding that as expected from the Tower of Magicians. They made an amazing item. Looking at the phone, he thought that it must be expensive, and it seems to him that some other healing item with similar conditions was priced at $1 billion. He took another item and read that it was a shawl made of koi scales. It increases affinity with the fire attribute, increases the chances of evasion, opens the characteristic, aesthetics. A powerful light struck him. Sweating, Chuck thought that he had just experienced an exorcism. It seemed to him that he had just seen a masterpiece. The protagonist remembered reading an article about a masterpiece being a perfect item of the highest quality, the value of which is immeasurable. Even the highest-ranking craftsmen only dream of creating such an item. Rumor has it that it is enough to simply show it at an auction and the person's influence and kinship will reach the maximum, which is why the price of such an item reaches astronomical amounts. Dumbfounded, Chuck held a payment request for the work in his hands and noted that the price does not matter, he wants to see the best result. A message popped up that the aesthetics characteristic was unlocked, the current level is low. The guy with a satisfied look said that he liked this characteristic. Sighing, the protagonist mentally asked what he should do if Romeo liked him so much. Touching the screen, he thought that he should distribute the points received from the exorcism of the succubus who possessed Bella. He began to increase the luck characteristic. After reading that his luck was now 5 units, the protagonist came to the conclusion that now there was only one thing left, to hope that everything would work out. Romeo looked at the item and said with a smile on his face that it looked like Sean had sent the vest as a gift. It would go well with his scarf. A notification about a new class quest appeared. Chuck was surprised. He read that the quest had been suspended. We were transported to Japan, to the headquarters of the Inazuma Guild. They threw documents at Sean, shouting that they were losing to the Jain Guild in ranks. Nothing could be more shameful than that. Blood was streaming down the leader's face as he said that he would make sure they recovered from this disgrace in permafrost. The man pointed at him and asked if he understood that if he screwed up again, he should be prepared to commit harakiri, to which he received a positive answer. Sean walked down the corridor. Looking away, he said that permafrost had appeared in the sea near Hokkaido. This information was top secret. They must not tell anyone about it. The Japanese government would buy them some time, so in the meantime, they should try to raise their influence and kinship in permafrost. The dumbfounded guy asked if they would let other players approach, adding that they did not know yet whether permafrost was safe or not. Sean punched the wall next to the secretary. Veins stood out on his neck from anger as he said that permafrost was a city for barbarians, and Jack from the Jain Guild was a first-rank barbarian. Taking off the guy's glasses, the guild leader added that they lost to Jain in the lands of Asura and Yuzura. There would be no next time. They would surpass Jain again. He continued moving down the corridor, saying that then they should give the order to all guild members to leave for Hokkaido. Smiling, Sean asked the analyst to watch his behavior if he was not going to commit harakiri for him, noting that everyone was acting so frivolously, because they were not the ones who would have to take responsibility. The frightened analyst replied that he would take this into account. He wrote to someone that permafrost had appeared near Hokkaido. The man ran to the boat, shouting that they had received news from Inazuma, would post the news, and leave immediately. Looking at his comrade, he asked him to hurry. A post appeared on the news that permafrost had appeared near Hokkaido. The surprised warriors shouted that they were leaving right now. The guys were heatedly discussing what things to take with them. The delighted blogger covered his mouth with his hands in surprise and cried out that permafrost was in Hokkaido. People gathered in a snowy city while the plot told us that this is the northern city of permafrost, where you can get the barbarian class. It was one of the main bases during the time when Arcana was a game. Passers-by talked to sellers while we were told that there were blacksmiths, NPCs and various shops, typical for a metropolis. People were not just delighted and called this event the beginning of the return of humanity. If the content of the city is the same as in the game, then this city will greatly help players. Knights stood in front of the portal to permafrost, in Hokkaido. Jack's face was angry and asked what they were saying and if they were crazy. Holding the tablet in his hand, Steven asked what was wrong. Pointing to the military, Jack said that they were asking for a passport. He had never been asked for a passport. How did he become a player? Steven approached the military and suggested that there must be a mistake, to which he received the answer that they would not be able to enter without a passport. Steven was shocked by what he heard. Looking at the guards, people shouted that they were not letting anyone in. They had sealed almost everything. It was like that with everyone. Gusts of wind blew around the settlement. Warriors ran through the snowy forest. Sean closed his eyes and screamed that they had little time. They had to get there first, even for 10 minutes. A smile appeared on his face. The guy was surprised. He crushed a branch under his foot. The guild leader was shocked. He was looking around the city, teeming with human corpses. Scared, Sean asked if this was permafrost. The scared man clarified what it was. A paw of a huge monster appeared behind him. The demon's claw pierced his chest. People began to run away from there. Sean's face was distraught. A huge demon with glowing eyes appeared in front of him, while the guy thought that there was no need to be afraid of harakiri. We were transported to Chuck's residence on the Yuzura archipelago a few hours earlier. Bella was still asleep. She had dreamed of the protagonist defeating the succubus in her body and waking up. Jumping out of bed, the girl wondered why she was still alive when she lost consciousness, and whether she had embarrassed herself too much. Looking at the protagonist's back, Bella thought that she had cried uncontrollably when he said that she was amazing and now owed him her life, but she didn't know how to answer for all the inconvenience caused. Chuck's face was thoughtful. He was reading the quest description, which said that if the bar was empty, the quest would fail, after which the protagonist assumed that the Demon King had begun to act. Closing his eyes, he noted that he needed to go. The embarrassed girl stood in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she had woken up yet. Bella looked down and said that first of all she was grateful to him and sincerely sorry for all the inconvenience caused to him, and he also saved his life. She said with flushed cheeks that this debt meant that she would pay by any means, even with her dignity. Chuck noticed that Romeo was holding an envelope with a payment request. He began to kneel with happiness and think. He raised his luck. Prayers generally work strangely, but this is incalculable wealth. It was written on the document. The production was free. The surprised protagonist assumed that it was because of that new function, noting that he adored Jack. Chuck turned around when Oliver knocked on their door, after which he allowed him to enter. The man was surprised when he saw that the protagonist had a guest. He assumed with a smile on his face that the rumors about Kevin burst into tears after the protagonist rejected him were true. Henry entered the room, saying that he had something to discuss with their savior, and the knights escorted him there. The girl, looking pleased, apologized for the late introduction. Placing her hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Bella from the Mythology Guild, greeting King Henry and Commander Oliver. The men looked at her with a smile. Extending his hand, Henry stated that he understood that it was late and apologized for intruding, but he had come for his wise advice. The girl, surprised, wondered what was going on and if the King of Yusra was asking for advice. Henry approached him and said that a resident of Arcana had recently settled in Yusra, wanting to start a new life, but in the past his behavior in Arcana left much to be desired, so he wished to entrust his fate to the Savior. The king looked away, adding that if Chuck did not mind, he would bring the man there. Turning around, the protagonist addressed the girl. The embarrassed Bella replied that she was listening to him. Standing before her, the protagonist stated that she should now return home and establish in writing how far mythology was willing to go for the good of the kingdom of Yusra and bring the recording to the next meeting. A message about a class quest popped up. The girl looked down and wondered if the next meeting meant they would see each other again. She suddenly looked up. The guy's face was dumbfounded. He started to leave there, saying that he had to leave immediately. Taking off his jacket, the guy said that he was heading to Permafrost. Surprised, Oliver asked him to briefly explain what kind of sudden business he had there. Frowning, Chuck said that the Demon King had arrived. He looked at the projection of the quest. The guys were standing in front of the portal. Enraged, Jack slammed his fist on the table and screamed that he ordered the soldiers to get out of the way, because something was wrong there. Looking at the guard, he said that Joe and the guys had already spent some time in Permafrost. The knight watched the angry Jack. Holding his head, Rock said that he had not intended to interfere to avoid embarrassment, but now he felt uneasy too. He asked with a smirk on his face if the soldiers were correct in their understanding that this was a violation of the AU agreement, noting that if they were unlucky, this incident could become an international issue. Jack was dumbfounded, thinking it was an American. The soldiers began to move as ordered, when they heard that they had to retreat and leave their positions. The warrior raised his tablet, shouting that a recording had arrived from a drone that had been sent to the Permafrost. Rox was shocked. He was looking at the footage of demons killing members of the Inazuma Guild. Sean listened to the government's plans to send bombers, and with a serious expression, told them not to do such things and not to interfere with the players' actions. The guy smirked, thinking that the rift was in an accessible area, they could use modern weapons, but they would also be killed. His comrade was killed by a powerful blow. The dumbfounded guild leader called out to him. Sean couldn't move and watched the guys. His face was scared. The demon appeared in front of him. Rox released a stream of blue energy. The demon was cut in half. A powerful blow was heard. Jack grabbed the guy by the collar and called him a stupid coward. Grinning, he noted that Sean was punished for behaving so dishonorably, and he was going to leave him, so he should thank Chuck. Looking at the mountain, Sean noticed the silhouette of a man and asked if this was the protagonist. The protagonist stood with his arms crossed. He calmly told the guys to move out. The enthusiastic guys said that it was Chuck. The Knights of the Lion Heart rushed into battle. A fierce battle with monsters began. The protagonist turned his gaze. Examining the corpses of people, the guy thought that this, according to them, was the historical Permafrost. An angry Chuck turned to the Demon King. Holding his face, he noted that this was pathetic and ridiculous impudence. He would meet a proper end. Oliver stood behind him and thought that since the protagonist said so, he believed that the Demon King had appeared in Permafrost. But he did not expect that the city itself would be in such a bad state. The knights were striking at the demons. Confused, Oliver emphasized the fact that the protagonist knew about this and was still going to save Permafrost alone. The angry guy thought that he feared the worst when he saw how the survivor bar was rapidly dropping. The protagonist looked at Oliver and noted that they were really lucky that he came with them. We were transported a few hours earlier to the protagonist's residence. Putting his hand in front of him, Henry said that this would not do. Looking at him, he said that he did not doubt his abilities. But the Demon King was a great danger. He definitely could not allow him to leave alone. They would organize fighters soon, so he asked to postpone his departure. The man added with a serious look that His Majesty was right. Chuck's life was in danger. Frowning, the guy emphasized the fact that demons must be exterminated. Someone's life was not a reason for delay. Oliver was shocked by what he heard. He remembered how he had already heard the words that exterminating demons was the only way out. Holding his face, he noted that the main character had always been like this. The guy was furious. Putting his hand on the hilt of the sword, the man said that he promised to return to His Majesty after exterminating all the demons in the world and become his sword in this world. The commander of the knights put his hand with the blade on his chest. There was a slight smile on his face. Standing in front of the protagonist, he noted that thanks to Chuck, his tired spirit had risen. Since his will was strong, he would continue to be his sword. Closing his eyes, Henry said that he was calm as long as Sir Oliver was with him. The protagonist looked at him and asked who would accompany him then. Bella left the house saying that she would take on this role. Bowing, the girl added that she had created so many problems for His Majesty and Chuck in Yusra, so she wanted a chance to improve. Henry, looking pleased, said that they were now ready. Looking at the guys, he said that he hoped for the safe return of the savior, and wanted him to bring peace to permafrost. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that he had no choice but to respect his will. He touched the knight's shoulder. The dumbfounded guy asked to hurry. The red sky surrounded the southern gate to the city. We were shown the guy's current location relative to the city. Sean glanced at the mountain. Looking at Jack, he clarified what he meant by thanking Chuck. Looking away, the guy said that he only meant that as soon as the protagonist passed through the portal, he immediately said that the main task was to save the survivors. The Japanese was shocked by what he heard. He grabbed his face when he heard that they were just guys desperately trying to curry favor with the protagonist. Saving the survivors was not that bad, so there was no reason to disobey. Continuing to cover his face with his hand, Sean thought that even their homeland, Japan, wanted to finish them off along with the permafrost, after which he noted what idiots they were. Looking at the guy, he added that they were their competitors. Examining Chuck's face, he thought that this was expected from the Knights of the Lion Heart. Sean's gaze fell on the corpses of the demons and noted that they had quickly cleared the area in front of the city gates. The title of the strongest knights in the empire belonged to them by merit. Thanks to them, they would be able to enter the city sooner than expected. Oliver was suddenly surprised. The protagonist began to release streams of blue energy. Rox was stunned. He suddenly looked at the city. The guy presented a plan of the city, on which they were near the western gate. Fred was out of breath and asked where they were going, adding that they had long passed the city gates. Looking up, Rox said that he saw one funny post on the Arcana forum. It was some nonsense about permafrost. There were less than 10 views. The same user continued to post the same thing. Blue flashes shone above the city. Looking at the girl, the guy emphasized that usually he would have simply ignored it and forgotten, but today, right after leaving the portal, someone said exactly the same thing as in that post. He imagined Chuck coming out of the portal and saying that the Demon King was in the permafrost right now. The protagonist held out his hand and said that those who wanted to run could run now, but those who were going to fight, their main task was to save the survivors. Wind currents swirled through the forest. Michael ran through the forest and shouted that he had been waiting for the permafrost update so much that he had spent the whole night looking for information. He suddenly stopped. Looking at the glow, Rox noted that he thought that Chuck was weaker than him, but he was very wrong. The guys were shocked. The guys looked at the magic spheres and asked if this was light magic. The protagonist held out his hand and thought about intervention. The guy opened his mouth and noted that this was not so, these were bubbles. A powerful layer of aura surrounded the protagonist's hand. Surprised, Michael raised his head. The girl raised her head, holding her hat. A powerful stream of energy hit the city. The sorceress lowered her head and said that these were beautiful magical traces that were unforgettable. All the mages around thought the same. Rox, dumbfounded, said that he was completely wrong. The gates began to collapse. The warriors were frightened by what they saw. The gates began to crack even more. The city gates were destroyed. A message about a common quest appeared in front of the players. The guys began to look at the notification. They read that permafrost had fallen into the hands of the Demon King. They needed to free the city. Valor would be rewarded. Rox, smiling, said that this was a common quest, as stated in that post, after which he said that he really decided to just pass by the city gates. After all, during a siege, the city gates are counted as a significant contribution. He presented the layout of the city and said that there was nothing to catch near the southern gates. They ran through the forest, while the leader shouted that they needed to hurry to the other gates. Gusts of wind surrounded the forest. Stones lay on the ground. Oliver watched the people from the mountain and said that this couldn't be happening. He noted with delight that Chuck was truly amazing. He had never seen such a siege in his life. The main character's face was angry. Looking around the passage, he thought that the unpleasant aura was getting stronger after the destruction of the gate. He was sure that someone was inside. Jack raised his head and screamed that they would immediately go on the attack after the command. He noted with a smile on his face that the protagonist could not worry. They would give him all the contribution points. Looking at him, Chuck loudly ordered to stop. A horde of demons pounced on the guy. Someone calls out to the red-haired man, to which he turns around and asks what he needs. The undead grab him. The bespectacled man calls Jack. Chuck frowns and understands that he is about to be dragged behind the walls and calls for the knights. Kate flies to help. She cuts through the undead. Jack is taken aback. He stands in horror against the background of splashes, while she suggests that they continue the offensive. Jack looks in surprise and talks about her technique. Kate goes on, and he understands that the technique is barbaric. Chuck realizes in horror that this is not all. He calls the girl sullenly. Both are in shock, while he notices that they are being attacked from above. The guy jumped. The blonde runs to them. Kira enters the fight. The girl turns around and asks Alex to set up a portal right next to her. The magician casts a spell and asks for forgiveness, and Chuck wonders who all these people are. Alex looks at Larry and notes that he did everything and calls him to enter the portal, to which Chuck wonders where they all came from. Larry exhales. He jumps, while the guy reasons that they are not from the magician's tower at all, but the old one used portal magic. The portal spins. Something flies out of it. Larry lands. Chuck holds his hair, while the magician notes that everyone around can see that the portal is pointing downwards, so they should not be afraid, but use it for their own pleasure, and the blonde agrees with the magician and suggests going on the attack. Chuck looks ahead and calls for the knights to follow Gwen and figures that he will most likely fly down and die if he goes through the portal, so he will prefer to jog a little. The team strikes the undead. Chuck sees notifications from the system that all three, Alex, Larry and Kira, are giving him their battle contribution points, and wonders why and what for they are doing this. Kira passes by and corrects her voice. Gwen turns around and hears that she is pleased to meet him. All three are standing in front of him, and she clarifies if he is the commander, because she is part of the reinforcements that were sent by the king and that she is the captain, introduces herself and notes that she can't wait to join the battle shoulder to shoulder with him. The blonde looks pleased and replies that he is glad to hear that His Majesty has sent them reinforcements. Gwen turns her head and says that despite all this, he is not the one in command here. He points to Chuck in that direction and notes that he is the one in command, to which she is pleased. She thinks about how the famous Chuck is the commander, and that it's great because if he meets him here, he can earn bonuses in the future. Chuck frowns and remembers that she once asked him for forgiveness because she is in no way obligated to save him, and said goodbye to him. Kira fell to her knees while Chuck looks at the screen and wonders if they already have 35,000 contribution points, and that he has no idea if that is a lot or a little, and wonders if they jumped because he opened the gate. Chuck imagines a frosty area and notes that this is the eastern gate of permafrost, and that they are behind the castle gate. The reporter holds onto his headphones and notes that he is hosting a special broadcast and announces that at the moment the guild called United by God is in second place in the ranking, specifically at the eastern gate. He imagines a diagram. Chuck looks at the title of the quest and hears that the general quest to liberate the permafrost has begun as soon as they enter the territory. He looks at the live broadcast and notices that at each of the 4 gates of the castle, each guild is in the heat of a heated battle. In the background, Lance gives the order to reload. The reporter continues that his guild has many more members than the others and that they are calmly conducting the siege and replacing fighters on the front lines from the rear as needed. In the background, screaming creatures, he gives the order to attack. Lance is happy, while the reporter continues that in addition to this, there is the fact that his contribution points have reached such a level that he asks the viewers not to be surprised that he has 1,812 points. In the background, the guild master continues that he has the most points out of all the players who have made their contribution points public and asks what the viewers think about how the positions in the guild rankings will change after this siege. Lance looks at the volleys and thinks that the castle siege is an event he has been waiting for a long time and notes that the Shining Guild can and is capable in individual fights. But when it comes to an organized siege, they are not even fit to hold a candle to him. Lance looks at his progress and is proud. He is delighted to note that no one has ever scored so many points during a siege and that he will become the ruler of the permafrost with such a number of points, and shouts that everyone must go on the attack and continue the offensive, and that the whole world is only at their feet. Chuck looks to the side and realizes that he has almost 36,000 and the number continues to grow. Chuck's squad goes forward to the southern gate of the permafrost. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest, thinking that he was afraid to go here simply because there could be potential traps along the way. But he notes that it's good that the Shadow Mercenary squad volunteered to explore the area through the portal first, while Kira hopes that he didn't recognize her and that he doesn't hate her anymore. Chuck turns to her and talks about the Shadow Mercenary squad. He imagines the full team and continues that it is formed from several elite specialists under the command of Captain Kira and that they will carry out the received task by all available methods and that they are also known for not paying attention to the ethics of their tasks. Chuck thinks about the king and continues that he assumes that he was talking about them then, and that he is only better off because help has arrived, and the red-haired one hopes that he will not want to take revenge on him for not helping him during the battle with the leopard. The blonde hears that the magician has addressed him. Alex stands next to him saying that he looked around using the portal, and that it can promise that no one is hiding near them. The old man frowns and continues that he also suggests that they still shouldn't go straight through the gate because there are enough traps on this path to instantly kill the dragon. Chuck is taken aback while he continues that this is very strange because when he tried to create a portal inside the gate, some powerful force did not allow him to do this. While Chuck realizes that he is talking about the power of the Demon King and replies that he understood everything and that this means that they need to find another way to get in. Kate puts her hand on her chest saying that she knows a secret passage into the permafrost. She looks at him saying that under the permafrost there is a huge shelter for evacuation and that underground passages permeate the entire territory. Chuck thoughtfully hears that one of the entrances is located near the castle walls and that she is sure that most of the survivors are like that too, to which Jack shouts that he knew it was her. Jack smiles and says that he just thought his sword technique resembled a barbarian one and asks if she is from the permafrost, to which she answers positively and realizes that she knew that he is a barbarian. The red-haired man looks at her and says that he is glad to meet her and that he only knows about the entrance for barbarians and clarifies that there is no secret entrance nearby, to which she also confirms that this is so and that they just need to go that way. Jack turns around and asks Chuck not to worry because everyone in the permafrost is familiar with the basics of evacuation and that the shelter under the city is as huge as the catacombs under Paris. The red-haired man looks at him and notes that he is sure that all the people are there, to which the blonde agrees, and he insists that he follow them. The guy frowns. Chuck sees that the survivor's scale is empty and that if it is completely empty, the quest will fail. The plot moves to the cracked building. Jack is standing at the gate and calling Chuck. Chuck frowns and asks why the entrance is in such a place. Jack holds out his hand and explains that there is a spell on it so that only the permafrost and warp dwellers can see it. He looks at the bars and continues that the spell is working fine and the door looks untouched, so he is sure everything is fine. Chuck is stunned when the door opens. Jack is horrified. There is a pile of corpses in front of them. Jack is furious. The redhead is shaking while Chuck notices that there are signs of a demonic ritual. They see symbols on the wall. Chuck puts his hand on Jack's shoulder saying that someone summoned a demon here. Chuck sees and notices that he has entered the permafrost and that this is the town that has turned into hell. His men are sorting through the corpses. Kira is horrified and perplexed by his order to pull out all the corpses and asks herself if he has completely lost his mind, because she does not understand why this needs to be done now, because they do not even know when the Demon King's army can attack them. Alex rubs his hands and says that this is exactly why they are standing guard, to which she refuses to stand guard, because they need to quickly go into battle and finish everyone off and then they can go home, and the current task is just a waste of time. The girl nervously whispers in the old man's ear asking what they did that the king hated them, because it seems to her that he slipped them a short match, to which he laughs and notes that she would not have said that if she knew how to look at magical traces. Alex looks ahead and explains that they should just be patient, and in due time they will all find out what the comrade in the suit has planned. Chuck is horrified. He looks at the knight. Dark Chuck wonders if he died defending the passage and that he is terrified, while another knight informs the others that there is a passage here too. Kate approaches him, and he pays attention. The girl looks down and thanks him for giving them permission to take out the bodies, because the soldiers whose homeland is the permafrost, including herself, thank him and that she does not know how to repay him for this debt. Chuck looks at her and realizes that her homeland is the permafrost, and wonders how he should console her. She is stunned when he replies that even if this were not her hometown, it would be wrong to neglect the soldiers who died in battle. The blonde dryly notes that he must preserve the honor of the knights in any case. He frowns and continues that he will do this even if it leads to his death. The girl is surprised. Chuck turned away while she was inspired by speeches about honor, and Dark Chuck was indignant about this consolation, to which the guy himself continued that she should not think that he did this because of her, and that she should not worry. Chuck sees the point counter that has exceeded 41,000, and the guy is perplexed by where the contribution points came from during this time. Chuck receives notifications about points and wonders if members of the Shadow Mercenaries are fighting outside, but immediately denies the hypothesis, because they would have told them about it. The knight runs up from behind and says that they found an underground area while they were carrying bodies out of the opposite passage. Against the background of the emblem, he asks him to follow him, to which Chuck is perplexed by what kind of underground area this is. The knight runs and notes that they are going this way. Chuck is taken aback. There are many hanged people in the center of the room. Kate looks around as the knight continues that they check the other passages as well and that they all have the same picture. Chuck grits his teeth and explains that these are summoning circles that are made using blood and bodies. Chuck clenches his fist and thinks that in order to summon the Demon King, a sacrifice must be made, just like something must be sacrificed in an exorcism ritual, and that all these summoning circles, starting from the entrance, and that all these bodies are connected together into one giant circle to summon the Demon King. The blonde looks down thinking that this is why the bodies that were carried out affected the contribution points so much, because they actually returned the offerings that were given to the Demon King and asks where Gwen is, to which he receives in response that they reported this to him too and that he should meet them soon. The girl in horror asks if an earthquake is happening. Chuck looks around and realizes that it is not an earthquake. Chuck frowns and orders everyone to prepare for battle. The plot shows what is outside and notes that this thunder is from hooves. The cavalry of the Demon King's army runs towards them, asking how they dared to touch their offerings. Kate looks at them and shouts that the cavalry is numerous, and they should be careful. Chuck looks at them in bewilderment, and realizes that this is not an ambush. The guy looks at Gwen and Jack and realizes that this is already a retreat. The cavalry runs away in horror. Kate asks what the commander is doing here, while Chuck notes that he already thought that he would be trampled here. Jack and Gwen ask if he is okay and try to tell him about the bodies, to which he notes that he already knows that these bodies are offerings for the summoning of the Demon King. The blonde is stunned to realize that he knew everything, while the second explains that these guys are lined up in that direction. Chuck sullenly reasons that the monsters that just ran past are just scum and that he assumes that they are only here to check what happened to the summoning circle, since the removal of the bodies simply disrupted everything, and explains that the elite will be here soon. He is attacked from behind while he continues that he assumes that it will be at least the commander demons. Chuck turns around in horror and asks where he came from. Both are worried about the commander. The commander hits the ground. His axe is stained with blood. The demon looks around. He smiles and asks if these are stones, because he uses quite an interesting magic. Gwen frowns. He looks at the demon and realizes that he sees in front of him the same commander from the Northwestern Valley. The blonde furiously asks how dare he. The demon is already behind him and notes that he also recognized him, that he is the same small commander who opposed him 10 years ago. Gwen asks herself how he could not follow his movements, and hears that he heard that people age quickly, and he also clarified with him almost that in contrast has not changed at all, and even became weaker. The blonde frowns and asks again about 10 years and notes that he is delirious and that only a few years have passed, to which he understands that he also heard about it. He glows and explains that 4 days in the Arcana pass in this place in 1 day. The demon smiles and clarifies what will come of it then, because if he is the one who trained only a few years since then and that he is against them, those who improved 4 times more during this time and gained experience in the war. He imagines the seal and asks who will be stronger. Kira in horror asks what it is and where the shaking came from. The girl is horrified, and the guy is taken aback. He looks at what is happening and notes that the whole castle rose into the air. The demon creates something with the words that he does not have time to deal with weaklings like them. The portal glows. The portal sends rays down in a curve. Kate closes her eyes from the light. Gwen is displeased to hear that he should find him himself if he is so thirsty for retribution. The demon spread his paws saying that he can do it if of course he can get to him. He smirks saying that then he will meet him personally. Chuck sees a sign that a class quest has been created. You need to cope with the command of demons, only 10 of them. Chuck crosses his arms over his chest. He looks gloomily. Someone shouts that the demon is leaving. They look at the flying castle saying that the ceiling is collapsing. The blonde calls out to the general and asks why he is cleaning up in fear. The girl looks ahead and says that their exit is blocked by debris and that the whole city is shaking. Gwen clenches her teeth and curses. He looks at through the crack and asks if their only way out is through the crack in the ceiling. Everything is shaking and Gwen notes that he and Kate are able to jump out of here, but the underground passages connect the entire city. Against the background of the fire, he continues that if the catacombs are formed, the surface will also suffer significantly and that then the survivors will most likely be hit and that in the worst case scenario, even if they return the permafrost, it will be completely destroyed. The blonde holds his head and wonders how they can stop the passages from completely collapsing. Jack calls out to Chuck. Chuck holds out his hand while someone shouts that it is dangerous and that they need to leave. The guy looks at the blue energy and thinks that he knows it is dangerous, as well as that he will not be able to hold the entire network of tunnels with his mana and that he might be crushed by a boulder now. Chuck lifts the stone and decides that he does not care. The blonde lifts everything into the air and someone shouts for everyone to take care of themselves. The guy held out his hand forward. Someone calls Chuck. Light hits the sky. Kira covers her eyes from the light. Gwen laughs and asks if it's that light again. The child looks out. The girl calls her mother and asks to see how light it is, to which she categorically refuses and orders her to quickly close the curtains, because if the demons notice them, they will be finished. The mother looks questioningly and asks what kind of light it is, because all the surviving permafrost are now in this room. Someone calls Kurun. The blonde opens the door and reports that they conducted reconnaissance outside and thus carried out his order and reports that all the demons who defended the southern gate are now dead. Kurun is stunned, while someone shouts that they are explorers. Chuck raises his hand, while someone shouts that the explorers have returned. Gwen frowns and says it's unbelievable, while Kate agrees and says she can't believe it. Jack asks how that's possible when someone thinks they know they can hold it all together with just their mana. Chuck frowns and says he doesn't care and won't run. He gets a notification that his aesthetic stat has been activated and that the aesthetics effect will be automatically applied to the target. Someone made of stone stands with a shield while Chuck remarks that it's time for Romeo to see everything. The people look at the stone golems in horror and realize that they are seeing warriors of the permafrost. Chuck frowns and thinks about the honor of those who wanted to preserve their homeland and tells them that he takes their desire to protect the permafrost to the very end on his shoulders, even if he may eventually suffocate under the weight of that desire. The stone statues stand in a row. Dark Chuck is taken aback and notes that the joke is cancelled because he can't handle it, and that he spent all his mana while creating the supports. He looks around and reasons that he certainly did a great job, but if it weren't for the hexagonal brooch that restored 10% of his mana, he probably wouldn't have been able to even finish creating these columns and that they would all have been crushed to death, and adds that he can't even believe that he created such cool supports. He looks around and understands that most likely the reason they became statues is because of the characteristic of his skill called aesthetics, that it simply adds aesthetics. He imagines it schematically and thinks that he doesn't need to strain himself too much for it to work, because it's practically a freebie for him compared to the times when he had to spend all his mana to create one cup. Chuck thought about it and asked if it was something like unique skins in games and clarified why he needed it and that he should look into it better. Gwen looked up and reasoned that 1 day in this world is equal to 4 in the Arcana. He looked down and continued that the permafrost would not have suffered such a fate if he had defeated him in those old days. The blonde looked at the stone thinking that he had met him again, and that he had managed to escape from him again, and that he had no right to see the face of his majesty. The knight did not understand what the shadow was from. Jack looked at the sky in horror. He screamed that bats were heading towards them. Chuck stood there and the knights ran and screamed in bewilderment whether they had flown here from beyond the other world and continued that these were not ordinary bats, so they should prepare for battle. The blonde is taken aback, while someone shouts that everything is fine, because even though there are many of them, they are weak, and the second asks everyone to control themselves and beat them one by one. Chuck sees a sign that a demon is nearby and that he has activated the natural enemy skill and that his combat abilities will increase significantly in a fight with the demon. Until he realizes that something is approaching and that it is something larger and stronger. The guy reads the conditions of the class quest. Chuck is taken aback. A huge raven is staring at him. He looks around and asks if he is a human. His system notifies him that Robin is level 500 in front of him. Chuck frowns and denies what is happening, while he calls him a human. Robin opens his beak and says that he will eat humans, and Chuck realizes that he really has no more mana left. The energy is concentrated. It envelopes Robin. Chuck is taken aback. Someone appears from the other side. The blonde holds onto her hat, saying that she tried really hard this time, but she didn't get such beautiful magical traces as he did. She smiles and asks how he rates it. Chuck frowns at her. He looks at her angrily and mentally thanks her for saving his life and says that he gives her a bad grade. Chuck looks at her and explains that she has too many unforeseen consequences and that this is even more than usual, and that she put too much power into the stage of her appearance, and also she didn't take into account the influence of the environment, to which she screams at him to speak more slowly so that she can write everything down. The plot moves to the shadow mercenaries against the background of the red moon. Kira turns to the magician, saying that these guys don't tell them anything. She looks up and asks if he thinks they forgot about them and what the point is for them to just hang around there. To which he asks her to be quiet because he needs to sketch the magical footprints he saw recently before he forgets them. Larry frowns as the girl insists that after the earthquake the castle rose into the sky and there were a lot of flashing lights, and that no one tells them anything and asks if they should just go to him then. To which he reminds her that he already asked her not to talk to him arm in arm. Larry frowns and turns to Kira. He sees the silhouettes and notes that he is imagining things. They jump up and continue that they seem to be surrounded. Larry screams that they have disappeared. Kira, stunned, screams for everyone to get ready for a fight. They are surrounded by red-eyed silhouettes, and she signals that they are attacking. Kira is taken aback by their appearance. These comrades are puzzled that there are people in front of them, and the girl herself asks who these guys are. The blonde points at her while she asks if they are barbarians, to which he asks if they were the ones who flashed the light at them. The plot moves to the columns. The witch is shaking. Chuck sees that the quest is slowly being completed. He looks at the screen and notices that the commander-in-chief, whom Jesse just killed, has been counted and that apparently it is not necessary for him to eliminate the generals. Jack goes to him and reports that they have finished transporting the bodies to the shelter. The red-haired man rubs his neck and adds that it seems to him that the survivors he was talking about are not here and that a team of analysts from the Jayan Guild has released drones to look around. But there is a problem that the underground tunnels are difficult to explore. Chuck does not take his eyes off the screen and thinks that the survivor scale is still visible in the quest window. Alex peeks out of the portal, saying that he can finally create portals inside the castle normally. The blonde pushes aside the mage, who wanted to say that he had something to report to him, and he asks if he was the one in charge here. The blonde, stunned, asks if he was the one who's shown here recently. Jack asks if the barbarian is in front of him. Ares recognizes Jack in front of him. Jack is glad that he is alive, and he asks if it is really Jack in front of him. The barbarian sniffed Chuck, while the first asks who else is small here, because he was still over 180 centimeters tall, and the second retorts that he still behaved like a small child. Ares patted him on the head and notes that he is glad that he is alive and that Kuruen will also be happy to see him, and notes that he himself knows how much he loves him. Chuck is perplexed, while he asks if Kuruen is alive and receives a positive answer. Ares turns to him and asks if he is the leader here and notes that his pillar of light was cool, and Chuck gets mad from the familiarity. Jack is taken aback and understands that this is not good, because such barbarians do not know proper etiquette, and convinces Chuck that they are not trying to be rude to him. Chuck smiles and retorts that everything is fine and that he understands the barbarian culture, and that he called him the leader. The barbarians sniff everyone, while the blonde continues that he understands that they treat him with respect, to which Ares laughs, because this leader is really different from the other explorers. Ares looks at him and notes that, fortunately for them, they also have an excellent leader and that for many years he made secret sorties into the city to lead out survivors from there, and continues that his name is Kuruen and that he is the father of all barbarians. He introduces his people saying that they were barbarians who lived nearby and traded, working with the permafrost, but one day the permafrost caught fire. He remembers how they ran and continues that the wind then brought them a disgusting smell and an ominous aura and that they then immediately ran into the permafrost under the command of Kuruen. Ares continues that what they saw then amazed them. They saw a wasteland and he says that it was terrible. Flying creatures fly and continues that generals in the form of birds flew everywhere then, and they squeezed the permafrost warriors in their claws, as if laughing at them, and demons, in the form of animals hung the bodies of the permafrost inhabitants everywhere. Gwen feels incredible guilt. Ares looks at him and continues that their brotherhood fought the demons to save all the survivors. But the demons were too many and still too strong and most of their brothers were killed and Karun was badly injured. Ares imagines the villagers and continues that after that they searched for survivors in the frozen ground and protected them for many years. But things got worse and worse over time and that at some point they couldn't even start a fire, simply because these demons are sensitive to light, and because of this the survivors slowly died of hunger and cold. Ares thinks of the little girl and says that this is how they all slowly began to lose hope from fatigue. The mother hears her daughter asking to see how light it is outside and shouts for her to quickly close the curtains so that the demons do not notice them. She is then taken aback and notes that this is very strange, because all the surviving permafrost should be in this room. Ares then looked at the beam of light and was inspired. He remembers looking at it leaving the dark city. He smiles. Chuck crossed his arms and hears words of gratitude in his direction as an explorer, and in the direction of all the other explorers who fought with him. He spreads his arms and explains that he came to him simply to say all this on behalf of all the barbarians and inhabitants of the permafrost. Ares puts his hand on his chest and continues that if he, as the leader of the explorers, is going to defeat the Demon King, then his brothers, sisters and himself will fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He imagines the Demon King and says his name and that he is one of 72 and that he controls birds like his familiars. Ares sullenly continues that it is difficult for them to fight flying enemies, because they are barbarians and are used to fighting only on the ground. However, they are going to do everything so that he gets to the enemy, even if he has to make a mountain out of his corpses. Jack is taken aback. Chuck says that he refuses their help. Gwen is taken aback, as is Jack, and Ares asks if he refuses, whether it is because he will not fight or because he does not need them. Chuck sullenly retorts that it is not so and that he will defeat the demons, and is very glad that they are ready to help him. However, collecting corpses is not a hobby for him. Ares is taken aback. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest, saying that there are other priorities, and calls the magician. He looks at him and asks him to move all the survivors to the kingdom of Yusra and convey to the king a request to provide them with warm housing and food, and notes that he is sure that his portals can handle it. Alex looks down saying that he will do everything possible, and Chuck turns to Jack. The red-haired one responds and hears that he will go with them. Jack smiles and hears that it will be good if he and the Jain Guild can provide protection to the survivors during the evacuation, and besides, he is sure that he is worried about the fate of the barbarians he knows, to which he thanks him. Kira looks at Chuck and asks if he will go with them. Someone flaps their wings. Chuck smiles and replies that he has unfinished business. The bird says that traces of Robin's aura led him here and asks if he killed him. Chuck tells them to leave with a smile. A portal opens. The inhabitants of the permafrost shuddered. Ares waves his hand and says that everyone should be ready to leave, while someone wonders why he is with the researchers, and Alex notices that he is opening a portal to Yusra. Jack looks ahead and Ares shouts that he will explain everything later, and someone asks if this is the legendary island. Jack sees a class quest window about the secret technique of the barbarians. The red-haired one is puzzled by the fact that this is a class quest, and notes that only one person in each class can get a class quest, and asks why now. He is taken aback. Jack sadly asks where Karun is. Ares replies that he should be on a sortie. Jack immediately ran out the window. Ares runs after him shouting where he is and that it is dangerous to go there. He runs down the street and denies the facts. He does not believe. He calls out to him. Jack remembers Karun. He remembers how he asked him again about the secret technique of the barbarians and clarifies whether this is what he wanted, to which he asks again whether it still exists. Karun laughs and asks what he should do, whether it was worth teaching him or not, and he trembled. Karun laughs out loud and notes that he should grow up another 40 years, to which the second asks again about 40 years. The red-haired man counters that it is too long and asks to teach him right now, but is refused. He sees the peaks and calls out to Karun. He sees him impaled on a sword. Jack looks at him in horror and realizes that he has died and that is why he was given a class quest. The bird mocks. He looks at it and notices that there is one more disgusting ground creature left. Jack looks at it in grief and anger. He sees a notification that his leader has left this world, and he, as a new young leader, should show his wild nature. The monster with wings flew straight to Jack. Noticing him, the commander of the demon army, the hell bird, was very surprised. While the red-haired man cried in grief, the demon said that there was one more disgusting ground creature left. At that moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying about the class quest secret barbarian technique. Seeing this, Chuck was very dumbfounded. Oliver, who was standing next to him, asked the master if he was okay since he didn't look well, and the boy replied that everything was fine, and didn't understand what this ominous feeling was from, and assumed that something had gone wrong. At that moment, a hell bird was right in front of him. Looking straight at this demon, the protagonist saw a notification from the system that this was the commander of the demon army, a hell bird with a level of 500. Looking straight at his master in shock, the knight commander said that there were too many enemies around, and all of them must be the commander general and demons, so if he could, he should create a ladder for them like last time so that they could deal with them, and the boy who heard this gave a negative answer. Looking straight at the huge number of demon birds in the air, the protagonist declared that the heavens were their domain, and he would bring them down. Pointing his finger straight at him, the unknown demon asked if he really thought such an unchanging creature like him could bring them down to the surface. Holding his blade straight out in front of him, the majestic knight declared that they were going to attack. Holding his hand out in front of him with the energy gathered in it, Chuck mused that the fact that they were walking towards the light must mean that they were sensitive to it. Realizing that in that case it would definitely help, the boy released his blue energy outward. A moment later, the demons were greatly surprised, while the system announced that the commanders of the demon army, the Hellbirds, were stunned. Jesse watched all this in surprise, asking if he had just stunned the monsters with light magic, and the boy, continuing to cast his spell, understood that it worked, and was going to continue. The protagonist stared straight ahead menacingly, thinking that he needed to bring them down to the ground so that the knights could fight, and needed to use the magic lightning that Jesse owned. Questioning if that was how it worked, the protagonist sent the lightning straight towards the demons, while the system notification windows announced that he had defeated the commanders of the Hellbird demon army, for which contribution points were awarded. The green-eyed girl stared straight at him in surprise, unable to believe that one spell was enough for him. After everything that had happened, Chuck stared at his hand in surprise, saying that he didn't expect to kill them so easily, and didn't understand when he became so strong, or if these demons were just vulnerable to electricity, while the sorceress, admiring him, stated that she expected this from Mr. Chuck, and it was very elegant, and she learned a lot. At that very moment, the boy saw a notification from the system about completing the class quest with 6 out of 10, and understood that there were still 4 left. Looking straight at the piece of land flying in the air, the protagonist thought that he was somehow uneasy, and hoped that Jack was okay. At that very moment, he turned around. Right from the portal behind him, a frightened Ares was coming out, saying that the man with red hair had not returned, and the old wizard was explaining that they had finished evacuating the civilians, but the barbarians could not calm down. Throwing his hands out to the sides, the barbarian leader declared that he had rushed off alone to look for Kruin and still had not returned, and that he had never been so late on sorties, so 100% something had happened. At the same time, a puzzled Alex noted that, from what he could see, they were quite reckless, and Chuck, looking straight ahead, asked which way the head of the Jayan guild had gone. At the same time, the Hellbird was lifting its opponent straight off the ground. Blood was dripping from his feet. The demon army general was holding Jack by the neck. Looking straight ahead, Hunter laughed, asking if he really tried to defeat him alone. Then the Hellbird noted that it was presumptuous and stupid, and the man with red hair gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinking that he could not raise his hands. At the same time, Jayan was discussing in the guild what it meant that the commanders were so strong, and did not expect it to be so difficult, while the demon grinned maliciously, asking if he would beg for mercy like all land creatures, and explained that then, perhaps, he would spare him if he tried. Hearing this, Jack laughed, saying that barbarians never give up and they die fighting. Smiling widely after his words, Hunter noted that he had more than enough impudence for a weakling, and called him stupid, although what else could you expect from an earthly beast? Looking straight at Kruin, who was impaled on the stake, the Hellbird noted that the cur over there was also like that. Looking straight at his old acquaintance, Guildmaster Jayan listened as the demon commander told him that he was stupid enough to enter the battle doomed to defeat, and squealed like a pig. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, Jack asked him not to laugh at Kruin. Hunter concluded that weaklings like them should run with their tails between their legs and beg for mercy, squealing something like a plea for forgiveness, so he ended it like that. Hearing all this, the red-haired man clenched his fist and repeated once again that there was no need to laugh at his friend, a warrior who had fallen in battle, and told himself to raise his fists. Biting his lip in despair, Guildmaster Jayan reasoned that this demonic spawn considered Kruin an idiot, so he had to finish him off. Immediately after that, Hunter asked if he could guess what the idiot's last words were, which greatly shocked Jack. At the same time, he remembered how the barbarian warrior said, leaning on his blade, that he was in deep trouble, and someone extremely foolish would soon come for him. Then the Hellbird listened to the man kneeling right in front of him, who said that he could smell him in the wind, and it was a long time ago, because that guy was really crazy, and he chose him as his heir a long time ago. A moment later, the barbarian leader announced that a new leader, who was no match for him, would soon arrive there, and Hunter, who heard this, swung his weapon, saying that he was yapping too much for a dead man. Kruin, right before his death, said that he kept asking about some secret barbarian technique. Finally, the barbarian leader said that he was sure that he would like him, and Jack, having heard all this, looked ahead sadly. Seeing his expression, the demon commander said that he was curious about what kind of super strong guy would drag himself along, when he suddenly asked if it was really him. Then Hunter began to laugh, wondering if it was really him that the man was yapping about, and the man with red hair clenched his hand into a fist. At this time, the Hellbird continued to laugh, saying that he understands people no better than an animal. Suddenly, Guildmaster Jayan bit right into the demon commander's arm with his teeth. He clamped his jaw with great force and bit off a piece of Hunter's flesh. Throwing his opponent into the ground with great force, the Hellbird asked what he was doing. Looking at his bitten-off arm, the demon commander was very scared. Hunter, who was in midair, asked where his arm was, while Jack, who was on the ground, said that he told him so. As if engulfed in flames, the red-haired man said that it was wrong to laugh at Karen. Seeing his expression, Hunter suddenly smiled. Looking directly at Guildmaster Jayan, who seemed to be releasing fire, the Hellbird asked what kind of a creature it was and remarked that it was no different from an animal, while he stated that his friend knew he was there, and the system announced that the class quest Barbarian secret technique had begun and a special skill was issued. Taking out his weapon, the demon commander stated that no matter how hard he tried, he was still a land beast. He then added that he didn't have to worry, because he would meet again after being shot in his stomach, while Jack opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, while the system announced the use of a class skill. A moment later, the red-haired man rushed towards his opponent with great speed. With a deft swing of his hand, he managed to tear out Hunter's heart. After receiving damage, the Hellbird bled out. Looking straight at Guildmaster Jayan on the ground, the demon commander didn't understand why he was moving at all differently than before and what kind of oppressive feeling he was feeling. Jack suddenly disappeared from his place while Hunter realized that he would be captured if he got close and he needed to fight at the maximum possible distance. A moment later, the red-haired man was right behind the Hellbird and declared that the wings were driving him crazy. Immediately after that, Guildmaster Jayan grabbed the demon's wing with her hand. With a deft movement of her hand, he managed to tear off Hunter's wing. Looking at his opponent in fear, the Hellbird called him a mad bastard and asked him to let go. At the same time, Jack looked at his opponent with a furious expression. When Hunter thought that he could no longer hold on, someone pierced the red-haired man's body. It was the commander of the demon army, the level 500 Hellbird Amiken, who asked if his ally had become addicted to walkers. Watching him throw Jack's body down, the demon commander replied that he had simply let his guard down for a second. A moment later, the red-haired man landed right on the ground. While Guildmaster Jayan opened her eyes with her last strength and thought that this was the end, the Hellbird said that a problem had arisen, and therefore they needed to quickly sort things out there and leave. Seeing two demon commanders right in front of him, Jack apologized to Karun, suggesting that he was probably still far from becoming a worthy leader, and his recklessness was probably a problem for Mr. Chuck as well, so he wanted to apologize to him as well. Reasoning that his brother would definitely be very upset, and that it really bothered him, Jack saw someone right in front of him. The red-haired man looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Guildmaster Jayan rose slightly from the ground and asked Chuck, who was standing in front of him, how he got there. At that time, the Hellbirds in the air did not understand who he was. At that time, the boy was adjusting his tie. The protagonist looked straight ahead menacingly and stated that he knew what had happened. Chuck looked straight ahead menacingly, adjusting his tie. Looking straight at him, Jack asked how he got there. Looking down, the red-haired man stated that he was ashamed and thought that this was disgusting, and that he valued formality and manners above all else, and now he was fighting like a wild animal. At that moment, Oliver ran up to them, asking the protagonist and Jack if they were okay. Then the red-haired man abruptly looked away when Chuck stated that he already knew everything that had happened. Looking straight at the demon commanders, the boy explained that analyst Steven was extremely worried while they were talking about looking at them, calling them just a bunch of earth creatures. Seeing that the guys were gathered together, the Hellbird said that they saved him time in searching for them. Immediately after that, the protagonist with an emotionless expression told him to close his mouth. Amiken, looking straight ahead in surprise, asked what he just said. A moment later, his head exploded, which surprised his ally. Stunned, looking straight at him, Hunter was very scared and said that he did not believe what was happening. At the same moment, he was very surprised when his last wing was cut off. Then the Hellbird began to fall down. A moment later, the demon commander fell straight to the ground. Getting to his feet with the last of his strength, Hunter asked how he, a walking creature, dared to do this. Standing right in front of him, Chuck asked him that he really called him a creature. Looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze, the demon commander said that he was yapping and did not know his place. Putting his hand forward, the boy was going to see who was really the trembling creature. Looking at Hunter, who was trembling with fear, the protagonist was going to show him his place. Immediately after this, the story's narration moves straight to the island levitating in the air. The commander of the demon army, a Hellbird with an unknown level 500 name, used his sharp claws and made his way through the crowd of people. A moment later, he rose into the air with great speed, and Fred, who saw this, told everyone that he had flown again. Holding a weapon in his hands, a man with brown hair noted that he could not be hit while he was in the air, and Sylvia shot from a bow, saying that she would have to rely on rocks. Pulling arrows onto the bowstring of her bow, a woman with red hair said that she was covering them. Sylvia fired her arrows straight towards the demon commander, telling the guild master that now was the right moment. At that moment, the Hellbird smirked, stating that these were just pathetic arrows and that they were easy to dodge. A moment later, a blow from rocks landed right on him. After receiving damage, the unknown monster screamed in pain, and the knight landed right on the ground, telling Sylvia that it was well done. Seeing something fall right on the ground in front, Fred asked that they had finished him off, and the guild master ordered a situation report. Looking straight ahead, the red-haired woman explained that this is what the demon command is like, and the brown-haired man asked if there would be more of these monsters in the future, while Rox asked about the casualties and was told that 8 were seriously injured and 2 were lightly injured. At this time, the guy in the headphones was very dumbfounded, watching everything that was happening, and stated that this was a special edition of their TV channel about the permafrost, and right now Rox from the Shining Guild had defeated one of the demon army commanders. He continued to speak into the microphone that 10 people from the Shining Guild were injured in the battle. At the same time, Brad looked at his phone in surprise and did not understand what was happening, because at the moment, among the guilds participating in the siege, the Shining Ones are clearly ahead, and they even held an exclusive broadcast of the battle with the demon army commander. Watching the live broadcast of the TV channel he works for, the man with black hair did not understand why the number of viewers was falling. At that very moment, he received a message on his phone directly from the producer. Dumbfounded, looking ahead, Brad wondered what they were even talking about in the chat. Opening the comments under the video, the man with black hair saw that there was a discussion about Chuck. Puzzled, looking at the screen of his smartphone, the TV presenter was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. At the same moment, an unknown commentator suggested that the others check out Mike's broadcast, where Chuck was having fun with the demon commander. Seeing this message, Brad was very dumbfounded, asking if the commander of the demon army was really shaking in horror. The man with black hair turned on the live broadcast of a video blogger, in which the boy was stepping on a hellbird with his foot. At that moment, the demon commander tried to raise his hand. A moment later, he lowered it from exhaustion. Having finished with Amiken, the protagonist looked menacingly straight at the other demon. Seeing his stern look, the hellbird asked not to come closer and explained that he was wrong, so he asked for forgiveness. Immediately after this, Chuck slowly approached the demon commander. Hunter asked for mercy, and the boy, emitting energy from his hand, told this inhuman to cover. Trembling with fear, the hellbird declared that since he was groveling like that, he would spare him, and promised to never do anything again. Then the protagonist concluded that he does not talk to prey, and used his magic directly on the enemy. Mike watched all this with admiration from an ambush. Continuing to broadcast Chuck's battle live, the video blogger asked if they saw it, and he had already defeated 8 demon army commanders. At this time, Chuck was looking straight at his hand, and his true self was thinking that demon commanders differ in durability, and almost used up all his mana while trying different techniques, and he still did not want to die. Suddenly, an admiring Jesse ran right up to the boy, saying that it was amazing, and incredible, and he made various changes during the intervention stage to use the same spell in different ways, and going along with him was the right decision because she learned a lot. Immediately after that, Jack, barely standing, walked straight up to Chuck, and Chuck asked if he could move. Looking away in their direction with a guilty look, the red-haired man explained that thanks to him, he was alive. Then, the head of the Jain Guild noted that he was very ashamed, and he spat on his order to evacuate the survivors, and so disgraced himself later, while the protagonist looked at him with a kind look. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Chuck explained that he could not be disappointed by someone who fought to preserve his honor, and said that he had seen his pride. A moment later, the boy now suggested returning to the shelter and joining the squad, while the green-haired girl standing nearby wrote down in a notebook that her idol loved pride. Suddenly, right in front of all the guys, a notification from the system appeared, which contained information that in the general quest Permafrost is transforming, the last commanding general of the demon army had fallen. At the same time, Lance looked up and laughed loudly, saying that they also defeated the commander of the demon army, and he was very proud of all of them, while the system announced that his contribution to the siege of the Permafrost was 11852. Standing right on the corpse of the demon, the leader of the Guild United by Heaven declared that the position of the ruler of the Permafrost was definitely in his hands, and it was necessary to begin preparing for the coronation ceremony, while his allies called him a wealthy man. Then the narrative of the story shifted directly to the man, who looked at his contribution to the siege of the Permafrost equaled 471992, and thought that the 2 remaining commanders of the demon army were defeated by other guilds. Suddenly, Oliver noticed an unknown person approaching them and said that it was him. Right in front of them was the wounded Count Stephen. Running straight up to him, the knight commander asked how it was possible that he had survived, and when he saw him, he couldn't believe that it was really him. Smiling broadly, the aristocrat said that he couldn't even think that Oliver himself would come, noting that His Majesty and the Empire had not abandoned them. Looking straight at Chuck standing next to him, Stephen said that he had also observed the brave deeds of this explorer, and noted that it was truly amazing. Extending his hand straight towards the boy, the aristocrat greeted the hero who had arrived to save the Permafrost, and explained his name. They say that he is the lord of this place. Having heard that he is a lord, Jack was very dumbfounded, stating that he had walked back and forth across the permafrost so often and had never met him. Then the man with red hair asked why the lord had come there in such a terrible state, and the protagonist suddenly grinned. With his menacing gaze forward, Chuck said to stop this farce right now, while the system notified that the natural enemy skill was activated and his combat abilities were significantly increased in the battle with demons. When the kid called him the Demon King, Steven grinned maliciously. At this time, Mike continued to broadcast, showing Steven and Chuck, and asked the viewers what this was. The video blogger continued to watch the events from behind cover and was very dumbfounded. At this moment, Brad was very surprised, looking at the screen of his smartphone, and his colleague, taking off his headphones, asked what he was watching instead of their broadcast. Chuck looked menacingly straight ahead and said to stop this farce right now. Hearing this, the Demon King grinned maliciously. Oliver spread his hands to the sides, asking what the kid was talking about, and what Demon King, which also surprised Jack. Immediately after that, the commander of the Knights of the Order stated that this man was undoubtedly the ruler of the permafrost, and there must be some misunderstanding, while Steven lowered his head down and began to laugh. Then he added that he understood that he was considered the king of demons, and that it was normal for him to look at him like that, and the boy directed his serious gaze forward. Clutching his head, the lord of these lands said that he failed to protect his subjects, and was the only survivor, while the head of the Order of Lion Hearts explained that it was not his fault. Then Steven noted that he was unable to use his duties, but he regretted it, when suddenly a stone spike was directed towards him. A moment later, it pierced his body, which greatly surprised him. After receiving damage, Steven coughed up blood. Watching everything that was happening from an ambush, Mike was extremely dumbfounded. At this time, Brad and his colleague were also extremely surprised. Oliver looked straight ahead with a blank expression and called out to Count Steven, while Jack, standing behind him, asked Chuck. Walking straight up to the boy, the Knight Commander asked him why he did that. At the same time, Jesse smirked, noticing that he was still alive. Turning around, the head of the Lionheart Order was very surprised. At the same time, Steven began to release his dark energy outward and asked if it was a bit rude of him, because he was talking while the system was notifying that the opponent's earth element resistance was too high. Then the system notification window appeared, notifying that the opponent was not affected by earth element attacks, and Chuck, looking straight ahead, thought that this meant that he had resistance to his magic, and this would be difficult to deal with. Immediately after that, the Demon King towered over the others, saying that they should take a closer look, and called himself Steven. Turning into something terrifying with a huge number of eyes, he called himself the Lord of Frost, whom they were looking for with such diligence. Noticing this, the boy's true nature was greatly surprised. Seeing him, Oliver took out his blade and called him a demon. Swiftly heading straight towards Steven, the commander of the knights called him a pathetic demon. Pointing his blade forward, the head of the Order of the Lion Hearts asked how he dared to insult His Majesty's vassal. The boy, standing aside, watched everything in surprise, thinking that he shouldn't say that, while Jack, standing next to him, asked if he really finished him off. At this time, a white glimmer appeared right in the middle of the cloud of dark energy. Then everything around began to be sucked in. Immediately after that, the dark red energy rushed straight towards the island, levitating in the air. Watching everything that was happening, the man with red hair could not believe that he rose into the sky, while the protagonist noted that he thought so for this reason and asked not to say. Then this same dark red energy enveloped the sky island from all sides. Oliver looked straight ahead in shock, saying that he could not believe it. Looking straight at the unknown black and red entity heading towards the levitating piece of land, the Knight Commander stated that he was merging with the permafrost castle. At this time, the people in the city did not understand what kind of strange thing enveloped the castle. Kevin watched in surprise and wondered what was happening. The barbarian stood right next to Ares and asked if he thought Jack and the leader of the explorers were okay, and he remained silent. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story moves directly to the northern gate of the permafrost, which was slightly destroyed. Right there, people were fighting against demons, swinging their blades. Ani used her weapon and destroyed another monster. At this time, Aton also fought against the monster and asked where so many of them were coming from, because they never ended, and the guy with black hair asked to spend his energy on spells instead of chattering. A moment later, a monster appeared right next to Margot, who was going to attack her. Realizing that she would not have time to dodge, the girl covered herself with her hand. A moment later, the monster froze right in place. Margot did not understand why it stopped, while the monster sharply looked away. The demon suddenly said that the king was calling him. The girl, who was looking straight ahead in surprise, did not understand anything. Then the huge monster turned its back to her and began to run away. Watching everything that was happening, the members of the Berserker Guild were very surprised that the demons were running away. At the same time, Ani was extremely dumbfounded, looking up. Right in the sky, the red-haired girl saw a huge number of flying monsters. Lance looked up and dumbfounded and did not understand where all the demons suddenly went. Suddenly, a system notification window appeared right behind him. This system notification contained information that the Demon King would soon reveal his true formula. At this time, the Shining Guild members were very dumbfounded, looking up, and thought about the Demon King. Looking straight at the unknown black and red entity that was absorbing the demons around and reaching straight for the levitating island, everyone thought that it was the Demon King. Frightened, Rox looked straight ahead and gave a negative answer. Then he said that it cannot be awakened, because then Japan will be in trouble, while a housewife was hanging up laundry in her apartment. Suddenly, she saw what was happening in the permafrost through her window, and the head of the Shining Guild declared that the whole world was ending. At the same time, Oliver rushed forward, saying that they must stop him. A moment later, he stopped in place, greatly surprised by something. Directly in front of him, the Knight Commander saw a huge number of eyes, while the system announced that the ritual was beginning. Watching this, Chuck was very dumbfounded. Jack looked straight ahead in fear, saying that he didn't want it, and the leader of the Lionheart Order concluded that they had brought out all the offerings for this ritual. At this time, the entity with a huge number of eyes called its opponents fools. Continuing to absorb all the demons that flew towards him, the king declared that the victims did not necessarily have to be people. The man with red hair looked up in surprise along with Kate. Watching the magic circle that appeared right above the levitating island, the leader of the Jayan Guild noted that it looked like magic circles from the underground shelter of permafrost. At the same time, Jesse and the others were extremely stunned by the huge number of demons flying right across the sky. They saw how the monsters were heading straight towards that very magic circle. Continuing to watch how the monsters joined together, flying forward, the guys declared that they were sacrificing themselves to complete the ritual. Watching everything that was happening, the true essence of the boy realized that things were bad and he had to stop them. A moment later, a demon with a huge number of eyes appeared right in front of him and declared that he could not allow this. Seeing him, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Then the monster pierced his body with its hand. Noticing what happened to Chuck, Oliver and Jack were very scared. At that moment, the commander of the knights noticed that he was in a river of blood. A moment later, he was extremely dumbfounded when he heard his name. A huge number of knights in the form of zombies asked to save them. Then, right in the head of the Order of Lion Hearts, memories of the battle arose, where he lost his allies. Suddenly, Chuck, menacingly looking straight ahead, called out to Oliver. Putting his hand right on his shoulder, the boy explained that this was an illusion and asked him to come to his senses. A moment later, dark red energy went straight towards the guys. The red-haired man watched the demonic energy and said that they had dispersed. At that moment, the Knight Commander looked straight at the boy in confusion and asked if it was a demon that had broken through, to which he replied that it was his fear. The Demon King, continuing to absorb more and more dark energy, laughed, saying that only someone with a curious talent could figure out his illusion. While a huge number of demons were heading straight towards the magic circle, Stephen explained that it was too late. Looking straight at the red magic circle, the Demon King concluded that the sacrifice had already been made. Immediately after that, an unknown force poured straight from the magic circle into the Demon King's energy, and he himself declared that he would soon be revived. The task at watching what was happening, Jesse noted that there were no demons left, and Jack asked about the egg. Looking straight at the huge egg that was absorbing the summoning circle, the red-haired man explained how things were. At that time, a demon in the form of a bird was right in the middle. At that very moment, a siren started to sound right in the center of Hokkaido. People stopped right on the road and listened to the announcement that everyone needed to be careful and that a state of emergency had been declared because Hokkaido was currently classified as a dangerous area. Schoolchildren leaned out of the windows of the school, while a voice was heard along the street saying that as a result, the city would be completely blocked off from 8 o'clock today, and insistently insisted on the immediate evacuation of all residents. At that time, a girl walking with her father pointed her finger directly at an unknown magic circle, while the announcement repeated that Hokkaido was currently classified as dangerous. The members of the Heaven United Guild asked their master what to do, and he waved his hand, telling them to retreat immediately and request support from the mainland. At the same time, people were asking what to do about the permafrost siege, and Lance was turning around in fear, showing off that he was really worried about the siege now. Looking straight at the huge egg that was absorbing the energy of the magic circle, the leader of the United Heavens Guild asked that, having looked at the situation with his own eyes, he still did not realize the full danger and did he really think he could handle it. At the same time, he stated that this was not something they could handle on their own, while Jack was very surprised to hear something while talking on the phone. At this time, Stephen threw on his jacket and declared that an order had come and most likely all players in Hokkaido were advised to return home. The analyst then said that they were going to completely seal off the city, and right now, the Heaven United, as well as several other guilds, had already begun to retreat, while the red-haired man held the phone to his ear, asking what he was talking about. At the same time, his older brother stated that if they stayed there, they might die, while the Demon King's egg was hanging right in the sky. Taking something out of the inside pocket of his jacket, Chuck thought that it was dangerous, and they needed to deal with it before he woke up, while Guild Master Jayan was calling out to him. Immediately after, The boy was holding the necklaces in front of him and was about to perform the exorcism ritual, while the system announced that the cursed artifact had been selected as an offering. A moment later, a demon appeared in front of him, saying that they had met again. The protagonist was very surprised when he saw it. The demon was striking with its axe, and Chuck blocked it by creating a wall of stone. The boy looked straight ahead with displeasure, thinking that this was some kind of curse. Looking straight at the winged demon in front of him, the protagonist reasoned that the exorcism ritual left him defenseless in the real world, while it noted that it was the same trick with the stones again. Watching the demon hold a battle axe in its hand and laugh, Chuck realized that they were in danger until they dealt with this guy. Swinging its weapon, the demon was about to strike, saying that it would break through the stone itself. A moment later, he crossed his weapon directly with Oliver. At the same time, the commander of the knights looked menacingly straight ahead. Noticing him, the demon grinned maliciously, noting that it meant he was still alive. Holding the blade straight ahead, the head of the Order of the Lionhearts declared that he said, "A day there is equal to 4 in Arcana." Tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, the knight said that after hearing this, he could not hold back his grief due to his own weakness. Releasing his blue energy outward, Oliver noted that he made his majesty wait too long. The winged demon right in front of him lowered his axe down and began to laugh, saying that this boy uses quite a serious sword aura. Continuing to release his internal energy outward, the commander of the knights told Chuck to continue, because the battle with him can be left to him. The boy nodded his head approvingly after hearing this, declaring that since this was his reason, he would trust him. At that moment, the winged demon grinned maliciously, saying that this battle promised to be fun, and was also going to meet him with his blade. At that moment, Oliver waved his sword, saying that he would fulfill his majesty's last order. Enveloping himself in his inner energy, the commander of the knights declared that he would do it right now. A moment later, the two clashed in a fierce battle. In his hand, the cursed necklace, Chuck realized what it meant. Now it was his turn, while the system notified that this artifact had been chosen as an offering. Seriously looking straight ahead, the boy read the notifications from the system that the exorcism ritual had been activated. Suddenly, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded when he heard someone's voice asking if he was sure about this. Immediately after that, he sharply looked away. At this time, particles of energy began to separate directly from the egg of the Demon King. Then they flew in all directions, and Jack and Kate, seeing this, were very dumbfounded, as was Jesse. Watching how demons again appeared from these clots of energy, the guys assumed that they were resurrecting. Seeing demons with wings, they realized that this was the commander of the demon army. Dumbfoundedly looking straight ahead, the man with red hair declared that these were the generals they had defeated, and now there were 10 of them again. Hearing this, Oliver turned around with displeasure and asked that when their corpses disappeared after their defeat, this egg absorbed them with the help of a ritual. At this time, he was extremely dumbfounded. He heard a voice in his head that he was defenseless while the exorcism ritual was being carried out, and it seemed that they did not have enough fighters against the demon generals. The protagonist saw a huge number of eyes right in front of him, while the demon stated that he was certainly different and had the abilities of those people from Action, making him wonder if he knew about the exorcism ritual. After a moment, the dark red energy began to penetrate directly into Chuck's body, and the Demon King said that he would go even deeper, while the system notified that the possession effect was applied. The Majestic being asked if his mind could withstand this, and the boy gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, reasoning that it was diving even deeper into his consciousness. At the same time, the dark red energy was directed directly towards the protagonist's true essence. Chuck was very surprised to see how this unknown force was already approaching him. The boy did not know what to do and simply looked forward in surprise. At this time, the demon with a huge number of eyes was watching everything that was happening, being in the protagonist's mind. A moment later, Romeo appeared right in front of Chuck and, holding his hand out in front of him, chased the monster away. Immediately after that, the system notified that the abnormal state of possession did not work. The boy continued to stretch his hand straight towards the demon with a huge number of eyes. With a deft movement of his hand, Romeo managed to push back the unknown energy. At the same moment, the Demon King's eggs flew into pieces. After what happened, Jack grabbed his head. The majestic demon looked straight ahead in surprise, saying that this could not be. Then the king declared that he was nothing more than a pathetic little man, whoever he was, and did not understand where such power came from, while Chuck looked straight at Granfell standing in front of him. The demon with a huge number of eyes declared that this was impossible, and did not understand what it was, watching these two. At that moment, Romeo stood there with an expressionless expression, and the Demon King noted that he had endless ominousness and deep darkness. When he said this, the man with white hair directed his menacing gaze forward. Seeing him, the monster with a huge number of eyes was very dumbfounded. Romeo pushed away the foreign energy right away from the boy. At that moment, the protagonist returned back to reality. Looking straight at the Demon King's egg, he declared that he had escaped. At that moment, a voice sounded right from the Demon King's haven, saying that this guy was dangerous. Sitting right inside the egg, the bird monster declared that he needed an even stronger body. Immediately after that, A huge amount of dark red energy rushed straight towards the Demon King's haven, while the system promised that he had revealed his true form. Stepping back a little from fear, Jack declared that he was born. At this time, Mike was watching everything from behind cover, asking if this was the Demon King. Looking straight at the ugly creature with a huge number of eyes, the vlogger noticed that it was incredibly huge. Holding the lady's necklace in his hand, Chuck thought that he wanted to escape, and they could not let him do whatever he wanted, until the system announced that this artifact had been selected as an offering. Intending to resume the exorcism, the boy closed his eyes until the system announced that the box with the devil's jewelry and the strangling tie had been selected as an offering. A moment later, a bright light flashed in the middle of the darkness, until the system announced that numerous offerings had increased the effect of the exorcism ritual. Then this same light began to gradually intensify. Breaking through reality right behind the Demon King, Chuck declared that he had found him. A moment later, the monster with a huge number of eyes looked back in fear. He was very surprised when the boy was tearing reality right in front of him. Looking straight at the protagonist, who was looking at him menacingly, the Demon King asked him not to come closer, not to get closer, and not to take a single step. At the same time, the revived demon commanders were very dumbfounded. The rest of the monsters were flying forward at great speed, getting ready to attack people. Looking straight at the sky, Jack declared that the commanding generals had taken action. At this time, the true form of the Demon King was addressing his warriors directly, asking them to protect him. Looking straight at Chuck, who was standing in the middle of the wasteland, the creature with a huge number of eyes declared that there was danger there. Pointing his paw straight at the city, the Demon King said that they needed to run away from danger faster. A moment later, he was destroying a large house with his paw. The creature with a huge number of eyes trampled several houses in the middle of the city. Kate covered her face with her hand, and Jack, doing the same, said that it was just a step. At this time, the guys in the studio were covering themselves from the blast wave reaching them and said that they were barely holding on and should retreat, because the vibration had reached even them. Watching as the Demon King was about to take another step forward, the people said that he was going again. At the same moment, the true Demon King flew back, asking who he even was. Looking straight at the protagonist, who folded his arms over his chest, the flying monster declared that no human could imprison the Demon King in a ritual while keeping his mind intact, but he could. At the same moment, Chuck looked menacingly straight ahead, while the monster did not understand who he even was. The true Demon King, with a frightened expression on his face, wondered what was making him shake in horror at the sight of him. At that moment, a puzzled Jesse ran straight up to Jack, telling him to wait, because one of the commander's flying demons had disappeared. At that moment, the terrible monster appeared right in front of the protagonist, and his subordinates, seeing this, called out to him. Then someone threw their spear forward. It flew straight into the demon commander, diverting the attack from Chuck. Seeing this, the red-haired man was very surprised. Looking straight at the guy who had just thrown his weapon, he asked if it was really Sean, and he asked him not to lose his vigilance, because two more were coming. Immediately after his words, Hunter and Amikan rushed forward with great speed. At that moment, someone kicked him right off the ground. It was Rox who thrust his blade straight into the demon, and shouted to Sylvia that they needed to attack now. Hearing this, the red-haired woman immediately pulled a magic arrow onto her bowstring. In an instant, the two demon commanders were tied up with golden chains. At the same time, the Shining Guild Master asked why Chuck wasn't moving, and the green-eyed girl replied that he was using a skill and wondered what he was doing there. Turning around abruptly, the knight with the blade explained that he simply made the choice with the highest chance of survival, while Sylvia explained to him that they wouldn't last long. While the people from the city in Japan saw a huge monster on the horizon, Rox declared that now that the disaster that could destroy the entire world had awakened, no matter where they ran, only death awaited them. He then asked if the man from Inazuma had thought the same thing, and he just looked away silently. Standing right in front of the rest of the boys, the leader of the Shining Guild explained that this was why they were there. Looking straight at the focused Chuck, the knight added that everyone was there because they believed that he would somehow get out of this mess. Suddenly, the boys were very surprised when someone came up to them and said that they would also fight. It was Edward, who, holding his rapier in his hands, declared that he had been rude on the island, and this time they, the second son, would also join the battle, while the system announced that they were joining the party. Awkwardly scratching his head after everything that had happened, Sean hoped that he was not mistaken and was simply not the kind of person to leave unpaid debts behind, while the system promised that his guild had also joined the party. Jack pointed his finger in front of him with a displeased expression, telling them to stop sucking up to Mr. Chuck. If he only had a weapon he would have beaten them up already. Suddenly, someone hit him right on the head. Turning around, the red-haired man saw that it was his older brother. Stephen looked at him with a displeased expression, asking why he wasn't answering his phone and did he really want him to worry that much, and Guildmaster Jan apologized as his brother handed him the great sword he found in the warehouse and asked him to use it for now. As the flying demons were rapidly approaching them, several system notification windows appeared, notifying that several guilds had joined the squad and a large squad had been registered, so the status was automatically assigned to raid. Looking straight at the demon commander who was bound in magical chains, someone said that the others were also advancing. Then the order was given that they could not be allowed to reach Chuck, and Rox and Sean, who heard this, rushed to attack. Jack ran straight towards the commanding general, saying that this was their responsibility. At this time, the boy continued to concentrate, using exorcism. In his consciousness, the protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that he asked what made him afraid. At this moment, the true Demon King looked straight ahead in fear. Chuck showed him everything that was happening on the field more in reality, and explained that this is what he was afraid of. Watching the battle against a strong demon swordsman, the boy explained that this was their refusal to surrender even in the face of pitch-black despair. At the same time, the Knight Commander looked menacingly straight ahead and was not going to surrender at all. When the protagonist enveloped himself in flames, declaring that this is their human pride, which he is afraid of. The hero extended his hand forward and said that their human pride. The creature flew up. He asked, wide-eyed, that pride, let him not laugh, it was just an illusion. Striking, the monster added that it was just stupid sentimentality. Blood flew out of the man's mouth. Throwing him back, the creature shouted that he should lie down already. Smiling, he added that he had delivered a fatal blow. The man's eyes lit up when he heard that further resistance would only disgrace him even more. Suddenly, a blow flew at the demon. He looked in amazement and thought, what the hell? The man was standing in front of him, and a thought occurred to him, where did he get the strength to hold the sword in his hands? Crouching, the demon shouted that how was he still moving like that, he had lost so much blood that he should have died long ago. The warrior looked forward angrily. Wide-eyed, the monster shouted that why didn't he give up? Looking at the man, he added, how is that possible? The man raised his eyebrows, it was heard that he was unconscious and still. Looking straight ahead, the demon said that he was continuing to fight. Suddenly his head was cut off, a notification appeared that the commander-in-chief of the Demon King was defeated, the morale of the demon army was significantly undermined. Jack looked at the notification in amazement. Smiling, he shouted that Oliver did it, they will go too, to which the guy responded approvingly. A blow flew at the monster, a notification appeared that the commander of the demon army was defeated. Looking to the side, the young man shouted that they would not be defeated either. Standing in front of the monster, he added that they must go around Jack. In essence, a blow flew. The demon looked in amazement, and said that this could not be. Opening his eyes wide, he said that they saw with what cruelty the permafrost was defeated, so why do not they run, tail between their legs, they are the army of the Demon King. The guy looked at him in surprise when he heard that they were defeated by pathetic humans, not just once, but twice. Suddenly, he extended his hand forward. The hero silently looked at the demon. Grabbing his face, the monster said that it couldn't be. The protagonist frowned when he heard that his commanders were defeated by pathetic humans. Notifications appeared that the commander of the demon army was defeated. The monster stood in the middle of the city. The buildings began to collapse. Chuck stood in front of the creature. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was resisting the ritual too much. The demon grabbed his face. The thought appeared that he had already spent so much mana. It was becoming difficult to maintain the exorcism. Wide-eyed, the monster said that he dared. Raising his head up, he added that he was challenging him. Red rays flew around him. An explosion flashed in front of the people. Wide-eyed, the guy said that this couldn't be. The monster stood in the middle of the city. It was heard that the Demon King was trying to strike. The hero widened his eyes, thinking that it was clear, it must be because of the exorcism ritual to escape from it. Particles flew around the monster, and it screamed. The thought appeared that the true form of the Demon King was unconsciously trying to escape. The young man closed his eyes and asked where the monster was going, to which the boy answered that it was in that direction. The residents looked at the demon. It was heard that it was the center of the city, where civilians were evacuated. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that no, if they let him escape, tragedy cannot be avoided, he must concentrate on the exorcism ritual and stop it. He widened his eyes, hearing that the mana was running out. A notification appeared that the exorcism ritual was ending. The demon stood still. The thought appeared that stop, no. The monster's head grew. The thought appeared that a curse, damn it. Standing behind the hero, the boy said that they have a source of magic. The man stretched his hand forward. It was said that using the inner darkness as a source of mana. The hero opened his eyes wide. He stretched his hand forward. A glow flew around the monster. The thought appeared that dark magic. The protagonist looked in amazement. The demon's body lit up brightly. It was heard that this darkness should not under any circumstances. The young man watched him in amazement. The guys raised their heads up. The hero stood still. The people stood on the ledge of the rock. The girl smirked slightly. The protagonist crossed his arms. It was heard that she was about to throw him over her shoulder and throw him down when it became too dangerous. Apparently there was nothing to worry about. Chuck stood in front of the wall. Notifications appeared that the Demon King was defeated. The quest to recapture Permafrost was completed. He returned hope to the northern city. Smiling, the guy said that breaking news, with the increased interest in the city of Permafrost, discussions of the reconstruction of the city and the empty government position became a hot topic. Sitting at the table, the teacher asked what he saw the video, to which the young man replied that he saw it from Richard, and the guy added that he probably already got 200 million views, so. The man held the phone in his hands, listening to the fact that at the sight of the victory over the demon, a column of smoke has been rising for several days. He put the phone on the table. The hero raised his hand up. Closing his eyes, he said that home sweet home. The protagonist silently looked ahead. Smoke was flying among the city. It was said that after the victory over the demon, thick smoke rose over his remains. At the same time a new quest appeared. Chuck, looking at the notification, thought about the quest. The man stood still. A thought appeared that could this somehow be connected with Granfell whom he met in the Palace of Reason. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that nothing could be certain yet. The Demon King's last words were disconcerting. The man frowned, and the thought occurred that this darkness should never fall into the hands of people. The news appeared, and the thought occurred that in a few days after Permafrost's return, a view of the Yuzra archipelago opened up. There was a knock on the door, and it was heard that it was time for an examination. Entering the room, the girl asked how he was feeling. People looked at him in amazement. Oliver smiled and said that it was her. Taking a step forward, Bella shouted that she had said that he needed bed rest, that they might have cast healing magic on him, but the injuries were extremely severe, to which the man replied that it was nonsense, and the doctor said that he was making his job very difficult. Closing her eyes, the girl said that if he did not get better, she would not be able to look Mr. Chuck in the eye for shame, and the guy said that he was glad that he was in excellent health. Bella looked away and exclaimed. Closing his eyes, Henry said that yes, everything is fine, let them feel comfortable. Standing in front of the man, he added that he only came to give him a package from their savior, to which Oliver asked again. Smiling, Henry said that apparently this was left by the commander-in-chief of the demon army where he lost consciousness. He asked to give it to him since he defeated that monster. The man looked surprised, hearing that, and said that when he meets the emperor again, he will need a trophy proving that he has completely fulfilled his duty. Closing his eyes, he asked that he even thought about it. Chuck is such an attentive man. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that nevertheless, where did he disappear to? A view of the shore opened up. The news came on. It was said that it had been a few days since the Demon King had been defeated. Life had quickly returned to normal, but many things had changed. The man slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Damn it!" He extended his hand and added that Sean and all the other members of the Inazuma Guild bowed to Chuck as a sign of their gratitude. Standing in front of him, the guy listened to how not only had they missed their head start in the siege, but they had also lost to the Koreans, and they had no idea how big of a problem their actions were, given that he had already surpassed them in the rankings right now. The guy's mouth dropped open when he heard why they had let them through so easily. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that he had to leave all the civilians to die, to which he asked again. Suddenly, the young man rushed towards him. With wide eyes, he said that if the other guilds had arrived a second later, they would all have died, those fucking old men. With wide eyes, the man asked what he was talking about. How dare he? Who did he take him for? To which he asked again. Looking down, Sean said that the words had slipped out of his mouth. How dare he, the man? The man looked at him in amazement. The thought occurred to him that Sean and the Inazuma Guild had turned their backs on Japan. Walking forward, the guy asked what they should do now. They had turned their backs on their homeland. No one would welcome them with open arms now, to which Sean replied that he was not sure. He closed his eyes and said that he wondered how much capital they would need to emigrate to the kingdom. The thought occurred to him that they had found refuge on the Yuzra archipelago, and continued their guild activities there. The plane was flying in the sky. It was heard that they had a lot of work to do. It occurred to me that the Japanese government was furious. But they could do nothing about it, because technically they themselves kicked out the best players of their nation. The guy looked amazed and shouted that they wanted to sign a contract. They wanted to take a walk with him. They didn't have a girlfriend yet. It was said that Michael had gone viral with his channel and was now receiving offers for cooperation from a variety of companies. He announced that due to the number of incoming calls he would take a break from broadcasting until Chuck returned, although people would not turn on his stream without Chuck. So it was not a problem. The man smiled. It was said that Edward from the second son managed to raise the rank of his guild in the siege of Permafrost. Apparently, he atoned for his shame for the incident in Yuzra. The guy raised his finger, listening to the fact that according to their information he became the new leader of the barbarians. Let them say a few words about this. He is thinking about accepting the surviving barbarians into Jaen, and the young man said that it is necessary to stay in the Permafrost. A thought appeared that in relation to Jaen, everyone is talking about Jack's class quest. The expression on his face at the press conference became a meme. The news appeared that Jessie Haynes announced her departure from the Shining Ones. Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked what was so, and what was his opinion about this news. The girl closed her eyes, hearing that as far as he understood, she did not feel affection for the guild, but did not expect that she would be taken away from him in such a way, to which she replied that she never said that she was leaving. Jessie held a cup in her hands. Grinning, Rox said that if she really was going to leave, she would not accept it, except for Chuck. Jessie closed her eyes and asked him why he was so tense. Sitting in front of the guy, she said that Mr. Chuck had disappeared anyway. The books were on the table. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought about how he had been searching for information about the new class quest for days and nights, but hadn't made any progress. Sitting on a chair, he added that this legacy even existed. A call came on the phone, and the thought arose that besides that, the protagonist rejected the call. Messages were coming in on the phone. A call came on him, and the thought arose that why the hell were they texting and calling him so much? Putting his hand to his face, Chuck said that he was tired, it was time to turn off the phone or something like that. It was even worse than it was with Arthur. He wanted to visit the library of the Mage Tower, but it was too scary to go outside. Sitting at the table, the hero thought about the lack of progress in the class quest, the lack of a reward for the siege, and those last words of the Demon King. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that this darkness should never fall into the hands of people. Images of warriors appeared. A thought appeared that he always suspected that he was somehow different from other players. It seemed to him that his behavior should not change so much even though he synchronized with his game character. The man stood still. It was said that plus Granfell, whom he saw in the exorcism ritual. Search queries appeared. A thought appeared that he was looking for whether other players could their characters, but he did not find anything on this topic. This could be an exclusive skill of demon hunters, but even if so, he would not know about it, because he was the last of them. People looked at the child. A thought appeared that, in addition, if this was really so, then how did he manage to look into Granfell's past? Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that he could learn something new about Granfell too if he dealt with the legacy. The protagonist looked away in surprise. A notification appeared in front of him. The player's characteristics appeared, and the thought arose that he had just raised 30 levels in one fell swoop. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was a lot, and an item. Messages appeared, and he added that he also had authority to boot. Chuck clenched his fists and thought that the fact that he had authority in Yuzra was already cool enough, and now he also had authority in Permafrost. A notification appeared, and the thought arose that something was left. The hero opened his eyes wide, and a message about a special quest appeared. Gritting his teeth, Jack asked what the ceremony of appointing a new ruler was, to which the guy asked again. Smiling, Rock said that he had a bad feeling. Sitting on the bed, the man asked that they were planning an appointment ceremony, and did not even tell him anything, to which the girl replied that this was not about him. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that he was the ruler of Permafrost. He grabbed his head. A view of a huge building opened up. A large city appeared. The thought arose that from this moment on, her ruler, a notification appeared that the ruler's menu had been added to the system. The view of the city opened up. The reporter was standing in the middle of the city. Holding the camera in his hands, the cameraman asked that Chuck would definitely be caught today, and he had reserved a place for himself. They heard that they were told to go up to the second floor of the hotel next to the gate. The ceremony of appointing a new ruler would not work today, he tells him. There is a whole crowd of people here. Looking to the side, the reporter said that reporters had already gathered everywhere. Chuck would really be appointed the new lord of the Permafrost, to which the man replied that it was obvious. Who else? Smiling, the guy said Oliver or Rox, or maybe Jack, or maybe even some new NPC, to which the man replied that he hadn't seen the rating of contribution points to the siege of the Permafrost. Stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Stretching his hand forward, the man shouted that over there. The doors swung open. People looked in admiration. The guys looked at the laptop. The hero straightened his tie. He frowned when he heard his name. People exclaimed loudly. Looking to the side, the man shouted that he should quickly start recording. He was filming, to which the guy replied that he didn't know how. The guy pushed through the crowd. The protagonist lowered his head. His eyes widened. He thought about what was wrong with all these people. Chuck froze in place and thought that he was just studying class quests in the castle library, and then some notifications started ringing about him being a ruler. It got on his nerves so much that he decided to get some fresh air. Notifications appeared that the venue and the number of people present were satisfactory. The requirements for holding the appointment ceremony had been met. The hero stood still. A thought appeared. What other appointment ceremony? Clutching his head, he thought that his balls were already going crazy with this new quest and Romeo's bullshit. The crowd stood in front of him. Jack's eyes widened and he asked what was going on. He rushed here as soon as the notification window popped up, and there was already a huge crowd. This was a quest for an event, so there shouldn't even be a reward, to which the guy replied that he himself had come too. Raising his hand up, Jack said that of course he came. This was the appointment ceremony of Mr. Chuck himself. Smiling, the man said that the two of them had arrived too. Standing in front of him, the guy asked how he was feeling. Had his wounds healed? To which Oliver replied that he was completely fine. He turned his head, hearing that it looked like it was starting. He wanted to say something. The hero leaned on the handrail. People looked at him in surprise. Frowning, he said that he would not be the ruler. The reporters froze from what they heard. Frowning, Oliver asked again. The guys froze, looking at the laptop. The crowd exclaimed in amazement. The hero extended his hand forward and said that in all matters it was necessary to follow formal procedures. Permafrost was in the possession of the Archon Empire, The only correct thing would be to follow the procedures of the empire and leave the appointment of the ruler to the emperor, the decision in which someone else was irrational. The girl, opening her eyes wide, said that this was true, and the man added that but if the ruler was not found, then permafrost. The people looked up in amazement. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that however, raising his eyebrows, he added that with the power given to him by the authority, he was able to appoint a ruler absolutely legitimately. A notification appeared that the authority function was activated. The man froze, hearing that, and therefore he proposed to place the duties of the acting ruler on Oliver's shoulders. A staircase appeared. It was heard that even before they overcome the consequences of the Demon King's rampage, for the inhabitants of Permafrost, whose world was turned upside down. Walking forward, the hero said that he sincerely believed that he would shine with a new ray of hope. The man looked at him in surprise. The protagonist frowned. Oliver pursed his lips. A view of the tower opened up. It was heard that it accepted his will. A weapon appeared, and the man said that although they could not protect Permafrost in the past, this time, holding the sword in his hands, Oliver said that he would ensure the safety of the city. A view of the magic tower opened up. Raising his head up, the hero thought that he had escaped. A window of the city's status appeared. A thought arose that it was obvious that the potential value of Permafrost is incredible, and getting the position of its ruler is very cool. But now it is in complete ruin. Trying to restore it now is a stupid idea. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about that, and besides, let them just imagine how a person like him, not even an arcane, would jump around as a ruler. Who knows, maybe the people would rebel, and managing the budget would be a real pain. Chuck looked away in surprise. Suddenly, he heard from behind the door that it was John. Would he allow him to come in for a minute? A thought appeared that he would like to rest, but if it was only for a minute, then perhaps it was possible. The doors suddenly opened. The guy looked down. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this would not be a minute. Looking down, John said that he heard the news. They say he stopped the descent of the Demon King in Permafrost, and in addition to this, the position of ruler was transferred to an arcane. The protagonist frowned, hearing that both an arcane and also the best mage of the tower. He was incredibly ashamed. All he could do was say thank you, to which he thought it was strange. Chuck crossed his arms and thought that the Tower of Mages initially does not get involved in matters that do not concern them. Why did he bring up this topic? And also, what kind of tone is this? John closed his eyes and said that he came today only to express his gratitude. He would be grateful if they treated with understanding the fact that he is only able to present words of gratitude. A thought arose that such a feeling that he wanted to say that he wanted to help so much, but did not have the opportunity. Smiling, the hero said that he is sure that everyone has their own circumstances that cannot be talked about, and then thought that he should look at him. The young man stood against the background of the tower. A thought arose that the hidden circumstances of the Tower of Mages, because of which the mages cannot afford direct intervention. John does not agree with them, but cannot openly speak out against. The protagonist grinned slightly. Stretching his hand forward, Chuck said that he should sit down. He perfectly understands his torment. A notification about the quest appeared. The hero frowned and said that he should let him pour him some tea. John looked down. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that this was the research quest that he was doing with him. Looking down, he said that he only had green tea and rice tea, and then thought that maybe the ending of the quest was somehow connected with these secret circumstances of the tower. The guy looked down and said that the thing is that he had one request. The thought appeared that then even the mages would be able to begin to take an active part in the affairs of the outside world. In terms of significance, the greatest military force of Arcana is the Tower of the Mages. Smirking, Romeo said that he should speak. Looking away, the hero thought that this could be an opportunity to attract a great ally to his side. A view of the city opened up. It was heard that a truly shocking incident had recently occurred. I am sure each of their viewers remembers it very well. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that during the ceremony of appointing the new ruler of Permafrost, which everyone was talking about, holding the remote control in his hands, the man heard that the player Chuck handed over the rights of governance due to him to Oliver, the commander of the Lionheart Order. He changed the channel, hearing that according to their estimates, Chuck is a player of at least level 600. This must mean that he has surpassed Rox from the Shining Ones in levels. So it is, in fact, Rox himself has made a similar opinion public. On TV, he heard that he will not be the ruler. Throwing the remote control aside, the girl shouted that every day, wherever you look, there is one Chuck. The guy straightened his tie, hearing that these creatures, what do they think of their viewers as morons? They are not going to talk about anything else except him. Of course, they raised their ratings, to which he replied that she should forget it, and that's it. Smiling, the man asked what she had seen the news. Chuck wanted to thank the guilds that had fought alongside him in Permafrost, and suggested that their guild masters have a tea party. Putting his hands to his head, the guy said that this was what was driving her crazy. They were all drinking at his expense, and she didn't care, because they were covering their rear. He closed his eyes, hearing that green tea wasn't that expensive. Why wouldn't he tip their leader a little? To which he replied, exactly. Looking away, the man asked, okay, and where was he going? What about his outfit? To which the guy replied, to the Mage Tower. Holding the envelope in his hands, he added that today was the deadline for submitting papers for preliminary review to the scientific community of mages. He was in Topaz. The view of the tower opened up. It was said that scientific conferences are regularly held in the Tower of Magicians. This is the largest event in the world of magic, in which each of the magicians has the opportunity to present the results of their research in the Crystal Hall, which is why a stage of the most thorough preliminary check is carried out. People turned around in amazement. The thought appeared that the Hall of Truth, Topaz. Walking forward, the guy thought how many people are here. Turning his head, he added that he would look where the line for verification was. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes in amazement. Raising his eyebrows, he thought what was going on here. Did someone die or something? Did they fail the presentation? But no, even if so, is it really that bad? Standing next to the magician, Edward thought that it seemed like these guys were just so sensitive. Did they really fall into such a depression because of the bitter truth? To which he asked that he was from the Berserker Guild. Now it was his turn, he could go. Edward closed his eyes and thought that this time he was confident in his presentation. He just needed to throw the sweetest noodles on the ears of these old men from the tower. The hero put his hands to his face. Sitting at the table, he said that he should sit down, to which the man asked again, and then thought that what was Chuck doing here? He sat down on a chair and lowered his head. Looking down, Edward thought that why was it so scary what Chuck was doing here? The hero put the documents on the table. With his eyes wide open, he thought that this was John's quest. As the best of the magicians, he was obliged to participate in the preliminary check of the research that would be presented at the conference, and then asked what he wanted to say, that he was going to present this at the conference. Edward looked at him in amazement and exclaimed. Pointing to the document, the protagonist said that from the first page, as well as from the 4th to the 12th, all they had worked on was cleverly paraphrasing other authors' texts. Did he really think that this work was the fruit of their labor alone? The man lowered his head, hearing that well, for such a lazy person, he was truly full of self-confidence, or he was deliberately going to disgrace the scientific community of the Magic Tower. With wide eyes, the hero said that their bravado was commendable. Get out of here, this very second. Suddenly, the man rushed forward. Raising his head, the protagonist sighed, and then thought that the entire Tower of Magicians would side with him if he dealt with John's problems. So he decided that he would complete any task without question. But how did he end up checking the scientific papers of the entire magic community, although he is not even level 300? Looking at him, the protagonist thought, damn, and his bilious tongue doesn't help, and Romeo said, next. The doors opened slightly. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that she was greeting him. She was Claire. The hero frowned and said that he should sit down. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she was a mage of the healing school, and then thought that it was a personal test from Sir Chuck and added that, well, this was her research related to the cultivation of non-medicinal herbs. The protagonist frowned, listening to the fact that if she succeeded, it would be an incredible breakthrough in the production of magic potions. The girl began to cry and said that so, it was difficult to cultivate. Chuck looked surprised, hearing that, but it was worth it. Claire stood by the door. Lowering her head, Agnes said that she literally saw how the soul jumped out of the body. Looking away, she added that it seemed she had failed the test. The mage took a step forward, hearing that it was okay. The topic of her work on plant cultivation was quite far from the activities of mages. It was likely that he simply could not appreciate the true value. Clenching her fists, she said that she had passed. Looking away, Agnes asked again. A thought arose that this was impossible. Plant cultivation was more related to the process of producing potions than to magical theory. It was a really important area of research, but she always thought that it would be difficult to get it through the test. Holding the book in her hands, Agnes asked that John really did not ask anything, to which Claire replied that no, the examiner. She looked surprised, hearing that it was his scientific partner Chuck. Raising her hands up, the mage said that she had an extraordinary approach and did not ask anything at all, but immediately said that he was looking forward to her presentation at the conference. Putting her hand to her face, Agnes exclaimed and wondered if this meant that he was not only familiar with healing, but also had a great understanding of potions and the process of their production. Looking down, she added that it was really such a pity, and then said that she was starting to envy John. She should have picked him up first. A view of the room opened up. John stuck his finger in his ear. Looking at him, the hero asked what was wrong, to which the guy replied that he was asking for forgiveness. Let him forgive him. His ears suddenly lit up. It felt like they were talking about him behind his back. A glow appeared around the plant. It was heard that, by the way, he heard about everything. He missed only one work, so it was also about the cultivation of non-medicinal herbs. This plant is really a rare ingredient that can be used in the production of potions. Grinning, the protagonist said that it was so. The success of his cultivation would have a great impact on innovations in the development of new magic potions and reduce research costs. The thought appeared that as well as on his wallet. Lowering his head, John said that it was clear. He could not even think that his knowledge extended to the field of potion making. As always, he was amazed by his erudition in the world of magic. Sitting at the table, Chuck thought about the man. How much longer was he going to bend over here, just to mumble something under his breath? and then said, "Let's get down to business," to which the guy replied that he saw right through him. Apparently he really could not hide anything from him. The hero opened his eyes wide, hearing that the quest was being completed, to which he thought that it was paradoxical. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he would like him to explore the boundaries between worlds, or to be more precise, the rifts between them. John held the flame in his hands. It was heard that he remembered the flash that he showed at the last conference. That same fusion of magic and science, two completely different concepts. He decided to call this new development in the theory of magic a paradox. The protagonist looked in bewilderment, hearing that he would also like him to help him prove the existence of this paradox, to which he thought that thing. Only how is it even related to the study of rifts? Romeo opened his eyes in surprise. A purple glow appeared. A thought arose that exactly, a paradox is an ideal fusion of two opposite concepts. The rift itself is a space in which the real world and the world of Arcana mix. Closing his eyes, he thought that he was a paradox, and then said that he heard his intention. Frowning, the hero thought that perhaps he could learn more about Romeo's appearance in his life, and then said that great, so where do they start? A view of a mechanical tower opened up. It was said that mechanical in Arcana is called a veiled tower that began to appear everywhere. Dragons flew in the air. The thought arose that even NPCs do not know exactly what this place is. Mountains appeared. The thought arose that the location is so mysterious that even the method of entering it is unknown. Putting the cup on the table, the hero thought that this is the kind of rift added in the update. Leaning on the table, he added that John asked him to explore, and then said that apparently it will be necessary to prepare. The thought arose that the minimum level for passing this rift. Reaching out for the notification, the protagonist thought that the 400th, it will be extremely difficult for him with his 295th to run through it. Frowning, he added that accordingly, this difference needs to be covered with new equipment. Items appeared. The thought arose that when a cursed item is used in an exorcism ritual, the curse is lifted from it, and it becomes normal, so the cursed items he used in the battle with Gerald. Frowning, the hero thought that he would take a look, maybe some of them would be useful. A luxury item appeared. The thought arose that they have here. Wide-eyed, the protagonist thought that mana regeneration without any restrictions, this is awesome, and also improves aesthetics, two useful properties at once, and then shouted that this is a very cool thing. Let him quickly put it on. What kind of reaction is this? Holding the accessory in his hands, the hero thought that he should quickly take it and hang it around his neck. The items were lying on the table. The thought arose that okay, what's next? Grinning, the protagonist thought that the necklaces could only be sold, but the box was worthwhile. After all, an item that increases accessories, great, I'm sure it will come in handy someday. Holding the weapon in his hands, he added that there was also a sword that had fallen after defeating Gerald. Looking at the sword, Chuck thought that it had fallen from the Demon King, and in fact it wasn't that cool, but it suited him perfectly at the moment. He wasn't even trying hard, and it fit him like a glove. Looking to the side, he added that perhaps he could use the blade's aura more effectively with it. The hero looked in the mirror. Grinning, he thought that only a few months had passed since he had been stunned by the merger with Romeo. Romeo frowned, and the thought occurred to him that he wasn't so surprised by the unfamiliar face in the mirror. The protagonist stood still, and the thought occurred to him that he was his past, his shame. But he no longer burned with shame, looking at him. He grinned, looking at himself. Turning around, Chuck thought that he had already become a part of him. A view of the Yusra archipelago opened up. The sign of the immigration checkpoint appeared. People were sitting at a table. The hero's eyes widened and he wondered where such a huge line was coming from. Walking among the crowd, the protagonist thought about what and why the rift had to appear in Yusra, and then said that he should let him through. He slowly walked forward. Suddenly, the hero stopped, hearing the Inazuma Guild greeting Sir Chuck. The protagonist looked at him in amazement, and wondered why Inazuma suddenly decided to meet him. Walking towards him, the man said that it was an honor for him to meet him again. Sean grinned and asked that he had come to investigate the mechanical tower that had appeared in the Yusra kingdom. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he had heard that he had found refuge in Yusra. The guy smiled, saying that to be more precise, it seemed that he was just a refugee for now. Standing on the wall, the man shouted that he was here. Jack closed his eyes and shouted that he should wait a second, he would come down now to see him off. The hero raised his head, listening to the fact that he would take him exactly to the mechanical tower quickly and safely, to which he replied that he looked relatively healthy. The tower appeared in the distance. Walking through the forest, the guy said that so instead of Sir Oliver, who became the acting ruler of Permafrost, Jayan temporarily took on the duties of accompanying His Majesty Henry, to which the protagonist replied that it was clear, a rather pleasant outcome. Frowning, Chuck asked that okay, and he was still looking for shelter, to which Sean responded approvingly. Smiling, the guy said that he had already submitted documents for verification, but with everything that happened to Sir Oliver, His Majesty was insanely busy, and then there was the rift. Jack looked at him in amazement when he heard that they were working together with Jayan, filling the gap in the Lionheart Order's workforce. He should thank Henry, to which he replied that he was a bastard, he was talking to him in a completely different way. The tower appeared. He heard that he hoped his application would succeed, sincerely thanked him for the care shown to him. To which the guy replied that he shouldn't be fooled, this guy was a two-faced bastard. The man walked through the barrier. Standing still, the hero heard that they had arrived. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this is what Kvirenberg looks like inside. How this whole intricate system of gears fits into the landscape of Yusra is the very essence of the paradox. Turning his head, Jack said that the mechanical tower of Kvirenberg, he was also inside for the first time, only it was somehow empty here, although a bunch of players had already entered. Suddenly he shuddered in amazement. Looking up, the guy shouted that the floor had gone down somewhere. It was a trap, to which Sean asked what, and he never shut up. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. Looking at the mechanisms, he said what it was. The gears were spinning rapidly. The mechanisms appeared. The blades were swaying from side to side. Looking to the side, Jack asked how this was possible. He saw so many traps for the first time. A glow appeared above, he heard. And what was it? It looked like a portal. Raising his head, Chuck said that the magical device, apparently, was created with the help of objects, and then thought that the technique was different. But in terms of skill, this portal was close to the one in the Tower of Magicians, and these traps, they are all made of silver. The insides of the tower appeared. The thought arose that this hall was designed to catch and kill demons, not people. Looking at the notification, the hero thought about what kind of place it was, and then said that it was a quest. Lowering his head, Jack said that it seemed that the rewards would depend on the order in which they got to that portal. He was also given a quest, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. Notifications appeared. The thought arose that even too. Taking a step forward, Chuck thought that he was bound by the class quest of the Demon Hunter, and knew that something was wrong here, and then said that they would pass. Mechanisms appeared. It was heard that through traps. Grinning, the hero thought that it was obvious that something would fly out of these walls, but, passing through the traps, he added that it would not hit him. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that all these traps were carefully designed magical devices, respectively, set in motion by interference. The protagonist kicked the ground and added that because if it was interference. Chuck grinned and thought that he could be seen. People were following him, and the idea came up that he could then determine the safe zones of these traps. The hero turned his head to the side. The protagonist lifted his leg. Standing in front of the portal, he thought that it would not be difficult. Chuck extended his hand forward and said that they were moving on anyway. Chuck turned his head. Standing still, he asked where they were. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that he should break through the traps. The count was complete. The teams would be determined according to the time spent on the quest, to which he thought that it would not end with passing the traps. Then he would be on the same team with Sean and Jack. Where this couple was stuck, it does not matter. He thought he would have to go through alone. But it turned out there was a multiplayer mode. How lucky he was. The protagonist frowned, seeing that his team would consist of one person, to which he asked again. Chuck's eyes widened, wondering what had happened. The mode was multiplayer, and he was alone, and what's more. Clutching his head, he added that this was PvP. A notification appeared that the condition for winning was to be the first to earn 30 points and go up to the next floor. Smiling, the guy said hello. People were fighting on the court. It was heard that today the Arcana Today team was broadcasting from the mechanical tower of Kvirenberg. At his service fresh content of the new Rift tournament. The magician clenched his teeth tightly. It was said that the players were already locked in a furious fight. The guys were fighting. It was heard that the rules of the tournament were simple to the point of impossibility. The team that first grabs the golden gear in the middle of the field wins. 3 points are awarded for a victory. 2 are deducted for a defeat. The man grabbed the gear. It was said that the first team to earn 30 points will become the champion. Rock smiled when he heard that they had defeated the golden gear. Standing in front of the girl, he said that he was doing well. Good job, and the host said that as soon as they started talking about it, Rox's team had snatched victory in an instant. He closed his eyes and added that he understood them perfectly well. He himself was looking forward to the player Chuck, but at the moment they could only broadcast from the drones of their partner guilds, so people looked away in amazement. Platforms appeared, and it was heard that the platform was also rising, thus the winners were moving up. The platform hit. It was heard that if everything continued like this, they would most likely be able to see Chuck. People rose up, and the host said that just as he said, new opponents were rising from the other side. Rox looked down when he heard that who would the Rox team, who already had 12 points, face. People were sitting on the platform. Jack frowned. Sean put his hand to his face. He heard that it was the players Jack and Sean. Michael grinned, hearing that they had no information about him, but there was another player with the Explorer class. Looking down, Rox said that it was an interesting combination, and then thought that they had nothing in common at all, and their characters were completely opposite. Apparently they were united based on points and the average level of the characters. The drone flew forward. He heard that a golden gear appeared. The guy grinned, hearing that the team led by the second in the player rankings. The players looked around, hearing that against a team of players in 6th and 11th place. The young man lowered his head, listening to the fact that it looked like it would be a tense fight. Who would win? and then said that he should take care of Sean's speed and be sure to dodge Jack's first attack. As soon as they dealt with it, they would immediately crush him. The boys punched each other when they heard that the battle was about to begin. Rox watched the battle, hearing that it was because of him that they lost Chuck. If he hadn't run out of breath at the portal, they would have caught up with him, but he was also out of breath. People were falling down. It was heard that it wasn't his fault that the platform had crashed. The guy adjusted the camera and grinned. The player raised his hand up. A notification appeared that they had received a golden gear. Rox's team had won, and the host said that the team was also winning easily. The mechanism on the platform was moving. It was heard that the winner's platform was rising, and the loser's platform was falling down. The platform rose, and the host asked who would be the next to stand against that team. The guy exclaimed in amazement. The man opened his eyes in surprise. A notification appeared that a team that matched the criteria was not found. The search would be suspended until a suitable team appeared. The hero stood still. He looked at the players. The protagonist frowned. Rox asked in surprise, hearing that it was Chuck, and he was alone. He came on his own, to which he thought that he was alone, and he had 0 points. Jack raised his hand, hearing that apparently he would be the team's next opponent. Arcana Today was broadcasting live, right here and now, to which he asked why he was alone. The hero grinned and sighed. Looking straight ahead, he said that it meant they would be his opponents. He had been waiting for this. The guys looked at him. The protagonist stood still. A thought appeared that he had 0 points. Why were they the first to face him? Besides, he didn't have a team, and this bloodthirstiness, apparently it meant that he was not satisfied with the upcoming battle against small fry like them. Chuck frowned and thought that finally, the first match had to wait 2 hours. He almost fell asleep forever. A glow appeared around the gear. A thought arose that who would have thought that his first match would be against Jack and Sean? The guys looked at the glow in amazement. It was heard that who would manage to win this time. A thought arose that he was alone, and only level 295, so no one met the requirements of a match with him. Apparently that's why he was put against a strong team. Grinning, the hero thought that it doesn't matter. Suddenly, Rox rose in front of them. Jack turned his head and shouted that where this wall came from. The protagonist stood in front of them. The host opened his eyes wide. Comments appeared that in this location it seemed impossible to influence the environment. Before this it definitely did not work like that, as he was able to. Grinning, Chuck thought that while he was waiting for the match, he managed to fully explore the composition of the material of this tower, and then said that like candy for a child. The platform was rising. The thought arose that he really had to comb through dozens of types of minerals for this, and if it weren't for Romeo, such a sophisticated analysis would have even been possible. The hero stood in front of the people. A notification appeared that a match had been found. The current points were 3. Smiling, Rox said that they were giving up, and then thought that he just didn't see how they could win. A message appeared that the opposing team had withdrawn. The current points were 6. Many notifications appeared, and the protagonist thought that after all these deadly rifts, he finally saw something. And this was really nice. Besides, it said here that this tower was a legacy. I wonder what would happen when he revealed all its secrets. Chuck looked away, hearing that he had arrived at the last floor of the Cranberg Mechanical Tower, to which he thought that finally. The hero grinned and thought about what would happen on the last floor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist was looking at the flames. Monsters were flying around the tower. The thought appeared that this view, did demons penetrate Yuzra while he was inside the tower? The demon opened his eyes wide. The thought appeared that stop, no. Looking down, Chuck thought that through the rift in which reality and Arcana mixed. A view of the burning city opened up. The thought appeared that he could see the continent of Arcana. A glow appeared around the hero. The demon screamed loudly. Looking to the side, the hero said that the curse. A glow appeared in front of the protagonist. Opening his eyes wide, Chuck asked that the attack bounced off. The demons looked forward. Notifications appeared that everything seemed to be connected, but he was still inside the Cranberg Rift. Interference with the outside world was impossible. The hero turned his head to the side. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it turned out that he could only watch. Looking at the city, the protagonist added that behind this terrifying sight. Frowning, Chuck thought he was completely powerless. He opened his eyes wide. Looking away, the hero asked again. A pulse appeared. The thought arose that he had just felt a jolt, similar to a heartbeat. It seemed so familiar to him. It was heard in his own chest. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist thought he knew this feeling. A mechanical tower appeared. The thought arose that anger and helplessness. Raising his head, Rox asked what it was, as if something was ringing. Looking up, Jack said that it was heard throughout the tower. Henry put his hand to his face. The tower stood in the middle of the forest. Raising his head, the hero thought that the tower was screaming. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it was resonating with his anger at the fact that he was unable to do anything with the demons in front of them, but nothing. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chuck suddenly froze, thinking about how he couldn't interact with the space outside the rift because he was inside. But the rift itself was somewhere between reality and Arcana. And what about the mechanical tower of Cranberg itself? The hero's gaze froze in place. Clicking on the notification, he thought that that was the reason the class quest had brought him here. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that the last bastion of the demon hunters was the mechanical fortress of Krenberg. This tower was designed in such a way that only a demon hunter could activate it. Grinning, he added that he was the last demon hunter, and then said that let it activate. A notification about the class quest appeared. A bright glow appeared from the tower. The guy looked up in amazement. The drone was flying forward. He heard what was shaking so much. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that let it reveal itself, reveal its pride of the last bastion. The protagonist looked at the heart, thinking that there had been no hunter to activate it for so long, and he must be shaking in rage that he could do nothing but watch. Chuck smirked and said that he saw. The heart appeared. A notification appeared that the mechanical tower of Krenberg had been chosen as an offering. It was heard that this was his pride. Demons flew around the tower. A notification appeared about the activation of the last bastion, the mechanical fortress of Krenberg. The monsters exclaimed in amazement. A glow flew around the tower. The hero smirked, hearing that the last bastion had received experience points. It had received glory. People looked at the messages in surprise. A glow appeared from the tower, and someone asked what kind of notifications these were. Looking straight ahead, the reporter said that he was shaking in earnest. What was going on up there? Jack raised his head and said that the rift was disappearing, and Sean asked what it meant that it had passed. The player, looking at the notification, asked that the tower was counterattacking. What did that even mean? A green light appeared from the tower, and the thought arose that the rift had been passed. Standing still, the hero thought that the paradox space would soon close. As soon as the trembling stopped and everything returned to normal, he would open his eyes in the real world. Looking to the side, he added that he was absolutely sure of one thing. Looking at the city, the protagonist thought that the active fortress of Kvirenberg would continue to hunt demons of the continent of Arkan until the end of all time. A view of a mechanical tower opened up. A high-rise building appeared. Tired people were sitting at a table. A view of an office opened up. A man cut the phone line. The guy grinned, his eyes wide open. The phone was in his pocket. Suddenly, a call came in. The young man froze in place. He lowered his head. He opened his eyes wide and laughed. Raising his head, the guy started crying, to which he was told to pull himself together. Standing next to him, the man heard that it seemed like he was going crazy. They kept calling him with questions about Kvirenberg. And what about him? He himself didn't know anything, to which he replied that he understood. Let him calm down. The news came on. He heard that they even asked who this someone was, meaning who, naturally Chuck. Clutching his head, the guy said that they were also asking what this counterattack meant. He himself would like to know. Hein grinned and thought that he was starting a counterattack. This notification was indeed a precedent, but system messages are not made up. Looking at the phone, he added that the system recognized this counterattack as something important for the continent of Arkan, a real hell on earth. The tower appeared. The thought arose that this was something new, both for the real world and for Arcana. Frowning, the hero thought about what it was. Several notifications appeared. The thought arose that how in general. A glow was flying around the tower, and the protagonist thought that after activating the mechanical tower of Krenberg, it began to accumulate experience points and fame. Clicking on the notification, Chuck thought that the mechanical tower would constantly hunt the demons that filled the continent of Arcana, then all the experience points and fame that it would gain in the future. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that fire, and then said that these were just rites. It was too early to celebrate. Grinning, the protagonist thought about the fact that this was not receiving, but the rights to receive, and still, it should be something like a savings account from which he could withdraw everything one day, right? But for now he can slowly look for a method of withdrawal, so there is something to celebrate. Chuck looked away, hearing his name. The scroll flew in the air. It was heard that he had heard about his return. Holding the sphere in his hands, John said that he could already assume this. But the mechanical tower is a structure built using dwarven technology. His impressions. The hero crossed his arms and thought. Grinning, he thought that he did not even know, and then said that it could well be called a technological miracle. The scroll grinned. It was heard that dwarven technology is the pinnacle of science in its field and even comparable to magic. For example, they have a device known as a magic portal. The thought appeared that the dwarves, it was built by dwarves. The blacksmith held a hammer in his hands. It was said that the dwarves, no one can boast of having seen them. Even when Arcana was just a game, they can just as easily be a legend. Crossing her arms, the mage said that the dwarves, their technology is really on par with magic. But the man put his hand to his face and said that they say that the greatest weapon of those that exist now is on the level of an ordinary dwarven chopper. The thought appeared that such rumors were widely spread among the players. Frowning, the hero thought that, but he heard them mentioned by an NPC for the first time. Unusual and sophisticated designs and traps were the product of dwarven craftsmanship. The demon hunter pointed to the side. The thought appeared that the maximum that could be counted on at headquarters was a loaf of rye bread 3 times a day. And where was this dwarven technology? The protagonist frowned, listening to the fact that they may have chosen a path different from the Tower of Magic, but he completely understands their passion for science and relentless pursuit of development. to which he replied that it is understandable. John raised his eyebrows and asked if he could ask him about the events that were happening inside the mechanical tower. Chuck looked at the notice. He frowned, reading about the quest. The book was on the table. He heard that as he could guess. He was able to look at the position of the continent of Arcana through the rift. John's eyes widened, hearing that wherever he looked, there were demons. Sitting on the chair, the hero heard that he expected this. Putting his hand to his face, he listened to how incredibly ashamed he was. Despite knowing about it, he could not allow himself to act. John leaned on the table. A thought appeared that he knew it. He was forbidden to enter the rifts, no matter how much he wanted to. The protagonist looked down and thought that he could not imagine what kind of circumstances were holding such an influential person as John in the Tower of Magic, and then said that, however, they should not lose hope. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that he could influence the events taking place on the continent of Arcana by activating the mechanical tower of Quirenberg. The protagonist crossed his arms when he heard that it was true. Gritting his teeth, he replied that it was all the same as he said. The mechanical tower of Quirenberg was the last bastion, and he would continue to hunt demons until his pride was crushed. John looked at the scroll in amazement. Sitting at the table, the hero heard that an urgent message had arrived from Permafrost. Holding the scroll in his hands, the boy heard that guests had arrived, so he continued this conversation later. He squeezed it in his hands. Looking down, the young man thought that the mechanical tower of Quirenberg was a demon's weapon, and in the name of saving Arcana, Chuck activated this last bastion. The hero's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that this really meant that Sir Chuck was a demon hunter. The boy lowered his head and said that they had already owed him a debt that they could never repay during the Holy War. How could they owe Sir Chuck another debt? A glow appeared around the ball, and it was heard that the head of the tower. How much longer would he remain silent? Frowning, John shouted that where had he disappeared to? Let them come back and answer him. The ball lit up brightly, and it was heard that he should just think about the trials that the last of the demon hunters must have already gone through. A view of the building opened up. Putting her hands behind her back, the girl said that the invitation must have been unexpected, but thank you for coming immediately, to which the man replied that the ruler's throne is not merciful to a man like him, who knows nothing else but a blade. Oliver looked surprised, hearing that, and yet, he needed to get used to him. Soon they would have to demand more from him, to which he asked that he was talking about something serious that happened. Holding the cup in his hands, the hero thought that, as expected from Oliver, he grasped things on the fly, and then said that he saw the Arcana through the rift. Frowning, he said that what he observed was much more pitiful than even the permafrost before their victory. Oliver opened his eyes in surprise. Putting his hand to his face, he said that it was clear that when the demons break through the rift again, they will probably experience a second and even a third permafrost. If everything is as he says, then they do not have time to relax. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that he would not go that far, and Romeo said that with him he is sure they can handle everything. The man grabbed a stone. Throwing the stone through the window, he shouted that he should get out of here. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. People looked at him angrily. It was heard that Hokkaido was the land of Japan. Let them throw out the refugees right now, they would take back their homeland. Standing by the window, the hero asked what all the fuss was about, to which the man replied that it was a shame, and the girl added that people were becoming more and more radical. A view of the building opened up. It was heard that, as he knew, permafrost had arisen in the middle of Hokkaido. Apparently that was why the hostile moods of the local people were becoming more and more pronounced. This was their current situation. The protagonist looked down, listening to the fact that initially people came to them with offers of help, but one day everything suddenly turned out like this. He attempted to negotiate with the local leadership, but they never came to anything. People looked at him angrily. A thought appeared that the Japanese government had really turned a blind eye to what was happening. It couldn't be. This was a serious violation of the provisions of the International Convention. You can't ignore a protest of this kind. Torches were flying into the building. The thought arose that this was also an unusual protest. The man stood still. It was said that there was pure malice in the air. The hero opened his eyes wide. Oliver looked away, hearing that he was observing people in the crowd of protesters who wanted to help the residents of Permafrost, to which he responded approvingly. Frowning, the protagonist said that in this case there is no doubt. A notification appeared that the skill natural enemy was used. People walked forward. It was heard that they were being controlled. The man put his hands in his pockets, and someone said that that man, to be precise. Standing behind the hero, Oliver said that, but this is the ruler they were talking to. A glow appeared. The thought arose that he sensed energy at the level of a low-ranking demon, but he hides himself so masterfully that even Oliver did not notice it. The girl looked at him with fear, and the thought occurred that the same story had happened to Bella. Demons were becoming smarter and smarter. They were feeding on people's negative emotions and learning the evil of this world. Walking forward, the hero thought that this was how it was. Smiling, the man asked who was here. Was it really the hero of Permafrost himself? He was the famous Chuck. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that he was just in time, offering to leave the characters unrelated to them and freely converse among modern people. The man suddenly exclaimed in amazement. Notifications appeared that the exorcism skill had been used. No offerings were found, the basic effect had been activated, and the thought arose that they were eating away at the goodwill of humanity. Looking at his hand, he asked what was happening, where he was. Grabbing his shoulder, the man shouted that it was burning, it was painful. Standing in front of him, the protagonist heard what he was doing, to which he replied that he was so noisy, he had implanted a flash into his body. Taking a step forward, Chuck said that there was no need to show a demon like him to the people of Permafrost, whose recent scars had only just begun to heal. A notification appeared that while the exorcism skill was active, the demon hunter's attacks only affected demons. The hero clenched his teeth and added that this flame would burn him extremely slowly. The man's eyes widened in pain. It was heard that until all the human virtue he had devoured was released, he would slowly fade away in hellish agony. The guards looked in amazement and turned to the senator. People stood near him. It was heard what happened to the advisor. Let them call an ambulance. What is he doing here? He just carried humanitarian aid to Permafrost. The protagonist frowned, listening to what happened to the western gate. What kind of poster is that? Offering to clean up for now. Frowning, Oliver said that a demon, of course. Sitting at the table, he said that he did not even notice what was happening right under his nose. If not for him, who knows how it all ended, he must train harder, to which the hero replied that they are becoming more sophisticated in their methods. A glow appeared around the man. It was heard that it was not easy to distinguish a demon, extremely skilled in imitating people, so they must be even more prepared. Looking to the side, the hero said that now that they figured out the problem of protests, they will move closer to the point. He conveyed that he needs to look at something, to which he was answered approvingly. Frowning, Oliver said that it is better to see once than to listen to his stories. Let him be kind enough to see them off. A view of the winter forest opened up. The man held out his hand and asked what he remembered about the endless conflagration left after the demon king was killed. A glow appeared around the demon, and it seemed that even after his body had burned to ashes, smoke continued to rise into the sky, and that was the beacon of salvation. The hero frowned and answered approvingly. Raising his hand, Oliver said that the smoke had recently died down and they had discovered something, to which the protagonist asked again what it was, and the girl said that they were there. Chuck frowned. The people were standing in front of a rift. Looking straight ahead, the man said that the flames had not died out for many days, so they decided to investigate and found the item. But they were unable to take it. It would not be given to them, as if they had no right. The rift appeared, and it was heard that he thought that he could probably do something with it, since he had finished off the Demon King. Smiling, the hero thought that it looked like the item he got right after defeating the Demon King. The protagonist looked at the crystal and thought that it was another drop from the Demon King. A view of the magic tower opened up. Chuck was holding a pentagram in his hands. Looking at it, he thought that it was epic. He shouldn't have expected anything less from the Demon King. The hero stretched out his hand forward. A thought occurred to him that the only other item with such a rank was the broken crown from Yuzra. Its effect was to gain authority in Yuzra, so there should be an effect of a similar level here. The protagonist sat on a chair, thinking about asking the magic tower to cleanse it or something, that it would take some time. How ominous this thing looks. I'm sure Matthew will be crazy about it. Closing his eyes, Chuck thought about how only he can instantly cleanse it through the exorcism ritual, how he wants to know what it does, and where all the demons are when they are needed so much. A call came on the phone. A notification appeared that the natural enemy skill was used. His combat abilities against his sister were significantly reduced. Picking up the phone, the hero thought that his sister, why like this, out of the blue, and then said that he was greeting her, which made her call. Lowering her head, the girl exclaimed. Putting her finger in her nose, she asked who he was meeting there. Notes appeared on the wall. It was heard that what was she talking about. People were sitting on the floor and someone said that their father prints them all out and pastes them into an album. Grinning, the hero said that in his opinion, this is some kind of misunderstanding, it is all groundless, to which the sister replied that it turns out that he is really good at gluing women, isn't it? If he marries Bella, he will get a whole corporation, to which he replied that he hangs up. Looking away, the girl said that he seriously hung up. The woman opened the door, hearing that the shameless man even remembered that it was his mother's birthday today. Most likely not. If he remembered, he would have come himself, to which she shouted that it was enough to torment the busy boy. Smiling, she added that when they got together, they only chatted about the most absurd nonsense. Of course he remembered her birthday. Let them see what letter he wrote her yesterday. The girl's eyes widened, listening to the fact that the letter was from Chuck, and how many pages there were. What a wonderful son Chuck was. Sitting on the floor, the man said that he had already sent a gift and apologized for not being able to come. There was a lot of tea. He said it was healthy. Frowning, the girl asked again, and then said that he was rich now, and he gave some kind of tea. Looking away, the woman said that she had never heard of such a thing. It seemed to be some kind of herbal tea. Putting his hand on the book, the hero thought that this herb could be the main ingredient of many potions and miraculous mixtures. Holding the cup in his hands, he added that even a simple decoction helps to heal injuries and minor illnesses in ordinary people, wishes them health. The protagonist looked away, hearing that it was almost time for the scientific conference to begin. Looking at the scroll, he thought that it was not John, and then asked that he was already there. The scroll flew into the air. It was heard that Sir John was participating in a roundtable meeting. He would hold a regular scientific conference himself. Closing his eyes, the hero said that it was clear. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. He looked in amazement and thought that it could not be he himself. This should not be of interest, and Romeo asked what kind of roundtable meeting. The room appeared. It was heard that all he could say was a meeting of the best magicians, the leadership of the tower and the elders. He himself did not know more. Walking up the stairs, the hero heard that Sir John was infinitely grateful for this opportunity to attend the round table, which he gave him by taking on the duties of holding a scientific conference this time. To which he replied that it was clear. The thought arose that he had not signed up for this. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that he also asked to convey that he would return with good news, to which he thought that he would do everything fine, and then said that he would make every effort. Opening the doors, Chuck turned to the guy, to which John replied that here he was. Breathing heavily, he said that the round table meeting had to be stopped. A person was missing. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that they could not find the mana of the senior mage anywhere in this world. A view of the crystal hall opened up. The students were sitting at their desks. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it was high time to start, and the organizers were late. Looking away, she added that their Claire had already dried up because of this, to which she said that she had memorized everything necessary for the presentation. Yes, indeed. Matthew gritted his teeth and said that this was strange. This person was not the type to be late without a reason. The doors suddenly opened. Frowning, the hero said that the scientific conference would be suspended. The guy turned around, hearing that it was Chuck. Pointing at the hero, he shouted what was going on here. Not only was he late, but he was also postponing the conference. Did he not realize the significance of this event? And the young man added that he should calm down. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that such impudence. He looked angrily ahead. Turning his head, Chuck said that the senior mage had gone missing, and he, like many others, had to present his work. They would continue holding the conference after he was found. People were sitting at their desks. It was heard that everyone was free. Putting a finger to her face, the girl asked that the senior mage of the tower had gone missing. This had never happened before. She had heard that mages were forbidden to go outside the walls of the tower without permission. The hat looked angrily and said that she was saying just in case, but that he should never get involved in this matter. The man walked forward. It was heard that the senior mage of the Tower of Magic was a person who had gone immeasurably far beyond the ordinary person. If someone like that had disappeared, then extremely significant forces were involved. Gritting her teeth, the mage said that this was bad. The conference had been postponed, which meant that even John could not detect mana, to which Matthew asked that he had really disappeared somewhere outside the tower. A view of the room opened up. John, going down the stairs, said that therefore, even if they assumed that he died, the mana coming from his body should have left at least some traces, but so that he could not detect even a particle. To which the hero answered what exactly. Looking down, the protagonist said that this means that Benjamin must be in the realm of the paradoxical, in the rift. The guy froze, hearing that only this is extremely strange. He believed that the tower mages are forbidden to interfere in the affairs of the outside world. He closed his eyes and answered that this is so, but the senior mage Benjamin is an exception. He worked with rifts, and did not work alone. The hero looked in amazement, hearing that this is the part of the Tower of Mages affairs that he could not tell them about. A notification about the quest appeared. John ran down the stairs. The thought appeared that to reveal contradictions and reveal the truth, the passage of this quest could change the situation in which the Tower of Mages is located. The mages stood in front of the tower. The thought arose that these were the tower's mages who would be able to help the outside world. A view of the headquarters opened up. Jack looked in amazement, and asked that the senior mage had disappeared from the tower. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that yes, he had just received news from a guild member participating in the conference, to which he said that only mages were forbidden to go outside the tower. Maybe it was somehow connected with the order. Holding a laptop in his hands, the young man asked again, to which Jack replied that a rift had appeared from the Korean branch of the persons in Gangwon-do, but according to them, something was wrong with it. He looked to the side, hearing that there was a new rift, but there was no update, to which Jack replied that that was the catch. People were standing in front of the rocks. It was heard that he had a bad feeling. Frowning, the miner said that they should take care of their heads. He was in this cave. The guys looked in amazement and asked again. Standing in front of the portal, they asked what a rift it was. Holding the radio in his hands, the young man said that the shape, the location, whatever, nothing like that was indicated in the update, to which the young man replied that he should check its level and the progress of destruction. The young man snatched the radio, hearing that something was wrong with this thing, whether it was broken or something, to which he replied that he should give it here. The young man adjusted his helmet, hearing that when reinforcements arrived, to which he replied that he was told that Jayan and Mythology were heading here. With his eyes wide open, he said that in that case, he should evacuate all civilians and request more help from headquarters. The young man looked away in amazement. Holding the device in his hands, he said that the device could not determine its level, which meant that it was at least 1,000th level rift. A view of the Hanging Gardens opened up, and a voice was heard that here. Turning his head, the hero said that this is the place, to which John replied that Benjamin is extremely insecure and sensitive. Despite his outstanding talents, the thought appeared that he thought they would go in search of the missing magician. Closing his eyes, he added that it could not be that he would break the rules of the tower. The protagonist looked in amazement and thought about what he was trying to do. A glow appeared above the tower. The girl looked away. A view of the city opened up. Beams were flying around the planet. Lowering his head, John said that he learned the location of all the rifts in the world, but could not determine in which the elder magician Benjamin might be. Chuck looked in amazement and thought that he did it in an instant. It is clear that he is a genius, but still. Frowning, the hero said that he knows where he is. John looked away. Standing in front of the protagonist, he asked what happened. Looking straight ahead, Chuck heard that he was able to detect mana inside the rift as well. What kind of research and intervention process he had done, to which he thought, no, he had just received a message from Steven. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was heading there anyway, and would contact him if he found him. John asked him, his eyes wide open, that he was sure he could handle it himself. Romeo frowned and said that the disappearance of the senior mage Benjamin was the tower's problem, and he didn't think it would be polite to ask for help from strangers. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in amazement. Lowering his head, he said that he was already in his debt to him, and he was thinking about the reputation of the mage tower. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought, what was he talking about? He could try for the quest reward, and then said that he shouldn't worry. Putting his hand to his face, the young man said that he would go with him. Chuck froze in amazement. People were standing in front of the rift. Bella gritted her teeth and said that the rift was above the 1000th level, although there was no update, and it also looked like a pair of giant hands literally tore space apart. Looking away, Jack asked what she heard about the disappearance of the senior mage of the tower. He would not be surprised if that guy did it. A bright beam hit the ground. It was heard that she once heard that one of the senior mages could not control the spell during the experiment, and it erased an entire island from the face of Arcana. He had heard these rumors too, only he was told that it was an entire continent. Whatever it was, he must be really cool. Looking at the laptop, the guy said that he could not look inside the rift. It seemed that the search devices were also blocked. Putting his hand to his face, Jack said that it seemed that they would have to climb in themselves. Standing in front of him, the young man shouted that he was crazy. This was a 1000th level problem. It was not a problem they could solve themselves. It was not a fact that they could handle it even if all 10 top guilds were here. People looked in amazement. Hearing that, then what? They should sit still. If a rift of this kind breaks through, they would all die. He just wants to say that they need a plan. They should at least wait for Chuck. The hero entered the cave. Frowning, he said for everyone to disperse. Looking at the rift, the protagonist said that the Tower of Mages would deal with this rift. Bella gritted her teeth and asked if it wasn't the mage John. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that the senior mage had just arrived at the rift, along with Chuck, a super important mage who never and under no circumstances leaves the tower. A view of the cave opened up. The man was sitting on the ground. Biting his finger, he said that he had to find it. The protagonist stood still. Looking away, John asked what kind of terrible place. All the rifts were like that, to which Chuck replied that not all looked that bad. Frowning, he thought that he was unstable and did not look like the others. There were no monsters either, and then said that he saw light there. Rushing forward, John shouted that this was the mana of the elder mage Benjamin. The hero suddenly looked in amazement. Looking at the mage, he turned. The guy looked away and exclaimed. Standing in front of them, he asked what Sir John and Sir Chuck were, how they got here, to which John replied that he should calm down. They did not come to interrogate him. A cave appeared. It was heard that nothing terrible. Let him explain first what happened. The thought arose that at least he was not behaving hostilely. Frowning, the protagonist thought that only that spell circle behind him. No, it was not him at all, and then turned to the magician. Benjamin looked in fear. Hearing what he was hiding behind him, the thought appeared that this was a demon summoning circle. Suddenly Chuck rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, the magician shouted that he should forgive. While attacking, he added that he could not miss this opportunity. Suddenly, a glow flashed in front of the hero. The glow engulfed people. Standing behind the hero, the guy asked that he was okay, to which the protagonist thought that no, he would have died if not for the shield spell. Standing in front of them, Benjamin said that they should forgive him and both leave. The thought appeared that this means what the power of the elder magician Benjamin is. You can't tell by his docile appearance. But his mana alone is so destructive that it affects the landscape. John asked in amazement, hearing the elder say that the truth he seeks is here. The mage said wide-eyed that if he gets this, no one will look down on him anymore, and then thought that a brainwashing spell had been cast on him. The hero's gaze froze in place. Frowning, he turned to the mage. An eye appeared behind the guy. Notifications appeared that a demon was nearby. The natural enemy skill was used. Chuck forms a blue sphere. The hero mentally asks if Benjamin understands that things are bad, and adds that his brains were deeply shoveled. John asks if the entity is a demon. Benjamin releases a cone of fire from his hand. Chuck stands in front of the magic of the guy in glasses. The mage calls the protagonist. The protagonist, creating a magical ball, reflects on being hit with pure magic with the clear intent to kill, and adds thoughts that he now knows how to interfere with this mana to stop it. John, wide-eyed, is surprised. The cone of fire breaks into a blue aura. Chuck stands with his hand outstretched. John is surprised that his friend converted all of Benjamin's mana in an instant with the ability of radiance. The mage opens his mouth and eyes wide, and the protagonist shouts at his opponent to stop his stupidity, because he won't be able to handle Dave when he manifests fully. The brown-haired guy asks again if they called it hysteria. The young man in glasses, his red eye flashing, convinces his friends that he is here because of people like them. The room is enveloped in a black and red aura. Benjamin begins to tell the heroes that John was lucky to be born into a family of wizards, and Chuck, despite the fact that he is only a researcher, has enough skill to extinguish his magic. The protagonist looks forward with malice. Benjamin spreads his legs wide. He believes that if he was born with such talents as his rivals, he would not have to go so far. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, thinks about how the guy with glasses has become much more inferior, and realizes that the more intense his emotions are, the more the rift in the dimension opens up. Benjamin stands in a dark red aura. Chuck thinks that the demon's aura looks more monstrous than that of the demon king of Decoravia, which means that this aura belongs to one of the deadly sins, envy. The hero, putting his foot forward, calls Benjamin and thinks that he cannot allow the demon to come here. The guy with glasses gritting his teeth, Chuck asks him what he is trying to prove. The demon's claws appear next to Benjamin. The hero asks if he will be able to get the recognition he wants so much, even if he sacrifices his existence in order to become more powerful. Chuck is surrounded by a blue aura. He asks the guy with glasses why he needs this recognition in the first place. The demon's claws take Benjamin in a fist. Two groups of 2 people stand in front of a white building. The first group mentally asks the second if they are students of the School of Pure Mana. A group of people in turquoise cloaks joke about the fact that Benjamin didn't even cope with the presentation at the last conference. One of them adds that he even sent a scroll to Chuck, probably to suck up. The group in brown robes aggressively turns in their direction. A guy in a turquoise cape asks what can you even study at a school with such a mage. In response to this, the man shouts at him to watch his words, but the girl dissuades him, and explains that a fight will only make things worse for Benjamin. The groups disperse. 2 in turquoise mock the rest, saying that they are just parasites sucking out the funding of the mage tower. Benjamin sits in the demon's hand. He screams that because of his own insignificance, his students must endure such insults. Envy smiles. The supreme mage abruptly changes his mind, but it's too late. A notification pops up that a rift in the dimension is breaking through. Chuck, putting his hand behind his back, shouts at Benjamin that he can still retreat. The guy in glasses holds a pentagram with an image of a red demon in his hands. A plaque pops up stating that he chose the pentagram of sinister sealed knowledge as an offering. Benjamin, looking through the gap between his fingers, shouts at Chuck that he will blame his absence from the conference on this battle. The protagonist, holding a blue pentagram, reminds the guy that the conference is not over yet. A notification pops up about using the exorcism ability. The hero puts his hand out towards the demon. A plaque appears stating that he invites Dave into his subconscious. The enemy grins and calls the protagonist a demon hunter. Jack, opening his mouth wide, asks what the hell. The villain says that it is too late to do anything, because the rift in the dimension has already begun to expand. The red rift is located among the rocks and trees. Notifications appear that the rift is unstable, and the recommended level is constantly growing. A cry is heard that the rift level is increasing. John, emitting a pale green aura, doubts that he can defeat the great evil, and adds doubts that in the worst case, he will send Chuck into the portal and seal the entire location. The protagonist puts his hand on his forehead. He believes that the flow of mana emanating from the rift is too great, and convinces that he can die from the pressure of the mana even before the demon penetrates his consciousness. A bright light comes from Endy's hand. Chuck, standing sideways, notices that the pressure has receded, and asks if this is light magic. The demon smiles widely and asks Benjamin if this aura is his death throes, calling him a ridiculous little man. Chuck, smiling, thinks about the guy in glasses interfering with the magic coming from the rift and turning it into light. Now he can break through. The protagonist, looking down, says that Benjamin is a good boy. Chuck emits a blue aura. A plaque about the beginning of the exorcism ritual appears. The protagonist, looking over his shoulder, mentally asks where the demon is. The demon, leaning on his knee, says that it was very stupid to call him into his mind. Dave's eyes bulge. He says that he is very surprised, because he thought that all the demon hunters perished in the Holy War. Chuck creates a blue ball, he says, so that envy does not shake the air, and adds that he does not negotiate with the prey. Dave laughs. He explains that all the auction dogs said the same thing, but they still went crazy after inviting him into their mind, and ends the sentence by asking how long the protagonist will last. Sweat runs down Chuck's cheek. He is perplexed. Dave's face contorts. Notifications pop up about the demon from another dimension revealing its powers, and about the rift widening again. John, covering his face with his hand, says that the light magic is fading. The light magic and dark aura blur. The mage notices that the master's magic has run out, and notes that Chuck is vulnerable while he is performing the exorcism. The guy, emitting a lot of magic, says that they are both in danger, and that he has no choice but to evacuate the hero. Chuck's hand stops John. The mage, stopping the magic, calls his name. Dave bends down. The demon, lowering his hands to his pelvis, is surprised that Chuck does not leave, although he has already unlocked his abilities. The protagonist stands among golden spheres. Dave asks the hero what kind of magic it is, and convinces him that his wounds have stopped healing. The demon, disintegrating, emits yellow rays. He asks the hero to wait. Chuck raises his hand. Dave complains that this cannot be. Chuck reflects on the fact that he used the Radiance spell to convert Benjamin's mana, and adds that although his performance would be stronger, this should be enough. Besides, he has a combination of aesthetics with exorcism. Many figures fly through the demon in turn. He screams that they should all have died in the Holy War. Notifications appear about the use of the aesthetics characteristic, and that the activated spell is filled with aesthetics. Dave grabs his throat. John stands in surprise among giant stones. The demon stretches out his hand to the protagonist. Chuck explains to him that the rift is already closing, and that he has nowhere to run. Benjamin lies between Dave's claws. John creates magical chains and says that he will not let him be taken. The demon's eyes bulge and squeal. Chuck looks at Dave with glowing eyes. He screams for the hero to let him go, and not look at him. The demon's hand is cut off. The heroes, angrily looking at the hand, ask if he, like the lizard, left part of his body to escape. John looks up and screams that this is not the end. Benjamin is clutched in the demon's hand. The magician says that he is still alive. The demon, painfully heading towards the protagonist, exclaimed that he was in pain, and stated that the severed hand did not want to regenerate. The monster's stitched face twisted into a terrifying grimace, and the bloody demon thought that this was the best solution available, and added that this bastard was dangerous. But he was sure that he simply could not chase him here. Chuck looked menacingly into the demon's eyes, and he asked the protagonist where he was trying to escape to. The demon, letting out a piercing scream, cried out in pain. The terrible monster, stepping back in shock, asked how the protagonist got here at all. The monster, with a bloody face, twisting her face in guesses, wondered if the activation of the Cranberg mechanical tower was really his doing. The protagonist looked straight into the eyes of horror, and she realized that therefore he was able to freely move between dimensions. While Chuck thought that he felt the demon's mind moving away and added that if he completely overcomes the boundary between dimensions, he will not be able to continue the exorcism. Chuck, grinning evilly, declared that the chase was probably over, calling the monster a one-armed demon. The demon, looking ominously at Chuck, said that she remembered him. The huge bloody hand continued to hold the magician named Benjamin. Chuck, looking at the place of disappearance in surprise, declared to his comrade named John that the monster had disappeared. Chuck, looking menacingly at the scene, told him to worry, because this thrown hand only looks alive to distract them, like a lizard's tail thrown back in fear. The bloody hand began to spurt blood. John, worriedly rushing towards his friend, shouted Benjamin's name. The guy, anxiously running up, asked the senior magician Benjamin if he was okay, if he was conscious, while he, groaning, answered that he was okay. Chuck, analytically looking at the situation, thought that he smelled the scent of fear emanating from the demon during the exorcism ritual. The monster's hand was smoking, and the hero thoughtfully thought that he would be destroyed without a chance to recover, as well as his hand, and added that he would never forget about it. An image of a monstrous monster appeared, and Chuck confidently declared to himself that as long as his heart held this fear, he would not return to this reality. The system, having activated in front of the protagonist, notified that the quest The Truth of the Tower of Mages had been updated and the protagonist needed to find Benjamin, a mage associated with the leadership of the tower. Chuck, perplexed, having read the notification, asked why only one of the two. Chuck, sipping tea from his thermos, thought that it turned out that it was not the end yet, and some uncertainty remained, and John, surprised, asked the mage lying on the ground what had happened, and added that the elder had sent him here. Benjamin, looking terrifyingly through the lenses of his glasses, said that the mage Christopher had said that the truth would be found here, and he had personally granted him permission to leave the tower. An image of a dark cave appeared, and the hero added that as soon as he arrived here, he was overcome by strange feelings, and asked in surprise why the mage Christopher would summon a demon. Chuck, standing unwaveringly at a distance from his comrades, confidently declared that the mage worshipped them. Chuck, looking angrily ahead, analytically explained to his friends that there are individuals who seek to summon demons into the world, despite the fact that they themselves are people. He had observed traces of this in the permafrost. The heroes looked at Chuck in fascination, and the protagonist said that he suggested returning to the Tower of Magicians. The protagonist, looking menacingly behind himself, said that he needed to see the elder Christopher, while the system activated the quest of the truth of the Tower of Magicians. The last floor. The secret room. 3 magicians sat on their majestic thrones in the middle of the dark room, and one of them dejectedly stated that judging by all the data, the summoning had failed. Christopher, looking at his interlocutors with irritation, said that he didn't expect anything special from Benjamin anyway, because he couldn't even die normally, calling him an idiot, while his interlocutor worriedly asked what they would do now if the guy told everyone about what happened. The dark mage of the tower, looking resolutely ahead, said that they simply had to act first. The elder, authoritatively raising his hands up, ordered to gather all the senior mages of the tower. Christopher, threateningly continuing, said that it was necessary to gather all the senior mages of the tower, because the time had come to punish the young fools for breaking the rules of this very tower. Chuck was sweating angrily. The protagonist, running up to his character in a panic, exclaimed that he wanted to see Christopher, and asked him what he would do then, since Christopher was an elder, and he had seen that beam of Benjamin, asking himself how much cooler an elder must be if even the elder mage was so strong, and John, in a calm voice, said that he could not create a portal here, since this place was completely cut off from the outside world. The hero stepped towards the glowing portal and declared that he would open a passage to the mage's tower as soon as the heroes exited the rift, to which the protagonist desperately shouted that he did not want to do this, since he was scared, begging the heroes to give him time to make a plan. Suddenly, John stood rooted to the spot in horror. The guy in the green cloak, looking back at the protagonist in shock, ordered him to stand still. The protagonist looked at what was happening in horror, and his comrade shouted that the force summoning spell would activate as soon as they left the rift, and the protagonist, shocked, asked again if this was really a force summoning spell. An image of an opening portal appeared, and the protagonist, confused, asked where he would be summoned. Chuck, finding himself in the hall of the magician's tower, looked at the surprised crowd of wizards. Benjamin, wearily bending over in pain, explained that all the senior magicians had gathered here, plus there was someone else behind them, explaining that these were 5 stars. All the most noble of all magicians had gathered, and politely greeted them all. Christopher, formally addressing Benjamin, said that he was the elder mage Tom Benjamin, the young star of the tower, had left the tower without permission, thereby violating their order, and sternly passing sentence, said that the rules of the tower were strict, and added that he was sentencing him to imprisonment in Avicii. Benjamin, looking desperately at the elder of the Tower of Mages, shouted that this was all a misunderstanding, because they themselves had sent him there. Benjamin, looking imploringly at the crowd of mages, said that he even had permission. Christopher, hypocritically looking at the poor guy, said, "My God, the elder mage Benjamin?" The hero held out an unrolled scroll in his hand, and the elder of the tower menacingly declared that he had given him this permission because he said that he wanted to find the truth outside the tower. Christopher flashed his blue eyes and continued the phrase that he had given the guy permission not so that he could summon a demon. The protagonist angrily looked at the elder of the Tower of Magicians and thought about the aura of demons. Christopher, suspiciously looking at the protagonist, asked the protagonist what he was doing here. Chuck, looking shrewdly at the elder of the Tower of Magicians, asked him in a tricky voice how he knew that a ritual of summoning a demon was carried out in the rift. Chuck, accusingly looking at the antagonist, asked him, "Is it Christopher?" The protagonist tensely froze in front of the crowd of magicians. The elders, worriedly turning to each other, discussed whether this was a real ritual of summoning a demon, specifying whether Benjamin was a demon worshipper. Christopher, looking at Chuck with disdain, said that he was just an unreasonable researcher, and added that apparently the elder mage Benjamin had entangled him in a web of his lies, and asked if he really believed the deception that he had made up, fearing punishment. The protagonist looked menacingly at the head of the Tower of Mages, and Christopher condescendingly said that he mercifully overlooked his rudeness. But the protagonist interrupted him and said that he would ask the same question again. The mage looked contemptuously towards the protagonist, and Chuck authoritatively reminded the rules that the mages of the tower are forbidden to leave it without the permission of the elders. Chuck, looking shrewdly straight into the eyes of the antagonist, asked who else were those elders who approved the surrender of him to Benjamin, besides himself. The elder of the Tower of Mages, looking indignantly at the main character, exclaimed, "What impudence it was," and asked how dare he suspect them too. The elder said that, as already said, Benjamin said that he wanted to investigate something, and the girl, sitting nearby, said that this really sounded a little strange. The girl, looking at the elders of the Tower of Mages, asked her comrades, didn't the rules state that it was necessary to reach an agreement between 5 elders in order to allow the mage to leave the tower? Elder Julia, putting her hand to her lips, said that she, however, had never even heard of such a request. Elder Luke sat in his place, and the girl asked him if he agreed with her. Chuck, confidently looking at his opponents, said that now they were in the majority. The magician in the green robe, decisively raising his finger, ordered the demon worshippers to surrender, to which Julia objected that this was simply some kind of absurdity. The magician stood in the middle of the large hall, and Christopher indignantly asked them why they stood rooted to the spot, because their star was literally being mocked, and ordered that this researcher be immediately locked in the punishment chamber. The elder, firmly looking at the protagonist and his comrades, said that the magicians make decisions on their own. The magician in the green robe looked at what was happening in shock and asked in horror what he had just said. The magicians of the tower decisively pointed their weapons at the elders. Magic auras enveloped their hands. The elder, looking at his new opponents, said that even if they were wrong, they would be held accountable for it. At this time, the supporter of the demon worshipper, angrily looking at the heroes, exclaimed that they were simply traitors. Christopher, raising his hand to his mouth in horror, said that it looked like it was not Benjamin who was awaiting imprisonment in Avicii. The protagonist, taking a step back, said that then it would be better for him to leave them. Christopher activated a magic spell. Benjamin, looking at what was happening in amazement, shouted that this was real teleportation, and added that, however, a teleportation spell should not work in the round table hall, while John said that this was far from teleportation. Elder Christopher angrily looked at the heroes and the protagonist said that this was a forced summoning spell that was activated under certain conditions, while the Elder of the Tower of Magicians ominously said that the researcher Chaku, he remembered him. The Hall of Magicians was filled with a dark magical aura and Christopher wished to meet with the protagonist again. The protagonist stood menacingly in the middle of the hall. The system solemnly notified that the quest The Truth of the Tower of Magicians Elders was completed. The protagonist fulfilled the conditions. His affinity with the Tower of Magicians increased significantly, and his influence in the Tower of Magicians increased significantly. Chuck, looking at the monitor with delight, thought that the influence had jumped again, and Julia loudly declared that apparently this escape only confirmed their suspicions. The elder, clearing her throat, officially said that from this moment, in addition to Christopher, the two elders who approved Benjamin's sortie were removed from their posts and would be forever imprisoned in Avicii, and declared that this meeting could be considered over. The protagonist's comrade bowed deeply and the elder confidentially asked if she could rely on him in subsequent affairs, while John respectfully answered that of course he could rely on him. The system, activating a new quest, announced that a related quest had appeared, restoring the Tower of the Mages, and now, even when the goal of pursuing the truth was tainted, the protagonist needed to restore the Tower of the Mages from the very foundations, while Chuck, surprised, exclaimed that this was another quest of the Tower of the Mages. The protagonist, greedily looking at his monitor, thought that even with his current level of authority, he gets a lot of goodies, and asked himself that if he gains even more affinity and influence, how much will he be able to squeeze out of it? Chuck, concentrating on his screen, thought that for now there is something more important. The system, displaying a repeating quest, showed that the protagonist needs to temper his weak body, while Chuck thought that this is a repeating quest again. The protagonist desperately ran through the night park. Chuck, tensely running through the park, thought that this time he has two main advantages. The door slightly opened and the protagonist thought that now he has a huge rise in affinity and influence in the Tower of Magicians, and the items left after the bloody demon, which he managed to cleanse through exorcism. An image of a magic item appeared, and the protagonist thought that one of them was a pentagram of pure knowledge, an item that contained all the information on each plant and mineral of the arcana. The hero, looking at the item in his hands with impress, thought that he expected something cool, and since this is a top epic item, then something like this goes beyond all bounds, because along with information on thousands of different herbs, it also increases the magical efficiency of mineral research. Chuck, intrigued, moving on to the next item, wondered what the other one did. The protagonist, looking at the second artifact in amazement, thought that it was obtained from the remains of that monster, and there is a pentagram of hidden knowledge on it. Chuck, looking at the item in his hand with impress, thought that this is the very item that can create a portal to the 252nd level zone. An image of horrible monsters appeared and Chuck thought that the Predator Zone consisted exclusively of predators of each region, that this is the very place where the battle for life never ends, because monsters constantly kill each other in an endless bloody massacre. The protagonist, calmly tightening his tie on his neck, thought that this was cruel, but the true value of this location is in the speed of leveling. Chuck, throwing on his black coat, thought that with such a bunch of mobs, experience is gained super quickly, and level 250 sounds like an ideal difficulty level. Chuck, looking excitedly straight ahead, thought that this was a brilliant opportunity, adding that he would have a noisy night. The system, activating the portal, notified that the protagonist needed to uncover a secret, overcome a repeated rift, and that he had entered the rift of the Predator Swamp. The huge forested jungle was full of terrible creatures. The huge insects, growling aggressively, made terrible sounds. The bear, roaring belligerently, made a loud sound. The huge brown bear covered the animals with its massive paws. The hero, looking at the bear in shock, thought, "My God, what's going on here?" Chuck, approaching the aggressive animal, thought that as expected, there was not the slightest hint of decency here. The protagonist held his sword in his hand and said that such a beast needed to be taught manners. The main character confidently looked towards his opponent. Chuck fought elegantly against the huge predator. The Tower of Magicians. The laboratory of the elder magician Julie. John respectfully bowed to the elders of the tower, and said that 2 former elders had already been imprisoned in Avicii under the tower. The hero looked at the magicians in confusion, and said that they could not find the escaped Christopher, to which Julius said that this was already a good job. The girl in the white robe looked at the young mage and he said that now, she and Luke were the only remaining elders of the Tower of Mages, and asked if he could make a request to them. John, respectfully turning to the elders, asked to allow the mages to act outside the walls of the tower. John, looking seriously at the elders, said in a confident voice that since even among them there were demon worshippers, they can no longer sit back and watch, because they are already guilty of unforgivable sins against the demon hunter's aniction. Julia grinned peacefully and John humbly asked, at least now, to allow them to begin returning the debt to Sir Chuck. Luke, looking at the elder, confidently said that he was sure that the head of the tower would think the same way as John. Elder Luke, nodding approvingly, said that he approved of his proposal. Julia, grinning, said that apparently nothing could be done, and added that she also accepted his proposal. The young man looked at the elders with delight, and Luke added that he approved of this proposal with one condition. The protagonist cut the brown bear with his sword, and the system reported that he had defeated the predatory beast bear, gaining a new level. The protagonist swung his weapon again, and the system reported that he had defeated the predatory beast wolf, gaining a new level. A huge mosquito flew at the protagonist from above. The protagonist confidently raised his hand in the air. A huge fireball destroyed the enemy, and the protagonist ordered him to burn, and the system reported that he had defeated the giant predatory mosquito, gaining a new level. The protagonist opened a thermos with tea. An information window appeared with his health indicators. The hero brought the thermos to his mouth and thought that he knew that everything was more complicated than he thought, and it was good that he took the herbal set with him, and the system reported that he felt the magical energies of herbs and received regeneration. An image of a tall tree appeared and the hero thought that there were so many different plants here because it was a swamp, and added that it would be cool to find more herbs. An image of the pentagram of pure knowledge item appeared and the protagonist opened his eyes wide. An image of beautiful flowers appeared and Chuck thought that it was a magnolia of contemplation. He looked at the tall tree and said to himself that this was a rare herb that would increase the characteristics by as much as 4 points, and added that if he did not have the pentagram, he would never have found it. The hero picked up a white creature and thought that 4 points of characteristics were, in fact, equal to receiving 4 levels, and added that this was an unexpected find. The protagonist brought the snow-white creature closer. The spirit, turning to Chuck with displeasure, asked what he wanted, since he wanted to sleep, and ordered to return him back, while Chuck, shocked, thought, could it really be a spirit? Chuck, amazed, looked at the white creature and exclaimed that it was a spirit, while the spirit, irritably shouted that he had told to return him to his place, and asked, could it really be that the hero wanted punishment? An image of a thick magic book appeared, and Chuck analytically thought that only a small part of people are able to see spirits without having a contract, since this requires outstanding sensitivity to mana and a pure mind, and it turns out that Chuck has just such a mind that he can see them. Chuck, looking at the spirit, pragmatically said that he is going to collect that magnolia of contemplation, on which the spirit slept. The spirit, displeasedly turning away from the protagonist, said that he doesn't have enough mana yet. The spirit, looking sadly at Chuck, said that for some reason he had lost contact with the forest and could restore his mana exclusively with the energy of this magnolia, and the hero suddenly thought that this area had been temporarily cut off from the continent of Arcana due to the creation of a rift, and therefore the spirit had lost the ability to interact with the forest. Chuck, looking interestedly at the snow-white spirit, wondered if there was any other method to restore his mana. The spirit, laying his head on the petal of the magnolia, thoughtfully asked if the hero meant the method where he needed to make a contract with a person so that he would share. The hero looked at the spirit in surprise and said that he would not make a contract with just anyone. An image of the spirit and the person appeared and the protagonist thought that the spirits belonged to the world of Arcana, and when the rift was cleared, they would return back, and added that if he made a contract, he would be able to summon him again when he entered another rift. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that it meant that he would be able to receive information from the Arcana, and told the spirit that he was a contractor for the Supreme Fire Dragon Spirit. The snow-white creature turned to the hero in surprise. The protagonist stood on a high ladder and said the name of the elemental mage Fianroth, and the spirit asked if it was him. The spirit cheerfully walked towards the protagonist, and he said that only the chief researcher named John was above him. Chuck, looking at the spirit, formally said that he was his research partner, and wished to make a contract with the snow-white spirit, and asked if he was qualified. The spirit looked at the protagonist in surprise. The creature flew up above the flower. The spirit lay down right on the flower. The spirit, lying on its stomach, said that it was a junior spirit of the forest, named Nymph. The nymph respectfully addressed Chuck and asked if she could ask Mr. Li Ho Yeo, the research partner of the head mage John, who was older than even Fianroth, the contractor of the Supreme Fire Dragon Spirit, a question, while Chuck, tiredly interrupted, said that it was too long. The nymph, embarrassed, asked why someone great like him would make a contract with someone like her, and a huge mouth appeared behind the spirit. The mouth of the huge monster slammed shut with a crash. Chuck and the spirit found themselves in the stomach of the monster. The nymph, looking around in fear, exclaimed, while Chuck, surprised, wondered if the magnolia was really being eaten away by snake venom. The protagonist picked up the nymph and thought that he had worked so hard to get this flower that he wouldn't lose it to some viper, and ordered the spirit to perform the contract ritual, to which she asked if they were really going to do it right there. Chuck, panicking, shouted for the spirit to do it faster before they were swallowed whole, to which she replied that it wasn't that easy, while Chuck asked if there were any conditions for the ritual, to which she, embarrassed, replied that there weren't. The nymph, dreamily clutching her cheeks, said that since she was little, she had dreamed of her first contract being made in a field of flowers with a handsome man who would whisper an eternal oath in her ear, and then they would exchange rings made of herbs, while Chuck impatiently ordered them to begin, and wondered if he should just leave her. A huge viper rose into the air and the nymph announced that she was beginning the contract ritual. The protagonist looked at his hand and the system announced that a contract ritual was being undertaken with the spirit. Chuck, watching what was happening in surprise, exclaimed that the nymph's form was changing. Chuck, looking at the spirit with understanding, realized that spirits are extremely susceptible to the influence of their contractors' personalities, which means that her appearance and character will change depending on his influence. The nymph, having solemnly introduced herself, asked to allow her to introduce herself again. An image of a girl with wings appeared and the nymph introduced herself as a junior spirit of the forest, a nymph, on behalf of the spirit contractor Mr. Chuck. She swears eternal loyalty, while Chuck, surprised, thought that she had also turned into a noble spirit with the 8th grader syndrome. The nymph, looking politely at the protagonist, said that however, she could not say that this place was really suitable for bringing him her first greeting, and if he did not mind, she would escort him outside. The magnolia glowed with a bright light and Chuck, puzzled, wondered why the magnolia of contemplation also glowed. The neck of a huge viper exploded and the system reported that the protagonist defeated the predatory beast anaconda, receiving a new level. Chuck, looking at the tree in amazement, wondered if this tree really grew from that very flower, while the system notified that the prey was collected automatically. The nymph, looking at the protagonist, said that this ability was given to them, spirits, a blessing from birth, a sprout blessed by them grows wherever it is. Chuck, looking at the spirit with interest, asked himself if it was really anything and anywhere, because it could be incredibly useful for research and cultivation of herbs, asking the girl if this was really a power different from mana, the power of nature itself. Chuck, looking worriedly at the glowing tree, thought that this spirit was using his ana without asking. The protagonist's face twisted into a grimace. The nymph, looking at the protagonist with admiration, said that the contractor's power is inexhaustible. No matter how much mana she sucks out, he is still full, grow big and strong, and added that with this her forest will bloom even more, and Chuck, tiredly thought that this is enough. The system, notifying about the conclusion of the contract, said that he made a contract with the spirit, and the Queen of the Forest Spirits Dried blesses his contract, because the blessing of the Queen of the Forest Spirits Dried extends across the swamp of predators. Chuck, standing on a tree branch, thought that making a contract with a spirit provides such effects, and added that he does not know what kind of blessing dried it is, but for now he will rest and restore mana. The system reported that experience points received in the swamp of predators are increased by 20%, and the chances of valuable prey in the swamp of predators are increased by 20%, and the remaining time is 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Chuck, grinning contentedly, thought that it was hunting time, but he would not refuse loot and pumping. The protagonist, looking at the flower, thought that first, he would collect the magnolia of contemplation, and then head to the area with a bunch of mobs, while the system notified that a fully blossomed magnolia of contemplation increases stat points by 4. The system reported that the pentagram of pure knowledge provides knowledge of all minerals and plants of the continent of Arcana. The protagonist looked at the flower and realized that even more knowledge had naturally popped into his head. Chuck looked around the area and Nymph said that this area was the center of the swamp, where the eternal battle of predators was taking place, to which Chuck replied that he was not talking about monsters, asking that the stone in the center, was it really the seed of the world tree? The tree began to glow brightly. The protagonist, looking at it in shock, asked Nymph if her blessing could grow the world tree, while she, shocked, asked him if he was talking about the world tree, the heart of the continent, the parent of all vegetation, adding that she had never tried. Monsters were crowding around the stone and Chuck confidently said that the pentagram of pure knowledge told him everything, adding that although it looked like a stone, it was definitely a seed of the tree, asking himself how it ended up in such a place. The system activated the world quest. The guy looked at his computer in surprise. The girl stared at the monitor, mesmerized. While the streamer Huiganto was broadcasting and searching for rare snails. The system announced a world quest for the seed of the world tree, where the continent of Arcana was experiencing a crisis that threatened extinction, and amidst this great threat, new hope was born. The protagonist looked at the monitor in surprise. Chuck, standing on a tree branch, thought that the knowledge provided by the pentagram was intended for demons, and in Arcana, they used it to destroy the world tree, and sensing this danger, it scattered its seeds across the continent, and this, apparently, was one of them. Chuck, decisively turning to the nymph flying in the air, told her to get ready. The protagonist, looking at the creatures serving below, solemnly said that they would make the world tree bloom, and thought that the nymph controlled the branches and vines of the magnolia of contemplation, which she had grown, with minor adjustments to the shape and strength. The predators pounced on the world tree. Chuck, confidently throwing himself down from the tree, thought that it was actually very easy to tie up these creatures. The protagonist made several confident strikes and the system reported that the blessing of the dryad and the gain of experience had increased by 20%, and he had gained a new level. The protagonist, tiredly opening his thermos, and the system informed him that the energy of the herbs restores his health somewhat, and the hero declared to himself that using the blade's aura is really exhausting, because he would have passed out long ago if not for the tea. Chuck, assessing the huge stone, thought that these were the last remnants of what he took with him, because he saved as much mana as he could in the battle, and hoped that this would be enough to grow the world tree. The hero, opening his eyes wider, felt something. The nymph, looking worriedly at the protagonist, thought that this feeling frightened her. A huge creature jumped out in front of the protagonist, and the system informed him that the owner of the forest, the guardian of the forest, was an ancient rock. Chuck, anxiously looking at the stone face of the creature, asked himself whether he was really protecting grain, and added that naturally, it could not be that a world-class quest was so simple. The hero materialized swords in his hand and said that it would be difficult, because he also needed to save up mana, but nothing could be done. The protagonist swung his weapon and said that he would have to meet the monster with a sword, and asked if he had the courage to grapple with a lion, and use the final move, the Harkon imitation technique. The monster stopped, confused. The protagonist looked at his opponent in surprise. The guardian bowed his head favorably to the protagonist. The nymph flew up to the protagonist and said that the guardian of the forest, on behalf of the protector of the local nature, pays tribute to someone who has an outstanding spirit and character. The girl, looking sympathetically at the guardian, thought that it was a pity, because his natural lifespan had long since come to an end, but he was still holding on, albeit barely. The protagonist put his hand on the muzzle of the guardian of the forest, and the girl said that he had been guarding something here for an eternity. Chuck, looking forward confidently, said that the guardian protected the seed of the world tree from demons here. The huge guardian opened his eyes and Chuck respectfully said that he acknowledged the pride that he had protected all this time and took it upon his shoulders. The carcass of the forest guardian glowed brightly. The hero, watching the glowing monster in amazement, thought that his energy was being transferred to the seed, because the guardian was offering his life as an offering to the world tree. Chuck, decisively turning to the nymph, said that this stone was the seed of the world tree and ordered her to use her blessing. The nymph, looking at the protagonist understandingly, said, "It turns out that it was," and added that she understood everything. The nymph, concentratedly flew up above the huge carcass. The seed of the world tree shone with magical energy. The seed of the world tree was intensely transformed. The protagonist looked at what was happening in surprise. The world tree, rising majestically, began to sprout from the ground. The system announced that he had entered the rift of the secret garden of the world tree. A new world tree had taken root on the continent of Arcana. The protagonist confidently looked at the screen. The system reported that the continent of Arcana was celebrating the birth of a new world tree, and people looked at their monitors in surprise. The system notified that a wave of life was sweeping across the continent of Arcana, while the streamer Huigantu shockingly exclaimed, "What the hell is going on there?" And his viewers commented that while Huigantu was crawling after snails, someone found the world tree. The viewer, confidently looking at the screen, said that it was Chuck again. The protagonist looked ahead and the system notified that he had passed the rift of the secret garden of the world tree. Chuck, noticing the closing of the portal, shouted that the rift was closing and called Nymph to him. Chuck, looking sternly at the girl, ordered her to observe the situation in Archon and then report to him, because the mechanical tower of Kvirenberg would serve as her base of operations. The nymph, respectfully bowing her head, said that she would justify the trust of Mr. Chuck. The protagonist found himself in his room. Chuck, bowing his head, thought that this nymph used someone else's mana exactly as she pleased. An image of past events appeared. The hero stood in the middle of the rooms and Chuck thought that he passed out while standing. The protagonist opened his eyes in confusion. Chuck, looking ahead in surprise, was he really at home, asking himself if he fell asleep, was it all a dream? Chuck, checking his statistics, saw that he had the title of the last explorer. The hero, happily looking at the monitor, thought that it was not a dream after all, and he had a title, because in the arcana itself it was super hard to earn them, and asked what effects it had. The parrot, hurriedly burst into the room, shouted the protagonist's name. The feathered one, excitedly looking at the protagonist with his huge eyes, said that he had arrived to notify him about the planned resumption of the scientific conference. Chuck, looking at the feathered one, thought that this conference was suspended when Benjamin disappeared, and it would be better to participate in it in order to complete the quest, and asked the parrot when it would resume, to which he replied that it would happen in 2 hours. The protagonist angrily looked ahead and the parrot said that he was so worried because he could not find him for 3 days, sir, and so glad that he found him. The protagonist, brushing his teeth, said that he would be heading out in a minute and wondered how long he had been out cold, adding that Nymph was eating too much mana. Benjamin was speaking at the podium. The protagonist looked confidently at the audience and declared that his presentation was over, adding that he thanked them for their attention. The mages sat tiredly and one girl said that Benjamin had really prepared well. John told a passing red-haired guy that he had given a great speech, and Chuck announced that Kiko from the School of Enchantment would be speaking next. The students began to talk about the School of Enchantment. Chuck, looking critically at the mages, thought that this was the same black hole of the Tower of Mages, and asked himself what had suddenly happened to the mood, because the School of Enchantment was definitely not the most popular, but he would not call it a black hole. The girl began to climb the podium, and the hero thought that senior mages were exempt from the admission procedure to the Topaz Hall, so he did not even know what her work would be about. Senior Mage Kiko, desperately looking at the crowd of gathered mages, said that she was a parasite. John, sympathetically watching what was happening, thought that the girl had imposter syndrome again, and added that he was afraid that she was not able to give a presentation, asking to take her to her place. Kiko, hysterically kicking away from the men, exclaimed that she was parasitizing on the Tower of Mages like a useless pig. She was a black hole that only absorbed the funding of the tower, while her colleagues, calming her down, asked her to calm down and offered her to return to her lab. John, standing on the podium, officially announced that this was the last presentation, and that was all for today, while Chuck thought with satisfaction that apparently this could be considered a success. The protagonist turned to the magician who had called him by name. John looked at the protagonist and asked if he wanted to have some tea with him, because he had good news for him, while Chuck thought about what it could be and agreed, because he also had something to say. The Tower of the Magicians. The Hanging Gardens. Enormous gardens hung in the air. John spat out his tea in shock. The guy looked at Chuck in surprise and asked if it was really the World Tree and asked if he now had access to information from the continent of Arcana, to which Chuck agreed. The system solemnly notified that the global quest, the seed of the World Tree, was being completed, and one seed had been found. Chuck drank tea from the cup and declared that although it was only one of many, the energy of this life should help those who fight destruction. John wearily folded his hands together and said that the World Tree controlled the energy of the Arcana world, and the demons had only grown stronger in his absence. But since he had grown the grain, everything had changed. John, warily realizing, said that this was extremely good news and added that she did not know how to repay him, and Chuck asked him if he had not promised him good news. The protagonist sipped his tea and the mage, with slight irony, noted that in comparison to his news, this was just nonsense. Chuck sipped his tea and John solemnly announced that mages no longer needed permission to leave the tower. John, holding out his hand and explaining that this only applied to matters related to Christopher, but as soon as they dealt with him, mages would be able to leave the tower accompanied by a senior mage. The protagonist looked ahead happily and the mage continued that he, like Chuck, was considered a senior mage, and the hero thought that he could join any raid on the rift together with the tower mages. Chuck, smiling calmly, asked if they had already found Christopher, and he asked himself if that was really his entire reaction. John sat tensely at the table and said that the prisoners would not admit to anything, but no one could stand long-term imprisonment in Avicii, and he was sure that they would soon find out where he was. Chuck looked thoughtfully at his interlocutor and asked what kind of place Avicii was. The magician, running into the hall, shouted to Sir John. The magician stopped and said that it was urgent, because the problem was connected with two former elders who were imprisoned. The protagonist and his interlocutor were dumbfounded. The system informed that the Tower of Magicians was created from countless spells, and underground there was a space that served as a foundation for them, adding that this was a place untouched by the flow of time. John went down the stairs and explained the nature of the prison, saying that this was a space of constants, where everything was constant, unchangeable. This was Avicii. Chuck, looking at his interlocutor, thought that he had just entered here, and just 1 second already seemed to drag on forever, like in a hyperbolic time room. Chuck, shocked, saw two figures burning on the floor. John, looking at the remains in shock, asked if these were the charred bodies of those elders, and asked what had happened, while the magician, confused, answered that he did not know, because he had come down here as soon as he noticed the presence of unfamiliar mana, and they were already in this form. Chuck, coming closer to the fire, thought that apparently, the escape attempt had failed, because he had heard that it was impossible to use mana in this place, but this was practically the exit. They should have been able to get out, since this had happened. The fire blazed right in front of the hero. Suddenly, the flames gushed out at the protagonists. John, looking at what was happening with concern, asked what had caused it, and ordered to set up a barrier. The flames melted the barrier, and Chuck thought that the flames were even burning through John's defense. The staff hit the stone floor. The ice staff extinguished the villain's magic. Chuck looked at what was happening and thought that the magician had extinguished the flames and frozen the area with one blow of the staff. Elder Luke, standing in front of the heroes, said that this was Christopher's magic. Luke, looking shrewdly into the protagonist's eyes, said that the villain must have decided to get rid of them before they could reveal any information about him, and judging by the fact that he had also left a trap, he was seriously underestimating them. An image of past events appeared and Chuck thought with impression about this man. Chuck, looking respectfully at Luke, thought that he was seeing the elder up close for the first time, and John humbly asked for forgiveness, because he had imposed on him the duties of monitoring the prisoners, and he had failed. Luke, looking at the mage mercifully, told him to raise his head, because he was initially unable to uncover Christopher's insidious plans, and now that the traces of his mana had evaporated, they would not be able to track him. The protagonist stood at a distance, and the mage addressed him by name. Luke, looking at the hero seriously, said that he had a request for him, asking if he could talk to him alone, while the system activated the quest Luke's request. Luke, turning his back to the hero, frankly said that Christopher was the reason he entered the tower. An image of the mage in fire appeared and he stated that Christopher was an elder, once called the Flame Dragon. Luke, mysteriously bowing his head, said that for him, who dreamed of conquering the peak of ice magic, he was an opportunity to prove his power. The protagonist looked at the elder and he said that he simply wanted to freeze the flame, because that was his only goal, that was all he cared about, because in the end he had achieved the same status as the oldest mage. An image of two elders of the mage tower appeared and Luke said that, however, he could not surpass him. Luke, turning to the protagonist, frankly said that, to be honest, he no longer thought that this was even possible, but with the way events were developing, he realized that he was still not able to give up this goal. The protagonist looked at the mage in surprise and he called him the Supreme Mage Chuck. Luke, looking the protagonist straight in the eyes, decisively said that he was the only one who could fulfill his request. The protagonist confidently walked along the brightly lit corridor. The blonde frowned. The guy mentally declared that this was Luke's request. Chuck approached the girl in the cloak and thought that he would help him. Since it was also a quest, the guy mentally added that he had a feeling that it was not at all about a sense of duty to the Tower of Magicians. A notification appeared that this was a quest request from Zion. You need to help Ziones defeat Kristoff. The protagonist opened the door and mentally declared that, most likely, he was glad to finally get the opportunity to make his lifelong dream come true. The blonde sat down on a chair and thought that turning his lifelong dream into reality was more important. The elder of the Tower of Magicians stands against the background of his fiery dragon. Kristoff frowned. The protagonist mentally explained that he is a rare fighter, so there is not much information about him, but all the players who met him say something about him. A man in a black cloak stands on the edge of a burning rock. The hero mentally said that his flame burns literally everything to the ground. Chuck pressed his hand to his head and mentally declared that he had to fight him somehow. The guy mentally added that he had even burned through Marcello's barrier. A table of the character profile named Chuck appeared. The protagonist thought that he had leveled up a little in the Predator Swamp, but he was still nothing compared to the elder. The guy mentally added that he did not have the appropriate artifacts for this. Chuck put his hand on the table and in his mind he asked himself how he should prepare for this. An image of a message that had come to Chuck's phone appeared, which said that his friends were worried about him, and also that they had collected information that might interest him. A news table appeared, which said that scientists could not find an explanation for the appearance of red stars in the sky. The red star is growing. A news table appeared, on which lava flows flowed from the glaciers of the Arctic. It was also said that unnatural phenomena were observed on the dead land of the North Pole. Flying up to the blonde, the letter shouted his name. Chuck asked what they wanted from him. The brunette runs and shouts that they have just detected the presence of abnormal mana in the northern region of the Earth. He also added that everyone should immediately proceed to the Topaz Hall. Topaz Hall, the Towers of the Magicians. 8 magicians came to a spacious room. The brunette in the blue cape raised his hand to his face and said that this is the mana of the former elder, the Flame Dragon Christopher. The long-haired man thoughtfully scratched his chin. William said that this mana is unimaginable. The long-haired man exclaimed that they can be sure, and asked if they have determined the presence of any other mana. The red-haired guy replied that he experienced something similar in the place where Christopher sent him in search of the truth. The man in glasses clenched his hand into a fist and said that there was a demon there. He added that now it is more sinister, more powerful. The blonde man entered the room and exclaimed that Christopher was trying to create a rift. Chuck frowned and said that Christopher wanted to summon a high-ranking demon king. The man with the eye patch opened his mouth. The blonde man asked who the other man was talking about. The guy in the bow tie asked what the rifts had to do with the demon king. Chuck turned around and said that he needed a sacrifice. The man in the suit walked away from the rift. The blonde man explained that a sacrifice worthy of a king is life. In other words, he needs deaths. A rift occurs. A large ancient building stands at a busy intersection. Chuck said that the method of creating enough of these deaths around the world is to collapse the rifts. Chuck pointed to the board and said that Christopher had prepared 11 similar rifts around the world in order to achieve his goal. He added that there were approximately 13 hours left until these rifts were fully formed. The long-haired man looked at the screen and said that now everything became clear. Christopher really worships demons. The green-haired girl said that the image on the board looks very realistic. She added that it was as if she were watching everything in reality. The girl clarified what kind of magic it was. Chuck frowned and thought that it was an ordinary projector. He added that they had little time. The brunette shook his head affirmatively. The blonde exclaimed that now he would briefly tell about the plan and the distribution among the squads. Chuck took a step forward and said that a group of 2 people would be assigned to each rift, that there would be separate assignments for the senior mages. William raised his hand and said that Christopher was the biggest criminal in the history of the Tower of Magicians. It was obvious that they, the senior mages, were obliged to deal with him. He added that he thought he should skip this mission. Chuck stepped forward and asked his name. William replied that it wasn't because he was scared, but because he also used flame magic. The brunette opened his eyes. Chuck said that he was aware that flame magic in its nature is subject to a strict hierarchy. The blonde folded his arms across his chest and exclaimed that a weaker flame would be absorbed by a larger one. He added that when faced with Christopher's magic, his fire would only serve as fuel for him, giving him even more power. William shifted his gaze. The blonde said that there was a magician here who could solve this problem. Chuck tilted his head down. People began to ask again who it was and make their own guesses. The girl looks at the audience in fear. The blonde says that it is the senior magician of the School of Enchantment. The girl in glasses blinked. The crowd of magicians looks at the girl. Someone said that Lily is a black hole absorbing the budget of the Tower of Magicians. That Lily is paranoid. The blonde smiled and said that Lily's presentation at the conference was a failure. However, he had studied all of her works. The girl cried and said that she was a useless pig, that she was a black hole that only absorbed the tower's funding. The blonde said that it was in them that he had found the key to defeating Christopher. Lily opened her mouth. The blonde said that now everyone would read Lily's work on the theory of enchantment, as well as notes describing her personal experiments on how to finish off an introvert. An introduction. The Arctic, a dead land? A man in a black cloak stood on a cliff. A guy in a black cloak approached the man and asked if they were being too provocative. The green-haired guy bowed before the man and said that if he continued to throw away mana like this, the tower's mages would find them in the blink of an eye. The bearded man smiled and said it didn't matter, they wouldn't even stick their noses out of the tower. He added that the sacrifice was more important now. He asked if it would be enough to lead him to the truth. Alfred smiled evilly and said he would definitely be happy. 11 rifts around the world should be enough. Christopher lowered his head. Alfred asked when exactly these rifts would collapse. The bearded man raised his head to the sky. Alfred asked what happened there. Christopher replied that he had lost contact with one of the rifts. The green-haired man grinned and said that the Earth's population could not interact with unopened rifts. Christopher frowned and mentally declared that this was a tower of mages. Only a few were able to interfere with his mana. The brunette opened his eyes in surprise. A blue star lit up brightly in the sky. Christopher declared that they were chopping them off one by one. They were already close. The green-haired man looked up and asked what it was. Christopher looks at the blue portal and shouts that it is a portal. The brunette looks at the portal. William approached the portal and exclaimed that Christopher was found. The red-haired guy directed his power at the portal. The blonde said that everything is fine, he should get ready and shoot mana. The red-haired guy exclaimed affirmatively. The bearded man looks forward in fear. The yellow power rushed towards the opponent. Christopher exclaimed that it was a beam of pure mana. The long-haired man accumulated purple power in his hands. The blonde shouted his name. Lily reads a book. Chuck shouts her name. The girl nervously asks if it will work. Lily turned the page. Christopher frowned. The yellow beam next to black magic are directed towards the opponent. The School of Enchantment studies the imbuing of objects with magic. Black magic and the yellow beam merged into one. What if it was possible to imbue one type of magic with another? The brunette holds blue energy in his hand and says that everything is stable, no violations. John's theory of magic served as the basis by which Benjamin's pure mana was endowed with Mattis's black magic. Lily nervously flips through the book and says that it works. The blonde shouts the name of the next fighter. Then they added the mana of the rest of the senior magicians. Black and yellow energy is directed to the opponent. The blonde shouts the names of the next ones who should enter the battle. Finally, they used flame magic, which essentially itself combines with more powerful magic in order to strengthen it. The blonde exhaled and said that William should be the last. The fireball flies. The bearded man looks at the cloud of energy in surprise. All the energy is directed at the opponents. The energy hits the hero. Even Christopher, the greatest flame mage, cannot withstand this. A red ball of flame burned above the man. A column of mana pierced the ground. Someone said that the man could not avoid being hit. Clouds of smoke were billowing. Christopher waved his hand and said that what happened was funny. Waves of fire rushed into the portal with people. The guys were surprised that the man was okay after the attack. Flames burst into the hall. People were building a barrier of magic and said that the power of fire was very strong. The crystal in the center of the hall was surrounded by fire. Someone said that the Tower of Magicians would be burned at this rate. The guy smiled broadly and laughed. Christopher's cloak was fluttering in the wind. Pieces of ice flew between the streams of fire. The man frowned. The guy hovered above the man. Luke held a staff in his hand and said that Christopher was a scoundrel and his arrogance knew no bounds. The man was surprised by the guy's arrival. The man's curls lay on his forehead. Chuck glanced at John and was surprised that the fighter went into the portal alone, and added that for this stage he would join forces with Luke. The guy was surprised that Chuck wanted to go into the portal with Luke alone without any help. The guy extended his hand to the portal. John tried to dissuade the young man, but Chuck said that everyone had their own mission. The fighter turned back and said that he was leaving the supervision of the operation to John. Waves went through the portal from Chuck entering it. Sweat was running down John's face. He doubted the young man's decision and decided that they needed to seal the tower gates so that the researchers would not be hit. The man raised his hand and asked what was going on. There was a chain hanging on the tower gates. People were wondering what the hell was going on and why the gates were closed. Christopher rested his hand on his basin and was surprised that Luke brought Chuck with him, and asked why he was also so interested in absolute power. The guy rested his staff on the ground and thought. Veins stood out on the man's face. The boy said that Christopher's pride could no longer be considered just ignorance. Luke looked at the man from under his brows and said that people praised Christopher as a fiery dragon, and clarified that the man really began to think that he had become one in reality, and could the truth of a fighter really be bought for a soul from a demon? A red ball of mana lit up in the sky. Christopher said that he believed that Luke would understand him, but in the end he was no different from others, and added that mercy should not be expected. Streams of wind swirled around the warrior. He said that he would make the boys realize that there is only one truth. The warrior's face turned pale. Red flashes were observed around the ground. The boy said that the disappeared trace of mana appeared again, and added that this mana is a rift. Behind the man, a huge gray gate towered. Notifications about new rifts appeared. Chuck turned behind him. The young man was covered in fire. The protagonist thought that the world around him was falling apart. A notification about a rift in a broken dimension appeared. Christopher frowned and asked Alfred to open the gate. The doors under the arch in the form of a monster's body opened. Luke's staff lit up. The guy asked Chuck if he could leave this work to him. Crowds of soldiers on horseback poured out of the gate. Blue particles swirled around the young man's face. He said that the guy could rely on him. Notifications about the use of the natural enemy skill appeared. The warriors fell from their horses. Christopher pulled his hand back. The man attacked with 5 streams of fire. A wall of fire appeared in front of Chuck. Luke lowered his eyebrows and said that Christopher was a non-entity and his opponent was not Chuck. The elements of ice and fire collided together. The man's hand was covered in fire. The warrior asked Luke if he considered himself a worthy opponent. The boy brought his hands together and said that ice was a good element to fight fire, and asked how Christopher was going to fight when his magic would melt before it could form. An explosion was heard among the steep cliffs. Steam and ash washed over Chuck. A ball of fire appeared in Alfred's hand. The fighter asked Chuck where he was looking. The man attacked the boy with fire. The boy's hair covered his face. Bloody corpses of warriors floated in the water. Alfred said that Chuck was pathetic and turned into coals without resistance. Luke's hand reached for the man's head. The youth commanded that the demon army help Christopher. The fighter's yellow eyes were visible from under the hair. Luke said that he saw no point in resisting the boy's attack. Sweat ran down Alfred's face. The man asked how Luke got out of his flames. The guy had blue spells in his hand. Chuck said that the demon's fire didn't even warm him. The demon's body was pierced by a splinter. Blood flew everywhere. The guy remembered that he asked to cover his clothes with the flame attribute, which caused displeasure in the senior magician. The warrior's face changed. He asked himself that they had dealt with Alfred. The man drew his eyebrows together and told Luke that his partner could do something. Christopher lifted Luke above the ground in his hand and said that it was all over. Fear took over the guy's face. He said that with the collapse of the rifts, the Demon King would also be reborn, and the progress of the collapse continued to grow. Notifications with new rifts appeared on the monitor. Notifications with the progress of the collapse appeared. Christopher said that he would soon reach the absolute truth that no one had touched. The man smiled and said that Luke would never defeat him. The guy punched the wall. There was a crowd of people around the building. The man asked to let him out. The young man spread his arms and shouted that he didn't care if he died. The main thing was to die in battle. Surprise took over Christopher's face. Luke looked down and said that he initially did not want to defeat the man. The fighter stopped smiling and was surprised. There were messages about the rifts closing. The guy was looking at the monitor. John was moving his hands and commanding people to follow the orders of the Supreme Mage. The girls were casting spells. John directed them to rift number 1497. A notification appeared that said the rift was closed. People quickly closed the rifts. Blue or red mana swirled around the men. Luke told Christopher that he wanted to show him something for the last time. Columns of ice grew around the warrior. Ice columns pierced the sky. Luke broke free from Christopher's grip. The man's face was covered with anger. Christopher spread his arms and said that this was a pathetic trick. Chuck was holding a sword in his hand. His hair covered the guy's eyes. Demons ran to attack with screams. The wind blew in the fighter's face. The young man noticed that everything had started moving. Chuck's magic destroyed everything in its path. The guy said that the demons should come all at once. The guy quickly attacked all the monsters. The young man brought the blade to his face and thought that there was no end to the demons, and if he stopped, the rift would break, and added that he needed Luke's help. Fire was spinning around the man. Christopher turned to Luke and said that all his attempts were pathetic. The guy dodged the fire attacks. The man smiled and said that the cold of the young man would only melt in his flame. Steam was flying around the man. Christopher was surprised by what he saw. Lava was pouring out on the ground. The man opened his eyes wide and realized that the cold was coming from his body. The warrior leaned over the ground. Luke said that his magic was designed to fool the man. Blood was flowing from Luke's mouth. He said that the fighter's insides should be frozen. The fighter turned around and noticed that the magic should have touched the hatch too, and thought that it was all too easy. A cold wind blew across the battlefield. Luke repeated that he was not going to win this fight. The warrior's body was covered in ice. The guy sank into the ice. The man guessed something. Luke gave the scroll to Chuck and said that inside it was mana, which he had been saving for hundreds of years. The young man stood with his back to the guy and said that this mana was enough to destroy the dimension. Chuck asked why he needed this scroll. The cloak covered the guy's face. Luke said that ice was Christopher's main opponent. The guy turned to Chuck and said that he could lose the fight and the young man should not hesitate to use the scroll. Chuck clutched the scroll in his hand and asked what Luke wanted to take Christopher with him. The guy's face changed. Luke looked from under his brows and said that he did not have much time left, and this was his dream before his death. The man extended his hand to the boy. The boy asked how Christopher felt about his cold. The fighter's eyes grew dim. He couldn't believe that he was going to die soon. Luke looked down and thought that he had accomplished the task, and the fighter's breathing slowed. The fighters' bodies were encased in ice. The boy asked the fiery dragon to encase them in sleep under the canopy of the snowstorm's silence. The man's eyes were burning with fire. The fiery dragon rose above the ground. The boy covered his face with his hand. Christopher's body was burning. Fire was coming from the man's face. The fighters were enveloped in red mana. The boy was surprised that everyone was falling to the ground. Chuck raised his head to the sky. He thought that the warrior's life forces had flown upward. A fireball hung above the man. Christopher said that he was a demigod called the fiery dragon. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted for the man to stop. The fiery dragon rushed to attack. The clothes on the guy's hand were torn. Luke realized that he had no more strength left. Chuck's hand was touching Luke's body. Luke opened his eyes. The fighter turned to Chuck. The guy apologized for being late. The guy's hair covered his eyes. The guy realized that he did not have enough strength to resist the demigod. A smile appeared on the young man's face. The fighter's body was enveloped in blue streams of magic. The guy realized that the enemy had absorbed the energy of demons. Notifications about the activation of the skill appeared. The blue bird pierced the fire dragon. The man's body was covered in ice. The warrior's eye was visible from under the ice. Luke was lying on the ground. Blood gushed from Luke's mouth. The guy asked about the man's health. Chuck looked out from behind the guy's body. The young man thought that the man was in bad shape. Luke asked the young man to use the scroll and took his hand. A fire was burning in the warrior's chest. Luke said that he had only immobilized the man, and before leaving the rift he needed to use the scroll. Blood dripped from the guy's face. He said that everything was fine and he would die soon. Chuck told the magician not to say that. Despair took over the warrior's face. The man closed his eyes and said that he could not freeze Christopher forever, because he had not reached the level of the Kingdom of Eternity. The guy untied the scroll and said that he would bring the Kingdom of Eternity to them. Surprise appeared on the man's face. Blue light came out of the paper. Chuck understood that only with the help of the scroll could he control time and space. A bright light emanated from afar. The columns went into the distance. The man was surprised that the young man resolutely wanted to fulfill his dream, and realized that he did not know how to thank him. Luke stretched out his hands forward. The blue bird covered Christopher with its body. Luke handed the scroll to the guy and said that anyone could fulfill his request. The man asked why he was chosen. A smile appeared on the man's face. The man sits surrounded by children. Luke thinks that the kids would not cope and would cry. They would begin to doubt that the old man would have to part with life. The girl held flowers in her hand. The man stood in front of Chuck and summed up that he was the best executor of this request. Luke looked down and said that he understood that he was asking for a lot, but this was not a request of an elder, but of a grandfather who worries about the mages as if they were his grandchildren. The guy bowed his head and understood Luke's motives. The man smiled broadly. Luke thanked Chuck. John was kneeling in front of a grave with flowers. The man looks furiously, in a battle with Christopher, the most terrible traitor of the tower. The silver-haired man frowned. The oldest mage Luke fell. People bowed their heads. His funeral was held in secret. Benjamin closed his eyes and shouted that Luke deserved a magnificent funeral, to which he was told that nothing could be done. He was told that only senior-level mages and above knew the whole truth. The red-haired boy gritted his teeth and thought that if only he had not fallen for the tricks of those demon worshippers. Benjamin began to cry and continued, Master Luke. Chuck entered the tower and told the people to raise their heads. The people cheered for the boy while he looked sternly forward. He said that excessive mourning ruined the auspiciousness of the event, while the people bowed. Benjamin looked at the boy. Benjamin thought that the hero was the most shocked of all while he placed the flower on the slab. The red-haired boy continued that he still remained collected while Chuck put his hand to his chest. The dark-haired boy put his hand to his head and said that the hero was desperately holding back his emotions while the tower was empty. He said that Chuck knew that he could not afford to take a nap while the silver-haired boy looked at the slab. The hero opened his mouth and said that Luke had smiled in his last moments. The people looked at him with surprise. The long-haired man smiled. Chuck said that he showed his pride, that he showed a face that had no trace of regret. He said that people should not drown in the past. Benjamin looked with regretful eyes. The hero looked up and said that they should think about how to spend the future, and asked what the Tower of Magicians needed right now. The dark-haired guy turned to Chuck and said that the tower had suffered irreparable losses. He clenched his fist and continued that thanks to this they all absolutely understood one thing, that they had found out who the true enemy of the Tower of Magicians was. The guy bowed and asked that the hero allow them to take the initiative in destroying the demons near the Supreme Magician. Chuck closed his eyes. He straightened his tie and said that it was well said, and he realized that now he would have to answer for the Tower of Magicians. The news showed footage of the battlefield from a drone, and all experts agreed that this disaster could have completely destroyed the Arctic ecosystem. Chuck looked at the camera and said that he closed the portal to the Tower of Magicians, that the hero cleared the rift. The guy was asked what happened there, but they never heard an answer. Someone squeezed a glass with his hand and said that it meant that Chuck did not let them enter the tower. A crowd of people stood near the building, and someone shouted to open the gate because the rift was about to collapse, and then asked what the people from the tower were doing and asked to let them use the portal. Jack hit the wall. He put his hand to his head and said that, apparently, the hero decided that the players would not help in this battle, that this time they were of no use. The assistant came to Jack and asked why he was going to sit like that now. The assistant said that everything was fine and suggested starting to work even harder so that next time they could help. The red-haired guy looked at him like a brother. Jack looks at the notification about the planned update in progress. Ani, holding the phone in his hands, looks at the message. Rox saw a notification that a new location will appear in their world. A mysterious woman towers over people, the Church of the Goddess, a religion that has tremendous influence throughout the continent of Arcana. A man prays, despite the strictest doctrines of this religion, more than a third of the inhabitants of the continent follow it. A notification appeared that Muon appeared in their world, that a new location, the sanctuary of the Church of the Goddess of Muon, was added, the sacred land of the Church of the Goddess is Muon. An update was released. Information about the update appeared on the screen. The reaction of the players was not long in coming. The guy was surprised. Yes, in a normal situation, this would obviously be a great bonus for the players. He held a cup in his hand and wondered why the Church of the Goddess was attacking players. People are running away from the enemy attack. A warrior in armor looks angrily. A few hours ago, in front of the main gate of Muon, the temple stands in the sunlight. Someone called Samuel, and he turned around. The guy put the microphone in front of his face and said that once the information about Muon came in, the Bohemian Guild was the first to act, and asked him to share the reason why the decision was made so quickly, as well as his goals for the expedition. The long-haired guy put his hand on his chest and said that as a guild ranked 4th in the EU, they have not stood out much lately, and have not lived up to the public's expectations. Samuel clenched his fist and said that this time it will be different. He confidently looked at the camera and said that his class is a paladin. The guy continued that they used to be famous for having the closest ties to the Church of the Goddess, and this time they will surpass everyone else. The unknown individuals shook hands. The people looked at him with confidence. Samuel raised his head up. He tucked his hair with his hand and said to himself that until now he had only had to watch Chuck's achievements from the back rows, but now, as the #1 paladin, it was time for him to take the stage. He looked up. The atmosphere around the temple was gloomy, and he could see that something was wrong. The girl turned to him and asked if he was sure that Muon was friendly towards them towards Arcana. She said that the atmosphere was too tense, not that they had not been invited inside. The young girl added that the local paladins were aiming at them, while the soldiers had their bows pointed at the people. Samuel looked at them with a worried look, thought that this could not be, and introduced himself to them. Something sharp touched the boy while he was saying that they had come to help the church. Blood was running down the boy's face. Their commander was glaring at Samuel. He stood and shouted that they were peacefully awaiting the day of judgment in the shrine of the goddess, Muon. The man emitted an evil aura and said that everything was going according to the will of Saint Freya, that they did not need help. Samuel put his hand to his chest in fear, while his assistant asked him to come to his senses. The people looked on fearfully. The enemy said that anyone who came near Muon would be punished in the name of the goddess, and at that moment, arrowheads flew towards the players. Samuel dodged the arrows. The reporter ran away and said that Muon was shooting at them, that this move would not be good for them either. A blurry image of the temple was shown on the screen. Korea AU. The staff looked at the screen and one of them said that Muon declared war. The guy was typing. Someone ran up to him and said that he had gotten the satellite images of Muon, that he was right, that something was wrong there, that there were too many paladins there. The assistant handed over the image and said that the paladins had arranged everything there perfectly to be self-sufficient. He looked at the image in surprise and added that the enemies seemed to have prepared for this day in advance, and asked if this was really the saint's plan. The chief opened his mouth and said that this was not the saint's plan. The assistant looked at the guy strangely. The guy with the short haircut said that he had heard the paladin's speech on the broadcast and started looking for this saint, that if someone had designed her, she should have been found in the AAU database. The chief rested his chin on his hand and added that there were no results for the supposed Saint Freya. A notification popped up on the computer that no results were found. Chuck frowned and said that the saint of Muona was a demon. The guy's second soul covered his mouth and asked if he understood how powerful the Church of the Goddess was. Did he want to go to prison for blasphemy? The hero replied that that person was a saint and not a saint. The hero received a notification about the destruction of auction. The message said that one of the goals of the mission was to meet with the saint of the Church of the Goddess. Chuck looked and said that it was worth getting information from the arcana. Strange energy gathered around the hero. He told her to observe the situation in the arcana and then report to him. Nymph put her hand to her chest and said that she would justify the trust of Mr. Chuck. He held his jacket and continued that this information should be obtained from the contact spirit, Nymph. Claire's mouth opened wide in surprise. She stood next to Chuck and was fascinated by what the rift looked like. The player abruptly walked forward and ordered the girl to focus, to which she confusedly agreed. The pink-haired girl followed Chuck and tried to understand why he chose her, because every mage applied for the expedition. The mage spread his arms in surprise, because he did not understand why he was not taken into the rift, because he really wanted to go there. Claire added that the player refused the senior mage William and took an experienced mage, in the person of herself. Agnes was holding a stack of books and suggested that the matter could be that Chuck rated her highly. The mage embarrassedly lowered her face and replied that she did not know. Claire shook her head and remembered that she was on a mission and she should focus on it, and added that the supreme mage asked her to collect medicinal herbs. The girl with amber eyes continued walking and finally found the medicinal herbs she needed so much. She reached for the healing flowers and joyfully exclaimed that she found them. Chuck stood nearby and commanded her to stop. The girl remained on her knee and after a moment felt a threat from behind. The girl, looking at the hands reaching out to her, noticed that it was not important that it was a ghost, but that it was Master Luke's magic. A notification appeared, which said that the state of freezing was imposed on the mercenary's ghost. Chuck stood in front of the magician and said that he once saw such a level of skill. He realized that he had no choice but to achieve it, and added that he was not perfect yet, but he had already learned how to manifest it. The stone was enveloped in a magical aura and explained to Claire that the plant she was holding was nothing more than ghost ivy, which prefers to grow exclusively on rare ghost iron ore, and added that the plant has the ability to summon souls and call ghosts. The girl bowed her head in apology, and noted that she should have been more careful and her ignorance created many problems for the player. Chuck lowered his hand and asked her why she entered the rift, to which the girl replied that she entered here to collect herbs for study. Claire stood in front of the archmage, who asked her to focus on this duty in this case. The gray-haired guy went further and said that he would freeze all the ghosts that were heading her way. The protagonist added that they could use this opportunity to advance the method of cultivating herbs and get closer to mass production of medicines. Claire pressed her hands to her chest in admiration. The girl jumped up and said after Chuck that she would do everything in her power and try not to disappoint him. The player said to himself that he would consider the frozen monsters a learning moment, and the black-haired guy noticed that his mana was rapidly running out. An explosion destroyed the ghost. Another explosion killed 2 spirits. Claire destroys enemies with magic, and Chuck noted from behind that the Tower of Magicians is a completely different matter. He sat next to the player and explained that the experienced healing school mage was dealing with level 560 monsters and that he knew that bringing the girl along was the right decision, to which the avatar responded that all this was quite good, and Chuck noted that they were barely surviving on herbal tea that restored mana. The protagonist sat further and noted that Claire was able to finish collecting the ghost root on her own, and that it was time to deal with the main reason he came here. The player extended his hand to summon a nymph. A bright light outlined the spirit. The spirit poured herself a cup of tea and said that in accordance with their contract, she came at Chuck's call, to which he responded that it only got worse. The spirit floated next to the player and stated that as expected, they had noticed and that she had learned the etiquette of noble and elegant behavior, to which the protagonist said that such things were not worth learning, and Chuck's character asked what the current state of affairs was on the continent of Arcana. The nymph placed her hand on her heart and stated that, unfortunately, she was not able to learn much, but added that near the mechanical tower of Quirenberg, which they activated, dwarves had gathered in their airships, fighting demons. Green beams were emanating from the tower. Chuck and the avatar stood up in surprise and asked the spirit about the dwarves. The nymph continued to float in the air and said that yes, they seemed to have sensed the activation of the tower and mobilized their forces, due to which the demons were suffering heavy losses. The player rested his forehead on his fingers and said that he wanted to go there right now and go straight to the continent. Chuck stood next to him and noted the player's sense of responsibility as a demon hunter. He imitated his pose and added that this time he agreed with his character. The guy stretched a sly smile from ear to ear and added that he would be able to profit from all the earned experience points and fame himself. Notifications appeared that said that the mechanical fortress had received experience points and fame, as well as the issuance of rights to receive experience points and fame. The player crossed his arms and asked the nymph about the Church of the Goddess. From behind, Chuck demanded that he immediately go to Arcana to earn experience and meet the dwarves. The spirit put her hand on her chest and replied that nothing had been heard about the church. The protagonist stood behind the player and noticed that such a large organization as the Church of the Goddess had disappeared, and there was not a word about this event in Arcana. The character stood up, and the nymph said that here was all the information that she managed to collect and asked for further instructions, to which the player asked to take him to the end of the rift, to which the fairy obediently agreed. The character adjusted his tie and said that the information gathering was finished, and offered to quickly sort everything out and return, and Chuck silently assumed who the boss of this rift should be. Blood gushed from the warrior's mouth. The mind boss struck. The servant ran up to Lance and told him that this boss was too strong and they should think about retreating, to which he refused. Jessie held her hat. The ribbon in the guildmaster's hair fluttered in the wind. He realized that in connection with Jessie's departure from the Shining Ones, they were obliged to conquer this rift and soar in the guild rating. The leader swung his sword and commanded not a step back and only forward, despite the risk of possible death. The mind boss stood before the warriors. Lance added that no matter what happened, they must overcome this iron beast. Chuck crossed his arms and called the boss nonsense. In front of the boss stood Chuck and his avatar. The monster's eyes glowed a bright blue. He called the player a noble soul with endless potential, which he had been waiting for. Chuck and the player looked up. The boss stood before them and asked to raise him to the heights that they would one day reach. The character opened his palm to cast the spell. Ghost iron appeared in his hand. Chuck turned his head to the ingot and said that it turned out that this ore was the true form of the Iron Giant, and added that he expected more, to which the player replied that ghost iron is a material for making ego swords, endowed with self-awareness. Steam came out of the monster's mouth. Chuck added that according to some people, ghost iron manifests itself in the form of an iron giant to test challengers. The player held the sword in his hand and added that if the story was true, there was no need to fight the giants. It was enough to just demonstrate the blade's strong aura. The sword was enveloped in aura, and the character concluded that the story about the secret method of obtaining ghost metal was true. The sword evaporated. The protagonist replied that it was good that it happened anyway, because there was little mana, and they could have lost if they had to fight. The character said that there was no one who could defeat him. Notifications appeared in front of them, which said that the heroes cleared the rift, and it was closing. 3 players appeared from the portal. Claire took off her hood and said that it was indicated that the rift was past, and she had just finished collecting herbs and was going to find the Archmage, and also asked about the success of his affairs, to which Chuck replied that everything went well and he got a decent catch. Lance stood next to them with his servants. He shouted that it seemed that Chuck had also conquered the mantra mine. He threw up his hands and added that he was sorry. But his guild finished the rift first, and the protagonist noted that he seemed to be a little late while collecting ghost ivy and iron. A crowd of journalists rushed past and shouted the player's name. The guild master said that this time his guild would be in the spotlight. Lance fell to his knees. The journalists began to ask Chuck about the past battle. Microphones appeared in front of the character. Chuck thought that he felt a little sorry for Lance and added that there were more reporters today than usual. The crowd congratulated him on clearing the rift, and asked if it was true that he personally gave the order to resolve the current incident with Muon. Chuck opened his mouth in surprise and shouted what they were even talking about. A crowd gathered near the entrance to Muon. The paladin's hand was immobilized. He asked what was going on here and added that the knights of Muon, who had even taken him in with hostility, bowed their heads. A guy in a robe appeared in front of the warrior. The knight bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for not recognizing the venerable figure and allowing themselves to be rude. The guy took off his hood and asked them to raise their heads, because they should not show respect to him. The magician bared his face and added that respect should be shown to the supreme magician named Chuck. The latter grabbed his head and did not understand what the guy was doing here. John asks everyone to raise their heads, because the one they should show respect to is not him. He shows his face and notes that it is not him, but the supreme magician Chuck. The knight looks and asks if he can name the reason for his visit, to which he receives in response that if the one in front of him is truly a follower of the Church of the Goddess, and adheres to the ideals of altruism, then there should be no reason to close the gates in front of him. The brunette crossed his arms and asked if he thought it was a bit strange on his part, so the Tower of Mages requested a personal meeting between the High Mage and the Saint. John looked down and thought that it was obvious to him that this situation was suspicious, because Mr. Chuck was able to recognize a demon, so as soon as he met the Saint, he imagined the goddess and realized that after the meeting, the whole truth about the church would be revealed. In the church, someone said that she was deep inside the temple and someone asked him to enter. Talon was kneeling, saying that he was greeting the saint. He was horrified to hear that she was asking him to get up. She looked at him and asked why he had gone against her orders and opened the gate, to which he asked her forgiveness. He justified himself by saying that a wizard from the Tower of Mages had arrived and that they were capable of destroying their sanctuary with one gesture. She listened silently to what the wizard told him, that he simply wanted to talk to him, and that was why he had first decided to meet him halfway and assess the situation. Talon was taken aback as she summed up that he was telling her with all this that his faith had wavered, to which he denied that this was the case and tried to justify himself. He was horrified. The goddess cursed him, saying that she understood everything because their temple had suddenly moved to lands unfamiliar to them and that he must be confused too. Talon clutches his head and the goddess orders him to listen carefully from now on to what the goddess is telling him, to which he replies that the goddess is telling him that there are only vile bastards in the mage's bathhouse. Talon screams in horror and relays the goddess's words and that this is good and that they should open the gates of the church for them and simply spread the goddess's glory throughout this world so that even those dogs from the tower will not dare to oppose them. Talon is mad and screams in praise of his goddess. The goddess looks at him and continues that he is behaving as expected and that he is her most faithful servant. The plot moves to the main gate. The guy happily records a video in which he greets the viewers and notes that he is now in the church that everyone is talking about now, and continues that the wizard from the Tower of Magicians talked about Mr. Chuck because he can appear here at any moment, and then reads the comments. The guy films the church building and suggests that until then they just get to know the building, and that he heard that people say that there is a saint in the main temple, but civilians are not allowed to her, and that he will show them something else instead of the sanctuary. The guy points to the fountain and explains that it is called the miracle of the goddess, and that rejuvenating water circulates in it. The guy looks at the camera happily, and says that he will go and taste this water. He shows Chuck on the screen behind him, and says that if something happens to him after he drinks, then all the profits from his channel should go to his mother and Mr. Chuck. People run after the blonde and shout his name. Chuck frowns and realizes that a crowd has gathered here and that they have opened the fortress to them completely, although they had previously kept them in a castle, and that this most likely means something. John notes with displeasure that the saint is very savvy in politics. He imagines a drop and explains that people call it a miracle of the goddess, and people even say that this water rejuvenates, and that this is how they gain their followers. Dark Chuck turns around with displeasure and continues that exactly as John told him, they suddenly change their attitude and assumes that they gathered a crowd only to convert everyone to their faith. He feels a dark aura and thinks that no matter how he looks at it, everything looks too suspicious. Chuck frowns at the man who pulled out a sword. Talon looks at him with displeasure, saying that further on is the main temple in which their saint is located and that no one is allowed to enter there. Chuck looks at him and notes his strange feeling. Chuck angrily notes that everyone around is an idiot and that everything is clear as day. He sees a huge cloud of energy on the temple and a sign that his natural enemy's skill was activated, and he himself notes that it turns out that the saint is actually a demon. The blonde snaps his fingers and asks them to look at everything with their own eyes. His screen cracked while a sign popped up saying that all anomalous effects were removed. The knights grab their heads in indignation at what is happening and that their heads hurt, and someone from the side notes that this is enough. She stands behind the knights and asks who told him that such a thing is allowed. Talon is perplexed by the fact that his saint came out, and complains to her about a headache with a question about what is happening. People are taken aback by how beautiful she is and that they had a lucky opportunity to get to the appearance of the saint, and someone else asks himself whether he should also join her church for this. Freya continues angrily about him reaching out to her paladins. She uses demonic energy, saying that she assumes he needs a divine revelation. Chuck blocks her energy, and sees a sign that the abnormal effects were nullified by the natural enemy skill. The goddess is taken aback. Chuck frowns and hears her laugh and realizes everything. She laughs madly and realizes that it was him then, that he is the last survivor. The paladins turn around in horror. The guy is horrified and someone screams that it is time to run. Chuck calmly stands in front of her and addresses her with words that she is wrong. Freya deforms. Her teeth sharpen. She takes on her true form, which Chuck comments on. Neferpit looks at him madly and says that she would never have thought that the famous demon hunter would wander into her, and that this is where the fun ends. Talon doesn't understand what is happening as she continues that she had a great time thanks to them and points out that all her followers are stupid. With the burning building in the background, she explains that it was because they obeyed her orders as if they were the will of heaven and sat there and did nothing, that it was so easy for them to infiltrate the Arcana and slaughter innocent victims there over and over and over again, and asks if they had any idea that the Arcana was infested with demons precisely because of them. Talon holds his face. He falls to his knees. He frowns and wonders if they were being tricked by a demon all this time, and that all this time, for some reason he doesn't understand, they ignored the countless deaths of their fellow countrymen, and asks if that is why they locked the gates. Talon looks at Chuck, who asks him to get up. He adjusts his tie, asking if his faith is so fragile that it can be destroyed by the pathetic tricks of a demon, and asking if their shared faith was so insignificant, to which the dark version notes that he is not particularly religious. Talon tensed. Dark Chuck looks ahead and asks what to do now, and does not understand if he can defeat her alone, and that maybe he should have called the guys from the Mage Tower to help him. Chuck sees a notification that he has received the right to command the Order of Paladins of the Church of the Goddess, and that in front of him is the captain of the Paladins, and the remaining 46,800 Paladins are under his control. Chuck is perplexed where he got the right to command. The Dark One is perplexed, while the Light One thanks someone. The Paladins knock their staves and someone if they fall here, then they will truly betray the will of the goddess, because they are the ones who were foolish and deceived by the demon. They take the blades saying that they wish to become the blades of Chuck. Common people at risk of death, while they ask to point them at the enemy. The guy holds his head. The paladin saved them, while another one says that until the goddess is freed from the clutches of the demon. The paladin sullenly asks him to give them an order. Chuck is taken aback. He is thinking. The blonde shouts and calls out to the paladins. He sullenly continues that it is their time to show their true faith and asks if they will allow the one who deceived their goddess to go unpunished, or will they strike him down along with him. The paladins are charged with fighting spirit. The goddess is perplexed, saying that his actions are meaningless. Chuck points his finger and orders all the faithful followers of the goddess to move forward. They go on the attack, while he continues that they are given the order to strike the demon and raise their pride to the skies. The man with glasses is broadcasting an emergency broadcast and notes that he will be giving viewers breaking news that a high-ranking demon has appeared in the church. With the true goddess in the background, he continues that the exact details are still unknown. However, he can say that they are being informed that there are still many civilians at the scene, increasing their anxiety, and that all civilians in the surrounding area are urged to evacuate immediately. A rock falls. People flee. Thalem fights back and addresses the entire order of paladins, saying that protecting civilians remains their priority mission. The goddess knocks them off their feet and says that this is ridiculous and asks if they all think that protecting people is pointless anymore. Dark Chuck looks ahead and notes the presence of another annoying guy and that he hoped that the paladins could handle it themselves, but the forces are divided on evacuating civilians. The paladin flies to their feet. Neferpit looks at her madly and states that she is very bored and asks how long the guy is going to just stand there, and notes that the demon hunter is hiding behind the paladins in fear of the demon, and that it is a pathetic sight. Chuck gets angry while she assumes that he and his former comrades were left to die like that and asks if she is right. Talon turns around and wonders if he is really from there. Chuck smirks and explains that she is deeply mistaken. Chuck filled the sword with energy and continues that he only gave the paladins, who are repenting for the mistakes of the past, a chance to show their pride. The paladins look at him in bewilderment, and he thinks that he gave them a chance to rise again. The demon attacks him and notes that he is impudent. Talon dodges and asks for a retreat. Neferpit shouts her true name to the entire territory, and that she has built her power on the influence of the church and cannot be defeated. She puts her paw on her chest and continues that she is the true heir to the great evil, namely, laziness. Chuck cuts her tentacles with his sword. She is horrified. The guy also puts his hand on her chest and asks if she calls herself the supreme ruler, given that she has such pathetic abilities. Neferpit looks at him, and he continues that she is a lucky minnow who managed to grow up and hide in the church of the goddess, as a result of which he turned his nose up too much. She clenches her teeth and hears that she does not realize her place. She attacks Chuck and asks how such a pathetic person dares to say anything to her. Chuck calmly replies that this is only a crude imitation, but for a minnow like her it will be enough. He sullenly uses the ability Absolute Zero. Neferpit gets the freeze effect and frostbite. She asks in horror what it is and asks to free her, because he is just an impudent fool, to which the guy retorts that she is an unreasonable demon who is stuck in her own little world. He prepares his fist. Chuck beats her and orders her to know her place. Neferpit looks in horror and screams that this cannot be and denies what is happening and asks him if he at least understands what he had to go through to achieve this. She remembers how everything was before and said that she was summoned by the Lord Sloth from the Seven Sins. She was taken aback by the fact that he handed over the lands to her and asked him if she really deserved such a great honor. Sloth looks at her and gives a positive answer with an explanation that a holy war or something like that is there, and he has a lot of trouble dealing with these demon hunters and asks her to deal with it as she decides. She fell on her forehead to the ground and thanks him. She smiles and asks herself what kind of fool he is, because he just gave her all this land with all the followers just because the demon hunters annoy him. She raises her hand up and continues that she promised herself to absorb all the negative emotions of these people and become the next great evil. Neferpit reaches out to him and screams that she was wrong and to call on the Lord of Sloth. Her hand smolders and she asks him to save her. She disappears. The sun shines from behind the church and Chuck receives a notification that the demon of the true name Neferpit has been defeated and that he has leveled up twice. Dark Chuck holds his chest and curses, because the light one is calm as an elephant, and he almost died here, because it was terrible, really dangerous. Chuck thinks about Zion and notes that it is very good that he was able to show Absolute Zero and that he truly learned a lot from him. Chuck turns around while someone is talking to him. The paladins fell to their knees as one. Someone looks at him from the screen and is indignant that he defeated the saint, or rather the demon. The bespectacled man leans his hands on the table and wonders how he defeated a character who is not even in the game alone. He looks in horror and continues that it could have become a real nightmare, but Chuck saved them. The guy cries on the live broadcast and asks if everyone saw that Chuck defeated the demon. Chuck looks at the crowd with displeasure, who is arguing for a place to take him down. Talon looks at him, and he sums up what about the rest. He offers to talk to him in the sanctuary, to which he retorts that it was destroyed during the demon's rampage. Chuck looks at the stones and says the word restoration. The paladin captain is taken aback. The church has rebuilt itself, and he thinks that the destroyed sanctuary was instantly restored to its original state. Chuck goes there, and he wonders what kind of power this man has, and the guy himself suggests discussing everything over a cup of tea, because judging by everything that happened, they will have a long conversation. The paladins look at him and shout that they thank him for saving the sanctuary. The plot moves inside the sanctuary. Against the background of tea, Chuck receives notifications that his mana has been partially restored. Chuck looks at him and says that does this mean that the reason why their sanctuary did not participate in the holy war is because of the demon, to which he receives a positive answer. Talon looks down and explains what happened during the holy war. He remembers that she gave him the order to retreat, to which he retorted that Akshan is still fighting, and she clarified whether she does not oppose the holy word. Freya then looked at him and notes that this is his new revelation. Against the background of the army, she declares that the church will completely remove itself from the war. Dark Chuck leans on his hand and notes that most likely the situation was the same as with the Tower of Magicians, namely, when the higher-ups say to leave, then there is not much choice left, to which the Light One replies that he understands his situation and that Akshan held only to his pride until the very end. Talon clenches his fists and asks for forgiveness. He frowns and declares that from now on the church promises to fulfill the promise that they gave to Akshan and asks if he will allow them to join the holy war. Chuck looks at him and notes that if he wants this and asks him to bring the miracle of the goddess. Chuck explains that at the source of the fountain a rare herb grows called Arya moss. Against the background of the goddess, he continues that under the influence of this herb the true form of the so-called miracle is hidden, and the demon took advantage of this to deceive people and thereby expand his influence. Talon is taken aback while he says that protecting believers from such deception is also a knight's duty, to which he notes that he even thought about it. Talon immediately runs, saying that he will bring it to him right now. Against the background of a card with a pentagram of pure knowledge, he continues that they received knowledge about the herb when they simply looked at the fountain and that this pentagram of knowledge is a very useful thing and notes that they will deliver it to him. It will be possible to use it in research, to which the Dark One asks him again. The Dark One notes that he will give it to his mother for her birthday and asks again about the rejuvenating water, because it will be an ideal gift from a good son. Light Chuck drinks tea while he continues that everyone is nagging him so that he is not a gift, but this time everything will be different. The leaflet flew in the window. Chuck sullenly notes that in front of him is a letter from the Tower of Magicians. He reads that an urgent matter has arisen and the question is whether he can return to the tower. Chuck cries and begins the story. He looks ahead and realizes that this is the hardest thing he has encountered in such a long time. He follows the fair-haired man and begs him to stop. Dark Chuck insists that they will not be able to rewind this. He calls out to him. The fair-haired man gives the spirit a name, and from now on everyone will call her that and nothing else. Chuck sees notifications that the name of the spirit of the Four Seasons leaf has been imprinted, and that the spirit's rank has been raised to unique, and that the name of the unique spirit has sounded throughout the spirit world. The guy is holding a fairy in his arms. She looks at him and notices this overwhelming power, and that he gave her an elegant name, and that she is very grateful to him. Dark Chuck experiences Spanish shame. The plot is transferred a few hours ago to the Tower of Magicians. Chuck sits at the table and clarifies about the name for the spirit, while thinking that he heard from his spirit that they made a contract with a nameless nymph, and the Dark One is indignant that spirits do not seem to know what a secret is. Fayan chews a donut and explains that after receiving a name, spirits rise in rank and that he heard that his spirit is able to germinate the seed of the world tree and that since she is capable of such a thing, she will most likely become a unique spirit, whose rank goes beyond the normal hierarchy. Light frowns, while Dark hears that he thought that he should have told him about it as soon as possible, and the second thinks that this is understandable, and then they should name her something. Dark is taken aback and asks to wait. He thinks about the evil child and thinks that he came up with Romeo in the midst of the period when he was overcome by 8th grader syndrome, and that this means that he can come up with a name even worse than he did then. Dark Chuck pulls out his hair and realizes that he knew it would be like this. He bangs his head against the tree and screams that this is too pompous and too long, and that now everyone in the spirit world will know that the leaf of the Four Seasons is his spirit, while the Light One clarifies with the nymph what the situation is in the arcana. She puts her hand on her chest and notes that everything is as she said last time, that the mechanical tower he activated did a lot of work. She imagines it and explains that all because she is constantly fighting off demons. The nymph introduces the family and continues that the inhabitants of the nearby regions are currently enjoying their safety. The spirit mentions the moment the world tree appeared and that from that moment the arcana changes and that these are all the fruits of his labor. She looks sadly and notes that the demons have begun to actively resist. She thinks about the 3 demon kings who have begun to act. The Dark One is taken aback. He imagines them and asks if they will be 3 monsters like Decoravius in the permafrost, and that this indicates the release of the next update. Against the background of the city, he continues that if he judges by this, then they will meet as many as 3 rifts with demon kings on the ground. The Light One goes and says that he understands everything. The guy stopped and gives the nymph the order to clean up the area, to which the Dark One is indignant that all these leaves were monsters. Chuck straightens his tie and says that he announces the beginning of preparations for the battle. He receives notifications that a regular update is in progress, and that 3 rifts of the Demon King's castle have been added. The man looks at the screen and understands that the situation is emergency. People do not understand where 3 rifts at a time come from, and also the progress of the collapse is moving faster than with ordinary rifts. Against the purple background, someone notes that this is not all and reads 3 tablets about demon kings. The man is indignant that their difficulty level is completely absurd. The brunette yells out asking what they should do because even if they manage to finish these guys off, he doesn't know what to do with the ones who come after them and that these guys are also the weakest of the 72 demon kings. The fair-haired guy frowns. The Four Eyes guy calls him over while he notes that the Arcana updates have become too different from what was expected. The Four Eyes guy is horrified when he says that the only solution available to them is Chuck, to which he retorts that even he can't just take care of 3 rifts like that. The chief looks straight at him and interrupts, saying that they have to do everything so that he can do it. They look at the screen. The Four Eyes guy yells out asking how he could have just sent all the information about the demons to the Chuck player, and that giving information to just one player is against the rules of the game, to which he replies that he takes full responsibility for it. He looks at him and explains that the Earth is at stake and asks if he thinks he should be concerned about fairness right now. Both guys are taken aback. The boss asks him to save them, worried, then corrects himself and asks them to save humanity. The sun is shining from behind a tree. Chuck looks at his phone and is happy about such details, because it should come in handy. He exhales and realizes that he needs to push himself. The guy went for a run and the voice says that some time ago, the player Chuck resolved the incident at the church. The guy listens in his headphones that thanks to this, the locals were able to return to their everyday peaceful life. He pulls himself up and the voice continues that, however, the update of the Demon King's castle again makes humanity feel anxious. Chuck does push-ups on one finger, and the man wonders if they can do it. Chuck frowns and the man asks if they can overcome this threat again. Chuck looks at the sign that asks him to temper his weak body and that he has completed the entire plan for today. The dark version understands that they raised their stats as much as they could, to which he calls up his status window. He reads his stats. The Dark One thinks about his 390th level and that with reaching high levels the next ones are not gained as quickly as before, and that he not only gained experience, so he has what he has. The Light One pulls on his snow-white wings. He puts on a ring that the system evaluates as a symbol of a hurricane. Chuck looks ahead and understands that he is ready. The Light One is calm and thinks about time. He goes to the doors and understands that it is time to start. Owls are flying over the permafrost. People look up. An owl flies over the barbarian. Kate flies in the door. She reads a letter that in order to prevent another disaster like the permafrost. Larry caught an owl on the archipelago. He reads a letter that for each of them he has prepared a place and a role. There is also a letter in the Tower of Magicians. John turns around. The owl has spilled feathers. He asks them in the name of retribution to leave the tower and prepare for battle. John smiles and is glad that finally there is business. Gwen frowns. Kira gathered her squad. The mages walk down the corridor. Chuck looks ahead and someone says that he has been waiting for this, while the system notifies that 3 rifts are opening. The news headline announces the end of predictable threats. A high-rise building against the sky, they admit their powerlessness. The hosts discuss that the problem with the rift is that, unlike previous emergency updates, this is official, the commentators complained. The name of the channel and the name of the stream. Michael froze with his head turned. He began to cry and said that they are here, the viewers are perplexed. The reporters crowded together. They looked at the fighters and listed their affiliations. Someone said that all the strongest of the Arcana continent gathered at the rift. The hero led the group to the rift. The reporters exclaimed that they were following the player Chuck. The commentators discussed what was happening. Michael lay on the ground. The employees stood in front of the screen and talked. He claimed that he had a premonition, and asked if the protagonist really controls such forces. Sam clenched his fist and said that with such a level, stopping the rifts is no longer a dream. Haim thought that even more and perhaps Chuck is planning something more large-scale. The shoe stepped on the ground. Romeo said that from now on, they will crush the demons according to all the rules. Granfell stood in a suit. Chuck thought that this would happen right now. The rift, the castle stood on a cliff. The system reported that this is the castle of the Demon King Rhythm. It brought a table with a list of participants. Demons died screaming. The characters fought the enemies together. The 67th rank Demon King Albert stood with a stump. He asked why the mages from the tower were here. Alex stood opposite his partner and said that he knew it before, but senior mages are definitely not people. His comrade clarified that their employer is even higher in rank than them, being a senior, and said that now he understands the commander's decision. Matthew stood next to the tower mage. He said that he had not cast magic so freely for a long time, and asked what now. He clarified whether they would go to help the next rift. The dark mage told William not to rush. He replied that he understood. Location: Demon King's Castle debauchery. Larry and Oliver exterminated demons. The system made a list of participants. The senior tower mages killed the 66th ranked Demon King Kale. Larry shouted that they should not dare steal his loot. Oliver wiped his face and thought about Mr. Chuck. He thought that after this battle the hero would remain in the memory of the demons of Arcana. The enemy was on his knees. The commander reasoned that the very existence of the protagonist would support the peace. But it was worth only one stumble and everything could fall apart. The emperor looked out the window. The knight noted that this was the same burden that his majesty once bore. Oliver closed his eyes and said that no matter how much he tried to imagine it, he could not, that this burden could break him. The commander turned to the protagonist standing in front of him and said that defeating demons is a given, but crushing them, he asked why he emphasized it so much. T turned around and replied that it was necessary, a warning and a declaration of war. Lightning, location Demon King's Castle Hunt. The system reported a list of participants. There were only 3 of them. Kira, John and Romeo came out of the portal. Granfell offered to bring the head of the Demon King before the tea gets cold. The girl and Chuck turned around with a cry. She cursed and said, "What kind of life is this?" The hero thought that he was shouting without even thinking. The protagonist looked up. The characters looked around. Romeo said that he had arrived. Kira exclaimed and said that there was something in the sky. Airships floated out. The girl asked what kind of giant thing it was. The hero answered that it was an airship. She looked at it with a cry. John said that as expected it was a masterpiece of dwarven technology. The head of the guild exclaimed. The protagonist thought that even after they dealt with the Church of the Goddess, the quest was not completed. The system displayed a description of the quest. He assumed that other forces were involved in that war. He thought that if he was right, then it was the dwarves. 3 dwarves were standing at the control panel. He thought that they were the ones who created Action's last weapon, the mechanical tower Quirnerk. And surely the dwarves also fought the Demon Kings, and in particular this one, the strongest of the 3. The hero looked at the notification. He looked at the system window and said that this was expected. The game was notifying about a change in the class quest. He thought, what would happen next? A message appeared with another quest. He mentally exclaimed that there was another quest. Kira pointed her finger and said that the airship looked like it was finished. Romeo replied that it looked like it had suffered in battle. Chuck screamed in his mind. The airship hung in the clouds. The hero thought that for the dwarves it was like a tower for magicians, and they put everything on the line to fight the Demon King, and there is no clearer proof than this. The protagonist asked if he had forgotten about the old contract and clicked on the system window that notified him of the faction selection. He said that he would no longer doubt their pride. The game notified him of the transition to a hostile faction for the Demon King Phoebus. The hero looked down. The demons were approaching along the wall. John and Kira rushed to attack. He said that they had appeared and he would clear the way for his partners. The girl said that she was seeing the demon general for the first time. The magician extended his hand and killed the enemies. The killer used threads to attack. The hero looked at the horde and thought that the enemy was watching them somewhere among these small fish. He thought that he felt the presence of the Demon King. The system notified him of the skill activation. The protagonist took out an item. The game reported the item selected as an offering, the activation of the exorcism ritual and the summoning of the Demon King Phoebus through the ritual. A few hours ago, the Tower of Magicians, the Garnet Hall. The hero entered the hall. The girl said that he was the last one. The protagonist thought that this is what the Garnet Hall is like, where the most powerful magic tools of the tower are stored. He thought that the magicians always delivered everything that he asked for to his laboratory. Romeo put his hand in his pocket. The magician hoped that there would be a tool that would suit his keen eye. Chuck studied the Journal of Loans of Magic Tools. He thought that all his acquaintances took incredible items from here. He mentally listed the tools he had taken. Chuck studied the list and asked if there was anything interesting left. Romeo took the thing and said that he would take this. The girl asked if this would really be enough. The hero thought that it was enough. Chuck thought that everything else was above his level and began to cry. He was level 390. Granfell pressed his hand to his chest. The Demon King sat on a branch and asked if he was a demon hunter. He said that he admired his courage to summon him through a ritual. The system reported that this was the Demon King of rank 64 Floros. He held a bow in his hand and said that for a common man to try to hunt him. He said that the sudden attack of this tower was annoying, but it dealt only with small things, flashed images of destruction. He said that when the King of Demons appears, then everyone eventually becomes prey. The demon grinned and said that now he will show who is the real hunter here. The hero looked at the king and turned to him. He frowned and said that he was ugly and talkative. The enemy smirked and insulted the opponent. He pulled the bowstring and said that the protagonist would regret going out in front of him alone. The hero looked at the enemy and thought about the explosive arrow. He jumped up and thought that he realized how stupid it looked. He thought that for this reason he brought all the buffs and enhancements he could find. The ring lit up. The system showed the description of the item. The protagonist raised his hand and thought about increasing the destructive power of spells. He thought that elemental magic was already loaded and he could skip the cast. The game showed the description of the item. He finished the thought with an increase in aesthetics from a unique item. The system showed the characteristics. The demon looked up and asked what it was. The hero thought that the mana was leaving too quickly. Romeo hung over the enemy and said that the lower demon, who calls himself a king, should take on the burden of his arrogant impudence. The item fluttered. Chuck thought that Granfell would not flinch before the demon, and that he had brewed and drunk all the miracle herbs he could find. System notifications rained down. The game reported the number of stored spells. The hero extended his hand and thought that he would now use all 100 spells on him. Wings appeared behind the protagonist. Chuck thought about the warning, the declaration of war and the reason he had not told anyone, namely the mourning for Elder Luke. The mages were standing in front of the grave. The nobleman was walking towards the door. The hero thought that Grandfell was the last of his kind, now serving the Tower of Mages, and one of its members was killed by a demon. He frowned and thought that knowing what that death cost, his pride would not allow him to tolerate it. Spells rushed forward. They merged together when Romeo said that his opponent did not understand something. The Demon King trembled. He said that he had never heard of such a demon hunter, and groaned. The character said that this was not a hunt, but annihilation. He raised his palm. The enemy grimaced and screamed. The explosion shone with the colors of the elements. System alerts rained down from everywhere. The Demon King was dying. He was dissolving in light. John and Kira watched. She cursed and said that their employer was truly crazy, and that they couldn't withstand such a storm. The magician looked ahead and said that, as expected, he was calm with the hero and could not worry about the rear. The system reported the completion of the quest and the clearing of the rift. The airship hung in the sky. The location was an iron castle. The gears were turning. Kurt was called and told that the repair was complete and they could re-enter the battle. The dwarf looked away and replied that this was excellent work, and ordered to take the iron castle out of the storm front. It was Kurt, the dwarf chieftain. He was killed. The pilot was at the helm. He said to look down and that something was happening there. The building was collapsing. The dwarf said that the Demon King's castle was collapsing. The characters looked at the pilot and asked again. Kurt ran. His subordinates reported. He stood at the helm and said that this could not be, because he was the only one who could defeat the Demon King. He saw the hero standing and exclaimed that it was really him. The story said that it was not an elf who defeated the dwarf king, strong and invincible as a mountain, and not a dragon, but just a demon, a monster hanging behind the ruler. The demon whispered in his ear that people were afraid of the skill of the dwarves and secretly envied him, and their character was rotten. He asked if he knew what else he saw. Subordinates stood in front of the king. The dwarf asked not to listen to the demon's tales. The ruler ordered him to shut up and said that rumors from the outer continents are rare and one should not miss the chance. The mighty mountain quickly dried up from anger. The king sat on the throne. The hand controlled him, and only the demon's puppet remained. The eyes of the ruler smiled. He laughed. He said that betrayal is a very convenient crime and you can kill anyone that he does not like. The subordinates trembled. The story said that then a demon hunter appeared in front of them. The figure walked forward. The demon was dying and exclaimed that he was from Action and cursed. The hunter destroyed the demon and returned the king to his true identity. The ruler put his hand to his head. Since then, the dwarves made an alliance with Action, a handshake. They built mechanical towers across the continent to preserve his legacy. The tower stood near the settlement. But when the Holy War began, news reached the dwarves that Action was extinct. The dwarves discussed what happened to Action. The dwarves asked if he could tell who was human and who was demon. The doors closed, and so the dwarves disappeared again. Kurt looked at the hero looking back and said that the demon hunter was caught. He smiled, and said that he was a survivor of Action. Romeo looked up. Chuck wiped his mouth and thought that as soon as he looked at the airship, his mouth would start to water. The partners stood behind the hero. Kira asked if he knew them and said that he was being teleported now and that he seriously wanted to part ways so easily. Chuck thought that of course he didn't want to, but the leg moved. The hero said that everything was fine and he had already arranged everything. The protagonist was shaking and said that it was time to go back. Chuck thought that his mana was completely at zero. The location of the game company. A rift and system messages hung on the screen. Sam asked the elder what he was even seeing now. Hein grabbed his partner by the cheek. He said that at least this was not a dream. The worker said that if at least one of them had collapsed, the earth would have come to an end, and even with the support of the tower. How did they do it so quickly? The article title said that the Demon King's castle was cleared in 10 minutes. Hein exclaimed that the three of them had dealt with him. Sam cried and said that he thought they were finished and the director was right and Chuck was their salvation. Sam replied that the hero acted as if he knew everything in advance. The workers rejoiced. The director adjusted his glasses, called the protagonist's name, and said that they had underestimated him all this time. The location of Arcana. An airship was floating in the sky. The dwarves bowed to the spirit. They said that she was the messenger of the demon hunter, and were surprised that who would have thought that the last survivor of Action was an ordinary adventurer. They asked what he said. The nymph put her hand to her chest and said that the master sees all destinies and if the time and place coincide, then they will soon meet him with him. The dwarves exclaimed. The fist clenched. Kurt thought that the hero had single-handedly defeated the Demon King and was commanding noble spirits. He decided that this was a man who could neither be judged nor appreciated. He looked out the window and said that thanks to the protagonist's actions, the current on the continent of Arcana had changed dramatically, and when they met again, he wanted to personally tell him about their victory. But this news had reached the real world earlier. The headlines of the articles were full of names. The hosts were sitting at the table. They were discussing the situation with the demons. Mike looked back and asked again why the demons had disappeared from the rifts. He replied that it was thanks to Chuck. After the death of the Demon Kings, Arcana went on the offensive and began to win. A domino effect appeared, and now demons do not appear in the rifts of the real world either. The location is a bear's den. The strokes of blows raised dust. The attack killed the monster. Jack stood in front of the corpse and thought that without demons there was no need to be afraid of debuffs and it became much easier to level up. He said that this was Mr. Chuck's actions again. He wiped the blood and said that again he couldn't help him. He remembered how he broke into the tower and thought that like then he didn't even get to his party, and that it was logical with his level but still. His hand squeezed the handle. He asked if he really wasn't worthy of fighting next to the protagonist. Leonie appeared behind the character and asked what it was. She stood with blades. She said that she thought this was her hunting field only. Jack said her name. He turned to her and asked what she was doing in the rift alone, and without a guild. The girl jumped up and screamed that he was walking alone. Sean threw his halberd over his shoulder and said that it seemed that guests had been here before them. He listed the names of those present. Leonie exclaimed his name. He replied that the fate of those who strive for the same goal. Fate leads along similar paths. Jack asked what he was talking about. He frowned and asked if they both wanted to become stronger. He said that he was tired of just watching from the sidelines. The characters looked at him. Dead trees against the sky. The berserker clicked his tongue. The girl replied that their guild was also indebted to the hero. They said that even Jesse, after leaving the Shining, plunged headlong into the Archmage's class quest. The image of the girl cast a spell. The characters discussed that they were not trying to catch up, but also players and wanted to stand next to each other. They were standing in a clearing. They came to the conclusion that all they could do was grow, using the chance that the hero gave them. Day, the Tower of Magicians. Matthew, Agnes and John walked along the corridor and talked. The Dark Magician reported on the return of the artifacts of all the senior magicians. The girl said that everything seemed to have ended at once. John thanked for the work done. The ceiling of the tower. The girl said that the hero had given it more than her. Matthew agreed and said that without him the Tower of Magicians might not have intervened at all. John confirmed. The Dark Magician looked at the senior and thought that he looked thinner than before. The man looked ahead and said that they had arrived. He said that since this was the first counterattack of the tower, it was worth reporting on it properly. The door opened. The characters froze in the passage. John smiled and asked if they had a guest. They stood behind the protagonist. He thought that where the eternal snow lies, let Elder Luke sleep peacefully. The hero was kneeling. He extended a flower to the grave. South Korea, Seoul, a night city. People were sitting at the table and discussing that the demon kings are stupid and strength is not everything. It is not for nothing that they live among people. The shadows of demons appeared behind the people. They reasoned that in any case they should hide for a while, and this is actually for the best. They will continue to pretend and accumulate strength. The man looked at the tablet and thought about the protagonist. He licked his lips. On the screen there was an article with a photo of the hero. He thought that he would see how strong he really was. Day of the Tower of Mages. Chuck smiled. There were objects in front of him. The system posted their descriptions. The hero asked what kind of gift from heaven this was. Chuck smirked behind Romeo and thought that he got not only Floro's equipment, but also the trophies of 2 other demon kings. Granfell said that he stinks of filth. The guy studied his statistics and said that his level jumped to 425, and this means that after clearing the rift he rose by 35 levels at once. He studied the characteristics and thought that he pumped up significantly. But considering that he killed the demon king, it was somehow not enough, and as soon as he removed the item, the aesthetics dropped again. He concluded that he was as far from the top as the moon. The hero drank tea and said that it was high time to lay the foundation for growth. A rare herb is one of them. The system reported an increase in magic. Chuck thought that his character was right, and it was his own fault that he chose a demon hunter with such poor stats. Magic, black magic, elementalism, alchemy, daily training. He dug so many holes that he himself got confused where to jump. Tea was brewing. Romeo said that now it was time to review other characteristics. Parchment appeared in the character's hand. The sheet contained an application. The hero said that the goal was quite sensible and signed by the senior magician. Location: abandoned fence, wheat fields. Players stood in the field and were perplexed. The monster's head was covered in fire. People watched the monster and discussed it. Someone exclaimed to look to the side and said that there was not 1 or 2 of them. The spirits were moving. Players watched the spirits. An unknown person exclaimed that these were spirits and magicians from the tower. The characters communicated with their spirits. Players discussed what was happening. The elder mage Fian ate and thought that it was too much pressure. She chewed and thought that the application approval was good, but didn't the entire elementalist school appear too pretentious from the outside? She looked away. She looked at the standing hero and thought that he always worked in such an environment. Romeo frowned and ordered his spirit to appear. Chuck thought that he should not call her by her full name. The unique spirit began to appear. The surrounding people began to be surprised. The nymph greeted the hero and asked if he called her. Someone said that her face was exactly like the hero's. Chuck grimaced and thought that they should stop already. The protagonist looked at his ward and asked if she conveyed what he asked for. She answered in the affirmative and added that she had a message for the master from the leader of the dwarves. They thanked for not forgetting the oath and restarting the mechanism. They undertake to pay for Action's mercy. The dwarves stood against the background of the airship. The spirit reported that the tree of the world has a beneficial effect on all living things, and across the continent there is a surge of power, a temporary retreat of the demonic. pictures of a flowering tree and fighting people flashed. The hero thought that this means the continuation of the battle between the dwarves and Arcana. The nymph bowed and said that it was all thanks to the master. Chuck stood behind Romeo and thought about the rumors that the demons had disappeared in the last rift. He reasoned that it seemed that the cleansing of the Demon King's castle also affected the situation, but Arcana had also suffered considerable losses. Romeo straightened his tie and said that this was unbearable. He stood in the field and said that first they need to figure out why he was here at all. Chuck thought that he was right and it was worth checking first if all these dug wells were working, and then a way to help would be found. The location is the zone behind the Tetprint fence, a structure in front of the field. Michael smiled and said that this was a jackpot. He said that the audience would not believe it, but then Mr. Chuck himself appeared. He watched the hero and said that with his level, he definitely did not come for farming, and he wondered for what kind of large-scale action he was planning to enter the rift. He exclaimed that the hero was moving in that direction and they should follow. Reporters appeared at the location. Michael asked when so many people managed to gather here. He said that he would try not to interfere and would just follow the protagonist. His foot stepped on the ground, the roots crawled. The hero looked at the scarecrows. The monsters were watching the character. Chuck frowned. The aura nourished the blade. The protagonist cut the enemy. On the screen there was a picture of the defeated enemy. Mike exclaimed and said that the player used the style of his sword. The commentators discussed what happened. The hero looked back. Scarecrow attacked him. The guy used magic and aura. He cut the enemies, mentally listing the forces he used. He looked back at the nymph and thought about the summons. The spirit hit with magic. He thought that he could add the natural power of the subordinate to this. The roots immobilized the opponents. The protagonist cut the monsters and said that in general it was a good warm-up. He stood with his back to the corpses. The system announced the destruction of the Tetprint dummy. The hero looked at the nymph and said that nature is a truly powerful aspect and new perspectives are hidden in it. She replied that she would try even harder. He placed the sword of the nameless blacksmith in the inventory. The players watched the protagonist and discussed him with the commentators. Chuck turned around and wondered what was going on. He looked at his stats and thought that if it weren't for his name, he would have shown his stats a long time ago. He thought that he was ashamed and how to show it now. The hero walked across the field and thought that maybe he was trash outside of battles with demons, but now at least he wouldn't lose to monsters of his level, and it wasn't for nothing that he practiced repetitions and ate grass to strengthen himself. The hero said that when you turn overestimation into reality, it's no longer overestimation, and it was time to return to the tower. He looked at the drop. The players looked at the clouds and asked what it was. The spirit pressed himself against the summoner, who asked what was wrong with him. An aura appeared in the sky. The spirit noticed it. The spirit turned to the summoner with an exclamation about the aura. She looked up, cursed, and said that she felt it too. Feyen turned to the hero. He turned around. The girl ran to him and screamed that it was her mistake and that all the adventurers needed to be evacuated. The protagonist turned to her and thought that he was just about to return. He asked her to calm down and explain what happened. She tried to catch her breath and said that he also knew that spirits were entities associated with nature and usually people couldn't even see them. She explained what it was. The aura was gathering together. The shadow hung in the sky. The adventurers watched it. The voice of the fairies sounded that this shadow was not from their world. Michael asked what the hell it was. The dark spirit looked at the people. The girl looked up and said that the dark spirit was alien to this world, and it was impossible to establish contact with it. The hero frowned. The system reported the appearance of a monster. The host stood in front of the entrance to the rift. He greeted the viewers and said that Arcana today was with them, and today they were right in front of the Tetprint fence rift. The TV crew stood next to the rift and explained that this was the rift with the highest recommended level at the moment, and the guilds united by Heaven and Shining, which rank first and second, had already entered. The host noted that these two guilds had recently switched places, which had become a hot topic for discussion. He said that this was true and they should look at the situation with a drone. Lance raised his hand and commanded the armies to attack. The host explained that the Chinese guild had bypassed Shining and came in first place. He explained that the guild began to lose ground after Jesse left. The adventurers were fighting. The host noted that both guilds were very serious this time, and the tension could be felt even outside the rift. Sylvia looked up and asked what it was. She assumed it was a thunderstorm. Rox looked back. Lance and his subordinates looked at the sky and asked what was going on. He asked if the heavens were responding to the call of the Great One. She answered that it was unlikely. A notification appeared. The adventurers looked at the notifications. Rox looked at the message and asked if it was Chuck again. The hero looked at the dark spirit. They were opposite each other. Michael was filming what was happening and asked if the creature in front of the hero was really a dark spirit. He said that judging by the message about the appearance, it was at least a mob boss. He said that he did not know why, but an ominous alarm emanated from him. The tower mages looked at the enemy. Feyen and the protagonist looked at the spirit. She asked him to move to a safe distance, because almost nothing is known about this spirit, and it is too dangerous. She said that it was different from other spirits from the very beginning. A dark spirit, a creature born from the thick darkness, an image of a treatise with a summoning, Ordinary people are not even able to establish contact with it. The spirit hung over the field. It is only known that it appears in mysterious places covered in mystery. Feyan looked at the hero and said that Tetpern is one of the 10 great mysteries of the Arcana continent, and it seems that the spirit appeared here due to the accumulation of other spirits. She said that of course, it rarely happens to summon so many of them from outside at the same time. She was at fault that she did not foresee. She was interrupted. Romeo said that it was not the fault of the senior magician Feyan. Chuck thought that initially he himself told everyone to go out together, and besides, he felt something. The dark spirit looked at the people. The hero asked the girl to continue the report, and asked if there was a possibility to establish contact. She shuddered and replied that the fact is that the dark spirit is an alien creature, and something equally alien is required to interact with it. The hero recalled the reaction of artifacts to his dark magic. She said that only those who possessed the appropriate magic could try to contact him, flashed memories of using dark magic. She looked at Chuck and said that only Mr. Matthew had such abilities. The hero chuckled. The girl turned to him. He used black magic and thought that in fact only it was needed. He said that in this case there were no problems. The palm was covered with dark magic and the protagonist said that the appropriate magic was already provided. He thought that in general black magic was a cheat skill that could be used even with magical exhaustion. The aura of the dark spirit collided with Chuck's magic. Michael was blown away. He assumed that an even more powerful storm was approaching. The dark spirit narrowed his eyes and asked who he was. The hero's eyes were glowing. In the past, the office, the words sound that black magic is simple. Matthew held the artifact. The arrow pointed to Chuck. The magician stood before the protagonist and said that as expected. The hero asked what kind of artifact it was. He answered that it was a magical object that resonated with magic and apparently it was reaching out to the master. Black magic enveloped the characters. Matthew explained that like darkness absorbed by even thicker darkness, black magic follows the magic it resonates with, similar to the behavior of fire magic. He concluded that thicker darkness absorbs the rest of the darkness. The dark spirit stood before the hero. He asked who he was. The protagonist looked down and thought that his name was Chuck. He looked at the spirit and said his name. The creature asked to show him his darkness. Magic rushed into the hero's eye. Memory of Romeo's family sacrifice, bloody sword, Granfel's back. Tears flowed from the eyes. The dark spirit looked at the memories and exclaimed that this darkness. The image of Romeo held the dark spirit in the palm of his hand. Feyan looked at the hero and turned to him. Mike was filming. The nymph was hanging in front of the magicians. The dark spirit bowed before Chuck. He lowered his head and said that he would submit to him, the bottomless and endless darkness. The hero watched the spirit. The adventurers looked at this scene. They jumped up and shouted that the dark spirit was submitting to Chuck. Feyan was surprised that the protagonist had stronger black magic than Matthew. Michael covered his mouth and said that now he understood why he came to such a seedy rift. The hero stood with his back to the adventurers. They were talking excitedly. Chuck was shaking, and mentally asked them to shut up already. He grimaced and thought that the name Dark Spirit was already suspicious, and now it was literally a spiritual version of Granfell. Romeo stood in front of the spirit. The creature looked down and said that it was darkness so endless that even the darkest shadow could not compare to it. Chuck mentally asked not to develop. The hero looked at his subordinate. The spirit said that only he could solve the riddle of the Tetpern labyrinth. Images of 10 great mysteries flashed in his imagination. It was a bait known from the very beginning of the game. The commentators discussed this news, and even after the Tetpern fence was made a rift, interest in it did not subside. The system showed a quest from the 10 Great Mystery series. Chuck thought that it looked like some kind of major quest. He looked at the system window and said that 10 Great Mysteries are generally in-game content, and on the scale of a world event, and at the same time a complete freebie. Romeo looked at the spirit and said that he got the meaning, but everything has its time. He watched his subordinate and said that when the time comes, he will find him himself, and thought that it was just a fence and not the labyrinth itself. The spirit was surprised and asked if he was serious about looking for him. He said that he understood him. He turned to the hero and said that he would wait for his call. Evening, high-rise buildings somewhere in Seoul, Chuck's home. The news channel showed the hero's face. The sisters watched TV and discussed what they saw. The Shining Guild watched the news and reasoned. Larry was indignant that where did the protagonist even get such a sonorous name. The host turned to his comrade and said that despite black magic, Chuck showed fencing and many other skills. There were heated debates on the forum. One of the players wrote that this is no longer just a class but an era. Reporters filmed the speech. Unknown said that the Tetpern labyrinth is truly uncharted territory, and so far no one has managed to pass it. The man smiled and said that this was one of the greatest mysteries and even their union did not dare to enter. He led the conference and said that now their union of explorers are brave pioneers of the unknown. Alan said that they, in cooperation with the player Chuck, announced the beginning of the disclosure of secrets in the labyrinth. Chuck looked down absently. He held a letter from the Union of Explorers and thought that this nickname had already spread everywhere. The image of a person from the Union of Explorers. This organization studies the arcana more deeply than anyone else. Images of artifacts, and since the effectiveness of the rift can depend on one explorer, they were considered mandatory for high-ranking parties. An equipped explorer, such in the middle and lower ranks, are almost impossible to find, and all for one reason. Rock looked at the busy Sylvia and asked that they are famous for their cosmic price tag. She replied that if you count it down to the penny. She looked at the image of Alan and asked, then they suddenly say that they are ready to work for free. The adventurer looked at the tablet and said that when they worked with them, they behaved completely differently. The guy looked back at the transmission and asked if even the union was polite to Chuck. Alan rested his hands and thought that the same union of researchers were volunteers, and everyone was wondering why. He thought that the labyrinths were their element, and this was a chance for the union to regain their positions because they were being pushed back by the Tower of Magicians and the Order of the Lion Heart, the images of the Tower Magicians and the commander of the Order. Alan thought that he could not miss such a sweet opportunity. The man frowned and thought that they would take full advantage of Chuck's popularity. The researchers stood behind the chairman. The subordinates looked at each other and thought that this was a chance to show impressive results, to prove that he was better than him, and that he would become the next head of the union. The researchers laughed to themselves while at the conference. Location: Tower of Mages, Chuck's lab. The hero took the pen and said that the goal was unclear and he declined the request. Chuck looked at Romeo. He grabbed his head and thought about the reason for the act. He rolled on the table and asked if he was going to climb into the labyrinth alone where there were no demons. He said that all their forces would not be enough there. Romeo looked at the phone and said that although the character looked at the news and said that their professional pride is not false, and this means that they need to be given a chance to fight for peace, Chuck thought that this was a wise decision. He touched his chin and thought that just as the distortions of the demon castle were updated under the influence of the world, so regular updates are not an accident, and soon the Tetpern labyrinth will be on their list. He remembered what happened with the dark spirit and thought that the spirit was born in darkness and responded to dark magic, and this might help to learn more about Granfel's magical talent. The hero wrote a positive answer. He sat at the table and said that the time had almost come. The drone flew over the crowd. The blogger turned to his comrade and said that they said that the head of the union would come in person, and it was true. He told him to look at the equipment. The researchers stood apart. The blogger noted that they brought out the best. His partner said that it was clear with the head. And who were those two? He was asked if he knew. The blogger explained that the first was Aaron, the top in the union by results, and the second was Bob. Last year he was second in indicators. He explained that the guilds hired them both for competitions and almost went broke. Those are the best of the best in efficiency. A real elite among the elite. He said that such people made the first step to Chuck. The blogger looked back and said that they were coming. He shouted at his partner to come closer to catch at least a piece of the conversation. The hero approached the chairman, he exclaimed. Alan greeted the protagonist and introduced himself. He extended his hand. The hero replied that they would skip the formalities. He looked at his interlocutor and said that he should show their pride. Chuck thought that it was very hot and if they were to go, they should go faster. The man froze with his hand extended. The hero's eyes were shining. Alan thought that this piercing look radiated confidence of control. He decided that he was not as simple as he seemed. The system posted a description of the labyrinth. The rift formed. The characters entered it. Chuck thought that here it was, the very labyrinth, one of the 10 great mysteries. He thought that it would not be so empty here. Alan asked the hero to be careful. The leg activated the plate. The man's words that there could be traps ahead overtook the protagonist. A system window appeared in front of the guy. The stranger said that the fool who dared to enter the Tetpern labyrinth, there is no treasure or glory here, and if he does not want to die, then he should leave this place immediately. Chuck looked down and thought that he had activated something or other. The hero glanced down. He was standing in the middle of the hall. Alan said that this seemed to be a standard warning. Aaron said that nothing had happened. Chuck pursed his lips and thought that he was specifically scared. He thought that he considered this already a disaster. The protagonist looked at the man. He said that they would scout the territory. The hero replied that they should rely on him. He put his palm to the wall and thought that this feeling and energy came from behind the wall. An hour later, the traps were deactivated. Bob wiped his forehead and said that the disassembly was complete, and the traps here were not simple, and if there were more of them, then they would have a fun journey. Alan looked ahead and thought that they would not have time to disarm the traps before the rift began to collapse. But what is most important? The hero turned around. The man told him that in ordinary labyrinths there are always escape routes, and researchers, are looking for such a path to take trophies and leave. He added that it seems that they did not try to make an exit here. A strange aura appeared. Alan said that it seemed that the warning was serious, and this was not a labyrinth with treasures. He said that you can move forward disarming the traps, but it will take a lot of time, and what will happen at the end is unknown. In the center of the hall there was a sign. The hero thought about what this labyrinth hides. He decided that it was better to ask directly. The protagonist bowed his head and called the nymph with the dark spirit. The nymph bowed and said that she came at the call. The dark spirit appeared and said that he was waiting for the call. He called Chuck the source of death and despair, the cursed force that brings horror by its very existence. The guy looked at him and thought that it was too long. Alan asked what this was the spirit. He clarified what he said. Chuck thought that he would like to believe it. The protagonist turned to the dark spirit and ordered him to tell about the past of Tedpern. The spirit's eye flashed. He said that he was waiting for these words. He said that in ancient times the inhabitants of Tedpern voluntarily sacrificed themselves for the arcana. The bloggers stood in the labyrinth. The warning sounded again. Michael asked if the others heard it. He said that he saw a labyrinth with such effects for the first time. The chat discussed the situation. The blogger said that he would explain everything now. He said that in this labyrinth everyone has different starting points, so for some time he will not be able to show Chuck and he hopes for understanding. The guy held a notebook. He smiled and said that although the starts are different, all paths lead deep and he will do everything to capture the actions of the hero. The maze shook. The blogger said that it was not his hands that were shaking, but some kind of vibration. He said that the maze was shaking. A hole appeared in the wall. The adventurers panicked. Zombies attacked the players. Michael recoiled. Screams were heard that monsters appeared out of nowhere. The enemy pushed the blogger away and told them to leave. They looked at the people and said that if they did not want to die, then let them leave. The residents looked ahead. The monster appeared suddenly. A toothy mouth appeared suddenly. The girl looked at the monster. Its body blocked the sun. From one look at its ominous blackness, everything inside was shrinking with fear. The fruit fell out of the basket. It hit the floor and broke. Everyone understood that if something awakens completely, the continent will fall, and they fought with all their might to stop it. People argued. They said that it was impossible to allow it to break out of Tedpern and fall on the continent. They assumed that this was the only way out, and in order to stop something, they had to sacrifice the bodies of all the inhabitants of Tedpern. In order to seal the one who cannot be awakened using forbidden magic, the souls of the inhabitants screamed in pain. Chuck looked down. He thought that the inhabitants themselves had become victims of black magic. This is the past of Tedpern. Magic has swallowed the city. That is why it became a mysterious, cursed labyrinth. The hero calmly said that the story is clear. He frowned and said about the creature that cannot be awakened and that it is time to end it. The system posted a quest. Frowning, the hero said that the creature that cannot be awakened, it is time to end this evil. A notification appeared to destroy what should not be awakened, sleeping in the depths. The man looked surprised and asked what he was doing. He wanted to break through the labyrinth head-on. It is impossible. The zombies walked forward. It was heard that the monsters were walking in a crowd. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that the monsters of the labyrinth were those whose bodies were enslaved by a dark contract. The creatures froze in place. Suddenly, they transformed into people. A purple glow appeared. It was heard that let him help. He wanted to stop this. He understood their feelings. The thought arose that darkness obeys only deeper darkness, and the labyrinth fed by black magic is no exception. Grabbing his hat, the man said that this hum, to which the guy replied that the labyrinth was reacting. Gritting his teeth, Chuck said that he would support their pride. The monsters looked forward. Adjusting his tie, the hero said that let him lead him. A notification appeared that he had received the right to manage black contractors. The zombies attacked people. It was heard that if he did not want to die, then he should immediately leave this place. The guy opened his eyes in fear. Raising his eyebrows, he thought something was going on. Smiling, the player asked that he was the streamer filming Chuck. He needed to be more careful, to which the guy thanked him. The man looked at the monster in amazement. The thought appeared that he had just stopped. Holding the weapon in his hands, the player asked that he suddenly disappeared on his own. The zombies looked ahead. It was heard that, and where they moved in a crowd, the thought appeared that this was changing the course of the battle. Smiling, the guy shouted that it was Chuck, definitely part of the quest. If you follow the monsters, you can reach the depths. The players smiled. It was heard that the labyrinth could be passed passively and get freebies. And here is a free pass to the depths. How much experience will they give for this? Excellent content for the stream. The guy looked to the side. A view of the depths of the labyrinth opened. It was heard that it seemed that something would appear now. The young man smiled and said that if he was lucky, he would be able to snatch a piece of the quest. He stretched out his hand and shouted that it was over there. The man looked at the eye in surprise and exclaimed. Looking at the eye, the player said that it was huge. Gritting his teeth, the player asked what it was. If it was an eye, then how big was the body itself? To which the girl replied that there was an urgent update. Holding the phone in his hands, the man said that the boss was a level 900 monster. The player grabbed the guy and shouted that this was definitely Chuck's quest, and if these mobs suddenly turned against them, to which he replied that he should take a closer look. The zombies looked ahead. It was heard that the monsters had gathered from all sides. They were moving forward, and someone said that there. The creatures stood still. It was heard that they were standing in formation. The hero held a cup in his hands. He closed his eyes, hearing that of course, he was controlling it. They were saved. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought, damn. A blow flew at the monster. A thought arose that he was not even a demon. How could he defeat a boss of the 900th level? He somehow defeated the demon only thanks to the skill natural enemy, and even then he was 850. Raising his head up, the man said that the movement froze, but traces. Chuck gritted his teeth, hearing that judging by the skin and size, to which he thought that maybe of course a crowd of players will somehow kill it. The hero looked in surprise, hearing that it was definitely a dragon. The protagonist froze and asked again, and the man said that a dragon is too much even for the tower mages. This is a creature with the highest power among all living things in Arcana. The dragon raised its head, and someone said that it was better to retreat. Holding a cup in his hands, the man said that his fears were in vain. A thought arose that the dragon is a great mystery of the world of Arcana, but the labyrinth is just an ordinary quest, in other words. Looking down, the protagonist said that it was not a real dragon, on top of everything else. The guy grinned. It was heard that uninvited guests were an eyesore. Notifications appeared that a demon was detected nearby. The natural enemy skill was activated. Looking at Romeo, the hero thought that so among the players who entered the rift, a demon was hiding, but before the fight, a buff from a natural enemy, that is, for him, and he said that he was lucky. A purple beam flew in the air. It was heard that his turn had not yet come. Let him sit and wait. Standing still, the hero said that now is the time to show pride. The eye opened its eyes wide. It was heard that a creature that cannot be awakened. The monster raised its head up, hearing that let it rage as much as it wants. The thought appeared that fear was imposed on the creature that cannot be awakened and, in addition, a debuff. Opening its eyes wide, the guy exclaimed and asked why it suddenly moved. The hero looked at the notification. The monster stood still, listening to the fact that they also wanted to fight. He would not control them. Raising his finger up, the protagonist thought that he did not have the mana to control them, so let them do whatever they wanted. The creature raised its head up. It was heard that they should do as they please. The thought arose that if both the inhabitants of Tetpern and the players revolted. The monster kicked the ground. A notification appeared that the current status was awaiting orders. The demon raised its head up. The zombies opened their eyes in amazement. It was heard that the monsters were climbing on the boss. Looking at him, the guy shouted that they were fighting among themselves. What was going on? To which the girl replied that no matter what, they also needed to join. And the player added that but how to fight someone who crushes everything on earth into mush. The creature opened its mouth wide. It was heard that this platform, he had seen this before on the stream. People attacked the monster. It was said that the same magic that Chuck used when the Knights of the Lionheart Order fought on the Yusra archipelago. A glow appeared around the protagonist. Gritting his teeth, he said that if they wanted to support their pride, let him raise his weapon. The guy looked forward. The players jumped towards the monster. It was heard that exactly, they also need to do something. Standing idle is only a disgrace. The zombies stretched their hands forward. The young man swung his sword. The girl stretched her hand forward. The thought appeared that both the Archons and even the adventurers fight together. The man held a torch in his hands. Frowning, the hero said that he is the bearer of endless darkness. In response to his pride, he gives him all his power, let him accept it. An attack flew at the monster. It was heard that let him go to him. The guy looked at him in amazement, and asked what kind of attack it was. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of the players. The monster fell to the ground. A message about a world quest appeared. The protagonist frowned. A message appeared that he should reach the top of the Zero Ridge. People looked at him in amazement. It was heard that he did not plunge into darkness at that moment. What kind of attack was that? There were so many of them. It was indeed a dragon, but a very tiny one. Chuck took a step forward. He walked straight to the spirit. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the hero asked that out of 10,890 contractors, only he remained. Everyone who was here had already known the sacrifice and their pride. Looking at the zombie, the protagonist said that he could now calmly close his eyes. The monster grinned slightly and replied that it was like this. The players took off their hats. Suddenly the creature evaporated. Chuck looked away in amazement. The guy shuddered, hearing that he had come to him on business. Looking at the hero, he thought about what this feeling was. He guessed that he was a demon. He hid his aura so carefully, like him. Looking at the tablet, the guy said that Chuck means. The thought arose that he just wanted to look at the curious man who, according to rumors, defeated the demon king himself, and if suddenly there was a chance to take possession of his body. The players stood in front of the eye. It was said that, but damn it, he even managed to finish off the dragon. What kind of power is this? Who is he really? The hero stretched his hand forward. The thought appeared that only bottomless darkness emanated from him, darker than the darkness itself. The hero's eyes lit up. The guy stretched his arms out to the sides. The thought arose that it was he, the demon, who felt how his darkness was suppressed by his darkness. The young man looked in amazement and asked, "What the?" Rushing forward, he thought that he needed to get away now. He was no match for him. Gritting his teeth, the guy added that he was stupid to come so close. The protagonist straightened his tie and said that there was no point in fussing. Chuck frowned. A notification appeared that the exorcism ritual skill was activated. A view of a high-rise building opened up. Sitting down on a chair, the man said that the head of the British branch was still out of touch. Since they were already late, they would start without him. They were opening an emergency meeting of the AU branches. People were sitting at the conference. They could hear what they were thinking about the monster that appeared in this rift. There was something else that needed to be discussed: the size, pupils and skin structure. Even former designers from Cosmos said that there were no more such creatures. The monster opened its mouth wide. It was said that the problem was that the dragon should live on top of the Zero Ridge. How did it end up in the dungeon of the labyrinth? Putting his hand to his face, the man said that he thought it was not a dragon at all. The man crossed his arms, listening to what he also understood. In the east there is a creature that could not become a dragon. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that they called it that. Looking at the screen, he heard that is, according to the head of the Korean branch, it was not a dragon, but something like a cut-down version of it. He understood correctly, to which the man replied that it was true, although this was just a guess, as if a monster that they did not design suddenly materialized. A view of the buildings opened up. It was heard that now Arcana is no longer the game that they once controlled. Only the CEO of Cosmo knows the truth. The monster opened its mouth wide. It was heard that it was a springboard. Let it stand on the platform and hit from above. Several news headlines appeared. Smiling, the guy said that the quest was called Dragon's Footprints. All the players who were there received it. Looking at the phone, Jack shouted that he was jealous. He should have gone too, and the guy said that while he was distracted, he overtook him in the ranking. Holding the phone in his hands, the man said that the dragon then. Rox put his hand in his pocket and thought that the first place in the player ranking, the hidden class Dragon Knight, it seems he will move, and then said that it will be a hassle. Sitting at the table, the host said that so, player Chuck, of course, hitting a monster of level 900 is cool in itself, but he did not limit himself to this and gave all the players an equal chance. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it was as if he was deliberately leading them to development, so he wants to say about it like this. News about the hero appeared. It was heard that player Chuck is the only ray of light in the endless darkness. The player swung at the monster. It was said that the player is growing along with others. News about the dragon's tracks appeared. The hero held the phone in his hands. Looking at his reflection, he thought that was enough. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that was enough. The endless darkness seemed not enough for him. He started rolling on the floor, screaming about how he could look at people now without burning with shame, to which Romeo replied that others' assessments did not matter. Lying on the floor, Chuck said that what was important was that. Looking at the notification, the hero thought that this time a world quest had fallen out. A quest about dragon tracks appeared, and the thought arose that other players had received the dragon tracks quest. A notification about a world quest appeared, and the protagonist thought that he apparently received this one, the hunter of evil dragons, for his great contribution to the victory. People looked at the dragon, and the thought arose that the lessons of the great war of dragons and demons were obvious. Even a magic tower could not resist an immortal dragon creature, and this is almost the final content. A view of the mountains opened up. It was said that the Zero Ridge, where dragons live, is the heavenly spire of Arcana. Ordinary players are not even able to get there. The hero's eyes widened and he thought that just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. If the monster had been a real dragon, they would have all said goodbye to life. The fact that they had defeated this level 900 boss was mainly due to the activated natural enemy skill. Clicking on the notification, the protagonist added that they would calm down and see what trophies were there. The fang of an evil earth dragon appeared, and the thought appeared that although its strength was clearly insane, it could still be taken. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck thought that the level was too low to equip this item. Closing his eyes, the hero said that everything could be used in its own way, and then thought that what was the point if he couldn't even lift it. The map appeared, and the thought appeared that he would think about the sword later, but the real find was the map connecting everything that exists. That is, he could find out where rare herbs or any necessary item are. By clicking on the notification, the protagonist thought that he had collected a lot of good stuff in the labyrinth, and his level had also risen to 15. It was worth pouring stats into magical power. Chuck pumped up luck and added that exactly 1 point in luck. Raising his head, he thought that doesn't it sound nice? Luck now to work. Holding the papers in his hands, the hero said that while he was gone, a decent number of requests to leave the tower had accumulated. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was nothing special. A view of the room opened up. John looked at his hand. Looking at the blood, he said that oh shit, it seems there is little time left. A glow appeared around the ball. It was heard that everything would be fine with the tower, because the elder Chuck was doing great, and he would probably continue the research that they had done together. The hero frowned, and the thought arose that he had made an unexpected first impression. John's eyes widened. He looked down and said that now that he was here, he could be calm. Pressing the ball, the guy said that he only regretted one thing. Standing by the table, he added that it was a little sad that he would have to leave without ever meeting the owner of the tower again. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. She rushed forward and said hello. Claire looked away and asked where he was in such a hurry. An office appeared. It was said that the elder John, a delayed curse passed down through his family. An application for leaving the tower appeared. The thought arose that this was also a study on removing the curse. The room appeared. The thought arose that no, this was not just like that. This quest came as an order. Frowning, the hero thought what this meant, and then said that the devil's tricks. He looked ahead angrily. A tall tower appeared. The thought arose that since he dared to touch the tower again, he would make them regret it. An image of a guy appeared. It was said that a magical family, each of its representatives possessed overwhelming magical power, and from generation to generation unprecedented geniuses were born. A glow appeared around the hand. the thought arose that despite such glory, no one envied them. A view of the building opened up. It was said that although the blood of their family bestowed incredible abilities, they were cursed with a fatal fate, death before adulthood. The magician grabbed his face. The guy looked away. The thought arose that for them death was not a tragedy, but an annual ritual, almost a habit. A bright light was shining from the window. Standing in the middle of the room, the guy said that it seemed that he was almost done with business. John looked down and thought that he felt a weak heartbeat and a fading flow of magical energy. Death was getting closer to him. Tea bags appeared. It was heard that, but still. Smiling, the magician said that he would not worry about his absence, because now he was in the tower. Someone knocked on the door. It was heard that they could come in. John opened his eyes in amazement. The hero crossed his arms, hearing what brought him here, what he addressed. The magician looked at him in surprise. Frowning, the protagonist asked that he wanted to live. John froze, looking at him. He closed his eyes and grinned. Chuck looked at him angrily and wondered why he was laughing so strangely, awkwardly somehow, and the guy said that for the first time in his life he was asked such a question. People were always either envious or sorry. Looking away, John said that he did not regret anything. Thanks to the curse that exchanges life for talent, he was able to see this world as it is. Clenching his fist, he added that so perhaps he should hold on to this world. The room appeared. It was heard that, but as soon as he heard Mr. Chuck's question, he himself did not notice how he thought about it. Smiling, the magician said that he wanted to live. Memories appeared. The thought arose that all this time while he was settling in the magic tower, John was there and always helped him, so now. Frowning, the hero said that this answer was enough. A notification about the quest appeared. A view of the crystal hall opened up. Closing her eyes, the girl turned to the senior magicians. The students looked at each other, hearing that as well as other experienced magicians, even students are all here, in one hall. Looking around, Claire said that this is the very round table she heard about. Such a secret meeting was suddenly made open to everyone. It's just incredible. To which Agnes responded approvingly. Looking down, she thought about how the tower had really started to change for the better after the traitors among the elders were exposed. But to be honest, she couldn't think of anything at all right now. Time was still going on, even at this very second. I wonder if Mr. Chuck had seen her request to leave the tower. Standing in the middle of the hall, the man said that for sure, there was one announcement before the meeting. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Senior Chuck would not be able to attend today. Sitting at the table, Claire heard that he couldn't. He was always so punctual, and she asked that something serious had happened. Agnes's eyes widened, thinking that it couldn't be. The hero's eyes widened. Walking forward, he said that this was a surprise. As soon as he saw the request to leave the tower, the quest immediately arrived. A notification about a class quest appeared, and the thought arose that there were two at once. Having clicked on the notification, the protagonist thought that he could barely cope with inheriting John's will, even as the acting elder, and if he was not around. Sitting at the table, Chuck added that he would be the next to fall, and he would have died from overworking even without the curse. His eyes widened. He said that this quest too. A notification about the quest appeared. The thought arose that he was hearing about their family for the first time. A visit to the mansion was already successful. People handed over a scroll. It was said that the quests have such a system. If a demon hunter dies, his order goes to the next one, which means that the order that the Action member received at one time now automatically went to him, as the only demon hunter. The scroll rushed forward and turned. The hero frowned, hearing where he was now. Standing in front of the portal, he said that he was at the rift. Agnes stretched her hand out to the side, thinking that after the round table meeting she went straight to the office. And he was already there, and then asked what and when he was going to return, and why he was at the rift at all. She looked surprised, hearing that because the rift was connected to the arcana. People were standing in front of the monster. The thought arose that the demon Benjamin had summoned had also escaped there, to the arcana, through the rift. He had already confirmed more than once, the rift had become a bridge between reality and the arcana. Looking at the scroll, the hero heard that let him forgive of course, but he did not want to say that he was going to enter the arcana alone, to which he replied that this is exactly what he was saying. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that because John's family was there. Agnes' eyes widened, thinking that it meant he had seen the application for her exit. The view of the room opened up. It was heard that let him then allow him to go with him. He instructs him to protect John, and asks to collect information about the family. Entering the room, the magician said that even for him now in Archon it is too dangerous, and from the scroll it was heard that the application for her exit has already been rejected. Frowning, the hero said that he should rely on him. Agnes' eyes widened and she shouted that she was asking him, no need. She closed her eyes and said that honestly, everything was the same here and there. Senior mages still strive to bear everything alone. Entering the rift, the protagonist thought that he should forgive her for rejecting her request to exit, but he had no choice. The item he uses to enter the arcana is. Raising his hand, he added that the card connecting all things is disposable and only works for a one-way ticket. A view of the tree opened up. A thought appeared that even after planting the seed of the tree of the world, he received the title of the last adventurer. The feat thunders throughout the continent of Arcana. The title of the last adventurer was received. Chuck looked down. The players stood in the middle of the city. The thought came that when Arcana was still a simple game, in case of death he was blocked for 24 hours. This is the same effect as the old death block. Standing behind Romeo, the hero said that returning to reality, and the impossibility of dying, yes, it was simply incredible. The thought came that this is now such an ace in the sleeve. Grinning, he added that this is not all. Raising his hands up, the protagonist thought that the mechanical tower of Kvirenberg in Arcana was still working, and then shouted that he already thought that he would never return there, and it was idle. How much experience and glory had already accumulated. Looking down, Chuck said that but still the main goal is to meet the Countess. A notification appeared that the goal was set, the eastern part of the capital of the empire. The view of the mountains opened up. The thought appeared that it was even a little exciting to see Arcana again after so many years. In the night sky of the game, against the backdrop of the Zero Mountains, it was so beautiful that it took your breath away, no worse than a real journey. Smiling, the hero asked, "Well, let's go." The thought appeared, that to Arcana, after 10 years. Many eyes appeared in the air. Raising his head up, the protagonist thought that this was that very Arcana. He stood still. A notification appeared that he had entered the continent of Arcana, heading for collapse. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought that the demons had not disappeared anywhere. Frowning, he said that they were just hiding and accumulating strength in the shadows. Holding a lantern in his hands, the man said that they had not had guests for a long time. Closing his eyes, the man said that he was welcome. The family home was glad to see everyone. The man looked out the window. It was heard that he wanted to rest a little. The woman was watching them. The hero frowned and said, "Why not?" A notification appeared that the natural enemy skill was activated. A view of a high-rise tower opened up. Opening the doors, the magician shouted that it meant that the elder John had collapsed unconscious. He was okay. Turning around, the guy told her to be quieter, and the man spoke about the elder magician. Matthew turned his head and said that he was asking to be quieter in front of the patient. Standing at the door, he listened to the fact that one should not shout in the ward. He was just worried. Stretching his hand forward, Matthew thought that there was no reaction from the ring of black magic sensitivity. If this was not even dark magic, then what was the essence of the curse of the family? Agnes stood next to the patient. It was heard that calling it a curse is still soft, and after all, Mr. Chuck, another elder, also suddenly went to Arcana. 2 empty positions are too dangerous. John was breathing heavily. It was heard that one can only hope that he will endure. The hero was sitting at the table. Closing his eyes, the man said that his dinner would be served soon, to which the protagonist thought that it was opportune. The room appeared. The thought arose that John was from a rich family. Grinning, Romeo said that it was a modest but very neat dwelling, to which the hero thought that here was the offspring of a billionaire. Red rays flew in the room. The thought arose that but throughout the mansion there was a thick ominous aura. The servants did not seem to feel it at all. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the enemy was a demon that had absorbed an entire magical clan, and even the servants of the mansion, perhaps already in his clutches. The woman took a step forward, and the hero thought that yes, this was clearly a large creature. The protagonist looked away, hearing that the guests were speaking, unusually. Evelyn grinned and said that he had arrived just in time for dinner. She was the head of the Simurid family. Looking at the hero, she added that she hoped they would not be embarrassed that an elderly lady would sit at the table. What a strange decision, to come visit a cursed family. Putting her hand to her face, the woman said that yes, this is the same curse, a deal where talent is exchanged for life, and then thought that but isn't it funny? Smiling broadly, she added that these people are so stupid, such a respected and strong magical clan, and broke down because of a simple status disease, believed in a scam that you can reveal talent at the cost of your own life. A family portrait appeared. The woman smiled broadly. The thought appeared that thanks to this, he could calmly sit in the mansion and accumulate strength. A portrait of John appeared. The thought appeared that as soon as she takes the life of the greatest genius, Evelyn will turn the hierarchy among all demons upside down. Sitting at the table, she said that he has an interesting outfit. Where did he come from? Wine was poured into a glass. The protagonist took the glass in his hand. Closing his eyes, he said that the aroma was heavy, but without sticky viscosity, to which the man thanked him. Grinning, Evelyn asked what he should let her guess. He was from the south. It was heard that this wine was ideal for a dinner party. She closed her eyes. Suddenly she looked furiously and thought that some insignificant person dared to ignore her. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that a decent way of cooking, worthy of such high-quality ingredients, the thought arose that he demonstratively spoke only with servants. Grinning, he added that he should tell the chef that he was pleased with the dinner. The thought arose that it meant he was calmly enjoying the food. Looking at the hero, the woman thought that the plan was changing. She would kill him so that he would suffer, and the protagonist thought that he was really in good shape today, and Romeo said that it was a hearty dinner. Holding a glass in his hands, he added that perhaps it was time to end the show. Sitting at the table, the woman exclaimed in amazement. Looking to the side, she asked what kind of teleportation this was, what kind of impudent trick. Taking a step forward, Chuck said that the vile demon, from now on he was allowed only one thing, to apologize to the Simurid family. Smiling widely, Evelyn thought, damn, where did he come from? Was there really someone in the family who was hidden outside the mansion? And then said that he was a burr, he can see, he can show tricks. Smiling widely, she shouted that, but in any case, he is just a man. A notification appeared that the Demon King was revealing his true form. Looking at the hero, the Demon King shouted that today she would devour him as a special dish. Frowning, the hero said, how naive. The protagonist held the flask in his hands. A notification appeared that the eyes burning with malice had been chosen as an offering. Chuck's eyes suddenly lit up. A message appeared that the exorcism ritual skill had been activated. The demon opened her eyes wide and thought that the magical eye in the sky had disappeared. Standing in front of the hero, Evelyn said that I understand, so he is not a mage, so he is the hunter from the rumors who sent the demon kings to hell, a demon hunter. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that he does not talk to his prey. A glow appeared around the demon. The thought arose that the demon hunter was using high-level freezing magic. Evelyn smiled widely. Suddenly, her hands began to transform. Stretching her hand forward, the demon said that he was the only naive one here. How many hundreds of years he thinks he has been protecting this mansion. A barrier appeared in front of the protagonist, and he wondered what kind of vile energy it was. Did the demon's smell confuse him? Looking at the demon, he added that no, it was a trap. Chuck shuddered in amazement, hearing that even if they were in a ritual, this place was his territory. He would regret choosing this mansion as a battlefield. The hero jumped aside. Taking a step forward, he thought that this was the power accumulated through the magical lineage. Standing behind him, the demon asked that he could only run, and he thought he was a legendary demon hunter. The protagonist dodged attacks. Hearing that apparently she would not need John's life, the thought appeared that he was his spare lunch. Chuck suddenly opened his eyes wide. His legs were tied with a web. It was heard that he was caught. Hanging upside down, the hero heard that since he had grabbed it, he was finished. His web was stronger than steel, let him remember. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist listened to him say that he would kill him and wrap the cocoon. The view of the tree opened up. Notifications appeared that the first tree of the world sensed his presence. The first tree of the world blesses him. The recovery of health and mana increased sharply. The girl stretched her arms out to the sides. The thought appeared that he thought that in a place close to nature, he would have a chance. And so it happened, the blessing of the first tree of the world. The hero's legs were tied. The demon raised his head in amazement. Suddenly, the hero began to fall down. The protagonist frowned, hearing about his web. Having descended to the ground, Chuck thought that it felt like he had not spent any mana at all, in that case. Walking forward, he added that it was possible to call a much more powerful spell. Looking at him, the demon thought that in an instant the entire perimeter of the lake. The protagonist frowned. Evelyn looked angrily. Raising her head up, she screamed about demons. A crystal appeared. It was heard that it was a demon hunter, the one who banished the reborn Lord of Sin, the one who sent the demon kings to hell one by one, the last survivor of Action. This is their chance. Let them kill him and interrupt the Action lineage. Taking a step forward, the hero said that he managed to transmit his voice beyond the exorcism ritual. It seems this is the power that cost the lives of the Simuids. Frowning, the protagonist said that he said from now on he is allowed only one thing, to apologize to the Simuid family. Two spheres appeared. It was heard that both for violating the order and for desecrating the secret lands of Arcana. Walking forward, Chuck said that he will judge him with all severity. For each life of a member of the Simuid family that he absorbed, he will bring down 100 spells of all elements on him. A blow flew at the demon. It was heard that a notification appeared that the demon king Evelyn was defeated. The exorcism ritual skill was removed. Evelyn's skeleton appeared. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it meant that the descendants were forced to suffer, and Romeo said that the curse was lifted. Now he can rest in peace. Frowning, he thought that but the demon, and then added that the voice is certainly powerful. The protagonist looked away, hearing that at least the hunt will be easier. A notification appeared that the natural enemy skill was activated. The demon opened his eyes wide. The thought arose that he felt the gaze of all the demons of the Arcana continent. He did not think that they would let him go. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chuck said that let the demons come. A glow appeared around him, and he added that today he will play with them at full strength.